I'm in Hollywood Chapter 606 to Chapter 653. Before 1995, although Microsoft had become the dominant operating system market leader, their annual turnover was only about $2 billion. Their main competitor, Apple's annual turnover was more than $1 billion. Compared to Apple, Microsoft does not have an absolute advantage. There was still more than a year before Windows 95 would be released. Although Microsoft was very optimistic about this new operating system, no one in the world, except for Eric, could have predicted how Windows 95 would destroy everything before it was released. At this time, in a small restaurant near the Harvard Business School library, Bill Gates, who had calmed down, knew that although Yahoo was just a little sheep with little resistance compared to the current Microsoft, there was a behemoth that was even more ferocious than the current Microsoft standing behind this sheep. Bill Gates' original tough attitude was quickly restrained and revealed a shrewd look that was often seen in business negotiations. He said, "Eric, I can consider the suggestion of installing the Internet Explorer browser on Windows that you mentioned just now. It will be Yahoo's browser soon. I think you should know that I had just integrated 3 companies." Bill Gates was unhappy with Eric's sudden interruption, but he still replied patiently. "Fine. Yahoo's browser. If Yahoo's browser is going to be Windows pre-installed software, it must be exclusive to Windows." Although Eric knew the development trend of the operating system market in the next few years, Microsoft's Windows system only had 60% market share. Mac OS, Linux, Unix, and even the original DOS were still in use. He could not reveal any clues in advance. He shook his head and said, "That's impossible. Letting Windows monopolize Yahoo's browser technology in the short term is already the biggest concession I can make. If we follow your suggestion, unless Windows can completely dominate the operating system market, Yahoo will automatically give up more than 40% of the operating system platforms. That's obviously impossible. If Yahoo gives up all other operating systems, it will be binding Yahoo's browser to Microsoft. If Microsoft suddenly turns on them, Yahoo will be in a passive position. Microsoft's reputation in this area is not good. Windows 95 is not released yet, and even Bill Gates does not have the confidence to monopolize the operating system market." Although he did not agree to Eric's suggestion, he did not refute. "I will consider this. But Microsoft will not allow an unrelated company's application to be installed on Windows. If Yahoo's browser is to be installed on Windows, Microsoft needs to get at least 40% of Yahoo's shares. Yahoo will be IPO next year. If you sell 40% of your shares to Microsoft, you all will become Yahoo's biggest shareholder. This is no different from selling Yahoo to Microsoft. Also, Microsoft's offer is much lower than my expectations." Eric had wanted to reject Bill Gates, but he suddenly had an idea. He decided to give Bill Gates a good bait. "I can promise you that Microsoft will acquire 30% of Yahoo's shares. But it will not be now. It will be 5 years later, and I will give you 30% of the shares. 5 years later, Microsoft can choose to acquire 30% of Yahoo's shares based on Yahoo's market value at that time." Bill Gates is thinking in his heart. He has high hopes for Yahoo, but he does not believe that Yahoo can overtake Microsoft in 5 years. Microsoft had estimated Yahoo's value to be between $8 billion to $1 billion. Even with the best estimate, Yahoo's market value will increase by 10 times in 5 years, and Microsoft will only need $3 billion to acquire 30% of Yahoo's shares. Microsoft's market value is increasing by more than 30% every year. 5 years later, Microsoft's market value will increase to $80 to $100 billion. At that time, $3 billion will be nothing to Microsoft. Microsoft only needs to buy 30% of Yahoo's shares in the open market to become Yahoo's biggest shareholder. After that, it will be easy for Microsoft to acquire Yahoo through hostile takeover. Eric had been paying attention to the changes in Bill Gates' expression without batting an eyelid. Seeing Bill's expression gradually relax, or perhaps he had thought of something good and even revealed a smug smile, Eric knew that Bill Gates had fallen into a trap. Bill Gates felt there are no loopholes in his plan, and he said, "Eric, I can consider this. Also, Yahoo must give Microsoft some of its patents. If you insist, of course, that's not a problem." Eric seemed to be very easy to talk to. He continued to ask, "Anything else?" That's all for now. If you think of other conditions, we can add them during the negotiation. Alright, Eric said. Since you've stated your conditions, I'll talk about mine. If we can reach an agreement, we don't have to consider the details such as exclusive licensing fees. However, Yahoo guarantees that the Yahoo browser on the Windows platform will continue to be ahead of other platforms, but Microsoft must also guarantee that they will not release their own browser software within 5 years. Eric had originally planned to rely on the Windows platform for some of Yahoo's technical software development. Therefore, Yahoo did not even need to make any adjustments to its layout if Windows had the latest technology of Yahoo's browser. At this time, it could be used as a bargaining chip in exchange for some benefits. Bill Gates suddenly felt that Eric was too inexperienced. As long as Yahoo enters the capital market, Yahoo will be Microsoft's in 5 years. Also, 5 years is enough for Microsoft to understand all the technical details of Yahoo's browser and develop a replacement technology. If anything happens, Microsoft can kick Yahoo's browser out of the Windows platform without hesitation. But as a smart businessman, Bill Gates did not agree immediately. Although he does not think it is a big deal, he still wants to pass these terms to Microsoft's strategic development department to study the pros and cons. So, Bill Gates continued. No problem. I can consider it. Eric wasn't as calculative as Bill Gates, and he didn't mind Bill Gates's words being filled with word games like can be considered. After all, both parties knew that before the final contract was signed in black and white, any promises at this moment had no legal effect. Also, Eric knew very well that in the new century, browser software would be more of a subsidiary service for internet giants. Compared to the 1990s, the role of the interface had been greatly weakened. What's more, in the original spacetime, even though Microsoft dominated the browser market in the early stages and always occupied a large share of the market, its network business was still beaten by Yahoo, Google, Amazon, and other companies. Basically, it did not generate any profits, and the original best online service, MSN, ended up closing down. After confirming the general intention of cooperation, the sky outside the window was completely dark, and the two parties had no intention of continuing to stay in this small restaurant. Bill Gates wants to visit Yahoo's HQ next year. Eric has to entertain John Chambers and Steve Keyes tomorrow, and he does not want to be involved. So, he found an excuse to postpone the meeting to 2 days later. After watching the couple leave in the luxury car, Eric took a few steps towards the quiet lawn beside him. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit it up. He sat down on the lawn and observed the passers-by in the dark. He was a little curious. He and Bill Gates had already exposed their identities, but they didn't attract any attention. This was beyond his expectations. Carolyn, who was reluctant to leave, sat down beside Eric. She wanted to remind Eric not to smoke on campus, but she saw that Eric seems to be deep in thought, so she did not disturb him. Carolyn looked at Eric's hand and was worried that Eric will throw the cigarette butts around. But then she thought that if he did, she will help him pick them up. When she thought that she can help Eric do something trivial, her mood became a lot better. Eric recalled his negotiation with Bill Gates. Although both parties have reached a preliminary agreement, the specific terms of the contract will be adjusted in the future. The biggest risk in this cooperation is the 30% purchase clause. This is also the biggest bait Eric threw to Bill Gates. If Bill Gates can think of something, Eric can think of it too. However, Fengyu had planned for more than 2 years in advance, and he has the advantage of being reborn. If Yahoo's market value is still not enough to stop Microsoft in 5 years, then he will just sell Yahoo and go back to Hollywood. As for other things, Eric didn't care too much. Bill Gates, who relied on software to make his fortune, still cared about the browser software. His classmate could also see that even if Yahoo's browser was completely free, it would still play a huge role in promoting Windows. Therefore, he was eager to come personally to buy Yahoo before Windows 95 was released. What happened in the original universe had proven that Microsoft's browser software does not bring much advantage to their internet business. Eric chose to cooperate with Microsoft because he wants to promote Yahoo's browser when Windows 95 is released next year. He is also worried that Microsoft will use the Windows operating system to introduce a new browser and set different standards. This will hinder the development of the internet industry. In the original universe, Microsoft's Internet Explorer and Netscape browser use the same Mosaic core, but they still introduce different standards. This caused a series of website incompatibilities. If Microsoft introduces a new browser with a completely different web page decoding core, the incompatibility will worsen. Eric does not want to have a long technical standard war with Microsoft. Both sides will suffer losses if that happens. Carolyn's gaze followed the cigarette in Eric's hand. However, Eric suddenly turned his head and waved the cigarette in his hand that was about to burn out. He asked, "You want to try it too?" Carolyn quickly shook her head. "No, I don't want to." Eric smiled and got up to extinguish the cigarette. He threw the cigarette into a rubbish bin and asked Carolyn, "Which hostel are you staying in? Shall I send you back?" Carolyn's gaze followed the cigarette into the rubbish bin. She was stunned for a second. When she heard Eric's words, she turned and replied, "I am not staying in a hostel. I am staying in an apartment in the east." Eric followed Carolyn's directions and walked towards the east. He asked, "Why are you staying outside? It is not safe for you to be alone." "No, I am not staying alone. I am staying with my classmates, and it is very close to the school." Eric nodded and did not say anything else. The two walked for a while, and Carolyn found another topic. "Eric, why did you agree to sell 30% of Yahoo's shares to Microsoft? Even if it is 5 years later, it is still very risky." In the original spacetime, Yahoo's market value was close to $100 billion. Eric believes that with the series of plans in his memory, Yahoo's market value will increase by several times in this spacetime. Even if it is only $200 billion, 30% of Yahoo's shares will be $60 billion. It is equivalent to 10% of Microsoft's market value in the original spacetime. Microsoft does not have $60 billion in cash. Eric remembered that in the original spacetime, Microsoft's sales were only $19 billion at the peak of the dot-com bubble in 1999. It is hard to tell if Bill Gates will be willing to exchange 10% of his shares for 30% of Yahoo's shares. After all, 10% of Microsoft's shares is equivalent to introducing a major shareholder to Microsoft, and this will affect Bill Gates's control over Microsoft. Even if the deal is successful, Eric will not suffer any losses. Windows is a platform that is about to monopolize the market. As long as the PC is not obsolete, Microsoft will continue to bring in huge profits. As Bill Gates continues to reduce his Microsoft shares, Eric might even become Microsoft's biggest shareholder. Moreover, even if Microsoft did not encounter any antitrust investigations in this spacetime, the dot-com bubble would inevitably burst one day based on how crazy it was. After the dot-com bubble burst, the share prices of the dot-com companies will plummet. Eric can still use the funds he made during the bubble to complete his second expansion of the dot-com industry. However, this wasn't something he could tell the girl beside him. Eric casually said, "The greater the risk, the greater the reward." Even with all the information that Carolyn had accumulated in her little brain, she could only see the risks involved. She didn't think that Eric would be able to gain anything from this deal. But when she thought about how Eric has created a series of miracles in just a few years, Carolyn did not doubt any of Eric's views. She felt that if she can't think of this, she must be too stupid. As they walked, Carolyn saw the red brick apartment building in the military factory district getting closer and closer. Carolyn felt more and more uneasy. She knew that if she didn't take the initiative to grab hold of something, Eric would send her back, and he would definitely disappear from her life again. Carolyn felt a little flustered when she thought about how she would only be able to see his figure in the newspapers again. After walking a few more steps, the girl finally mustered up the courage to pull Eric and say, "Eric, you said in the restaurant that you wanted to hire me as your personal assistant." If possible, Eric would rather have a delicate girl like Carolyn stay in a castle forever and be a carefree little princess. However, fairy tales could only be fairy tales forever. Moreover, most fairy tales did not have a real ending. Fairy tales that could really happen in this world were even rarer than Disney animated feature films. Faced with Carolyn's beautiful big eyes full of expectations, Eric could not bear to directly refuse, but he still said, "Carolyn, being my assistant is not an easy task. Although you can get an MBA from Harvard, it does not mean that you can adapt to this job. First, you will need to intern in my assistant's office for a long time, maybe a few months, or even a few years. Only by standing out in that environment can you go further. Although Alan did not have much work experience, when he followed Eric, Firefly had just started. Alan's personal qualifications grew almost at the same time as Firefly, so he was competent for this job and stayed by Eric's side for more than 5 years. In the past few years, as the scale of Firefly's system grew larger and larger, in addition to Alan, who was directly responsible for Eric, Eric's personal assistant office gradually expanded to a small team of more than 10 people. Although Eric rarely directly intervened in the management of Firefly, it did not mean that he was indifferent to the company's affairs. The most important part of this small team's work was to be responsible for summarizing the important financial, personnel, project decisions, and other information in Firefly's system, and then hand it over to Eric for review. Another important part of the team's work was to follow up on all the movie and TV series projects that Eric personally decided on in real time to ensure that these film and television projects did not deviate from Eric's production ideas. Although Chris was basically in charge of Yahoo, AOL, Cisco, Nokia, and other companies, there were still many things that were transferred to Eric through the team. In addition, the team was also responsible for Eric's personal finances, schedule, data collection, and other miscellaneous work. Eric had some thoughts of having a girlfriend. He tried to let Jennifer Connolly, who graduated from Stanford University, train in his assistant's office and then take over Alan's work. However, the girl did not last a month and quit. It was obvious that this job was not easy at all. Therefore, Eric had no confidence in this delicate little girl in front of him, who seemed to break at the slightest touch. However, Carolyn did not have the slightest intention of backing down. She did not want to continue to be an ignorant little girl in an ivory tower. Moreover, as long as she could be closer to him, she was sure that she could overcome any difficulties. Hearing Eric's relaxed tone, Carolyn immediately said happily, "Then I'll take it that you've agreed. After I finish my courses here, I'll go to Los Angeles around September." Eric thought for a moment. He seemed to not remember what he had just agreed to. However, looking at Carolyn's excited expression, he could only ask, "Will your parents agree?" "Eric, I'm already 23 years old. I can decide what I want to do." "Oh," Eric dragged out his words with a smile on his face. He deliberately took a step back and lowered his head to look at Carolyn from head to toe. He had an expression that said, "I didn't know that you were already so old." Faced with Eric's naughty expression, Carolyn revealed a shy and helpless look. Under the street lights, her originally white little face turned bright red. Eric had originally only wanted to tease her a little. However, when he sensed that Carolyn was gradually showing signs of inferiority, he hurriedly stopped and said, "All right, I promise you. However, I'm not an easy boss. If you don't do your job well, I definitely won't be merciful." Carolyn nodded slightly. Eric looked at his watch. It was not even 8 o'clock yet. If he went back now, he could still talk to Chris and the others about the meeting with Bill Gates. Looking at the brightly lit apartment buildings beside the road, Eric asked, "Let's go." "Which building do you live in?" "That one." Carolyn pointed to a red brick apartment in front of them. Walking all the way to the entrance of the apartment, Carolyn reluctantly stopped and asked, "Eric, when are you leaving Boston?" Eric had originally planned to go back the day after tomorrow. However, with the sudden appearance of the students at the door, Eric's itinerary would definitely have to be changed. He said, "I'm not too sure about that. With the sudden addition of the matter just now, I'll probably stay for another 4 or 5 days." Carolyn was originally looking forward to maybe being able to look around Boston with Eric, just like in London and Berlin last year. However, she could also hear from Eric's tone that he would definitely be very busy in the next few days. She could only give up on that idea. After thinking about it, the girl said weakly, "Eric, why don't you come to our apartment for a cup of coffee?" "Oh, I can introduce you to my roommate." Eric hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to refuse, Carolyn, who had been watching his expression change, said uneasily, "Then, if you can't, forget it." Goodbye." Eric sighed in his heart and said, "Okay." However, Carolyn, do you know what it means for a girl to invite a boy to her place for coffee at this time? Carolyn was stunned for a moment. She recalled some scenes she had seen in books or movies. Her face immediately turned red and she stuttered, Why don't we drink tea? This girl was starting to act cute again. Eric resisted the urge to smile and said solemnly, Carolyn, you have to remember that you are absolutely not allowed to invite any man to your place for coffee, tea, juice, milk, or even tap water at this time. Carolyn also reacted at this time. She shyly twirled her two small hands. When she heard Eric say this, she obediently nodded. She brought Eric into the lobby of the apartment building. Carolyn saw the small flag for her mailbox erected on the wall. She walked over and took out a letter. She happily waved it at Eric. She seemed to be sharing her little secret with him. Eric, my aunt wrote me a letter again. Eric smiled and walked towards the stairs. Looks like your aunt treats you better than your parents. Of course not. Carolyn felt around the envelope. She felt that there seemed to be photos inside and impatiently opened it. It's just that my aunt has left home for many years and has been living in Greece. She wrote me a letter last year and told me not to tell my parents. Eric felt Carolyn's desire to confide in him. He followed the girl's tone and said, Since she has left for so many years, why did your aunt write you a letter? My aunt said that she missed her family. Carolyn carefully took out a few photos from the envelope. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and said, Oh, that's right. My aunt also mentioned you. She said that she saw something about us in the newspaper. Eric didn't feel that there was anything between him and Carolyn. He guessed that her aunt must have misunderstood. He casually said, Oh, what did your aunt say? She encouraged me to bravely pursue my own happiness and not be restrained by my family. The girl carefully glanced at Eric. Her voice was filled with shyness. Her voice gradually lowered until it was almost inaudible. Eric was somewhat embarrassed and didn't know how to continue the conversation. Carolyn raised the few photos in her hand and handed them to Eric. Look, this is my aunt. The street lights in the corridor were somewhat dim. Eric took the photos and saw a blonde woman wearing a white dress leaning against the side of a small yacht. Her skin was fair, and she had an elegant temperament. She had a very comfortable smile on her face and seemed to be in her early 30s. She appeared to be very young, and there were some similarities between her and Carolyn. Eric only stared at the first photo for a few seconds before politely returning it to Carolyn. He complimented her, Your aunt is very beautiful. Thank you. Carolyn received the photos and carefully placed them back in the envelope. She said with some regret, If only I could look like my aunt. Eric thought about the feeling he had just had and said, I feel that the two of you look quite alike. My aunt looks more like my grandmother. We don't look alike. Carolyn shook her head and looked at Eric. She stretched out her small hand and gestured at the top of her head. She said with envy, Moreover, I mean, if only I could be as tall as my aunt. Eric said, Your current height is just right. You don't have to be envious of others. Carolyn raised her small face somewhat unconfidently. Really? It's fake. You're a bad guy. Melanie was in a dilemma as to whether or not she should tell Carolyn about her encounter with Eric Williams. In the end, she still decided to tell her about it. She also felt somewhat guilty for the jealousy she had felt towards Carolyn. Carolyn had always treated everyone around her with sincerity. Melanie felt that she shouldn't have had such thoughts. However, only after eating dinner did Melanie discover that Carolyn still hadn't returned. Thinking about how Howard Hines, who would change girlfriends every other day, had been pestering Carolyn recently, Melanie couldn't help but feel worried. Carolyn was truly too pure and kind. If she was deceived by that fellow, she would definitely be hurt. Just when Melanie decided to personally look for Carolyn, she finally heard the sound of someone opening the door. Melanie hurriedly walked towards the door. Using an excited tone, she said to the pink little figure who had entered first, Carolyn, guess who I met in the afternoon? Before Carolyn could reply, another figure followed in. With a smile, she said, It can't be me, right? Ah. Melanie opened her mouth in astonishment. Seeing Eric walking in with a smile and looking at her, she hurriedly changed her expression and said, Mr. Williams, so you came here specially to look for Carolyn. I thought it was just a coincidence. Eric had also heard Melanie's voice. Only then did he realize that such a coincidental matter had occurred. He said, "It is indeed a coincidence. I didn't know that Carolyn was studying here." Carolyn had originally wanted to introduce the two of them. However, after hearing their words, she was even more astonished. Looking left and right, she asked, "You two know each other?" "I went to the supermarket in the afternoon and just happened to meet Mr. Williams in the West Street." Melanie gave a simple explanation. She then formally extended her hand towards Eric. "Hello, Mr. Williams. I'm Melanie Garrettson. Call me Eric." Eric shook hands with the other party. If it were any other woman, they would definitely question Eric and Melanie's acquaintance at this moment. However, it was clear that Carolyn didn't care about this at all. Instead, she was extremely excited about the coincidence that the two of them were talking about. After letting Eric sit down, Carolyn walked towards the kitchen. Just as she reached the kitchen door, she seemed to have thought of something. Turning her head, she asked, "Eric, what do you want to drink?" Eric gave a gentle smile and said, "Let's just have coffee." Melanie sat down beside Eric. Although she was still somewhat reserved, she was clearly much more talkative than Carolyn. Seeing Eric casually looking around the interior of the apartment, she took the initiative to say, "This place was set up by me and Carolyn. Later on, Carolyn can bring you to her room for a tour. It's even more interesting there." As Melanie said this, she gave Eric a flirtatious wink. Eric didn't know what Melanie meant at all. However, a small head immediately popped out from the kitchen. "Eric, you're not allowed to enter my room. That's too impolite." When Eric heard Carolyn say this, he more or less understood what was going on. The girl's room was nothing more than something related to him. "Don't worry, Carolyn. I won't do that." Carolyn was really relieved. Without hesitation, she retracted her gaze and continued to busy herself. Melanie laughed silently. She reached out and secretly pointed to the door on the left. Eric just smiled and shook his head. Melanie was also just joking. She asked, "Eric, did you come to Boston for the matter of the companies on Massachusetts Avenue?" "That's right." Eric recalled what Carolyn had said in the dining hall about how their teacher had already used these three companies as teaching cases. Glancing at the picture of Carolyn and Melanie smiling brightly on a bridge not far away from the television cabinet, Eric's heart stirred slightly as he asked, "Carolyn said in the afternoon that you had used these three companies as case studies to analyze them. What do you think of their situation?" Melanie didn't understand why Eric suddenly wanted to test her. However, she also realized that this was definitely not a bad thing. After thinking about it, she said, "I don't think you should divide them into three companies. Especially in the future, if you continue to maintain the current state, as the user scale of the three companies increases, there will be more and more management and technical conflicts, which will slow down the development of the three companies. Only by combining them into one can we solve the problem of synergy." In addition, during our investigation, although we didn't get specific data, we also realized that the user scale of these three companies has reached a very terrifying number. Moreover, this expansion speed doesn't show any signs of slowing down. If they can't successfully achieve business transformation, with the rapid increase in operating costs, I think even you will find it difficult to bear this huge expense. After saying this, Melanie suddenly realized that since she could think of these things, Eric definitely would have thought of them. Even if he really didn't, the business elites around him would have thought of these things. Seeing Eric nodding slightly, Melanie asked with a smile, "Eric, you came to Boston this time to solve these problems, right?" "Last week, I just merged the three companies into a brand new Yahoo network company." When Melanie heard Eric say the name of the new company, she showed a look of realization and said, "Many people judged in class that the Yahoo portal was the focus of these three companies. Now it seems that this is indeed the case." Eric continued to ask, "What do you think about the business transformation?" Melanie said, "Placement advertising and membership services. I can only think of these two for the time being. In addition, I don't agree with the free strategy of the Internet Explorer browser. If a fee-based model is adopted, although the number of users won't expand as fast as it is now, the income brought is enough to maintain the normal operation of the three companies." "Eric, can I know why you did this?" The Internet Explorer browser has no competitors on all operating systems platforms so far. The free strategy is obviously very irrational. This is an agreement between me and the founder of the World Wide Web, Tim Berners-Lee. 2 years ago, many technical standards for the World Wide Web had not been formulated. In order to let the final version of the World Wide Web technical standards tilt toward the Internet Explorer browser, I chose to do this. Moreover, since you have realized that the Yahoo portal is the focus of the three companies, you should also understand that the browser software is more of an interface for Yahoo to expand the user scale of the Yahoo portal. In comparison, the profit of the software is not so important. Melanie remembered that since the World Wide Web was announced to be completely free to all users around the world last year, other small regional networks and fee-based networks quickly disappeared. The World Wide Web had now developed into a global internet network. For the sake of the technical standards of the World Wide Web, Eric chose the free strategy. Although he gave up temporary profits, he gained more. After all, once a standard was set, it would be difficult to change it. Eric, on the other hand, had a browser software product that met these technical standards. In the past 2 years, his company must have built a solid patent wall. Therefore, until someone else broke this patent wall, IE browser would be the only one with no other browser. Simply put, IE had completely monopolized the Internet interface channel. After thinking about the pros and cons, Melanie somewhat admired the courage of the young man on the other side of the sofa. To be honest, Eric, if I were in your position, even if I could understand the benefits of the browser-free strategy, it would be difficult for me to make the same decision as you. Not everyone can give up tens of millions of dollars of easily obtainable benefits. Although Carolyn was busy making coffee in the kitchen, she had been listening to the conversation between the two. At this time, she walked into the living room with a coffee pot and poured coffee for the three of them. When she heard Melanie's words, she said as if she had been praised, "That's why Eric is so amazing." Melanie looked at Carolyn's proud little face and teased, "Carolyn, why don't you tell me why you got a C in this class?" Carolyn's face was red, but she refuted confidently, "Now I can prove that my judgment is right." "Eric, you don't know this, right? Almost all of Carolyn's class grades are A's, but in the case of Yahoo, she only got a C because we didn't investigate the content of the agreement between you and the World Wide Web Alliance. Yet, she insisted that there was nothing wrong with your strategy of making it free. She couldn't provide any evidence, but she still talked back to the teacher. As Melanie spoke, she recalled the situation at that time and laughed. Eric also smiled and said to Carolyn, "Maybe I can prepare some materials for you and let your teacher change your grade." Carolyn sat beside Melanie shyly in the face of the two's teasing. She held onto Melanie's arm and stared at Eric without any lethality. After joking around, Eric picked up the coffee and took a few sips. After putting down the cup, he asked, "Melanie, do you have your own work plan now?" When Melanie heard Eric's words, she immediately understood that Eric was testing her. She shook her head and smiled, "Not yet." "Then, what will it be like to work for me?" Melanie looked at Carolyn's sparkling eyes and asked tentatively, "What about Carolyn?" "Of course it will be the two of you together. In the next few years, I will increase my investment in the internet industry. Currently, my personal assistant team is mostly focused on the media. If you two join, you can make up for the lack of staff in this area." Melanie looked enviously at Carolyn, who was holding on to her arm without any scheming thoughts. Carolyn's eyes were filled with hope that she would agree. Although Eric's invitation was very sincere and she was extremely moved, she could still sense that Eric was doing this because he wanted her to work with Carolyn. At the same time, she would be able to take care of this naive girl without any scheming thoughts. Melanie was born in an ordinary middle-class family. In order to earn enough money for her MBA, she had worked in a securities company in Atlanta for 2 years after graduating from university. During these 2 years, she had deeply experienced the power struggle in the office. In that kind of environment, a girl like Carolyn, who had a pure mind and would not think of the sinister side of people's hearts, found it very difficult to adapt to it. The employees who could be chosen to work for a super media tycoon like Eric were definitely elites. There was no need to doubt their working ability. However, they were definitely more skilled in the office. If Carolyn was thrown into that group of people, even if she had Eric's personal protection, she would only be bullied. Furthermore, that group of people would definitely not let Eric find out that they were bullying this girl. With Carolyn's personality, she might not even find out herself. Eric did not realize that Melanie had already guessed his thoughts. Seeing the hesitation on the girl's face, he said, "Although you will only be my personal assistant, this job will definitely have great prospects for promotion." My original first assistant, Alan Fissman, had already become the deputy general manager of the primetime program production department at ABC Television Network last month. In the past few years, many people in the office have also been promoted to management. Moreover, after a few years of training, you will find that even if you can't get promoted within Firefly, there will still be many headhunting companies that will be happy to poach you. The last point was something that Alan occasionally told Eric as an interesting matter. In order to find out the secret of Firefly's continuous success, the assistants in Eric's assistant office who were responsible for following up on the progress of the films were always poached by other film companies with high salaries. In the past few years, the assistants in charge of these jobs had been changed several times. It was only until Firefly's Human Resources Department formulated a very strict confidentiality clause and employment contract that this trend gradually cooled down. Moreover, many film companies slowly understood that the biggest secret of Firefly's success was Eric's brain, and not the eyes in the assistant office. However, even so, the practice of poaching people from Eric's assistant office had never stopped, especially every time Firefly's films became a big success. Melanie was, of course, clear about the promotion prospects of this job. Being the assistant of a legendary tycoon like Eric who had created a series of business miracles, even if it was just a question, this job's resume was already more valuable than her MBA degree from Harvard. However, after hesitating for a while, Melanie finally couldn't help but agree when she felt Carolyn gently shaking her arm. If she was a maid, then so be it. In any case, not only did this princess not put on any airs, she didn't even know her own identity. After Eric left, Melanie pinched Carolyn's delicate face in the same way as Eric did, and said with a tone of envy, "He's really good to you. No wonder a silly girl like you is so dead set on sticking to him." Early in the morning, Eric slightly tidied himself up because John Chambers and Steve Keys were coming over one after another. After washing up, he shaved off the messy stubble that had accumulated for many days. Standing in front of the mirror in the room, he stared at his young face for a few seconds, and an inexplicable feeling emerged from the depths of his heart. Could it be that he had become more handsome? Just as he was joking with himself in front of the mirror, Eric heard the doorbell ring. He quickly wiped his face with a towel, put on a light gray checkered shirt, and opened the door. After saying good morning to Chris who was outside the door, the two chatted casually and walked to the restaurant together. There weren't many guests at the hotel for breakfast. A few days ago, he met Tina Brown, but after this woman who was always in a rush to do things was confirmed to be working at Yahoo, she couldn't wait to immerse herself in her work. Now, she had rented a house not far from Yahoo's headquarters, and she was even planning to move her husband and children to Boston. Last night, Eric and Chris had discussed in detail the intention of cooperation after meeting with Bill Gates. They also informed the other people in charge of Yahoo through the phone. After breakfast, Eric and Chris hurried to Yahoo's headquarters. It was just past 8 o'clock, and Ian Neer and a few other people in charge had already arrived at the company. As the former manager of Oracle Software, which regarded Microsoft as its archenemy, Ian Neer knew more about Bill Gates' style of doing things than anyone else in the room, so he was very worried. Ian Neer knew very well that if he didn't choose to cooperate with Microsoft, then Yahoo and Microsoft would definitely go against each other, and the current Yahoo was not qualified to go against Microsoft at all. Although Ian Neer had Eric as his backer, and Eric had said that he would do his best to support Yahoo, Ian Neer still felt that according to the market rule of capitalists pursuing profits, if both parties were going against each other, Eric would most likely give up Yahoo to get more profits. In Ian Neer's view, Eric's career was based in Hollywood, and giving up Yahoo would not cause much harm to him. Now, although Eric had chosen to cooperate with Microsoft, this cooperation agreement was very disadvantageous for Yahoo. Yahoo will be going IPO next year, and in 5 years, to get enough development funds from the financial market, Yahoo must sell at least 20% of its shares, and the management will get 20% of the shares. That means Eric, the major shareholder, will not own more than 60% of the shares. Once Microsoft gets 30% of the 5-year shares, Eric's shares will drop to less than 30%. To Ian Neer, this was no different from handing over the control of Yahoo to someone else 5 years later. As a middle-aged man in his 40s, Ian Neer had seen Yahoo's browser software, portal, online mail, and other services create a series of miraculous growth figures. He knew that he might be involved in the start of a new era. So, among the people in the room, he was the one who did not want his efforts to go down the drain. Ian Neer expressed his thoughts to everyone in the room. He does not object to cooperating with Microsoft, but he hopes Eric will be more careful when choosing the cooperation method. Eric patiently listened to Ian Guarnier finish his sentence and said sincerely, "Ian, do you know why I'm willing to offer 30% of the shares?" Not only Ian Neer, but Steve Mitnick and the rest were also puzzled. Only Chris, who had gotten the answer in advance, was slightly calmer. Eric attracted everyone's attention and said confidently, "Because I had never intended to sell any of my Microsoft shares." The people around him were even more puzzled after hearing Eric's words. Eric paused for a while and continued. "Yahoo was built from scratch by everyone, and I know all of you treat Yahoo like your own child. I feel the same way, and my expectations for Yahoo are much higher than all of you. The reason why I agreed to sell 30% of Microsoft's shares in 5 years is because I hope Microsoft will realize they cannot afford it after 5 years. It is not difficult to achieve this. With Yahoo's explosive growth, even if Yahoo's market value is only 1/3 of Microsoft's, Bill Gates will realize that if he uses 10% of Microsoft's shares to exchange for 30% of Yahoo's shares, he will have a major shareholder who will affect his control over Microsoft. If he still wants to annex Yahoo, he might even find himself bringing in a group of major shareholders who will threaten his position. Do you all think Bill Gates will insist on buying the shares or give up?" AOL was a company established by Steve Keyes and several partners. Steve Keyes did not have absolute control over AOL. 2 years ago, after Firefly invested in AOL, it became the largest shareholder of AOL with 30% of its shares. This was also the reason why Steve Keyes insisted that Eric not participate in AOL's management for a period of time. At this time, there was less than a year left before Firefly's 3-year agreement to not participate in AOL's management, but Steve Keyes felt that Eric did not care much about AOL's management rights. This young man's vision had always been on a broader industrial chain. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Steve Keyes probed, "Eric, I personally very much hope to join this alliance plan, but I don't think AOL needs to separate all of its online business, right?" In the original spacetime, AOL was stimulated by the extremely frothy online business in the later stages of the dot-com boom. It completely deviated from its own development foundation and focused more on web portals and other online businesses. After the dot-com bubble burst, it suddenly realized that its technical expansion in the broadband field was even worse than traditional internet service providers. This also led to the rapid loss of AOL's online users. After the prosperity dissipated, the behemoth with a market value of more than $170 billion was packaged and sold by Time Warner, leaving only an empty shell of more than $4 billion. When he first chose to invest in AOL, Eric originally had the idea of letting AOL continue to harm Time Warner. However, after thinking about some things in depth, Eric gradually dispelled this slightly evil idea. Instead of watching an expensive fireworks show worth hundreds of billions of dollars during the dot-com bubble burst, it was better to adjust AOL's trajectory and let this company become a part of his own wealth empire. Steve, although it's a few years later than AOL, with Yahoo's current huge user advantage, it's not difficult for Yahoo to enter the field of internet service providers and surpass AOL. However, I won't choose to do this unless it's absolutely necessary because I want Yahoo to focus on its own business and do it to the best of its ability. Similarly, I also hope that AOL can fulfill its role as an internet service provider. I believe that with the close cooperation of our 3 parties, AOL will only need a few years to surpass traditional service providers like AT&T and Comcast. At that time, AOL can also expand into the field of cable TV service providers through mergers and acquisitions. At that time, Firefly Group can also provide cable TV content support for AOL. Having said that, Eric paused for a moment, giving Steve Case a moment to think before saying in a solemn tone, "So, now, between becoming an industrial giant or persisting in diversified development and not being able to achieve anything, which do you choose? Steve Case showed a faint bitter smile. He could hear that Eric didn't give him a second choice. If they couldn't become allies, it was likely that they would become enemies. He was also moved by Eric's words. If he could become an industry giant like AT&T, Comcast, and Time Warner, it wouldn't be so difficult to give up the online business. Eric, after all, this matter involves the future of AOL. I need to communicate with Bill and the others. In addition, Steve Case waved the alliance plan in his hand and said, although AOL has already made profits, the existing capital is completely insufficient to support this plan. I hope that AOL can start the IPO plan ahead of time. Under normal circumstances, in a mature capital market, after a company went public, as more investors joined, the shares would become more and more dispersed. The shareholders' right to speak would gradually weaken, and the corresponding management would also gain more power. Although he was already inclined to Eric's plan, Steve Case still didn't want AOL to completely become a chess piece in Eric's industrial layout. He hoped to gain more control. In order to get more funds after the IPO, I hope AOL can continue to go public at the same pace. Eric shook his head and rejected Steve Case's suggestion. He didn't mind Steve Case's desire to gain more control. However, at this time, AOL's market value was less than $2 billion. Even if they publicly issued 10% of the shares, the amount of financing would not exceed $200 million. However, if they could push back the time by a year, with the same proportion of shares, the funds raised would definitely be doubled. After directly extinguishing Steve Case's idea, Eric quickly gave him a sweet date. As long as AOL agrees to this alliance plan, Firefly can provide $200 million of low-interest debt financing for AOL without any additional conditions. As an ally, Yahoo will also use portals and other platforms to take the initiative to promote AOL. They can even become AOL's network service distributor. Hearing the promise of $200 million of low-interest debt financing, Steve Case didn't have much resistance in his heart. However, Steve Case asked in confusion, Eric, what does it mean for Yahoo to become AOL's distributor? Eric said, Yahoo is about to release an application software. I believe that the popularity of this software is absolutely no less than the online mail service and browser software. If AOL is willing, Yahoo can build an AOL network login module into this software. I believe that this will greatly promote the promotion of AOL's network access business. Moreover, because the business core is not in this area, Yahoo only needs to ask for a share slightly higher than the maintenance cost. At present, most operating systems did not have a dedicated network connection function. In order to access the internet, in addition to the necessary hardware, it also needed to be loaded with the network service provider's login software. This login method could provide a platform for advertising and promotion for the service provider to earn a lot of extra profits. Therefore, it had not completely disappeared until more than 2 decades later. If the application software that Eric mentioned could really be as popular as the browser software, Steve Case certainly wouldn't refuse this cooperation. When he continued to ask, Eric did not reveal more. At this point, the issue of AOL's alliance was basically resolved. The specific cooperation plan would only be discussed after Steve Case gave a definite answer tomorrow. Eric then couldn't wait to talk with everyone about another plan to promote the construction of the ADSL broadband network. This was the most urgent matter at the moment. Eric's requirements were not high. With the current limitations of the internet, which could only provide text, pictures, and a small amount of audio content, as long as the average speed was raised to a stable 512 kbps as soon as possible and the charging model was changed to provide a cheap monthly package, then Yahoo's development in the next few years would not be limited by the internet environment. After many years of operation, AOL had accumulated enough experience in network construction and service operation. Cisco's leading technology could also quickly solve the hardware needed for the construction of the new broadband network. They could even provide a complete network solution for AOL. Firefly and Yahoo's advertising resources in film and television media and online portals would also solve the promotion problem of the new network service. Therefore, the slightly excited people chatted and unknowingly, the whole night had passed. Even if the 5 people present were not workaholics, it was common for them to work overnight. When the sky outside the window gradually brightened, the 5 people did not feel sleepy at all. They just went back to their individual rooms to wash up and then went downstairs to have breakfast together. Throughout the night, perhaps because the more they talked, the more engrossed Eric was in the conversation, he unconsciously revealed a lot of internet concepts that had not yet appeared. Big data, cloud computing, e-commerce, antivirus software. In short, he said whatever came to mind. When he noticed that the expressions of the other 4 people had changed significantly, he quickly stopped talking. Even so, Eric knew that his image in their minds was probably close to that of an alien. Steve Case even had the idea of opening a chain of AOL internet cafes in major cities in the United States because of Eric's hint. It turned out that there was no concept of internet cafes in 1994. Eric did not have a good impression of internet cafes in his memory, but he knew that because of the strict supervision system, internet cafes in the West were not rampant. However, as a certain theory said, everyone could cook at home, but restaurants were still everywhere. The same was true for internet cafes. In his memory, internet cafes in the West should be called internet cafes. Most of them were a combination of internet cafes and coffee shops, more similar to a leisure place. Eric was also very supportive of Steve Case's idea. The emergence of internet cafes in advance was like the free Wi-Fi provided by technology giants like Google more than a decade later. It could allow more ordinary people to access the internet. If AOL's chain of internet cafes was really big enough, it would also play a role in promoting the popularization of the internet. However, these needed to be upgraded after AOL's ADSL broadband technology was implemented. Moreover, when Windows 95, a simpler and easy-to-use operating system, was released, coupled with ADSL high-speed broadband, the feasibility of this plan was indeed very high. Last night, Steve Case originally planned to delay it with the excuse of discussing it with other partners. However, this morning, Steve Case became a fanatical supporter of Eric's Information Industry Alliance plan after being influenced or brainwashed by Eric's description of the broad prospects of the internet industry. It was just a simple phone call with other partners and some executives of AOL, and the matter was settled. Of course, there was no obstruction on John Chambers' side. Compared to AOL, Cisco's current equity was more dispersed. Except for the largest 21% stake in Eric's hands, there were no other shareholders with more than 10%. Therefore, as the CEO, John Chambers could completely decide this matter. In this case, taking advantage of the opportunity that Eric was still in Boston, several people directly began to discuss the next stage of the cooperation plan. On the other hand, Bill Gates, who came to Boston again after many years, was also quite glamorous. Speeches, interviews, and banquets from several universities and local media celebrities in Boston followed one after another. The original agreement with Eric to visit the headquarters of Yahoo was obviously forgotten by him. Eric was busy discussing the cooperation of the Information Industry Alliance with John Chambers and Steve Case. He hoped that Damon could be glamorous for a few more days. When Bill Gates finally heard the news of Eric's meeting with John Chambers and Steve Case, he personally called. The alliance plan between Yahoo, AOL, and Cisco had basically been drafted. Eric was too familiar with Bill Gates' style of doing things, so he never thought of pulling Damon in. This was a master who wanted to get involved in any business. Although they cooperated with IBM in the 1980s, because Microsoft wanted to get involved in the hardware business that overlapped with IBM in recent years, there were deep cracks between the two sides. If it were not for the difficulty of the development of the processor chip, Eric believed that Microsoft would absolutely not mind getting involved in Intel's territory. In the original space-time, when it came to all areas of the internet industry, Microsoft basically held the attitude of seeing a wild goose flying by, regardless of whether it ate it or not. They did not let go of any portal, instant messaging, online mailbox, etc. As for the upcoming cooperation with Microsoft, Eric did not hide it from John Chambers and Steve Case. He also revealed a little about the reason and purpose of doing so. This did not hinder the alliance agreement between the three parties at all. After some amendments to the cooperation plan, Ian Neer, John Chambers, and Steve Case signed the agreement on behalf of Yahoo, Cisco, and AOL respectively. Then John Chambers and Steve Case rushed back to their respective companies and began the early stages of the implementation of the alliance plan. At this stage, there was no need to hide the instant messaging software and browser scripting language projects from Steve Case and John Chambers. In order to facilitate communication between several people scattered across the United States, Eric deliberately used the YCR instant messaging software, which was still in the closed beta state, to establish the first official chat tribe in the history of instant messaging. He pulled in all the main people in charge of these companies and gave the YCR tribe a very cool name, Firefly Empire. Many years later, a legend had been circulating in the YCR circle, the world's most widely used instant messaging software. In the huge YCR social network world, there was a very mysterious tribe. This tribe did not even have a serial number. Ordinary people absolutely could not find it, let alone have the qualifications to join at will. Even if a user wanted to establish a fake tribe with the same name, the system would explicitly prohibit it. Any member of this tribe had a position in their respective industry. Any news from this tribe could cause economic fluctuations on a global scale. Many people who were lucky enough to have access to bits and pieces of information about this tribe said that the ones who really had the ability to control the world were not the ridiculous Rothschild, not the Jews, and not the so-called Freemasonry, but a group of people in the electronic tribe called Firefly Empire who really controlled the global economic lifeline. At the end of May, the $8 billion bonds issued by Firefly Group for the acquisition of ABC gradually entered the actual distribution stage. Therefore, as the first summer after completing the acquisition of ABC television network, this summer was crucial for Firefly. Once the summer movies could not continue the excellent box office performance of Firefly's films in previous years, it would seriously dampen the investment institution's interest in investing in Firefly Group bonds. Although Firefly's acquisition of ABC had been settled, in recent months, investors and the media's attention on Firefly Group had not decreased at all. Under the attention of a large number of people, the 3 films released by Firefly during the summer vacation this year also aroused a lot of doubts. Whether it was the war film Saving Private Ryan or the 2D animation The Lion King, they were not favored by the media and investment institutions. At the same time, because Arnold Schwarzenegger had just failed in Last Action Hero last year, this year's True Lies with Cameron had not even been released yet, but it had already caused some boos. Moreover, the critics blamed Eric's personal blindness and arrogance for Firefly's abandonment of its own advantages in CG special effects films and the creation of unpopular films. They claimed that Eric had been completely blinded by his past success and regarded himself as an omnipotent god. At the same time, many shareholders, including Buffett, asked Eric about the purpose of handing over the popular special effects film projects such as Men in Black, Night at the Museum, and Resident Evil. Although these shareholders all used a harmless negotiating tone, Eric could still feel a strong distrust. He also understood that these shareholders asked him not to support the competitors. The trip to Boston, which was originally planned for a week, was postponed from May 9th to May 25th. Although many things were still unfinished, Firefly Group was an important source of funds for Eric's subsequent series of industrial layout. Therefore, feeling that the secret forces inside and outside Hollywood were becoming more and more restless, Eric handed over the cooperation negotiations with Microsoft to Chris and the Yahoo management team and hurried back to Los Angeles to preside over the situation. As soon as Firefly's commercial plane landed at the Santa Monica Airport in Los Angeles, Eric rushed to Firefly's headquarters in Burbank. Beverly Hills Cop 3, which is released today, and The Mummy, which is released 2 days later, will be important competitors to Saving Private Ryan a week later. Paramount has arranged more than 2,900 screens for Beverly Hills Cop 3. Universal Pictures' hairstyle strategy for The Mummy is obviously imitating last year's Jurassic Park. The Mummy's opening canvases even reached 3,100 screens. Paramount's other film, Star Trek VII, was scheduled to be released on June 17, right after True Lies on June 10. The production cost of this film was only $35 million. The quality was definitely not comparable to True Lies. However, Paramount did not have any pressure on the box office and was very relaxed in terms of publicity. Moreover, the Star Trek series had accumulated popularity for decades. Once this film became a blockbuster, it would have a great impact on the box office of True Lies. Finally, Warner Pictures Law Enforcement suddenly changed its schedule at the beginning of the month and chose to release at the same time as The Lion King on June 24. Their intention to target is even more obvious. In the conference room at Firefly's headquarters, Michael Lin explained the recent situation with a worried look. After listening to Michael Lin, Eric asked, "What about July?" Michael Lin knew that Eric was asking about the two films in July, Breakin' Pretty Baby and Men in Black. These two films were released by MGM and Columbia respectively, but Firefly still had a large share of the rights. Breakin' Pretty Baby, Men in Black and Fox's Dumb and Melon 2. There are no comparable competitors in the same period. In the original spacetime, the reason why Dumb and Melon 2 appeared more than 10 years later was mainly because the producers could not afford to hire Jim Carrey after the first Dumb and Melon. Now that the copyright of Dumb and Melon had fallen into the hands of the rich Fox, this problem was of course no longer a problem. It was not surprising that a sequel would be released. After listening to Michael Lin, Eric chuckled and said, "They are quite relaxed." Michael Lin said, "I have been asking the public relations department to keep an eye on the recent trend of Yuluan, and I have sent lawyers' letters to 6 newspapers and television stations that maliciously attacked. The publicity department has drafted a plan for an additional $10 million for each film. I had someone send it to your email last night. Maybe you haven't had time to see it yet." Eric nodded first to express his affirmation of Michael Lin's work, but then he shook his head and said, "There is no need to increase the publicity fee. The average publicity fee for each of the 3 films is $40 million. The advertising effect has already reached saturation. It is not worth it to continue to increase the publicity fee. It is not the first time we have encountered this kind of situation. There is no need for us to be in a hurry to deal with it. In fact, you should also be able to see that they are betting that Firefly will encounter a failure this summer. Whether it's the unpopular Saving Private Ryan, the genre failure True Lies, or the completely changed The Lion King, they've all given them a hint that Firefly is likely to encounter failure. They're just waiting for this moment to really come, and then they'll make Firefly's failure even more thorough." Speaking of this, Eric smiled confidently with a hint of sarcasm and said, "But have they not considered that maybe the situation in their imagination will be completely reversed? At the current level of Firefly Group's development and competition with several other major film companies, some private tricks did not have much effect. In the final analysis, it was still a competition of the quality of the film. In this regard, Eric's advantage was absolutely incomparable. Not only that, Eric decisively handed over the daily management of Firefly Group to the more professional Katzenberg, Michael Lin, and others. He devoted most of his energy to film production. It could be said that he played his advantage incisively and vividly. In this case, the film produced in the original spacetime had proven its box office potential. Even if the box office did not reach the level of the original spacetime because of the butterfly effect, there was almost no possibility of a complete failure. Eric's words were like a reassuring pill to everyone present. Before this, Michael Lin and others were influenced by the public opinion of the outside world and more or less had similar concerns. Their minds settled down and they began to discuss the next countermeasures. The reason for the current situation, in addition to the expansion of Firefly Group's power squeezing the position of other film companies in the same industry, was also the influence of Firefly's other shareholders and Wall Street capital forces. Now was the most critical moment of Firefly Group's bond issuance. Once the $8 billion bond issuance was blocked, according to the additional terms when Firefly acquired ABC, Firefly would either choose to raise the interest rate or choose to reduce the bond issuance share, and the shortfall would continue to be paid with equity. No matter which of these two results, investors would be happy to see. Therefore, Katzenberg, who specially came back from New York, said, "Eric, when I was in New York, Tom Murphy asked me more than once about the cooperation between Firefly, Sony, and MGM. We can't change the established contract. But I think we should take back the distribution rights of Mission Impossible, Night at the Museum, and other films from Miss Barrymore. With the current situation in Colombia, there should not be much resistance. This can also greatly improve the confidence of those shareholders and creditors in the company, and there will be much less resistance to our bond issuance." In the past few years, Colombia had been in a mess under Peter Guber's management. At this time, there was not much resistance to finding a reason to take back the distribution rights, but many of Eric's plans would be interrupted. Columbia will not only bear 50% of the publicity cost of these films, but also only take 15% of the box office share. Even if we can squeeze out distribution resources from films such as Day of Independence and Jurassic Park 2, Firefly can't possibly offer such conditions, right? Katzenberg nodded helplessly. With the current average distribution cost of more than $40 million, if Columbia wanted to recoup the cost from the investment, they would need at least $130 million at the North American box office. Of course, this time Columbia got the overseas distribution rights and could also make some profits, but the videotapes and movie peripheral rights still belong to Flower Pictures. Of course, Flower Pictures would choose to cooperate with Firefly. Compared to the expected huge profits of hundreds of millions of US dollars from these blockbuster films, the fat meat was divided between Flower Pictures and Firefly. As one of the big seven, Columbia was reduced to drinking the soup, and this soup would definitely be pocketed by Peter Guber in the form of bonuses and other forms. Katzenberg felt that if he was the major shareholder of Columbia, he would definitely use all means to throw a manager like Peter Guber into jail. But the dreamy reality was that Sony was still very confident in this executive, and everyone in Hollywood knew that Columbia's mess was getting worse and worse. Eric, since the main problem now is to ensure the smooth issuance of the company's bonds, I think we just need some good news that can really stimulate the market. After Michael Lind said this, everyone at the meeting looked at Eric. Eric certainly knew what this group of people was thinking. He smiled and said, "It just so happens that I have written a good script recently, and I plan to invite Julia Roberts to be the female lead. Maybe I can release this news tomorrow." That's not enough. Frank Wales also said at this time, "Eric, you should be like Pretty Woman and direct it yourself. Since Jurassic Park last year, everyone is concerned about what your next film will be." Eric spread his hands and said helplessly, "But you know, I have other things to do. At most, I will be the producer myself." Katzenberg said, "Eric, I remember you said that for The Matrix, if you can announce this project at the same time, the effect will definitely be better." Eric thought for a while. The Matrix could also be put on the agenda now. He said, "No problem. You can go and prepare the press release later. I won't be attending the press conference. In the next few days, I need to check the production progress of all the projects at hand." After confirming this matter, Katzenberg briefly described the restructuring progress of ABC television network. The heads of the various departments also reported some trivial matters. Only then did the meeting end. On the way back to the Sharp Corner Manor, Eric accidentally fell asleep in the car. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was still leaning against the back seat of the car. However, the girl's warm and soft body was next to him, and the two of them were covered with a blanket. Whenever he returned to Los Angeles, Drew would always appear by his side immediately. Eric felt a warmth in his heart. They should be in the garage, but it must be dark outside. He felt inexplicably tired. Eric couldn't be bothered to check what time it was, nor did he mind being in the car. He planned to continue sleeping with the girl in his arms. However, perhaps because she felt his movement, Drew woke up. "Eric," she called lazily. As usual, the girl rubbed against him, then complained, "It's so dark. Natasha, turn on the lights." In the dark, Eric couldn't help but smile. Just as he was about to remind her that they were in the car, after a light sound, the lights in the car lit up. Eric was surprised to find that there were two identical figures sitting in the front row. This was not the Mercedes-Benz he took back, but another wide off-road vehicle. Eric didn't have the habit of collecting cars, but the little girl often bought some luxury cars when she was in the mood. Unknowingly, there were already more than 20 cars parked in the Manor's underground garage. Because they were rarely driven, most of them were new. Looking at the girl who was about to act coquettishly with a smile, Eric pinched her little ears and said, "Why do you let them sit in the front?" Drew smiled and said, "Do you want them to sit in the back row too?" "Yeah, then you can drive in the front row," Eric said helplessly. Then he opened the door and got out of the car. The girl and the twins also got out of the car. Eric looked at the unfamiliar off-road vehicle in front of him, kicked the tires, and asked, "Is this a Hummer? When did you like this kind of car?" "I bought it for you." Drew came over and held Eric's arm. She said, "It's a birthday gift." Eric just remembered that he had just celebrated his 24th birthday. He shrugged indifferently, walked out, and said, "I'm not a coal miner. Why do I need a Hummer?" Drew didn't understand what he meant by coal miner. She pouted at Eric and asked for praise. "This is a military vehicle. It's very sturdy." And then, Drew blinked and seemed to have realized. However, it was useless. Eric rarely drove himself now, let alone driving such a military vehicle. "If you don't like it, then forget it. I'll just change it for a birthday gift." Eric pretended to be curious and asked, "Oh, there's a backup, tell me about it." The girl pointed to the twins who were quietly following behind her. "Here, the two of them." When Eric heard what the girl said, he raised his arm and knocked her on the head as usual. With so many things going on recently, he was not in the mood to deal with women, let alone two women who looked exactly the same. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. After returning to the villa, Eric sent the twins to prepare dinner. He checked the facts and took out the press release that Firefly's headquarters had prepared for tomorrow, as well as several other documents. Although Eric appeared to be confident in the meeting room, it was impossible for him to be completely free of worry. Paramount and Universal chose to release two heavyweight films before Saving Private Ryan at the same time. Their purpose was to give Firefly a head-on blow during the summer. Once Saving Private Ryan failed, under the influence of someone with ulterior motives, the subsequent two films would definitely be greatly affected. Eric put the press release aside and first looked at the box office data of the first two films in Paramount's Beverly Hills Detective series. Beverly Hills Detective, which was released in 1984, earned $230 million at the North American box office at a cost of $15 million, and was the box office champion that year. The follow-up, Beverly Hills Detective 2, also earned $150 million at the local box office. The latest film, Beverly Hills Detective 3, could be said to be the ambitious work of Viacom after acquiring Paramount. Although it was a black comedy without special effects and big scenes, Paramount still spent $50 million on the production cost, which was more than twice the investment of similar films. According to the box office curve of the second sequel and the growth of the Hollywood box office in recent years, Firefly's internal data analysis department estimated that the total box office of Beverly Hills Detective 3 on Wednesday and Thursday, plus the first 3 days of the first weekend, would exceed $50 million. At the same time, Universal's The Mummy was even more popular than Beverly Hills Detective 3. Although the total investment of this adventure film, which was similar to the Raiders of the Lost Ark series, was only $60 million, this was mainly because Nicole had used her salary as a shareholder, and the crew had gone to Morocco, North Africa to film, which greatly reduced expenses. Without these two measures to reduce costs, the production cost of The Mummy would not be less than $80 million. Combined with Universal's publicity model, trailers, and test screenings, the prediction department predicted that the box office would reach $50 million in the first 3 days. Although both companies used a saturation release strategy with a relatively large drop in the next week, based on the 40% drop in the next week of Beverly Hills Detective 3 and The Mummy, if the data in their hands didn't change too much, the box office for Saving Private Ryan in the first weekend would only be about 35 million yuan at most, and the box office for the first 7 days would only be about 50 million yuan. At the same time, after True Lies was released on the 10th of June, 4 heavyweight movies would gather together. In addition to the cannon fodder movie that had to share a portion of the box office, although the weekly box office would hit a new high, the first week box office of True Lies was likely to be limited to $50 million. The next 2 weeks were Paramount's Star Trek VII, Warner's The Law Enforcement General, and Firefly's The Lion King. Both Star Trek VII and The Law Enforcement General were big variables. Eric only had a vague impression of Star Trek VII. Since he didn't have any special memories of it, it meant that this movie wasn't a big threat. Warner Pictures was stimulated by Clint Eastwood's Unforgiven's double box office awards. This summer, they ignored the overall weakness of Western films and released 2 blockbuster Western films. In addition to The Law Enforcement General, the other was the opening film of this summer's Summer, Mahuali the Gambler, starring 2 big names, Mel Gibson and Jodie Foster. However, after the movie was released on the 20th of May, it only received $13 million in the first weekend, which was far below Warner Pictures' expectations. At the same time, it also withdrew from the competition of the summer box office. The Law Enforcement General was also a Western film that Kevin Costner had filmed last year. With the reputation that Kevin Costner had accumulated in Dances with Wolves, no one could be sure how The Law Enforcement General would turn out. Eric had no memory of this movie at all, so there were only two possibilities. One was that the movie was silently flopped in the original time and space. The other was that this was a brand new movie that was affected by the butterfly effect. Eric very much hoped that the result was the former, but looking at the $63 million budget of The Law Enforcement General and the prime time slot of June 24 given by Warner, Eric felt that the latter might be more likely. After all, the film company had accumulated years of experience. Before the movie was released, they could almost make a detailed assessment of the movie's quality and box office prospects. Although they often made mistakes, this assessment was like a weather forecast. There was no guarantee of accuracy, but the probability of a deviation in the general direction was not high. If the Law Enforcement General's box office results could really match its production cost and schedule, then The Lion King's box office would also be affected in an unpredictable way. Over the years, with the platform that Eric gave, Drew, who was very smart, definitely had 7 or 8 tails, even if she did not have 9 tails. However, the girl showed her smart side less and less around Eric. Of course, she was aware of the current situation. Seeing Eric frowning and pondering, the girl docilely moved over and said, "Eric, how about I return the distribution rights of Mission Impossible and Night at the Museum, as well as those copyrights to Firefly?" Drew's voice broke Eric's contemplation. Looking at the data analysis in his hand, Eric laughed self-deprecatingly. He had so many good cards in his hand. Even if he really lost this round, it would not affect too much. He could just make a comeback. Eric hugged the girl and kissed her white and tender face. He smiled and said, "Of course not, these are our little stash, we won't give it to anyone. By the way, how is the preparation for Forrest Gump?" The girl curled up in Eric's arms and said, "Hanks's salary has been settled. $8 million, but he hopes that we can provide enough resources for the Oscars in the future. In addition, Godfather also likes the script. Amy and I went to his house last week, and he especially helped us invite Robert Zemeckis. Robert has already agreed to take over the project. Tom Hanks's salary for signing Saving Private Ryan was $10 million. Eric knew that the reason why he lowered his salary was most likely because he saw Forrest Gump as a potential Oscars film. Hanks was about to turn 40, and his desire for an Oscar was even more urgent. If it were not for Saving Private Ryan, Hanks would probably have taken on Philadelphia Stories, just like in the original timeline. Although there was a deviation in history, with his outstanding performance in Saving Private Ryan and the following Forrest Gump, it was not impossible for him to repeat the miracle of winning 2 Oscars in a row. Hearing that the director, Robert Zemeckis, was helped by Spielberg, Eric was also curious and asked, "What film has Steven been preparing recently?" "No, Godfather is only the producer of a few films. I heard that he and David Geffen are planning to set up a new film studio, just like the United Artists led by Chaplin. They will only be responsible for the production and not the distribution." Drew shook his head and said, "But I don't think this plan will work at all. If they don't do the distribution themselves, they will still be restrained by the Big Seven." Eric thought that in this timeline, with Jurassic Park in his hands and Katzenberg staying at Disney, Spielberg would not want to set up his own company. After hearing Drew's words, he realized that this matter should be led by the rich and powerful David Geffen. David Geffen had his own record and production company, with a net worth of more than $2 billion. Last year, he left Time Warner, and Eric rejected him to join Firefly. David Geffen probably had the idea of setting up a big film studio after that. Thinking of the last few words of his little girl, Eric asked, "You didn't say that in front of Steven, did you?" Drew chuckled and shook his head. "I'm not an idiot. Godfather is so excited that he wants to do something big. I'm just asking for a rebuff by saying something like that." Eric smiled. Although his little girl had become closer to Spielberg in recent years, it was not to the point where she would say such things. Although Eric slept for a while in the car, he quickly went to bed after eating the dinner prepared by the twins. The next day, before dawn, Eric was awakened by a rapid ringing of the phone. He groggily touched the phone and put it to his ear. Katzenberg's excited voice immediately came through. "Eric, the company just received news. Can you imagine? 72 million US dollars, only 72 million US dollars, haha." Eric looked at his watch. It was not even 4 o'clock yet. He secretly sighed at Katzenberg's lunatic. Does a workaholic not need to sleep? He is so energetic. Eric quietly got out of bed and pulled the thin blanket over his little girl. Then he walked out of the bedroom with the cordless phone. Although he had already realized something, Eric asked again, "What 72 million US dollars? Of course it's the box office of the first day of Beverly Hills Detective 3. It's only 72 million US dollars, which is only 30% of the estimated 6 million US dollars on the first day. Paramount originally hoped that this sequel could hit 200 million US dollars at the box office, but now it seems that the total box office may not even reach 50 million US dollars. As long as The Mummy doesn't surpass the box office curve of Jurassic Park, our Ryan box office potential will not be suppressed. After hearing Katzenberg's confirmation, Eric instantly woke up. At the same time, he understood why Katzenberg was so energetic. Hearing a faint voice on the other end of the phone, Eric asked, "Jeffrey, are you at the company now?" "Of course, Michael is also on the way. I'm just informing you that you have other work to do today, so you don't have to come over. If there's anything, I'll call you immediately." Katzenberg then said, "Paramount originally wanted to cover up this news. The manager on duty in the data department took more than 2 hours to get the exact data. We are now contacting the media to further expand the influence of this news. Although the morning newspaper is a little late, ABC's morning news will focus on this news. There will also be special film review articles in the evening newspapers of major cities today. Even if Beverly Hills Detective 3 is only a temporary loss, we will not let it have any chance to make a comeback." After hanging up the phone, Eric's mood suddenly relaxed. As Katzenberg had just said, even if Beverly Hills Detective 3 was only a temporary box office loss, the subsequent one-sided bad reviews would make the movie have no chance to make a comeback. Although Universal and Paramount had a faint intention of jointly targeting Firefly, Eric believed that Universal must be doing the same thing. After dawn, there would be a lot of negative news about Beverly Hills Detective 3 in the media. The dismal box office of Beverly Hills Detective 3 on the first day of Beverly Hills Detective 3 gave Paramount no reason to refute. Once it failed in the United States, as a black comedy with a bad reputation, the overseas box office would be even more hopeless. Although Hollywood's current comprehensive statistics only accounted for 30% of the total box office revenue, and other peripheral revenue was as high as 70%, that was only if the quality of the movie was good. Once Beverly Hills Detective 3 failed in both box office and reputation, it would form a domino effect. Then, no one would be interested in this movie in the video and television markets. According to the North American box office of Beverly Hills Detective 3, this comedy, which cost nearly 100 million US dollars to produce and distribute, could eventually cause Paramount a loss of no less than 50 million USD. For Lei Sherdong, who was ambitious and wanted to make a name for himself in Hollywood, this loss was enough to make his heart ache for a long time. Next, there was only The Mummy left. Even if The Mummy was a small hit, it would no longer suppress Saving Private Ryan. As long as Saving Private Ryan performed at a normal box office level, under the guidance of Firefly, it would be able to form a positive competitive relationship with True Lies in terms of reputation and box office. The failure of Beverly Hills Detective 3 was like the opponent suddenly losing an important chess piece in a game of chess. Firefly immediately regained the initiative. In his excitement, Eric didn't have any intention of going back to sleep. He put on his clothes and went downstairs in advance. He went to his basement study to deal with some of the emails that had accumulated yesterday. When the sun rose outside the window, he left the study and planned to exercise. As soon as the automatic door of the study opened, Eric saw the twins walking down the stairs side by side. The two sisters were wearing the same black tank top and shorts, which made their slender waists and long legs look even fairer. Their blonde hair was tied into a ponytail, their oval faces were delicate and round, and their blue eyes looked big even without eyeshadow. Their nose and mouth were very small, and their thin eyebrows and thin lips had a different kind of purity. Seeing Eric suddenly appear after the automatic door opened, the twins stopped in their tracks and shouted in unison, "Boss." Eric saw that the twins were dressed to go for morning exercise, so he nodded and said, "Just in time, accompany me to the gym." Eric was about to walk out after he finished speaking, but the twins looked at each other and didn't move. Eric asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" One of the girls hesitated and said, "Boss doesn't allow us to accompany you to the gym." The boss this time was probably referring to Drew. Eric was still stunned for a moment before he understood. When the girl said that Drew didn't allow them to accompany him to the gym, she probably meant that he didn't allow them to fight with him. After all, he would only be beaten up in the boxing ring. Eric certainly didn't like to torture himself, so he laughed and said, "You want to beat me up, but I don't want to. I mean, you can accompany me to run, play basketball, or something else." Only then did the twins follow him quietly. Eric looked at the two gentle and harmless girls and joked as he walked, "Drew is your boss. I'm the owner of this matter, so you should call me master." Although the twins' English hadn't improved much after so long, it wasn't to the extent that they couldn't understand the meaning behind Eric's words. However, the twins didn't hesitate and said in unison, "Yes, master." Eric had always been a little puzzled by the twins' psychological state. When he heard the two girls call him master without hesitation, and the two girls' calm reaction when the little girl casually said that she wanted to give them to him as birthday gifts, he felt even more puzzled. After the morning exercise, Eric took advantage of the time when the twins went to make breakfast to ask the little girl, who had just woken up, this question. "It's very simple, because I bought them." The little girl's mouth was full of foam from brushing her teeth. She said vaguely and winked at Eric playfully, "You can go and try the Polly in the kitchen now. They'll definitely be very obedient, and they're still virgins." Eric leaned against the door of the room and glared at the girl. He asked, "What's the reason?" Drew rinsed his mouth, washed his face, and began to do facial care. He said, "They were originally sold to the United States. If I hadn't spent money to buy them from Sean Kim, they would have been crippled even if they hadn't died in the underground boxing ring. Many people like to see this kind of scene. Moreover, even if they survive, their fate would be nothing more than to fall into some unsightly technical institute. There was never a lack of beautiful things in this world, but under the influence of money and power, they became the victims of some people's dark desires." With the rise of his status, Eric was gradually able to come into contact with these corners of the world that ordinary people could not see. Hearing Drew's words, he only shook his head gently. The girl rubbed her face cream, glanced at Eric's expression, and said, "So, not only did I save their lives, but I also gave them a life that they didn't dare to imagine before. I also helped their family escape from Moscow, a place where they can't even fill their stomachs. What reason do they have to refuse my request?" "Oh." Eric dragged his voice and nodded. He said, "Is that all?" "Hee hee," the little girl giggled. She didn't mind temporarily showing her surly side in front of Eric. She said, "I just told them very bluntly that if I'm not satisfied, they can be returned to Sean Kim." If they were returned, it meant that the twins would once again suffer the tragic fate that the girl had just mentioned. Eric sighed in his heart. He walked over and hugged the girl's soft waist. He said, "You won't do that, right?" The girl twisted her body and turned around. She hugged Eric's body and said, "If you don't let me do that, I won't do that." Eric patted the girl's back and said, "It seems that I have to control you properly, lest you go out and harm the world." The girl knocked her chin on Eric's shoulder and said in a soft voice, "Eric, you are my world. I don't care about anyone else." The dismal box office of US $1.72 million on the first day of Beverly Hills Detective 3 was like a basin of cold water that extinguished the wild ambition of many people who wanted to join forces to snipe the Fireflies. In the fierce competition in Hollywood, there was no lack of situations where everyone would push someone who was down. Then, the media's one-sided negative reviews reduced the box office of Beverly Hills Detective 3 to an even more miserable US $1.5 million the next day. The total box office of US $3.22 million in the first 2 days was only a fraction of Paramount's original estimate of US $12 million. Even outside of Hollywood, many people saw the obvious change in the situation. In the next few days, Eric received a lot of emails expressing goodwill. On the same day that the box office of Beverly Hills Detective 3 was released, Firefly Group released their plans for the Matrix series and Eric's Runaway Bride tailor-made for Julia after Pretty Woman. Firefly's long-term bond sales immediately increased by 50%, and the total sales reached US $200 million. As long as the situation didn't change too much, the bond distribution plan that Morgan Stanley and Deutsche Bank originally planned to complete in 3 months could be completed in 2 months. On May 27, Universal Pictures' The Mummy was released in 3,100 theaters in North America, breaking the record of Jurassic Park last year. Universal Pictures even applied for a Guinness World Record for this gimmick. Because Beverly Hills Detective 3 was completely swept into the corner, the box office of The Mummy achieved a small explosion on its first day, reaching US $16.9 million. The box office of Beverly Hills Detective 3 was only US $4.5 million in the first day. The Mummy received US $18.1 million and US $16.3 million in the next 2 days. Although the box office of US $51 million in the first 3 days was higher than the industry and Universal's internal estimates, Universal was the most excited. As long as Saving Private Ryan didn't form a situation where there were 2 strong films attacking Saving Private Ryan, Firefly didn't feel too much pressure. Even Jurassic Park couldn't withstand a 40% drop in the box office after its successful release last year. The Mummy was estimated to be US $75 million in the first week, and the box office of the next week would definitely fall back to the range of US $40 million to US $50 million. The highest weekly box office in North America was US $170 million, and the themes of the 2 films were completely different. The box office of The Mummy next week wouldn't have much of an impact on Saving Private Ryan. With this matter settled, Eric put down the worries in his heart and began to focus on the production of the film in his hands. He now had control over a batch of the most heavyweight films in Hollywood. Jurassic Park 2, Day of Independence, Toy Story 2, Face/Off, etc. Mission Impossible series, Night at the Museum series, and Forrest Gump from Flower Pictures. Game of the Brave and Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2 were the last 2 films that Firefly collaborated with Columbia. Thunderbolt series with DreamWorks, Resident Evil, and other films. Firefly also participated in part of MGM's upcoming James Bond, The Golden Eye. Although Fox's Braveheart did not have any financial involvement with Firefly, it was certain that Eric would eventually be dragged by Elizabeth for a free consultation. The production progress of these films was different. Some were in post-production editing, and some were still in the script revision stage. Eric only had time to check the progress of the special effects on Game of the Brave and discuss the post-production work in detail with the director of Mission Impossible, Brian De Palma, who had just finished filming. It was already June 3. After a huge premiere, Saving Private Ryan officially opened in 2,700 theaters in North America. As a war film with the theme of commemorating the 50th anniversary of the Normandy landing of World War II, Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Spain, and other major European countries also opened the simultaneous release mode for the first time. There were a total of 29 countries releasing the film at the same time worldwide. The real and tragic Normandy landing scene, the value debate of 8 people saving 1 person, the growth and struggle of the small characters in the war. As soon as Saving Private Ryan was released, a lot of discussion about the film appeared in the media. Many box office analysis agencies had a general conclusion that the final box office of a film was usually proportional to the popularity of the film. When the media began to dig deeper into the female director, Kathryn Bigelow, the popularity of Saving Private Ryan also reached a peak. Firefly originally planned to use Kathryn and Cameron's ex-wife relationship to promote the film. For this reason, they deliberately changed the 2-week gap between the release of Firefly's films and set the release date of True Lies 1 week after Saving Private Ryan. However, after The Hollywood Reporter published an article questioning whether Kathryn could really shoot such a realistic war film like Saving Private Ryan like a man, other media outlets reposted and followed the discussion. This topic quickly provoked a backlash from feminist groups in North America and even Europe. The plan could not keep up with the changes. Firefly's original intention of Saving Private Ryan and True Lies to form a positive box office competition was also declared a failure. However, this result did not affect the box office of Saving Private Ryan at all. Instead, due to a large number of female audiences who were originally not interested in war films suddenly joining the ranks of support, the box office of Saving Private Ryan soared. After the first weekend's box office of $42 million in 3 days, the war film once again won $31 million in 4 days with an unstoppable momentum. The total box office of $73 million in the first week was $25 million more than Firefly's estimate. According to statistics, most of the box office was due to the sudden addition of female audiences. When True Lies was released in the second week, this trend showed no signs of cooling down. It seemed that some feminists who suddenly noticed the relationship between Cameron and Catherine even publicly published advertisements at their own expense in the newspapers, urging their female friends to continue supporting Saving Private Ryan in an attempt to trample True Lies under their feet. Moreover, these initiatives seemed to be working. The box office of True Lies was $37 million in the first weekend. Although Saving Private Ryan did not surpass the box office of Saving Private Ryan, it was only less than $1 million behind True Lies. It was really difficult to determine who would win the box office in the end. While Eric and the other senior executives of Firefly were excited about the box office explosion of Saving Private Ryan, they could not help but have a thought in their minds. Don't mess with women. If they can make a movie's box office rise by 50%, they can definitely make a movie's box office fall by 50%. At the same time, Eric was also secretly glad that True Lies was a completely male-oriented film. If it was a film targeted at female audiences, then the ending this time would definitely be very miserable. The box office of True Lies was finally fixed at $51 million in the first week, barely surpassing the $49 million of Saving Private Ryan in the second week. Although it was not as good as The Mummy and Saving Private Ryan in the first 2 weeks, it was still in line with Firefly's original expectations. The outstanding box office performance of the two movies made the voices that were originally pessimistic about Firefly's summer performance completely disappear without a trace. Even if the box office performance of The Lion King was not good, no one would jump out to question the strength of Firefly Group. Under such circumstances, Katzenberg, who returned to New York again, had less resistance to the restructuring of ABC. After another expansion, the Firefly Cineplex in Praia Vista appeared to be even more bustling and prosperous. During the busy working hours, most people were hurriedly shuttling back and forth, as if they were indifferent to everything outside. However, when a few buses slowly drove into the Cineplex, they still attracted a lot of attention in an instant. When the 5 buses stopped outside a huge studio that had just been built and had not yet been opened, they even attracted a crowd of onlookers. After all, although they were used to seeing too many beautiful women in Hollywood, not many people had seen beautiful women in cars. Looking at a group of tall and curvy women walking out of the bus, many of the onlookers couldn't help but swallow their saliva. However, these people didn't even have time to express their opinions before they were dispelled by a tough security guard. In fact, when some of the staff in the Cineplex were envious of them, the models who got out of the buses also looked at the huge studio around them with longing eyes. For models who usually only had a few years of professional life, if they could find a place for themselves in Hollywood, even if they couldn't become famous, they could find a good husband to marry. What's more, if they could meet the big shot who was about to appear this time, they would have endless luxury for the rest of their lives. According to Eric's project plan, the Victoria's Secret show had to be broadcast before the winter break of the TV series in early December. This way, not only could it achieve the best ratings and advertising effect, but it could also lead to a wave of sales during the New Year's consumer season. The annual show also needed a month of post-production from recording to broadcasting. Because it was the first time such a large-scale annual show was held, the preliminary preparations and rehearsals also needed several months of sufficient preparation. Therefore, although it was only late June, the project had already started. This way, Eric could more leisurely arrange his time among other busy affairs. Studio number 11 in Firefly Studios, which had not yet been officially opened, had been set up as a project studio according to Eric's request. At this time, Eric was in a small conference room separated from the studio. He was introducing the entire plan for the Victoria's Secret show to Emily Brighton and other LTD executives who had come from New York, as well as his own production team. The entire Victoria's Secret show is actually equivalent to a large-scale advertising film. The audience we are facing this time is neither the fashion magazine editors nor the purchasing directors of chain stores, but all the ordinary audience in front of the TV. We can't expect ordinary people to be able to tell how good a model's tablecloth is, nor can we expect them to determine the market prospects of a set of internal design only by observing its design style. What we need to do is to give them what they want to see: exquisite and perfect bodies, gorgeous stage, bright and catchy music. My purpose is to turn the Victoria's Secret show into the Oscars of the fashion industry. Only the most outstanding supermodels can appear on this stage. I want everyone to think of supermodels and associate them with the Victoria's Secret show, not a title given by a few fashion magazines casually. After Eric's brief introduction, the LTD executives and Eric's production team raised their own questions. Eric patiently answered them one by one. After more than an hour of discussion, they had a general understanding of the effect Eric wanted. Unknowingly, there was a lot of chatter outside the conference room. A staff member knocked on the door and came in, saying, "Mr. Williams, Miss Brighton, the models have arrived." "Well, that's all for today. I will find time to discuss the details with you." Eric clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Of course, if you want to see the beauties, you can also stay. The beauties outside are definitely the most beautiful in the world." Everyone laughed and got up. Eric's production team now had their own work to do. Of course, it was impossible for them to stay. Even several senior executives at LTD had flown over from the headquarters. After this meeting, they would immediately return to New York and other places. In the end, in addition to Eric and Emily, there was also the creative director of Victoria's Secret, Edward Razak, whom Eric had specially named. Edward Razak had been in charge of the production of the Victoria's Secret show since 1992. However, in Eric's opinion, the Victoria's Secret show's real maturity should be after 2007 and 2008. Before that, most of the shows were in the stage of exploration. Before 2000, the Victoria's Secret show was basically no different from an ordinary fashion show. This time, Eric planned to directly use the program model of the Victoria's Secret show after 2010. However, he couldn't be in charge of this project all the time. Edward Razak, the producer in the original Spacetime, could be involved in the operation of the entire project. In the future, the Victoria's Secret show could also be handed over to him. After the people attending the meeting gradually left, Emily asked the main creative team members to go out and prepare for the time being. Only Eric and Edward Razak were left behind. Then, she took out a prepared document and handed it to Eric. She said, "This is the list of 40 people that Edward and I have privately selected. A few of them are internal models that we have signed. The rest are from other modeling agencies. This time, Elite and Ford alone sent over 80 people. There are also people from other agencies, a total of 150 candidates. LTD works very closely with these agencies. We can't afford to offend them at all. So, on the surface, we promise to let you choose personally. During the audition later, you can pay attention to these people. In addition, if you think the other models are good, you can adjust them at any time." Eric had originally only asked Emily to prepare a team of about 40 people. He was a little surprised that so many people suddenly appeared. However, after knowing the reason, Eric just nodded casually. The fashion industry and the modeling industry had always been closely linked. A mid-range fashion brand like LTD really didn't want to provoke industry giants like Elite Model Agency and Ford Model Management Company, so as to avoid being criticized in the future during the production of advertisements. However, these things weren't a problem for Eric. When Eric opened the list, Emily said, "There's also the matter of the spokespersons. Of the 5 spokespersons you proposed, we have signed Linda Evangelista and Christy Turlington. Cindy Crawford and Naomi Campbell have also expressed interest in the spokesperson of Victoria's Secret. However, they don't want to waste too much time on this big show, especially Cindy Crawford. I heard that she has signed a big production contract with Warner. There's not much time left for the show." The 1990 issue of Vogue magazine published the photos of the 5 most influential fashion models, and for the first time, the title of supermodel was publicly used. The names that Emily had just mentioned were 4 of the 5. The last German supermodel, Tagana Partes, had already retired. Originally, Claudia Schiff would have filled the gap left by Tagana Partes. However, because of Eric's appearance, Claudia had given up her modeling career and smoothly transferred to Hollywood. Although these supermodels were popular in the fashion industry, Eric didn't care too much about them. The Victoria's Secret show had originally been nicknamed the Terminator of the supermodel era. Many fashion people in the future criticized the Victoria's Secret show for lowering the value of supermodels and reducing them to sensationalism. However, at the same time, no one dared to deny that it was difficult for models who didn't appear in the Victoria's Secret show to gain the title of supermodel. Moreover, in the model's annual income ranking in the previous world, the top 10 models were basically models who walked out of the Victoria's Secret show. Hearing Emily's words, Eric said, "Since the 2 of them don't want to participate in the show, then forget it. We can train the other 3 spokespersons ourselves." Edward said, "Eric, maybe we can ignore Naomi Campbell, but I think it's best to talk to Miss Cindy Crawford again. She's the most popular supermodel." Eric closed the roster and said to Edward with a smile, "Edward, you have to remember that from now on, the most popular supermodel in the Victoria's Secret show will have real popularity. Since they've given up this opportunity, then they'll never want to step on this stage again." After finishing his words, Eric picked up the roster and walked out. Emily purposely stopped and waited for Eric to leave the room. Then she said to Edward, who was a little embarrassed, "Edward, don't mind him. Sometimes this guy is so self-righteous, but most of the time, the results prove that he's right." Of course, Edward didn't mind. He didn't think he had the right to mind a big shot like Eric. Hearing Emily's comfort, Edward couldn't help but ask, "Emily, is what you told me a few days ago true?" "What?" Emily was stunned, but she quickly remembered and nodded. "Of course it's true. Although Eric can be the director this year, he can't do it all the time. He seems to hate doing certain things over and over again. He didn't even want to direct Jurassic Park 2 himself. So next year's fashion show will probably be under your control. So you'd better cheer up and remember every detail about that guy." After receiving a definite answer, Edward Razak finally calmed down. He said, "Emily, if it weren't for Naomi Campbell and Cindy Crawford, do you think we would have been able to get Miss Claudia Schiffer back on stage? She's a top model, and now she's much more popular than all the other models." "That's a good idea, but it's unlikely. Claudia Schiffer now spends most of her time in Hollywood, and her salary has increased to $5 million. It's unlikely that she'll waste a few months of her schedule on a fashion show." Edward revealed a flirtatious smile and lowered his voice. "If it's us, of course, it's impossible. But what if Eric comes out and greets her?" Emily was stunned, and then her eyes lit up. She said, "That's a good idea. I'll give it a try later." While talking about this matter, Edward and Emily walked out of the conference room together. After hesitating for a while, Edward found an excuse to go to the bathroom and went to a secluded place to make a call. Different from the actor's audition room, the model's audition room was more like a professional studio. In order to show the model's stage effects more directly, the spacious room was full of backdrops, filler lights, and soft lighting boxes. Eric felt as if he had returned to his previous life when he worked in an advertising company to shoot print ads. But this time, he didn't need to do it himself. He only needed to say a word, and someone would pick up the best models in the world and choose them at will. In the thick roster, in addition to the 2 confirmed supermodels, there were also some familiar names from his previous life, such as Heidi Klum, Tara Banks, Kate Moss, and so on. Compared to the first few years, Eric was now immune to beautiful women. After all, if something was too easy to get, it would inevitably make people lose interest in pursuing it. Perhaps this was the reason why there was such a high proportion of homosexuals in Hollywood and the fashion industry. Hearing Emily's idea of letting Claudia return to the runway, Eric nodded. "That's a good idea. I'll contact Claudia and see if she has any free time. If she doesn't, then forget about it." Emily said, "You said it yourself. Do you think she won't have any free time?" Eric shrugged. "I'm trying to be a considerate lover, not a tyrant." "Oh, then your lovers are really lucky," Emily teased. She then said, "How many months has it been since you went to New York to visit Kevin and Xianxia?" Eric retorted, "A woman in her 30s who doesn't want to get married or have children has no right to criticize me." There were staff members all around them, and the two of them stopped their bickering at the same time. Since most of the names had already been decided, the so-called interview was actually just a formality. Not to mention those bold and teasing eyes, many accidental bras that fell to the ground also made everyone in the audition room a little feast for the eyes. When another group of models left, Emily finally couldn't help but complain, "What do they think this is? They don't have to be so impatient to get rich guys, right?" Eric turned to a page and said, "Can you not look at me when you say the word rich guy?" Emily gave Eric a sideways glance and said, "Don't blame me for not reminding you, Eric. None of these chicks in this circle are easy to deal with. If you mess around with them, they definitely won't mind exposing your performance in bed and your size in gossip magazines in order to increase their fame." "Well, you've successfully scared me," Eric also made a little dirty joke. Emily snorted and then asked the staff to call the next group of models in. 3 tall figures in the new Victoria's Secret lingerie filed in. Eric immediately noticed the blonde beauty standing in the middle. He flipped through the list of names under the information, but he didn't find her name. Edward Razak asked the 3 models to introduce themselves according to the routine. He walked around the tablecloth and then began to ask some questions. Eric held a document in front of Emily and whispered, "Why isn't Diane Kruger on the list? She was the winner of the 1992 Elite Model Competition in Germany. She should be very good in all aspects, right?" Emily glanced at the photo and then looked up to admire Diane Kruger's tablecloth for a moment. She lowered her head again and said, "She was indeed on the list, but we eliminated her according to your original request." Eric was confused for a moment. "My request?" Emily stretched out her finger and drew a line on Diane Kruger's measurements. "Have you forgotten? You specifically asked us to pay attention to their figures when choosing models." Eric glanced at the A-cup remark at the end of the data, and then looked up at Diane Kruger, who was standing in the middle of the room with a slightly reserved expression. Although Diane Kruger's facial lines were a bit stiff in his memory, most of them were images of her in her 30s. Most Western women's facial contours would change as they grew older. At this time, Diane Kruger had just turned 18. Although she had tied her blonde hair into a bun to make herself look more mature, her petite and round face still had an obvious youthfulness. However, it was this youthfulness that attracted Eric. Edward Razak skillfully went through the interview process, and then looked at the 2 big bosses who had been whispering to each other. Because he was sitting right next to them, he probably heard that Eric was very interested in one of the 3 models. Eric noticed Edward Razak's inquisitive look. He waved his hand and called a stylist over. Then, under the envious eyes of the other 2 models, the stylist took Diane Kruger, who was slightly excited, to the temporary dressing room on the side. After the 2 groups of models were interviewed, the stylist took Diane Kruger out of the dressing room again. Diane Kruger's brand new look made everyone in the room feel excited. Her loose hair made her small face look even more petite and lovely. The bright red lip gloss had been completely wiped away, revealing her pink lips. The youthfulness and vitality of an 18-year-old girl were undeniably in full bloom. Eric said to Emily, who was also surprised, "Look, this girl has a kind of sweetness and innocence. She also has a natural and delicate temperament that makes people want to protect her. This kind of girl will definitely be popular. I think she can even be trained as one of the 5 spokespersons for Victoria's Secret." Before anyone else in the audition room could react to Eric's words, the nervous Diane Kruger covered her mouth in excitement. During this period of time, the hottest topic in the fashion circle was that Eric Williams would personally create an annual fashion show for his Ltd brand. Although some big shots in the circle would occasionally mock Eric in a sour tone, questioning his fashion vision and so on. However, all the models, including their management companies, knew that this was a great opportunity for them to become famous. For modeling agencies, this was a great platform to promote the models under the red flag. For the models themselves, this opportunity was even more precious. If they could participate in this show, not only would their fame rise rapidly, they would also receive more opportunities for activities and endorsements. It was also possible for them to step into the Hollywood circle like Claudia Schiffer. The 5 spokespersons for Victoria's Secret became the focus of the public relations of the modeling agencies. Everyone knew that these 5 spokespersons would receive more resources. Most people also thought that this opportunity would definitely fall to the top of the fashion circle, such as Cindy Crawford, Linda Evangelista, Naomi Campbell, and so on. Diane Kruger had just been asked to stay by Eric. Although she was sure that she would definitely get the opportunity to walk in this show, she had never dared to expect to be invited as a spokesperson for Victoria's Secret. Therefore, when she heard Eric's words, Diane Kruger was so happy that she almost fell to the ground. Although Emily and Edward Lazek had not yet expressed their opinions, since Eric had said so, everyone in the audition room knew that this matter was set in stone. The makeup artist who had helped Diane Kruger just now noticed that she seemed to be a little unstable, so he very sensibly came over to support her. This matter was completely under Eric's control. After hearing Eric's judgment, Emily and Edward Lazek certainly did not object. When Diane Kruger calmed down, Eric smiled and asked, "So, Miss Kruger, are you willing to accept the invitation to be the spokesperson for Victoria's Secret?" Diane Kruger nodded incoherently and said, "Yes, Mr. Williams. Of course, I'm very willing." "Then, I hope you and your agent can wait for a moment. After the interview, we will talk about the contract in detail." After Diane Kruger left the room, Emily shook her head and said, "Eric, this girl is indeed not bad, but don't you think that her psychological quality is a little weak?" Eric knew that Emily was referring to Diane Kruger's loss of composure. He tapped on Diane Kruger's information and said, "Emily, not everyone's life is as smooth as yours. Take this girl for example. She comes from an ordinary small town in Germany. She has neither experience nor background. If she doesn't meet with a special opportunity, she might disappear from the fashion industry in a few years. Then, she'll get married and have children. She'll become a nobody. This opportunity can be said to have changed her life. No matter how excited she is, it's not too much. I remember when Home Alone was a box office success. Occasionally, I would have the urge to cry." Emily waved her hand and said, Okay. You're right. But you have fame and wealth at the age of 18 that others might not even get in their lifetime. What's there to cry about? Compared to you, others should be crying, right?" Eric smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he asked the next group of models to come in. Although it was just a formality, the interview didn't end until 6 o'clock. Eric had made some adjustments to the list that Emily had given him, and had initially decided on the other 2 spokespersons, Diane Kruger and Tara Banks, besides Linda Evangelista and Christy Turlington. Tara Banks had been given this opportunity not only because of her own qualifications, but also because of proper governance. After all, if all 5 spokespersons were white, there would definitely be a controversy in the future. The last spokesperson hadn't been decided yet. Emily and Edward Razek both favored Claudia, but Eric still needed to confirm whether Claudia's schedule was suitable. It was already evening by the time the interview ended. Eric left the discussion with Diane Kruger to Emily and Edward Razek. He changed his clothes in the temporary dressing room and left the studio in a hurry. That night was the celebration party for True Lies. Although True Lies had been severely suppressed by Saving Private Ryan, the movie was still very successful. The routine celebration party was inevitable. In the 3rd week of June, Paramount Pictures' Star Trek VII was released. Although this $35 million sci-fi film was adapted from a classic American sci-fi TV series, it did not seem to satisfy the audience's visual needs. It only grossed $23 million in the first 3 days of its first weekend, ranking between the first place True Lies and the third place Saving Private Ryan. It did not seem to be able to compete with the 2 blockbusters at all. Although the cumulative box office of The Mummy had reached $160 million in the 4th week of its release, its box office potential had basically been exhausted and it had lost its threat to True Lies and Saving Private Ryan. Moreover, the possibility of The Lion King on June 27 having an impact on the 2 live-action movies was very small. After all, the audience for live-action movies and animated movies were very different. Moreover, True Lies and Saving Private Ryan were both R-rated movies. The possibility of them influencing each other was even lower. At first, Eric was worried that the $63 million Western law enforcement would become an obstacle for True Lies and Saving Private Ryan to reap the box office. However, compared to The Lion King, which had a small test screening, law enforcement had a good reputation. Although law enforcement also held a test screening, the entire film industry was silent. Under such circumstances, anyone with a little common sense would know what had happened. Law enforcement definitely did not have a good reputation. However, under Warner's PR, the film critics did not reveal this news before the film was released on a large scale. Therefore, Eric confirmed a certain guess that he had been hesitating about. Law enforcement should not be a new film caused by the butterfly effect. Instead, it should have flopped silently in the original spacetime. Under such circumstances, Eric did not have any worries. After the box office of True Lies was released at the end of the second week, Firefly held a lively celebration party at the Sunset Tower Hotel in Beverly Hills. Because the interview for the Victoria's Secret Angel ended at 6 in the evening, Eric went directly to the Sunset Tower Hotel from Praia Vista. True Lies was still in theaters, so the celebration banquet was quite high profile. Not only was there a red carpet, but a large number of reporters were also invited to continue to promote the movie's box office. Eric had set off a little late, and there was a traffic jam on the way. When he arrived at the Sunset Tower Hotel, it was already 7:15. The invited reporters thought that there would be no more stars, so they had planned to leave. However, when they saw Eric, they all rushed over. Fortunately, the invited reporters were very well behaved, and they didn't ask any sensitive questions because of Eric's current identity. Eric patiently accepted the interview and walked into the hotel. Some of the executives of Firefly and the crew of True Lies had already come out to greet him. After greeting everyone, Eric came to Cameron. Just as he was about to tease him about Saving Private Ryan, he saw Linda Hamilton beside Cameron. He didn't bring up the topic. He just greeted her warmly and everyone walked to the banquet hall together. After a busy day of work, Eric didn't have much energy to socialize with others. After a few words with some guests who took the initiative to talk to him, Eric came to the Camerons and said to Linda Hamilton, "Linda, can you lend me Jim? We have some things to discuss." Of course, Linda Hamilton raised her glass to Eric and walked away. Eric could see that Cameron and Linda Hamilton were no longer as passionate as before. In his memory, the two of them delayed their marriage until 1997, but the marriage only lasted for a year and a half before they broke up. However, Eric didn't know if Cameron would be able to meet Susie Amos, the woman whose personality was most compatible with his. Cameron followed Eric's gaze and looked at Linda Hamilton's back as she left. He sighed inexplicably. Women. Eric could tell that Cameron's sigh was definitely not directed at Linda Hamilton alone. He smiled and said, "You didn't really suffer a blow, did you?" "Of course not," Cameron immediately denied. However, he hesitated and said, "I went to watch that movie. Catherine did a great job in it." "Alright, let's not talk about her." Eric patted Cameron's shoulder. "Since you lost this time, you'll win it back. Next time." "So, when do you plan to start preparing for Titanic?" Cameron thought for a while and said, "Linda and I plan to go to Hawaii for a vacation next month. We can start preparing at the end of the year." "However, Eric, I think that 70 million is definitely not enough. So this time, why don't we directly raise the production cost to $100 million? That way, I can better arrange the funds." Eric held his chin and pretended to hesitate for a while before he reluctantly said, "I can promise you that. Anyway, you're almost used to burning so much money every time you make a movie. However, it's only $100 million. This time, we definitely can't overspend. You should know that Firefly Group is no longer mine alone. If we overspend, those shareholders will definitely jump out and criticize us." Cameron privately calculated that the production cost was $150 million. However, there had never been a movie with such a high cost in Hollywood. He felt that if he brought it up, Eric would definitely reject it on the spot. He might even cut off the project. Cameron had been thinking more and more about the production of Titanic recently. He definitely did not want to see the project cut off. Therefore, Cameron calculated in his heart. First, He would raise the production cost to $100 million with Eric. After that, it was not up to him. If they ran out of money halfway through the filming, other than continuing to add more, what else could they do? They could not let a project that had already cost $100 million be left unfinished. Therefore, when Eric said that, Cameron readily agreed. He even patted his chest and promised solemnly. Absolutely no problem, Eric. This time, I promise that I won't overspend again. Otherwise, I won't take a single cent of my director's salary. The two unscrupulous fellows had their own little schemes and quickly discussed the specific plans of the project in a serious manner. They even pulled Cameron's producer partner, John Landau, over. When Eric and Cameron were discussing this matter, no one tactfully came over to disturb them. However, after the topic of Titanic, just as they parted ways, Eric saw a couple walking towards him. Eric sized up the tall woman with a beauty mole at the corner of her lips with great interest. He knew that it was definitely not a coincidence. However, he quickly withdrew his gaze and greeted the middle-aged man with a big beard beside the woman. Compared to the woman, Eric paid more attention to the fat man who resembled Harvey Weinstein. Joe Silver. Although producers like Jerry Bruckheimer and John Landau were more famous in Hollywood, when it came to status, at least before the new century, there was absolutely no one who could surpass Joe Silver in the producer circle. His Silver Productions had participated in the development of the Lethal Weapon series, Die Hard with a Dragon series, The Matrix series, Swordfish Operation, V for Vendetta, and many other well-known action movies. Moreover, in the mid-80s, Joe Silver was one of the important candidates for Disney's CEO. Although he did not win over Michael Eisner in the end, it was enough to prove that this person was extremely powerful in Hollywood. Good evening, Joe. Long time no see. Eric took the initiative to greet Joe Silver. He extended his hand and greeted Joe Silver warmly. Joe Silver shook hands with Eric and said with a laugh, "Good evening, Eric. Congratulations on your Firefly having 2 more box office bombs this year." Eric let go of Joe Silver's big hand and took a glass of champagne from the waiter. He asked, "What about you? What movie have you been busy with recently?" It was only then that Joe Silver seemed to remember something. He pointed at the woman with the mole beside him and said, "My production company has been working on a gunfight movie recently. This is my female lead, Miss Cindy Crawford." Eric raised his glass to Cindy Crawford and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Miss Crawford. Joe's movie will definitely make you famous." "Thank you, Mr. Williams." Cindy Crawford had already freed her right hand that was holding the wine glass. Seeing that Eric had no intention of shaking hands with her, she had no choice but to change the glass back. She had always been the center of attention. She had thought that Eric, the legendary playboy, would definitely pounce on her without hesitation. However, the somewhat cold reactions from Eric and Joe Silver beside him made her feel frustrated for the first time. Then, without hesitation, Eric said something that made her feel even more frustrated. "Miss Crawford, can I talk to Joe alone?" Cindy Crawford suppressed the anger in her heart and maintained her charming smile. She said, "Okay, no problem." After Cindy Crawford left, Joe Silver joked, "Eric, there's no need to be angry with a woman who's not worth mentioning. It's not like you can't find enough beautiful women for your runway show. I heard that Firefly Studios has gathered a group of the world's top models today. It's enough to dazzle you." Eric spread his hands and did not mind Joe Silver's teasing. He smiled and said, "I'm a young man. It's normal for me to throw a tantrum. Besides, since this woman has already gotten the female lead of a big production movie, she's still unwilling to let go of the opportunity to be Victoria's Secret spokesperson. This seems a little greedy." "I don't like greedy women." Joe Silver smiled noncommittally. There were too many people in Hollywood who hoped that Eric was just a young and impetuous man. However, no one would be so naive to think that it was the truth. After thinking about it, Joe Silver's eyes had a hint of slyness. He said, "Eric, why don't you tell me about the movie I'm working on? If you can convince me, I'll immediately kick that girl out." Even if Joe Silver did not say anything, Eric knew which movie Cindy Crawford was going to be in. If he did not count the other movies that she had guest starred in, the movie called Competitive Games was the only movie that Cindy Crawford starred in. Of course, it was also the last movie. This was because competitive games told a very chaotic and inappropriate story. A female lawyer accidentally discovered a spy ship of the KGB. In order to destroy the evidence, the Soviet KGB agents launched a series of assassinations on the female lawyer. During the entire process, the American Department of Violence seemed to have disappeared without a trace. The female lawyer and a police detective who was accidentally involved were chased by a group of KGB agents in America like stray dogs. They almost lost their lives several times. If it was before the collapse of the Soviet Union, a movie with such a theme might have caused some reaction. However, it was now 1994. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, the Soviet power had collapsed. Russia had fallen into an economic winter, and the people were in a precarious situation. On the other hand, the self-confidence of the American people was unprecedentedly high. Under such circumstances, seeing such a movie that completely went against the main theme and even had a somewhat absurd plot, one could only imagine the ending of the movie. Seeing that Eric did not object, Joe Silva explained the plot of Competitive Games to Eric. Of course, he wanted to get some advice from Eric. However, after he finished, Eric only shrugged and did not comment. Instead, he said to Joe Silva, "Joe, why don't you come to Firefly after you're done with this movie? I'll give you the same treatment as when you were in Warner. Also, I'm going to produce the movie version of The Matrix soon. I can let you be in charge of this project." Eric's words were completely sincere. Joe Silva was best at producing big-budget action. Movies like Die Hard, and Lethal Weapon. He complimented Jerry Bruckheimer, who had been recruited by Firefly and was good at CG special effects movies. As Firefly's strength continued to expand, Eric could not always maintain a state of being in charge of all the projects under his company. It was necessary to recruit more outstanding producers. Joe Silva was stunned when he heard Eric's words. He probed, "Eric, are you not optimistic about this movie?" Eric asked, "What's the progress on your side?" Joe Silva said, "Filming has already started. If all goes well, it will be released during summer next year." If the other party's project was still in the initial stages of preparation and had not invested too much money, Eric could tell the other party in detail about the key points in order to show his sincerity to Joe Silva and persuade him to cut off the project. However, since the movie had already started filming, a large amount of money had already been spent. There were many things that could not be reversed. Eric could only spread his hands at Joe Silva and said, "If you trust me, try your best to get Warner to fork out the production funds. Also, if you want to join Firefly, I welcome you at any time. The Matrix will only be released in the second half of next year. Before that, as long as you come over, the project is yours at any time." Competitive Games was definitely a huge production with an investment of more than $50 million. If this project was ruined, there would definitely be a crack in the relationship between Joe Silva and Warner. That would be a good opportunity for Firefly to poach him. Eric's pessimistic judgment of confrontational game made Joe Silva's face turn solemn. Although Firefly and Warner Brothers were competitors, when it came to a movie project, Eric would not make any judgment at all. However, since he had spoken, he would definitely not spout nonsense. After all, the movie had to be released eventually. If the result of the movie was the opposite of what Eric had said, then Eric's words today would definitely make him a laughingstock in Hollywood. With Eric's current status, no movie was enough for him to joke around with his reputation. Hollywood was a social circle, but it was also unusually cold and heartless. The failure of a big-budget movie often signaled the departure of a certain executive or producer of the movie company. Therefore, it formed a unique dismissal season in Hollywood. Every year, after the summer break and New Year's, there would be people being kicked out of the movie company following the failure of some movies. The production cost of Confrontational Game was $50 million. Although it could not be compared to the super productions of recent years that easily cost $70 to $80 million, it was still a big-budget movie. Joe Silva understood that if the movie failed, although he would not be kicked out of Warner Brothers, the cooperation between the two parties would definitely not be as close as before. Although he was very tempted by Eric's recruitment, Joe Silva had been operating in Time Warner Brothers' system for almost 10 years. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to rashly switch to another company. After hesitating for a moment, Joe Silva could not help but test the waters. Eric, what do you think is the problem with the movie? Is there any way to fix it? Eric smiled and shook his head. Joe, my position does not allow me to consult you in this regard. It's already very kind of me to tell you what I have just said. In his memory, there were too many problems with confrontational game. Although it was inevitable that action blockbusters would have weak plots, this movie did not even explain a weak plot clearly. Even if the Committee of State Security, KGB, was replaced with other evil forces, it would not make any difference to the movie. Eric felt that the only remedy was to directly cut off the project. Although this would make the early investment go to waste, it could save more production and distribution costs and avoid greater losses. However, the possibility of such a thing happening in Time Warner was very low. Time Warner Corporation's internal system was very bloated, and there were many factions. Every major production project was full of power struggles between various factions. If a movie had a bright future, of course the management would work together. But if the project had problems, the person in charge would definitely fight to shirk responsibility. Even if it was the CEO of Time Warner, as long as it did not affect his own interests, he would not take the risk of being questioned by the board of directors to cut off a project that was already in the filming stage. Eric was not willing to say more, and Joe Silver could not ask for more. Joe Silver had appeared at the party because he wanted to discuss a collaboration with Arnold Schwarzenegger, who had regained his popularity because of True Lies. However, after hearing Eric's words, he cancelled his original plan. If the project of confrontational game was ruined, there would be no progress in the collaboration with Arnold Schwarzenegger. In some ways, confrontational game was similar to Die Hard, Dragons. Joe Silver had originally hoped to create a popular action film series after Lethal Weapon and Die Hard, Dragons. But now, he was only thinking about how to avoid more losses. After all, the movie had just started filming. There was definitely still room to turn things around. On the way back to his mansion in Beverly Hills, the more Joe Silver thought about it, the more he felt that this matter could not be delayed. He called the few main creators of competitive game and told the driver to turn around and head to the Warner film set in Burbank. Cindy Crawford, who had left with Joe Silver, sat on the other side of the car. She looked at the anxious fatty next to her with an uneasy gaze. She felt an inexplicable sense of regret. Her manager had a good relationship with Edward Razek, the director of operations at Victoria's Secret. That was why Cindy Crawford had appeared at the party of True Lies after hearing some news from Edward Razek. Eric's guess about Joe Silver was right. Cindy Crawford was not willing to give up her role as the female lead of confrontational game, but at the same time, she wanted to get the contract as the spokesperson for Victoria's Secret. She was quite confident in her charm. She thought that as long as she met Eric Williams face to face, everything would be as easy as pie. However, the current situation was completely different from what she had imagined. After the Cadillac drove for a while, Joe Silver noticed the woman next to him again. Initially, Joe Silver had planned to enjoy this beautiful woman tonight since she had delivered herself to his door. However, he no longer had the mood to play with women. Joe Silver knew very well that his power in Hollywood came from his movies. If he lost his job as a producer, his power would also disappear. Those women who used to be as docile as kittens would not even look at him anymore. The luxury car drove to another intersection. Joe Silver casually asked the driver to stop the car. He then said to Cindy Crawford, "Miss Crawford, I have something important to do. I'm afraid I can't drive you back to your place." "I'm sorry." "It's all right, Mr. Silvo." Cindy Crawford left with a charming smile. After the driver opened the door for her, she elegantly got out of the car, not forgetting to wave at the luxurious car that was leaving behind a cloud of dust. After the Cadillac disappeared, Cindy Crawford retracted her figure and looked at the desolate streets around her. Amidst the clattering of a metal trash can, she soon heard a woman cursing, D*MN Los Angeles, D*MN. Hollywood, anything, even if it was worthless soil, if someone said it was good, they would definitely be able to find a basket of advantages. Similarly, even if it was a gem, if someone said it was bad, it would be easy to find a series of shortcomings. Joe Silver originally thought that the script of competitive games was very good, so he ignored the flaws that many people could easily find. However, when Eric, the legendary director who created the legend of box office sales, saw the story as worthless, the flaws in the script were immediately exposed. In a conference room at the headquarters of Warner Pictures in Burbank, although it was already early in the morning, the director of competitive games, Andrew Sipes, the screenwriter Charlie Fletcher, and several other assistant directors and production assistants were all silent in front of the gloomy Joe Silver. The problems that Eric could find, as long as the main creators of the movie were serious, they could find them. After all, these people had been in the movie industry for many years. The shooting will be suspended for a week. I'll go and inform the headquarters. After a week, I want to see a brand new script. Joe Silver tapped his fingers on the table and stared at the results of a few hours of discussion in the memo. The KGB gimmick can't be used. The Soviet Union is finished, and the KGB is no longer attractive to the audience. It can be changed to the mafia or the Latin American drug lords. Also, what's the situation with the male lead, Marx's ex-girlfriend? I remember that she only had one scene at the beginning. This role is dispensable. Why did she suddenly appear in the 24th scene? Facing Joe Silver, who suddenly raised his head and stared at him sharply, the screenwriter Charlie Fletcher subconsciously glanced at the assistant director named Thomas Samuel on his left. Seeing this, how could Joe Silver not understand? He flipped through the actor's information beside him for a while and found an actor's information. Then, he looked at the assistant director named Thomas Samuel with a fake smile. Salma Hayek. Hee, the Hun tribe is really big. This Mexican girl must have served you well, right? Thomas Samuel realized that this was the prelude to Joe Silver's rage. He stood up in fear and said, "Mr. Silver, listen to my explanation. I just think that this character in the original work is very interesting. That's why I suggested, your life will definitely be more interesting in the future." Joe Silver interrupted Thomas's quibbling. He crumpled the document in his hand and threw it at Thomas with all his might. "Now, take your Mexican B***TCH and get out of here. Don't let me see you again in Hollywood." After the unlucky assistant director left the meeting room in a sorry state, Joe Silver coldly glanced at the others and said, "I don't care how you use your identity to deceive those ignorant little actors, but if you really dare to use your work to make a deal, I will definitely teach you a lesson. All of you better remember this is a business worth tens of millions of dollars. Tens of millions of dollars." After roaring, Joe Silver quickly calmed down and looked at the memo in his hand. He quickly raised his head again and said to the screenwriter, "Charlie Fletcher, the female lead has too many scenes. If she was Nicole Kidman, I wouldn't mind doing this. However, other than flirting, this character is completely reduced to a screaming vase in the later stages. Since there's nothing special about her, we'll focus on creating the male lead. Also," recalling what happened a few hours ago, Joe Silver said, "Inform Cindy Crawford tomorrow that she's fired. This woman doesn't have any box office appeal. Even if we need a vase with box office appeal." Director Andrew Sipes, who was sitting beside Joe Silver, said in a low voice, "But, Mr. Silver, Cindy Crawford was introduced by Mr. Melnick." Joe Silver hesitated for less than a second, but when he recalled Eric's invitation at the party, he immediately said with confidence, "If I don't want to, no one can stuff people into my movie. If Melnick insists, I don't mind bringing this matter up to the board of directors of Warner Brothers." Benjamin Melnick, who Andrew Sipes mentioned, was the CEO and CFO of Warner Brothers. Most of the people in the meeting room knew that Joe Silver used to be very polite to Benjamin Melnick, so they were a little puzzled as to why Joe Silver suddenly became so much more forceful tonight. However, this was not something that small fries like them could care about. After all, it was very difficult for small fries like them to be involved in the conflict between the higher-ups. Therefore, they all nodded in agreement. Joe Silver was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He said, "Then, do any of you have any candidates to recommend?" Andrew Sipes said, "How about Claudia Schiffer? If we're talking about a vase, there's definitely no other vase in Hollywood who has more appeal than her. However, her current salary is about $5 million, which is 10 times what Cindy Crawford's salary is for this movie." Of course, Joe Silver knew about the relationship between Claudia and Eric. He subconsciously felt that if he sent out an invitation, Eric would definitely ask Claudia Schiffer to reject it. However, Joe Silver quickly thought of something else. If he handed over the revised script, what if Claudia Schiffer accepted it? Then it would very likely mean that Eric approved of the script. This benefit was definitely not something that could be bought with $5 million. He believed that Warner Brothers would definitely increase their budget by $5 million because of this reason. Moreover, even if they were rejected, they would not suffer any losses. Contact Claudia Schiffer's agent immediately after daybreak, Joe Silver said to Andrew Sipes. However, don't hand over the current script. Test the other party's schedule first. Only show it to them after the script has been revised. Andrew Sipes nodded and noted it down in a memo. Then, let's continue the discussion. Joe Silver took a sip of coffee to refresh himself. He said, there are too many scenes where the male and female leads are being chased. This will make the audience feel depressed. Therefore, the chase scenes must be cut and the scenes where the male and female leads work together to fight back should be added. This is what the audience wants to see. Of course, Eric did not know that his words had affected so many people and things in just one night. After attending the party last night, he thought of the matter of Victoria's Secret's spokesperson and tried to make a call. Coincidentally, Claudia had just returned to Los Angeles, and Eric rushed to the girl's residence in Beverly Hills. In a mansion halfway up Beverly Hills, Eric was wearing a casual singlet and beach pants. He sat on the balcony on the second floor, enjoying the warm morning sun and flipping through today's newspapers. Beneath his feet was the City of Angels, which was dyed golden by the morning sun. From afar, he could even see the entire city's streets moving like blood in the veins of the veins. The coquettish and languid Claudia was wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans. She carried a tray and walked out of the living room on the second floor. She placed the breakfast on the round table and leaned over to kiss Eric. She said, I made a beef sandwich. Do you want to try it? Eric pecked Claudia's sexy lips and pulled her into his embrace. He hugged her soft waist under the t-shirt and pointed at the breakfast on the table with a naughty smile. I fed you last night, so it's your turn to feed me now. Claudia smiled coquettishly as she twisted her waist, but had no intention of breaking free. She obediently sat on Eric's lap and reached out to bring the sandwich to Eric's mouth. After taking a few bites of the sandwich, Eric suddenly recalled the matter that he had casually tossed to the back of his mind last night. He asked, coincidentally, there's something I want to ask you. You know that I'm preparing for a runway show for Victoria's Secret, right? This brand needs 5 spokespersons, and 4 have already been confirmed. The endorsement fee will definitely be very generous. However, it's different from an ordinary runway show. I need some time to rehearse. Are you interested? Claudia's eyes instantly lit up. She had always hoped to act in a movie directed by Eric. Although it wasn't a movie this time, Claudia knew that this was a great opportunity to spend time with Eric. However, Claudia soon shook her head in disappointment. If it was last year, it wouldn't be a problem. But it's not possible now. Eric didn't mind it. He only asked out of curiosity, didn't you just finish filming a movie? Why are you looking for another one so soon? Shaking her head, Claudia regretfully said, no, but I signed a 3-year endorsement contract with Pharma last year. So I definitely won't be able to participate in other brands' fashion shows. I'm really sorry, Eric. It's fine. I was just casually asking. Eric shook his head with a smile. Claudia acknowledged before she charmingly leaned over and asked, when do you intend to film your next movie? Can I be the female lead? Sniffing the girl's fragrance, Eric replied, I don't dare to make any promises to you. Before the Victoria's Secret fashion show ends, I won't have any plans for my next movie. But I can promise you that as long as there's a role suitable for you, I won't consider anyone else. Really? Claudia raised the corner of her lips. You won't even consider Julia Roberts or Nicole Kidman? Eric firmly nodded his head. No, I won't consider them. Claudia smiled as she kissed Eric's cheek. Although I know that you're just coaxing me, I'm still happy. I'm definitely not coaxing you. The two of you are completely different types of actors, so there's no competition between the two of you. Oh. Claudia's face immediately revealed a trace of disappointment. Her acting had clearly improved as she said in a bitter tone, you must think that I'm just a vase. Yes, the prettiest vase in Hollywood. Then you're still a vase. Claudia didn't seem to want to give up. She even reached out to pull Eric's collar as if she wanted Eric to take back his evaluation. Eric smiled as he pinched Claudia's face. He took the sandwich in her hand and finished it in a few bites. Then, he suddenly carried the girl in his arms and walked into the room. It's still early. Let me enjoy Miss Face. Hee, don't do that. Eric planned to hold the first Victoria's Secret show in the fashion capital, New York. However, to accommodate his busy schedule, the show was initially arranged in Los Angeles. After the preliminary list was selected, the new Victoria's Secret Angels had to participate in a custom-made body-shaping program for at least a month at Eric's request. They had to maintain their figure until the end of the show. In Eric's opinion, compared to the hot angel supermodels in his memory, most of the current models were still used to maintaining a thin body. Of course, this kind of body could better showcase the design concepts of the famous brands in the fashion show. However, when they wore underwear, they didn't look as attractive. Except for the planned 5 spokespersons who would sign a special contract, the rest of the models didn't have a high salary during the show. Most of the models were paid about $50,000. Although this amount of money was enough to invite most of the top models to participate in a runway show, if the show took 4 months, no one would accept it under normal circumstances. This was also the main reason why the 2 popular supermodels, Cindy Crawford and Naomi Campbell, didn't agree to it. Their daily salary was already more than $10,000, so it was understandable that they didn't want to waste 4 months on a runway show. Eric didn't have time to personally explain the benefits of being the spokespersons for Victoria's Secret. As for the other models, Eric's attitude was the same. The contract was there. If someone couldn't see the benefits of being one of the 40 models out of thousands of models, they could also choose to reject it. However, the 40 selected models were smart enough to accept the contract and started the next step of the plan. At the same time, at the Yahoo headquarters in Boston on the West Coast, after a month of negotiations, the cooperation between Yahoo and Microsoft finally came to an end. Within 5 years, any advanced technology of Yahoo's browser must be used on the Windows platform first. The version updates for other operating systems must be 3 months after Windows. Chris, who was in Boston, explained the general content of the agreement to Eric over the phone. In addition, Yahoo must license all browser patents to Microsoft within 5 years. Unless Microsoft agrees, Yahoo must not transfer any browser software patents to any third party. Eric leaned against the leather chair in his office and listened to Chris. He smiled and said, "It seems that Microsoft has put most of their efforts into the browser. This is in line with our original agreement." Chris nodded and said, "Yes, Microsoft wanted to get some rights over Yahoo's email. However, after we compromised on the browser negotiations, Microsoft gave up on this idea." In Eric's opinion, an email account that could attract a large number of highly clingy users was definitely more important than the browser software. They must think that since Yahoo will belong to Microsoft in 5 years, as long as they can use the Yahoo browser to let the new generation of Windows system have an advantage over other operating systems, these are insignificant. What about the other conditions? Chris continued. Other than the browser software cooperation, the most important thing is the 30% share purchase. Microsoft will provide $100 million of debt financing to Yahoo for 30% of Yahoo's shares after 5 years. This agreement will take effect in July 1999. After that, Microsoft will have 3 months to consider if they want to acquire Yahoo's 30% shares. If Microsoft does not come up with a feasible acquisition plan after 3 months, it will be deemed that Microsoft has given up this share purchase. That's about it. The contract is more than 100 pages, and I have faxed it to your assistant's office. If you are interested, you can read it. There was a hint of a smile in Chris's voice. He knew that Eric wouldn't have the time to read such a professional contract. Eric smiled and shook his head. I had just finished the audition for this morning, and I have a lot of materials to deal with. I still have to attend the premiere of tonight. Do you think I have the time to watch it? Then get the lawyers to review this agreement as soon as possible. If there are no problems, I will sign the agreement with Microsoft next Monday. Chris said professionally. Also, Ian and the rest can't wait to launch the scripting language and instant messaging software after this agreement is signed. They want to give Microsoft a big surprise. Of course. I will give you an answer as soon as possible. Eric nodded. Both of them chatted for a while before hanging up. At the same time, Eric felt relieved. Once this agreement is signed, Microsoft will not interfere with the standards of the browser software. This will be a great boost to the internet. Of course, this contract did not and could not restrict Microsoft from entering the internet service industry. Although Microsoft was slow to react in many areas, Eric believed that with the explosion of the internet industry in the next few years, Microsoft would definitely enter the market in advance to fight for the territory, even though they held the purchase shares of Yahoo. But as long as there is no dispute over the standards of the internet, Eric believes that Microsoft will not be able to take advantage of Yahoo in other areas. Busy work always makes time fly. In the blink of an eye, it is evening. Eric changed his clothes in the resting room and drove to the Chinese Grand Theater in Hollywood. Although Eric had decided to close Disney's hand-drawn animation department, he will not ignore the best 2D animation in the original spacetime. That's why he requested to attend the premiere. The Lion King had been screening on a small scale since 2 weeks ago. Currently, there were only a dozen pre-screening theaters in North America, and the box office had already exceeded $3 million. At the same time, Firefly had also invested a huge amount of publicity funds to promote the movie, and the premiere was even more spectacular. When Eric arrived at the entrance of the Chinese Grand Theater, the entrance ceremony for the premiere has already started. Eric did not walk on the red carpet like the other guests. Instead, he got off the car and walked directly on the red carpet under the guidance of the staff. Coincidentally, he walked together with the director of Roger Ailes. There are enthusiastic fans everywhere. The two of them walked to the interview area and answered a few questions. When Eric was about to leave, a slightly plump reporter suddenly tried to reach the recorder to Eric and shouted, "Mr. Williams, I heard that you plan to close Disney's hand-drawn animation department after. Is this true?" Eric froze for a moment and looked at Roger Ailes beside him. Roger Ailes, who was originally excited, had a strange expression on his face. Eric did not know if this was the arrangement of someone with ulterior motives, but this matter could not be hidden for too long, so he nodded and said, "Yes." This answer made all the other reporters boil. The reporter who just asked the question again said loudly, "So, does this mean that Firefly is trying to suppress the influence of the Disney brand?" Eric did not immediately answer this somewhat harsh question. Instead, he asked, "I don't know why you would ask such an ignorant question. Do you think that the Disney brand and Disney's hand-drawn animation are equal?" The reporter replied, "The brand image of Disney is represented by Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. These are traditional 2D hand-drawn animation images. If Disney's hand-drawn animation department is eliminated, doesn't it mean that Disney's core values will disappear?" "I don't think so." Eric shook his head and said, "Technological growth is inevitable. Therefore, using more advanced 3D animation technology to replace 2D animation is just like using color movies to replace black and white movies. In my opinion, this is a destined trend. Firefly will never try to suppress any of its brands. Disney will always maintain the core value of using excellent works to bring joy to the audience." The reporter did not expect Eric to answer so sharply without any preparation. He was stunned for a moment, and the opportunity to ask was taken away by other reporters. "Mr. Williams, according to the test performance and excellent reputation of The Lion King, if the box office of The Lion King is very good, will you still insist on this decision?" Eric nodded and said, "I will continue to insist." After saying this, Eric ignored the other reporters' questions and walked straight into the theater. Back then, Eric had personally selected The Lion King from Disney's animation studios options. Katzenberg had always been personally in charge of this project, so he also attended the premiere today. When Katzenberg heard some commotion outside from the staff, he immediately came out of the theater to greet them. "Eric, what happened?" Katzenberg greeted Roger Ailes and then asked Eric. Eric waved his hand and motioned for Roger Ailes to enter the theater early. Then, he went to a corner with Katzenberg and told him what had just happened. He shook his head and smiled. "It seems that some people are still not convinced." Katzenberg was silent for a moment, then said, "Eric, according to our data survey during the pre-screening stage and the current scale of the premiere of The Lion King, most people think that the box office of The Lion King is likely to exceed $40 million in the first week. This will break the box office record of all Disney animated films. At that time, if you still insist on eliminating the hand-drawn animation department, many people will definitely be dissatisfied. I have already done a detailed analysis for you. You won't oppose me, right? Katzenberg smiled and shook his head. Most of the senior executives of Firefly agreed with Eric's intention to make this decision. However, people are often affected by the sudden benefits in front of them. Just like this time, if the box office of The Lion King really reaches $40 million in the first week, it will set a new record for 2D hand-drawn animation. In this case, if Eric continues to do this, it will definitely bring a series of impacts. Eric, if you think it is necessary, Michael and I will hold a special meeting to discuss this matter. The Lion King was a project that you personally decided on. That is to say, even if this project is a box office success, the biggest credit is yours. Straighten out the cause and effect of this matter, and there will definitely not be too much of a problem. Eric nodded and added, in addition, the media should also pay attention. Morgan Stanley and Deutsche Bank's bond issuance work is already more than half done. I don't want any changes at this time. I know. If it really doesn't work, we can close the hand-drawn animation department after the bond issuance is over. After talking about this matter, Eric and Katzenberg walked into the cinema hall side by side. However, the media obviously did not intend to let go of this explosive topic easily, especially when some things were greatly beyond Eric's expectations. Although Eric remembered that The Lion King achieved a box office of $300 million in North America on its first screening, he still analyzed the specific box office curve according to the release trajectory of Disney's Aladdin and Beauty and the Beast. He expected The Lion King to be like other 2D hand-drawn animations, going on a long-term box office curve that would take half a year. However, the next day, after many newspapers reported that Eric was about to cancel Disney's hand-drawn animation department, a piece of news on Saturday once again blew up the media in North America and even around the world. Because the box office of The Lion King on the first day greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. It was $15.6 million. This data was not too conspicuous compared to movies such as The Mummy and Saving Private Ryan that were released some time ago. However, if it was compared to movies in the same genre, it would definitely shock a lot of people. The previous highest box office of a 2D animated film produced by Disney was Aladdin 2 years ago, with a box office of $220 million in North America. However, the box office of Aladdin was only $19 million in its first weekend. Note that the box office of Aladdin was $19 million in its first 3 days. During the 1992 Thanksgiving holiday, the box office of Aladdin was only $6 million. This also meant that the box office of The Lion King not only almost caught up with the box office of Aladdin in the first week, but it was more than twice the box office of Aladdin. Everyone realized that The Lion King was likely to be the first animated film in the history of the North American box office to exceed $300 million. In this case, Eric insisted on closing Disney's hand-drawn animation department, which suddenly triggered a series of violent chain reactions. After experiencing the box office explosion of Saving Private Ryan and True Lies in June, the shareholders and creditors of Firefly, who had all kinds of calculations in their hearts, completely calmed down. The astonishing box office of The Lion King, which was more than $46 million in 3 days, made them start to re-evaluate the value of their stocks and bonds. The production cost of The Lion King was only $45 million. Although the publicity cost had reached the same high level, the estimated $300 million box office in North America alone was enough to make Firefly a lot of money. The future income of the movie sequels, overseas box office, video sales, and peripheral licensing would continue to bring Firefly more than $1 billion in profits. Some people in Hollywood even felt that the golden age of hand-drawn animated films had arrived again. The first reaction of Firefly's minority shareholders and creditors when they heard the news was that they hoped Firefly could increase its investment in hand-drawn animation, increasing the production speed of 1 film per 2 years to 1 film per year, or even more than 1 film per year. Therefore, When the news that Eric was going to close down Disney's animation film department after The Lion King appeared in the newspaper, no one believed the news was true. Because of this, when CNN played the recording of Eric answering a reporter's question at the premiere of The Lion King, the whole world thought that Eric Williams must be crazy. In the next few days, the offices and private phones of all the senior executives of Firefly, such as Katzenberg and Michael Lynn, were bombarded with calls from shareholders, creditors, and the media. Of course, Eric was even more unlikely to be let off. However, when some people contacted Eric, the call was directly transferred to his assistant's office. As long as it was an inquiry about Disney's animation studio, they would receive an affirmative answer, but no explanation. The agitated minority shareholders even publicly pressured the senior executives of Firefly in the newspaper, and the sales of Firefly's long-term bonds began to slow down again. The topic of closing down Disney's animation department attracted worldwide attention in just a few days. Later, there were even ridiculous remarks that Disney was about to go bankrupt. At Firefly Cineplex, in the studio where they were preparing for the Victoria's Secret fashion show, Eric, who was the subject of many people's worries, was engrossed in a discussion with a designer about the design of a Victoria's Secret angel costume. Outside the studio, a 35-year-old brown-haired woman in a black professional suit came to the entrance and showed her ID before she was let in. The woman searched through the group of designers, stylists, and models for a moment. After locking onto her target, she passed through the busy crowd and hurried to Eric's side. The brown-haired woman's name was Kelly Haynes. She was originally an assistant in Eric's assistant office. Although Eric had promised Carolyn and her roommate, Melanie Gleason, to work in his assistant office, the two girls had to complete their courses at Harvard before they could start working. Even if they started working, it would be impossible for them to fulfill the role of Eric's first assistant in a short period of time. Therefore, after returning from Boston, under Alan's recommendation, Eric chose this woman to be his first assistant. Feeling the figure approaching him in a hurry, Eric raised his head and noticed Kelly Haynes. He asked, "Kelly, what's the matter?" Kelly Haynes had been working in Eric's assistant office for several years, but she still seemed a little uncomfortable when she suddenly came to the big boss side. She calmed down a little and said, "Mr. Williams, Mr. Buffett just called in person. He said that he will arrive in Los Angeles at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and would like to invite you to dinner. In addition, Mr. Tom Murphy and Mr. David West will also come from New York." Warren Buffett, Tom Murphy, and David West, the president of State Street Global Fund, happened to be the members of the board of directors of Firefly that unexpectedly represented the 25% minority shareholders. Eric had already called a few people to explain briefly before, but these people obviously did not intend to let it go. Stopping the work at hand, Eric said, "Promise them for me. Also, have you prepared the information I asked you to prepare?" "Yes." Kelly Haynes took out a document from her bag and handed it to Eric. Eric shook his head with a smile and said, "Although these documents are not classified, you shouldn't have taken them out of the office without my request. And I don't have time to look at them now. Give them to me before dinner." Kelly Haynes' face was slightly red. She wanted to let Eric see the results of her work immediately, but she neglected some of the work rules that she used to pay attention to. Kelly Haynes put away the document again and said seriously, "I'm sorry, Mr. Williams, this is my mistake." "It's okay. Is there anything else?" Kelly Haynes took out a memo and said, "The Hearst Group, Condé Nast Group, News Corporation, and Netrid Group have all made their own offers for the paper assets divested from ABC." At this point, Kelly Haynes suddenly paused and then looked at the designer next to Eric, who seemed to be very focused on drawing. The designer did not have any other thoughts in his mind. He was just a little curious about the daily life of Eric, so he did not take the initiative to avoid him. But at this time, he keenly felt Kelly Haynes' gaze. The designer awkwardly made an apologetic look to Eric, picked up the drawing board, and took the initiative to walk to another workbench nearby. This small episode did not have any impact on the communication between the two. Kelly Haynes continued, "At present, the Hearst Group has offered the highest price of $1.35 billion, followed by News Corporation's $1.3 billion, Condé Nast's $1.28 billion, and Netrid's $1 billion. At the regular meeting in the morning, Mr. Lin and the others all felt that this was just the first round of testing by the publishing group. The final price of this asset should be between $1.5 billion and $1.6 billion. Eric nodded, indicating that he understood. Kelly Haynes did not expect Eric to discuss anything with her. If Eric had any ideas, under normal circumstances, he would only discuss it with Michael Lin and the others. She was only responsible for summarizing this information to Eric. Turning a page of the memo, Kelly Haynes could not help but look up at Eric's expression and said, "The head of the animation department, Mr. Peter Schneider, and the art consultant, Mr. Roy Disney, want to talk to you face to face. They said that this invitation represents the 758 employees of Disney's hand-drawn animation department. They hope you can take it seriously." I didn't expect Roy Disney to jump out. He really thinks of himself as the retired emperor of Disney. Eric smiled slightly mockingly. Whether it was the information in his memory or his impression of the real person after his rebirth, Eric did not like Roy Disney, a guy who liked to play with power. In the original Spacetime, in the mid-1980s, Roy Disney and the shareholders kicked out Walt Disney's son-in-law, completely erasing the influence of Walt Disney's bloodline branch on the Disney Company. In the mid-1990s, Roy Disney's shadow was involved in the resignation of Katzenberg and Michael Ovitz. At the beginning of the new century, Roy Disney once again mobilized the shareholders to vote to drive out Michael Eisner. It could be said that after the death of Walt Disney in the original Spacetime, Roy Disney's shadow was involved in every turmoil in Disney. Although some of these events had brought about a positive impact on the Disney Company, since this Spacetime Disney had become an asset under Firefly, Eric certainly would not allow Roy Disney, an unstable factor, to continue to exist. Therefore, not long after the acquisition of Disney, after the situation stabilized, Eric removed Roy Disney's position as the head of Disney's animation department because he was too old. He only symbolically kept the title of art consultant for him. After thinking for a while, Eric said, "Tell them that I will wait for them in my personal office in the studio at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." When Kelly Haynes heard Eric's casual tone, she even wondered if the big boss was aware of the chaotic situation in the outside world. She wanted to say something but hesitated for a moment. She quietly noted this on the memo and then said, "Mr. Williams, that's all for now. Is there anything you need us to do?" "No, just arrange a car to pick me up for the banquet tonight." Eric shook his head. Just as he was about to let Kelly Haynes leave, he suddenly thought of something else and asked, "I haven't had time to look at the box office report from last weekend. How much was the box office of Warner's Law Enforcement?" Kelly Haynes said, $7.5 million US. This film ranked 5th in the box office last weekend. After The Lion King, True Lies, Star Trek VII, and Saving Private Ryan, the film's reputation also declined. The agency estimates that the total box office of this film is between $25 million US to $30 million US. Including the publicity and other costs, Warner will have to bear a loss of $70 million US in the short term. The detailed report has been sent to your email. Eric did not hear anyone specifically mention this to him. He had already predicted the outcome of Law Enforcement. He gloated and said, "Warner will definitely not have any expectations for westerns now." Kelly Haynes said, "Yes, Warner's total box office this year is ranked behind Firefly and Universal for the time being. However, Warner plans to release 29 films this year, one more than Firefly. Their subsequent box office accumulation is likely to be ranked second because the other major film companies are all in a state of production reduction. After Firefly, Universal has 16 films, Paramount has 15 films, Fox has 13 films, Columbia and MGM have less than 10 films. Although the rest of the second-tier and third-tier film companies have released many films, their box office performance is not too outstanding. It seems that you are very sensitive to numbers." Eric smiled and said, "I like women who are sensitive to numbers." "Thank you, Mr. Williams." Kelly Haynes realized that she actually felt a little flustered when facing the smile of this young man who was 10 years younger than her. She quickly said, "If there is nothing else." Eric realized that he had unknowingly crossed the line again. If Kelly Haynes was already married, then these slightly teasing words would be too abrupt. After calming himself down, Eric said, "You can go back to work." I will contact you if I need anything. At the premiere of The Lion King last Thursday, Eric Williams, the chairman of the board of directors of Firefly Group, suddenly confirmed a rumor that has been circulating in Hollywood for a long time. Firefly Group will close down Disney Animation Studio. It is reported that this is because Firefly intends to fully digitize animation production. But then, the dramatic change of this matter was beyond everyone's expectations. The Lion King, which was originally not very popular, not only doubled the first-day box office record of Disney's animation on its first day, but it also received an amazing box office of more than $46 million in 3 days on its first weekend. It broke many of Disney's 2D animation box office records in one fell swoop. The total box office is even expected to far exceed the 2 3D animations that Disney has released, Toy Story and Bugs Crisis. Later, our reporter called Firefly Group CEO, Michael Lin, and the result was that Firefly will continue to implement the established animation production transformation plan. Then, what impact will this have on Firefly and other Hollywood film companies? Let us welcome Mr. James Eltek, a professional film critic from Variety magazine. On the TV, the host of an NBC financial program got up and greeted the guest who walked into the studio. David West, the president of State Street Global Fund, who was sitting in front of the TV, could not help but sigh. He said to Tom Murphy next to him, "Young people are always so willful. Tom, do you think we can make Eric Williams change his mind?" Tom Murphy turned his head and looked at the clouds outside the porthole of the private jet. He shook his head and said, "If he insists on doing this, it seems that no one can stop him. I have already spoken to Warren on the phone last night. He seems to have heard something from Eric and is beginning to hesitate. This is an animation department that can produce 300 million films. Even if Williams really made such a decision back then and decided to cancel the original plan now, no one would blame him. I don't think there's a need for him to insist on sticking to his wrong plan. It's just too hard to accept." Tom Murphy suddenly asked, "If he insists on doing it, what are you going to do?" David West was stunned. He shook his head with a wry smile and said, "What can I do? Can I file a lawsuit in federal court to stop him from doing so?" The shares in Eric's hands meant that he had absolute control over Firefly. As long as it did not violate the law, he could adjust the business at will. Closing down the hand-drawn animation department because he was not optimistic about the development of 2D animation would cause controversy, but it would not violate the law. Both of them fell silent. Although they knew that they had another choice, which was to sell the Firefly shares in their hands and cash out. If they planned to do so, both Eric and Wall Street would be 100% willing to take over the Firefly Group shares in their hands. But now that the Firefly Group had surpassed Time Warner to become the largest media group in North America, only the most short-sighted people would be stupid enough to sell their shares. Listening to the debate between the host and the guest on the TV, Tom Murphy said after a long time, "I hope Eric Williams can give us a reasonable reason." At 6:30 p.m., Eric walked out of the studio where the Victoria's Secret show was located. He had too many things to do. If it wasn't for the dinner appointment with Buffett and the others, Eric might have worked overtime until 8 p.m. The driver and his new assistant, Kelly Haynes, were already waiting outside. Eric and Kelly Haynes got into their car together. The driver started the car and drove to the appointed restaurant. "Mr. Williams, this is the document you need. I have already made 4 copies." Kelly Haynes handed the document from the morning to Eric again. Eric thanked her and took the folder to read it carefully. Although she had been Eric's assistant for a few weeks, this was the first time Kelly Haynes was in the same car as Eric. After a few minutes, the female assistant finally relaxed. She inadvertently glanced at the young boss beside her and was suddenly lost in thought. After the box office of The Lion King was released, Kelly Haynes heard that Eric was going to close down Disney's hand-drawn animation department. Like many people, she thought that Eric must be crazy. However, in the past few days, under Eric's instructions, Kelly Haynes led her team to sort out the document in Eric's hands. She suddenly felt that if she were in his shoes, she would definitely close down Disney's hand-drawn animation department. This document was too persuasive. She couldn't find a reason to refute it. At the same time, Kelly Haynes was also shocked by her big boss's keen insight. At first glance, many of the data in this document didn't seem to have much connection. However, when put together, they formed a very strong chain of evidence. Kelly Haynes couldn't help but think that perhaps it was this keen insight that allowed him to produce one hit movie after another. As Eric read the document in his hand, he smelled the strong scent of Chanel No. 5 perfume beside him. He could feel that this beautiful female assistant had been staring at him for at least a minute. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. Eric was not narcissistic enough to think that he had the charm to make a mature neodymium woman fall head over heels for him. Moreover, the problem in Kelly Haynes' mind was nothing to Eric. If Eric had not been reborn, it would have been difficult for him to see the decline of 2D animation. However, with the memories of his previous life, he could make a reverse inference based on the results. It was enough for him to discover the reason why a series of 2D animation movies were bound to decline. After reading through more than half of the documents, Eric finally couldn't resist the gaze of the woman beside him. He moved his body and turned his head to glance at Kelly Haynes' left hand. He didn't discover a wedding ring. Eric's sudden movement also woke Kelly Haynes up. She hurriedly retracted her gaze. She realized what she had just done and felt an inexplicable sense of panic. Eric felt the woman's panic. In order to avoid the awkwardness, he placed his gaze back on the document and said casually, "Kelly, let me ask you a rather abrupt question. Are you married?" Kelly Haynes' face turned slightly red. She subconsciously wanted to retort that he was asking a question even though he knew it was abrupt. However, when the words reached her mouth, they turned into another answer. "Yes, I was married once. However, I got divorced. I'm living with my daughter now. Her name is Nina. She's 7 years old this year. I'm sorry for delaying your dinner time with your daughter." Kelly Haynes shook her head and smiled. "It's okay. Nina is very sensible. Moreover, she has a nanny with her." The simple conversation dissolved the slightly awkward atmosphere between the two. Eric could feel the uneasiness of the female assistant. In order to prevent the car from falling into silence again, he took the initiative to ask, "Do you like Chanel No. 5 very much?" Kelly Haynes didn't expect Eric to be able to directly say the name of the perfume she used. She recalled some of the subconscious motives she had when she first chose this perfume. Her expression became a little unnatural again. "Me. A good friend recommended it. I've only started to try it recently. I feel that it's okay." Kelly Haynes tried her best to make her tone sound natural. Eric didn't notice anything strange. He said, "Although Chanel No. 5 matches your aura very well, this perfume is most suitable to be used at parties. In daily work, a light perfume would be more suitable." "I'll consider your suggestion, Mr. Williams," Kelly Haynes replied in a low voice. She felt a little embarrassed and nervous. Since Eric knew this perfume so well, then he should also know some of the special effects of this perfume, such as Chui Qing. Eric's gaze never left the document in his hand. He was just casually chatting. Therefore, he didn't notice the strange expression that flashed across Kelly Haynes' face just now. He felt the female assistant's voice turned soft and thought that she was a little resistant to his suggestion. He raised his head to look at her and said, "I'm sorry, I just said it casually. You don't have to take it to heart. If you like it, you can continue to use it." "Of course not." Kelly Haynes shook her head and said, "I also feel that this perfume is a little too ostentatious. I plan to change it soon." Eric closed the last page of the document and said, "Oh, that's good. Actually, I prefer a woman's natural body fragrance. This is where a woman's innate charm lies. Just like you, I feel that if you don't use any perfume now, it would be more," Eric said casually. This time, he finally noticed that Kelly Haynes' face had turned red. He quickly stopped the topic and said, "I'm really sorry. I'm not harassing you. It's just that." Kelly Haynes saw Eric's slightly embarrassed expression and suddenly became bold. She continued Eric's words and teased, "It's just a playboy's natural habit of coaxing women?" Eric smiled bitterly and nodded. He also realized something and said, "It seems that I've been talking about an unpleasant topic just now." Kelly Haynes smiled and said, "You finally realized it. I thought that it was the inherent flaw of a genius EQ. I'm not a genius." Eric shook his head. Just as he was about to continue speaking, the car stopped in front of an ordinary Italian restaurant. Eric looked at the restaurant outside the window and asked, "Is it here?" Kelly Haynes took out the memo and confirmed it. She said, "Yes, it's here." Noticing Eric's confusion, Kelly Haynes explained, "This should be chosen by Mr. Buffett. He has always been more thrifty." Eric knew that the word Kelly Haynes really wanted to use was stingy because the whole world knew about Buffett's stingy character. After getting out of the car with the document, Eric looked at the female assistant who was still sitting in the car and suddenly asked, "Why don't you come together? If you're not in a hurry to go home and accompany your daughter?" Kelly Haynes was a little tempted, but she looked at her professional suit and shook her head. "I think I'd better not. My current attire is not suitable for a banquet." Eric pointed at the Italian restaurant behind him and smiled. "Do you think that an old man who can choose such a restaurant will care about what the guests wear?" Kelly Haynes laughed and got out of the car graciously. The two of them walked into the restaurant. Eric looked around and was glad that he did not see Buffett and the other two in the lobby. It was mealtime now. Not to mention the need to keep the topic of the conversation confidential, Eric believed that if they ate in the lobby, they would not be able to finish the meal before they were surrounded by the reporters. After exchanging a few words with the waiter, the two of them were brought to a private room. When Warren Buffett, Tom Murphy, and David West saw Eric coming in, they stopped talking and stood up. Eric shook hands with the three of them and said, "I'm really sorry, everyone. I've been too busy with work recently, so I couldn't personally pick you up from the airport." "It's okay. Work is the most important thing," Buffett said with a smile. Tom Murphy and David West both nodded in agreement. Eric introduced Kelly Haynes to them, and the five of them sat down. The waiter did not recognize Buffett and the other two old men at first and thought that they were just ordinary guests. However, he definitely knew Eric and recalled Buffett's identity. Looking at the few big shots sitting in front of him, the waiter was a little excited. At the same time, he could not help but calculate how much tip he would get later. He said eagerly, "Gentlemen, would you like to order now?" Buffett and the other two did not finish their words and looked at Eric together. Eric smiled at the waiter and said, "Sorry, can we order after 15 minutes? We still have some things to discuss." Of course, no problem, Mr. Williams. Anytime." The waiter was a little flattered by Eric's tone of discussion. He nodded with a silly smile and took the initiative to leave the room. After the waiter left, Eric took out the folder that he always carried with him. Kelly Haynes took the initiative to stand up and clean up the tableware on the table before sitting down quietly beside Eric. After handing the photocopied documents to the three of them, Eric said with a smile, "In order to have a more enjoyable dinner, I think we still have to solve this problem first." Among the three of them, David West, who was 55 years old, was the youngest. As the president of a large foundation, he was also the most sociable. Therefore, he agreed with Eric's joke and smiled. The other two old men could not wait to open the documents and read them. Tom Murphy even put on his reading glasses seriously. Eric looked at Buffett, who had quickly turned the first page, and said, "I believe that after reading these documents and data, everyone will definitely be able to understand something, but I'd better explain it myself. It will be simpler and clearer." Buffett had an extraordinary ability to read and calculate data quickly. However, after quickly reading the first article, The Trend of Comprehensive Distribution of Hollywood Movies, Buffett did not see any factors related to Eric's upcoming closure of Disney's hand-drawn animation department. Hearing Eric's words, Buffett decisively stopped flipping the pages and looked at the confident Eric. The other two also paused their movements. Eric sorted out his thoughts and said, "First of all, I want to make it clear that The Lion King is an event movie similar to Star Wars, E.T., and Home Alone." Sensing that the three of them were confused by the term event movie, Eric could only continue to explain, "The so-called event movie is a movie whose box office far exceeds the early projections of the movie company. The appearance of this kind of movie is full of accidents. Perhaps you won't encounter one in 10 or 20 years. Strictly speaking, even my film last year, Jurassic Park, can't be considered an event movie. The success of Jurassic Park can only be regarded as the expansion of the global box office market and the inevitable trend of large-scale CG special effects films being favored by the audience. In the next few years, there will definitely be more CG special effects films with a global box office of more than $1 billion US. David West asked, Eric, since you said that Jurassic Park is the inevitable trend of the market's development, then why can't The Lion King be regarded as a normal performance of the market's demand for animated films? Because before Jurassic Park, we have already seen some clues from the box office market reaction of Terminator 2 and Tornado. The global box office of Terminator 2 is $500 million US. The global box office of Tornado should be close to $700 million US, right? Eric looked at Kelly Haynes, who was next to him when he said the last sentence. Kelly Haynes was looking at Eric's eloquent speech with some excitement. When she saw him suddenly turn to her, she inexplicably remembered what Eric said in the morning, I like women who are sensitive to numbers. She instantly felt her heartbeat accelerate a lot. However, the female assistant still reported a number without hesitation. According to the final statistics, the global box office of Tornado has a total of $688 million US. It's less than $12 million to $700 million US. Eric nodded and turned to the three people opposite him and said, Terminator 2 has a global box office of $500 million, Tornado has a global box office of $700 million, and Jurassic Park has a global box office of $1 billion. These figures should be able to prove the trend of the market's development. However, in terms of 2D animated films, I don't see this trend at all. The corresponding analysis is in this document, and you will see it later. Although David West, who raised the question, was somewhat unwilling, he found that he could not refute it. Warren Buffett nodded slightly and motioned to Eric, Eric, please continue. Then, to confirm that The Lion King is an event film that is difficult to replicate, let's first look at an important change in Hollywood's film distribution model in recent years. As Eric spoke, he flipped open the document in his hand and said, after Jaws appeared for the first time in 1975, after 2 decades, this distribution model has been recognized by Hollywood. However, before the 90s, the distribution model and the long-term distribution model still coexisted in commercial films. You can see this in the statistics table in this document. After leaving some time for them to look at the data, Eric continued, but with the advent of the 90s, an upgraded version of the distribution strategy rapidly emerged. In recent years, there has been a special term, full-scale distribution. This distribution model is more radical than the traditional distribution model. The film company invests a huge amount of money in the early stage to conduct large-scale advertising campaigns. After accumulating enough influence, they immediately open 2,000 to 3,000 cinemas. Under normal circumstances, they can obtain about 80% to 90% of the total box office through 8 weeks of screening. However, 10 years ago, take Universal's Back to the Future as an example. The 8-week cumulative box office of this film was only 57% of the total box office. Even because of the reputation of the first film, the 8-week cumulative box office of the second film, Raiders of the Lost Ark 2, was only 77% of the total box office. The screening time of Back to the Future and Raiders of the Lost Ark 2 is also very interesting. Back to the Future was screened for a total of 37 weeks, while Raiders of the Lost Ark 2 was screened for only 20 weeks. We can see from the document that the screening time of the full-scale distribution films in recent years has been significantly shortened compared to the 1980s. The greatly shortened screening time means that the cinemas can free up more time and canvas to arrange more films. The rapid rise of the box office in Hollywood in recent years has a lot to do with the popularity of this model. Therefore, full-scale distribution will be the inevitable trend of Hollywood's film distribution model in the future. After becoming shareholders of Firefly Pictures, both Warren Buffett and David West began to pay attention to the Hollywood film market. After Eric finished speaking, the three of them realized that this year, whether it was the successful films such as The Mummy and Saving Private Ryan, or the failed Beverly Hills Cop 3 or Law Enforcement, the hairstyling strategy used was what Eric said. Therefore, they also agreed with the conclusion in the first article. The three of them didn't ask Eric why he was talking about this. Instead, they quietly followed Eric's movements and flipped to the next page of information. First of all, I want to make one thing clear, Eric said after turning to another page. My plan is to close Disney's hand-drawn animation department, but I definitely did not say that I want to stop Disney's animation production. I just want Disney's animation studio to shift from traditional hand-drawn animation to more advanced digital animation production. Buffett and the other two of them certainly knew this. They smiled and nodded in agreement. They also knew why Eric said this. Now, the rumors about Eric's move were exaggerated to the point that Eric wanted to replace the Disney brand with Firefly. Eric smiled and said, "Then, the next data is a comparison of the 4 animated films released by Disney between 1991 and 1994, Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, Toy Story, and The Bug Crisis. These 4 films represent the typical 2D animation and 3D animation respectively. Overall, we can see that the total box office of Beauty and the Beast and Aladdin is slightly higher than the 2 3D animations. However, from the analysis of the box office curve, it is not difficult to find that Beauty and the Beast and Aladdin are very standard long-run films. The 8-week box office of the 2 films accounted for only 57% and 53% of the total box office, respectively. The corresponding figures for Toy Story and The Bug Crisis were 89% and 88%, respectively. These are the typical full-release films. At the same time, we can see that the number of screens for Toy Story and The Bug Crisis quickly fell below 1,000 screens after 13 and 12 weeks respectively, giving the screens to other films. Beauty and the Beast and Aladdin, on the other hand, have maintained 1,000 screens for 25 weeks and 21 weeks respectively. I believe that in the next few years, when full-scale distribution completely dominates the market, in order to obtain more box office, the cinema companies will definitely not allow such a situation to continue to occur. Tom Murphy asked, "Eric, this doesn't seem to be enough to prove that 2D animation is about to be eliminated. We can also let 2D animation use the full-release model." The Lion King seems to be the case. Both David West and Warren Buffett nodded subtly. Eric seemed to have expected them to ask this question. He said with a smile, "Then, let's move on to the next document." Buffett and the other two looked at each other and turned to the next page again. What I'm going to explain next is why 2D animation can't be released in a comprehensive way. Eric glanced at Tom Murphy and said, "We have just reached a tacit understanding that The Lion King is just an event movie. From the box office trends of The Little Mermaid, Roger Rabbit, Beauty and the Beast, and Aladdin, we have not found any expansion in the 2D animation market, so I hope that everyone can temporarily ignore The Lion King, okay?" Tom Murphy nodded awkwardly. Warren Buffett and David West had already looked at the document in their hands. Eric continued, "In front of you is a comparison table of the weekly box office of 4 animated films. We can find that the weekly box office of 2 2D films is very unstable. Even after 8 weeks, there are fluctuations in the box office. Sometimes, the box office has slipped to more than $5 million, but the next week, it suddenly rose to more than $8 million. The other 2 films have a similar stable box office curve. The answer to why this happens is on the next page." After the 4 of them turned the page at the same time, Eric looked up at the 3 of them and smiled. "Is it the amazing long bar in the first columnar scale chart that attracted your attention?" After Eric's reminder, even if they did not notice it at first, the 3 of them now saw the abrupt long bar in the first columnar scale chart. The histogram in front of you lists the proportion of audiences of different age groups for 2D animation films and 3D animation films. In order to show the results more directly, I divided the audiences into 4 age groups: 0 to 13 years old, 14 to 18 years old, 19 to 28 years old, and greater than 28 years old. These data are from Disney's past market research reports, so there is no doubt about its accuracy. Eric briefly explained, "We can clearly see that in 2D animation films, the proportion of audiences aged 0 to 13 years old is an astonishing 41% of the total audience, while for 3D animation films, this proportion is only 26%. However, this does not mean that the number of children who like 3D animation has decreased, but it is because the number of audiences above 13 years old has greatly increased." In the histogram, the proportion of audiences aged 14 to 18 years old and those aged 0 to 13 years old is a strong contrast, 17% and 29% respectively. For the 19 to 28 years old age group, the contrast is equally obvious, 7% and 16% respectively. I believe that in this age group, the 7% of audiences who watch 2D animation films are definitely there to bring their children along. As for the audiences above 28 years old who watch 2D animation films, I believe that most of them are there to satisfy their children's needs. After summarizing the data, Eric stopped looking at the document. He looked up and said, Disney has always had the practice of re-releasing the previous 2D hand-drawn animated movies every 7 years. This is because Disney itself also focuses on children aged 7 to 13 as the main audience, and every 7 years, a new group of children will appear in the movie. Through these detailed statistics, it is not difficult to understand why the box office of 2D animation films is very unstable, and why they can only use the long-run model. Because the audience of 2D animation films is very young, and this part of the audience does not have the ability to act independently. They must be led by their parents to watch the film. Even during the summer vacation, adults still need to work. They often can only take their children to watch 2D animation films on weekends or some special holidays. In order to accommodate the very uncertain schedule of parents, the film company must use the long-run model that is about to be eliminated to fully exploit the box office potential of 2D animation. 3D animation films are different. This new model of animation films is not only loved by younger audiences, but also recognized by teenagers who have already formed their own purchasing power, as well as a part of the adult audience. In the statistics of the audience proportion just now, the proportion of children watching 3D animation films is only 26%, and the total proportion of the main audience of 14 to 28 years old is 45%. This proportion is almost the same as the audience of live-action films. This is also why 3D animation films can be distributed like live-action films. After Eric finished speaking, Buffett and the other two fell into a short silence. Eric did not disturb the three of them. He raised his hand and looked at his watch. Unknowingly, 15 minutes had passed. He did not want the waiter to barge in, so he turned his head and whispered a few words to Kelly Haynes. Although Kelly Haynes was a little reluctant to leave Eric's high-spirited speech, she still obediently took the initiative to stand up and walk out. When she walked to the door, Kelly Haynes realized that Eric was almost at her ear just now. Perhaps he could have kissed her cheek if he had moved a little closer, but she did not feel the slightest bit of resistance. Instead, she felt Eric's breath caressing her earlobe inexplicably hot. Hearing the soft sound of the door closing behind him, Eric looked at the three people who came back to their senses and smiled. So, shall we continue? Buffett and the other two nodded. Although they still had a lot of questions in their hearts, looking at the remaining half of the information in their hands, the three of them subconsciously felt that the young man in front of them must have considered all the questions that they might ask. Tom Murphy and David West were almost convinced by Eric at this time, and Buffett looked at Eric with deep admiration and enthusiasm. He was already 65 years old this year. Although he was still energetic, the problem of death had begun to plague him and the other partners of the company. Many of Berkshire Hathaway's partners had asked him more than once about the next successor of the company, and Buffett's children obviously did not have the ability to take on this position. Although Buffett believed that he could work for at least another 10 years and once joked that he would appear to manage Berkshire Hathaway even after his death, everyone, including himself, knew very well that once he passed away, Berkshire Hathaway would definitely usher in an unforeseen great change. Buffett had also tried to groom a successor more than once, but his efforts had ended in failure several times. And now, the young man in front of him was able to calmly observe the development trend of the industry despite the popularity of The Lion King at the box office, and choose a long-term plan instead of being greedy for short-term benefits. His keen insight and firm execution had always been the prerequisites for his ideal successor. But, Buffett soon felt a strong sense of regret. Eric's current wealth and status meant that he was unlikely to be the next leader of Berkshire Hathaway, because Buffett hoped that his successor could focus on the management of Berkshire Hathaway and not be distracted by other things. However, Eric's business was much larger than Berkshire Hathaway's. Even if he handed Berkshire Hathaway over to him, it would be difficult for Eric to spare too much energy to manage this equally large company. Although Buffett confirmed this with regret, he still felt a little unreconciled. Eric did not know what Buffett was thinking. Seeing that the three of them had no objections, he said, "So, now that we've finished talking about the external factors that affect 2D animation, let's talk about the internal factors. I think everyone must have realized the difference in cost between the two movies." That's right, the two 2D animated movies listed here cost less than $30 million US, but the cost of Toy Story and Bug Crisis cost $50 million US and $80 million US respectively. Eric paused and said, "First of all, I want to explain a problem. Whether it's 2D or 3D animation, the main cost is the cost of human resources. Every frame of the two animated movies is manually drawn, but the drawing medium is different. Because hand-drawn animation had been developed for more than half a century, the entire industry was very mature, and there were many animators. Therefore, even among the best hand-drawn animators in the world at Disney Animation Studio, there were very few who had an annual salary of more than $100,000 US. However, digital animators are a new profession, and there is a shortage of talent. Therefore, after the success of Toy Story, in order to prevent Pixar's skilled digital animators from being poached by other film companies, Firefly had to increase their salary. Similarly, after The Lion King, if Disney continues to maintain the hand-drawn animation department, this batch of animators, who originally had an annual salary of $50,000 US, may have a monthly salary of more than $10,000 US. In other words, the production cost of 2D animation will double. When Tom Murphy heard this, he suddenly interrupted Eric with a smile and said, "Eric, you just said that The Lion King is an event movie?" "Of course, but what I think doesn't mean that everyone in Hollywood thinks the same. Don't they all think that the golden age of 2D animation has arrived?" Eric knew that Tom Murphy was just joking, so he explained and continued, "The production cost of The Lion King has already exceeded $45 million US. If it doubles, the cost of 2D hand-drawn animation in the future may exceed $100 million US. Eric clearly remembered that in 1999 in the original Spacetime, when he accidentally saw the latest 2D hand-drawn animation by Disney publicity company, Tarzan of the Apes, on the internet, it was advertised as the most expensive animated film in history. The production cost of Tarzan of the Apes was already $150 million US, but the film's North American box office was only $170 million US. According to Eric's accumulated experience, the cost plus the huge distribution fee, even if the subsequent peripheral profits of this live-action animation were calculated, the possibility of Disney making a loss was very high. Then, if in the next few years, the cinema companies are no longer willing to waste screen resources to continue the long-term distribution of 2D animated films, the cost of up to $100 million US, and the publicity investment may rise to $50 million US on average, we can almost be sure that unless there is a continuation of an event movie like The Lion King, it will be difficult for the company to recover the cost of the film through the box office. Then, you will definitely say that the peripheral income of animated films has always been very rich. Then, let's continue to look at the next statistics. Buffett and the other two were inexplicably amused by Eric's last sentence. They all laughed and continued to turn the page. At the same time, Kelly Haynes, who had just left, silently returned to Eric's side. Eric glanced at the female assistant, and after receiving the look in her eyes, he continued, "The income of animation is mainly divided into toy production, image licensing, theme parks, original sound discs, stage plays, and so on. Because of the innate advantage of 3D animation is far more popular than 2D animation in terms of the types of toys that can be developed and the popularity of it. You can see this from the table in your hand. For example, Toy Story, this 3D animation has more than 100 types of toys and more than 300 image licensing. Beauty and the Beast and Aladdin only have a total of more than 60 types of toys. At the same time, the sales are far less than 3D animation, and the number of image licensing is also less than 3D animation. As for other types of entertainment, according to this data, the income of 3D animation is basically higher than that of 2D animation, and the only thing that 2D animation is ahead of 3D animation is the box office of the stage play adapted from animation. This is mainly because the live-action story of 2D animation is easier to adapt. However, this part of the income is insignificant compared to all the other entertainment. In the end, Eric concluded, so, in the case of no advantage in terms of cost, box office, and entertainment, I can't think of a reason to continue to maintain the 2D animation department. Noticing the three old guys nodding at the same time, Eric smiled slightly, but he didn't intend to stop. He turned to a new page and said, then, next, is the difference in the production cycle of the two types of animated films. Ignoring the obvious bitter smile on the faces of the three, Eric continued, in the Disney era, Michael Eisner took charge of Disney in 1984 and adjusted the animation department until the release of the first successful, The Little Mermaid. It took a total of 5 years, and the subsequent animated films such as Beauty and the Beast and Aladdin basically started during the years that Michael Eisner took charge. I've done some simple statistics. The average production cycle of hand-drawn animated films is 5 years, because hand-drawn animation has a very big disadvantage compared to computer animation. After computer animation is modeled in 3D, many of the materials can be used repeatedly, which saves a lot of labor and time costs. Therefore, Pixar only took 2 years to produce Toy Story and Bug. Every frame of hand-drawn animation must be drawn by the animator himself. In addition, to ensure that there is not too much useless work in the production process, before a hand-drawn animation project is launched, a long project incubation period is needed to confirm every detail of the animated film. This will seriously delay the production process of a hand-drawn animation. Noticing that David West's mouth twitched, Eric smiled and said, David, I'm sure you want to ask, why not hire more people? Okay. David West spread his hands helplessly and cooperatively imitated Eric's tone. Why not hire more people? The other people in the private room chuckled. Eric also smiled and explained, this brings us back to the topic I just mentioned. After 3D animation is modeled in computer, the image of the animated characters is fixed. Therefore, there can be many animators in charge of a project. Of course, this number can't be expanded indefinitely. But hand-drawn animation is different, because different animators have their own drawing style. The number of animators in a project is limited to a certain range, and the style of the entire animation can be maintained. But if there are too many people in a project, unless the producer and director have super strong coordination skills, the audience is likely to find that the style of the movie and even the image of the characters are different. I think no matter who it is, if they encounter such a situation during the movie, they will be in a very bad mood, right? After Buffett and the other two were forced to nod again, Eric said, actually, a long production cycle is not a big deal. As long as it can bring in excellent works and rich profits, I don't think time is a problem. But here's the problem. Compared to 3D animation, 2D animation not only has a long production cycle, but also has another very important disadvantage. Do you know what it is? Buffett smiled and shook his head, while David West and Tom Murphy unceremoniously flipped to another page of the document. Kelly Haynes, who was sitting next to Eric, obviously knew the answer, but she didn't intend to answer Eric's question. She just smiled and looked at the young boss next to her. Unknowingly, she even supported her chin with her hand, with an unknown admiration in her eyes. Eric waited for the other three to turn to the next document before he continued. Everyone knows that Hollywood sequels are often the most stable and profitable. But whether it is The Little Mermaid, Aladdin, or Beauty and the Beast, these hand-drawn animation films have not been released publicly. Instead, they plan to release them directly on videotape. The main reason for this is that the production cycle of 2D hand-drawn animation films is too long. If there is a conflict over the script of the sequels, it may exceed the average 5 years to 6, 7 years, or even longer. As I just said, the younger audience of 2D animation films changes every 7 years. Perhaps by the time the sequels of these films are completed, the children who originally accounted for more than 40% of the audience will have grown into teenagers who are no longer interested in 2D animation. The sequels won't have much popularity among the new younger audience. Therefore, after a popular hand-drawn animation, Disney's consistent strategy is to directly produce a sequel for videotape release. This kind of work is aimed at the small screen, and the requirements for the plot and the quality of the animation are not high. This has the advantage of rapid production and low cost. The film version of Aladdin cost more than $20 million, and the production cycle is 4.5 years. The direct videotape sequel cost only $5 million, and the production process only took 2 years. Although it makes a huge profit, this kind of shoddy videotape work is actually a kind of excessive consumption of the Disney brand. In this regard, 3D animation films have an absolute advantage in terms of the age distribution of the audience and the production cycle. As long as 3D animation works are popular enough, not only can they produce sequels in 2 to 3 years, but even after 7 years or even longer, because of the popularity of all age groups, the sequels can still be launched. At this point, the 3 old men didn't want to continue reading the documents. Buffett took the lead and said, "Eric, if you want, I can publicly support your decision in the newspaper tomorrow. I think Tom and David wouldn't mind doing this. However, I have one last question. You can choose not to answer, but I won't change my decision." Eric nodded. Buffett asked, "With Firefly's current strength, it won't be a big problem to continue to maintain Disney's hand-drawn animation department for a few years, and I think that in the short term, this department will still bring in enough profits for Disney. In the case of The Lion King's box office, why do you insist on such drastic measures?" Eric replied, "This reminds me of a short story in an article that introduced your life experience." Buffett smiled and motioned for Eric to continue. Tom Murphy and the other 2 also looked curious. Eric said, "I remember that the article introduced Berkshire Hathaway Textile Factory. In 1985, Hathaway Textile Factory was completely closed, and all the equipment in the factory was almost sold at the price of scrap metal. It was only $160,000. The article specifically mentioned that in 1981, Hathaway Textile Factory replaced 200 pieces of textile equipment with a unit price of $5,000. Only 4 years later, the average price of this batch of equipment was only $16. If you chose to close the profitable textile business in 1981, not only could you avoid the loss of millions of US dollars, but you could also bring in millions of US dollars of additional income by selling the textile business. However, only 4 years later, the value of all this had fallen to $160,000 US. Buffett didn't refute. He nodded frankly and said, "This was indeed a personal mistake on my part. At that time, the manager of Hathaway Textile Factory, Ken Zeiss, kept persuading me to sell the textile business, but I didn't do so." Eric brought the topic back to Buffett's question and said, "In fact, the measures I took were not drastic. 2 years ago, I had already revealed that I wanted to fully convert the animation department to 3D production, but most people didn't seem to take it seriously. They probably thought that hand-drawn animation was indispensable for Disney. Half a year ago, I officially announced the detailed reform plan to Disney's animation department, but it still didn't attract enough attention, and now..." Eric spread his hands and said, "Perhaps even the members of Disney's animation department who originally supported the digital reform must have changed their minds. There are more than 700 animators in Disney's hand-drawn animation department, and more than 1,000 employees in other support departments. Whether it's due to social influence or labor law restrictions, I never thought of letting these people lose their jobs. I gave them enough time to change, but they didn't cherish it. This is a good opportunity. With the influence of The Lion King, even if they leave Disney, I don't think they will be at risk of losing their jobs. So this is the best time to get rid of the burden. Maybe Firefly can even get some extra income from this. In the future, when 2D animation films decline, it will no longer be Firefly who needs to worry about the livelihood of these people." After listening to Eric's words carefully, Buffett asked, "You mean, you plan to sell the entire hand-drawn animation department of Disney?" "The first choice in my heart is still to let the hand-drawn animation department undergo a digital transformation. Disney's hand-drawn animation department has very excellent production and directing talents. If they can successfully transition to 3D animation production, Disney won't have to train them again," Eric said, then shook his head with some regret and said, "But now, it seems that this possibility is very low. If the 2 sides can't reach an agreement in the end, I will package the entire hand-drawn animation department and sell it." "This plan doesn't seem to work," Tom Murphy said. "The most important thing in the animation department is the hand-drawn animators, not valuable assets such as real estate, patents, or copyrights. If they can't reach an agreement in the end, I think they won't let themselves be sold as bargaining chips." "It's nothing more than interests," Eric said. "As long as they agree, Firefly can return a part of The funds from the sale of the animation department to them as compensation. Moreover, I think the buyer will definitely want to get a complete animation production department. Firefly can also sell part of the 2D animation film rights to increase the success rate of the transaction. At the same time, the employees of the animation department can also get a higher salary from the buyer. Then, the interests of the three sides are completely aligned. I can't think of any reason for them to refuse. David West couldn't help but say, "Eric, I really want to know, what else have you not considered?" Just as Eric was about to answer, Buffett said, "There is also the long-term bonds that are being issued." "Eric, before I came, I checked the bond issuance situation. Morgan Stanley and Deutsche Bank have sold a total of $4.9 billion of Firefly long-term bonds, and there is still $3.1 billion left. If you insist on closing the hand-drawn animation department, it will definitely have an impact on Firefly's current bond issuance. Have you considered that?" "Of course." Eric nodded and said, "At present, Firefly has already divested the paper assets that are to be sold and the hand-drawn animation department that is very likely to be sold. This will at least bring in $2 billion of free cash flow for Firefly. This money is enough to make up for any possible impact caused by the unfavorable bond issuance. Moreover, I believe that after Firefly releases the financial report for the first half of the year in July, the possibility of bond sales being blocked is almost zero. As long as the investors aren't stupid, they can see that a hand-drawn animation department won't have much impact on Firefly's profitability. Then, I don't have any questions here." Buffett finally said, "Eric, if you need our help with this matter, just let us know." Eric knocked on a few documents on the table and said, "Regarding the contents of this document, I hope that everyone can keep it confidential. Once it is leaked, the potential buyers will definitely change their minds." Buffett had already recorded the entire document in his mind with his extraordinary memory. He originally wanted to keep the document and savor it. But since Eric said so, in order to show his sincerity, Buffett picked up the document and handed it over. He smiled and said, "In that case, maybe it's safer for you to take this document back." Tom Murphy and David West also handed the document back to Eric. Eric did not refuse. He put away the documents and said, "Also, regarding this matter, as long as everyone can cooperate and help persuade the other shareholders to remain silent, then wait for the final result." Buffett said, "No problem, I will make a few calls after dinner." Tom Murphy and David West gave the same promise. The three of them represented the interests of some of the original ABC shareholders. As long as they came forward to lobby, there would be no more trouble within Firefly. After the disagreement was resolved, the dinner that followed was very pleasant. Buffett and the other two were all elites in the business world for decades. Although Eric looked too young in the eyes of these people, his complete memory of his previous life also allowed him to talk to the three old men on any topic. This also made Buffett and the other two look at him in a new light. It was already 11 o'clock at night when dinner ended. Because it was a civilian-level restaurant, the total cost of the 5 people was only $220. This time, the invitation was issued by Buffett. There was no scramble to pay the bill that Eric often saw in his memory. It was just that when Buffett seriously calculated the full $33 tip and gave it to the waiter who had been looking forward to it all night, except for Tom Murphy, Buffett's old friend for many years who turned a blind eye, Eric, David West, and even Kelly Haynes all had the urge to pretend to be passers-by. Until Buffett and the other two left in the car, Eric could still feel that the female assistant beside him was suppressing some impulsive emotions with a straight face. Eric no longer hid the smile that he had been holding back and said to Kelly, "Are you calculating the psychological trauma of that waiter?" When Kelly Haynes heard the completely unfamiliar phrase psychological trauma, she was stunned for a moment, but she quickly realized the humor and ridicule in it. The suppressed smile instantly bloomed and she said, "I think after this, that waiter will definitely not have any expectations for a billionaire anymore." As they chatted casually, the two of them walked to the parking lot beside them. The driver was already waiting for them there. The Italian restaurant they were eating in just happened to share the parking lot with a movie theater nearby. Coincidentally, a movie had just ended, so the audience crowded out of the theater and rushed toward Eric and Kelly. Because it was already late at night, there were very few adults and children. Most of the people who walked out were teenagers who had a rich nightlife. Of course, there were many couples among them. In order to avoid being recognized, Eric took out his sunglasses and put them on. He noticed that the female assistant beside him was looking at a couple who were almost glued to each other. He joked, "I also have a free arm for rent." "It's free." Kelly Haynes felt her heart skip a beat, but she forced herself to calm down and glanced at Eric. "Boss, you're really harassing me." Eric thought that Kelly Haynes was angry and was about to apologize when the two of them bumped into the crowd. When they bumped into each other, Kelly Haynes subconsciously reached out and grabbed the arm of the man beside her. Then, the two of them could not help but stop in their tracks. Eric looked at the female assistant who was looking down in confusion. Although the sunglasses affected his vision, he still noticed that the woman's originally white face was stained with a layer of red. After the crowd met with Eric and Kelly, they quickly turned to the parking lot beside them. Seeing that the woman had no intention of letting go of him, Eric tried to reach out and put his arm around her waist and followed the crowd to the parking lot. When Carter Moan saw the two of them walking over, he quietly opened the car door and ignored them. He was indeed used to it. However, Kelly Haynes was so embarrassed that she almost wanted to run away. A series of thoughts quickly floated through her mind. What's wrong with me? I definitely didn't do it on purpose. I'm 10 years older than him. What will he think? It seems like he's always liked mature people. Pooey, what am I thinking? I'm too shameless. This is my boss. Will he think that I'm very casual? No, I have to let go of him. But he's hugging me. How can I let go? It's over. I'm definitely going to lose this job. Eric gently let the woman into the car and got in as well. Carter Moan got into the car and similarly waited quietly for his boss's instructions. Based on his experience, they should not be returning to the Sharp Corner Manor. After a few minutes of silence, Eric glanced at the female assistant who was a little distracted. He thought of the cinema just now and probed, "Why don't we go watch a midnight movie together?" Kelly Haynes finally came to her senses. She quickly shook her head and said, "It's already very late. I still have to go to work tomorrow." Eric tried to make a joke to ease the atmosphere and said, "Don't forget that your boss is just beside you." But Mr. Katzenberg isn't that easy to talk to. If I'm late for the regular meeting tomorrow morning, he'll definitely fly into a rage. Eric would not interfere with the authority of the management over such trivial matters. He said, "Then, I'll send you back. Where's your house?" When Kelly Haynes heard this question, she panicked again, but she still told him her address. Eric gestured to Carter Moan, and the car quickly started. 40 minutes later, the limousine stopped outside a villa in the wealthy district in the north of Santa Monica. Because of the awkward contact just now, the two of them did not speak much along the way. After Kelly Haynes got out of the car, Eric also got out of the car out of courtesy. Then, "See you tomorrow," Eric said, feeling that the atmosphere was still a little strange. He subconsciously wanted to put his hands in his pockets, but he was wearing a suit now and not casual clothes. It would look very strange if he did so he did not move. Kelly Haynes hummed in a low voice. She still did not dare to look Eric in the eyes. "Good night, boss." Eric could feel that the woman was carefully using this more formal address to draw a line between them. He echoed, "Good night, Miss Haynes." The female assistant had just subconsciously wanted to use the address boss to remind herself and Eric, but when she heard Eric's similarly distant address, she felt uneasy. She hesitated for a moment and said, Why don't you come in and have a cup of coffee?" Eric had always felt that he was a person who was protective of women. When he felt the woman in front of him worrying about personal gains and losses, he felt a wave of irritation and suddenly lost his patience. He turned around and knocked on the window beside him. When Carter Moan lowered the glass window, he said, "I'm going to Kelly's place for a cup of coffee. You can pick me up tomorrow morning." Mr. Bodyguard was straightforward. He nodded and started the car to drive away. Kelly Haynes stared at everything that had suddenly happened in front of her, and her face turned red again. She said, I didn't mean anything else. I really just wanted to treat you to a cup of coffee." Towards the end, the female assistant's voice was already inaudible. She also realized that it was almost 12. Why the hell was he drinking coffee? Eric rudely pulled the charming woman in front of him into his arms. Under the woman's weak resistance, he said, I didn't mean anything else. It's been a long time since I ran a marathon. I just happened to have a cup of coffee to refresh myself before running back to Malibu. I'll definitely be home before dawn. Kelly Haynes burst out laughing, and the last trace of hesitation disappeared inexplicably. She said softly, You're really a rascal. With that said, the woman didn't resist anymore. They walked into the villa together. Before the lights could be turned on, the two figures were already stuck together in the darkness. The maid kissed for a long time. Feeling Eric's increasingly wanton actions, the female assistant was about to say something when a somewhat puzzled voice sounded in advance. Madam Haynes, is that you? Kelly Haynes bounced away from Eric as if she had been electrocuted. She replied with a trembling voice, Jenny, it's me. You can continue sleeping. The voice paused for a moment before quickly replying, Okay, Madam Haynes. After listening for a while and making sure that the other party had no intention of walking out of the room, Kelly was relieved. She felt Eric pestering her again. She quickly pushed the man away and whispered, I'm going to check on Nina. Eric grunted in acknowledgement. Sensing that the woman in the faint light was walking toward a room at the side, he subconsciously followed her. When they reached the door, Kelly Haynes realized that Eric was behind her. Thinking of what was going to happen next, the woman couldn't help but feel shy. She said angrily, You're not allowed to follow me in. Eric knew that Kelly was going to her daughter's bedroom, so he stopped in his tracks. A few minutes later, the female assistant walked out again shyly. Eric couldn't hold it in any longer. He picked the woman up a little roughly and asked with a hoarse voice, Where's the bedroom? The woman's body trembled slightly as she pointed in a direction. The two figures quickly disappeared into a room. What they didn't know was that in the nanny's room, another woman named Jennifer was standing behind the door that was slightly ajar. Her eyes were wide open, and she covered her mouth with one hand. She stood there in a daze for a few minutes, and after that, she couldn't sleep for the entire night. Thinking of the Hollywood bigshot she recognized because of her curiosity, messy thoughts ran through her mind the entire night. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to Chidian, to be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to Chidian, to be continued. You're welcome to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to M to read. In a villa in Santa Monica, the little girl named Nina got up early in the morning with the help of her nanny, Jennifer. She couldn't wait to run to the kitchen. Good morning, Mom. The little girl greeted her mother and went to her side. Kelly Haynes, who was busy in front of the kitchen counter, bent over and kissed her daughter's cheek. Good morning, baby. Jennifer went forward to help. She seemed to be casually sizing up the mistress whose cheeks were still rosy from joy. She said in a natural tone, Madam Haynes, you look so good today. Kelly Haynes knew that since the nanny had woken up last night, she wouldn't be able to hide the fact that she brought Eric back. However, after everything that had happened last night, Kelly Haynes no longer had her initial apprehension and shyness. She was an adult single woman, and there was nothing shameful about bringing her lover home for the night. Hence, she only nodded slightly at the nanny and said, Thank you, Jenny. However, this matter obviously didn't end so easily. Kelly was about to put the breakfast on the plate when her daughter pulled her collar with a mysterious expression and whispered, Mom, I think I heard a cat meowing last night. When Kelly heard this, the frying pan in her hand almost dropped. Jennifer, who had been thinking about something, instantly turned her head and covered her mouth to suppress the laughter that almost overflowed out. Kelly took a deep breath and said to her daughter with a smile, Baby, you must have heard wrongly. Definitely not. Nina shook her little head with certainty. However, the girl didn't have the intention to argue with her mother. She said, Mom, can we raise a kitten? Baby, we can't do that now. Mom has to work, you have to learn how to draw, and you have to go to school after the summer vacation. Even Jenny has her own things to do. If we raise a kitten and we can't find anyone to take care of it, we can only leave it alone at home. The kind-hearted little girl imagined the scene described by her mother in her mind and shook her head in disappointment. Then forget it. Kelly divided the breakfast into 4 portions and placed 3 of them on the table. She said to her daughter, "Hurry up and eat. After breakfast, Jenny will send you to class." The little girl nodded obediently, but unexpectedly pointed at another breakfast on the kitchen counter and said, "Mommy, why is there an extra breakfast?" Calmly, Kelly quickly found an excuse. "Mom plans to bring it to the company to make lunch." Jennifer noticed her mistress's panic and the little girl's confused expression. She suddenly realized that this was an opportunity and said, "Nina, yesterday you said that you drew a very beautiful painting in class. Why don't you show it to me?" The little girl's eyes lit up, and she instantly forgot about the previous topic. She couldn't wait to jump off the chair and run to her room. Kelly heaved a sigh of relief and said to Jennifer, "Thank you, Jenny." Jennifer tried her best to make her smile more sincere. She pointed at the leftover breakfast and asked, "Miss Haynes, do you need me to send it over?" Although Kelly enjoyed the joy of being with Eric, she also knew that she was destined to have no future with this little man. Because she was worried about her daughter's reaction, after Kelly got up, she begged Eric to wait for Nina to go to class before leaving. Eric also very considerately agreed. Thinking of the craziness last night, Kelly blushed and realized that Eric was definitely hungry now. Hearing Jennifer's suggestion, she hesitated for a moment before nodding and agreeing. Seeing that Kelly agreed, Jennifer got up and walked to the kitchen counter. She picked up the breakfast and walked out calmly. Although this half-renter, half-nanny girl was introduced by a good friend, Kelly had done a detailed research on her. Like many young people who appeared in Los Angeles, Jennifer was also a Hollywood wanderer with dreams of becoming a star. However, compared to those young people who were blindly seeking success, Jennifer appeared to be much more mature. This 22-year-old girl had just graduated from Denison University a few months ago. She had a good education and upbringing. After coming to Hollywood, she also took acting classes and acted in stage plays while waiting for opportunities. At the same time, she also found her current job as a nanny to make ends meet. If it were not for these reasons, Kelly would definitely not allow a Hollywood wanderer to be her daughter's nanny. Since she was able to become Eric's assistant, Kelly was, of course, the elite of the elite. She might not have realized something because she had been focusing on her daughter earlier, but now, she only noticed that Jennifer's body was a little stiff after picking up Eric's breakfast. She immediately understood a lot of things. However, Jennifer had not made any mistakes in taking care of Nina for a few months. Kelly had a good impression of this girl. If she could help her, Kelly would not be stingy. Thinking of this, Kelly called out to the girl, "Jenny." Jennifer paused. She was also a smart woman. She realized that her mistress might have guessed something. Her whole body was completely stiff. It took her a lot of effort to turn her head. Her eyes were flustered, and she forced a smile. "Miss Haynes." Kelly smiled encouragingly and said, "This is indeed a good opportunity. However, if you want to seize it, you'd better relax a little." Jennifer's suspended heart seemed to have landed on solid ground in an instant. She nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Miss Haynes." The unique fragrance in a woman's bedroom was always refreshing. Eric casually sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his legs crossed. He leaned back in his chair and enjoyed the warm morning sun. His fingertips seemed to still have the touch of the female assistant's body. If it were not for the annoying news in the Los Angeles Times in front of him, the start of the day would have been perfect. Jennifer pushed the door open and came in. She was just in time to see the man in a white shirt leaning back in the leather chair leisurely. Before she could adjust her nervous heartstrings, the man had already turned around. However, Jennifer was conflicted about whether she should pretend to be surprised when she just recognized Eric. Therefore, she ignored the flash of surprise on Eric's face. The two looked at each other for a moment. Eric spoke first. "You're the housekeeper from last night?" Although Eric's tone was very casual, Jennifer still felt the natural sense of oppression from Eric's words and actions. "Yes." Jennifer nodded. However, she remembered that it would be terrible if he really thought of her as a housekeeper. So, she quickly added in a messy tone, I'm just a part-time worker. Actually, my name is Jennifer Garner." Eric suddenly felt that this kind of inexplicable coincidence was always very interesting, so he could not help but laugh. However, this chuckle made Jennifer Garner think that she had messed up something. She became even more nervous. Eric quickly pointed to the food in the girl's hand. "This is my breakfast, right?" When Jennifer Garner heard Eric's question, she quickly nodded. "Yes, Mr. Williams." As she spoke, she handed the fine porcelain plate with fried eggs and sandwiches to Eric. Then, she realized that Eric was holding the plate and did not know where to start. She became embarrassed again. She glanced at the dressing table on her right, but Eric did not seem to have any intention of moving his body. Eric freed a hand and patted his right knee that was propped up on his left leg. "Can you help me put a few tissues on it?" Of course, no problem." Jennifer Garner nodded in a panic. She took the tissue box from the dressing table and came to Eric's side. The leather chair that Eric was sitting on was lowered to the lowest point. Jennifer Garner had a tall figure. The girl first bent her waist, but she immediately felt that this somewhat condescending posture would make Eric unhappy. So, she squatted down. However, this posture seemed even more inelegant. After a slight hesitation, the girl knelt down beside Eric's leg like a docile maid. She carefully spread the tissues on Eric's knee. Eric silently watched Jennifer Garner's series of actions. He could not help but feel the oppressive power of wealth and power. However, this feeling was indeed very enjoyable. It also explained why there were always so many people in this world who worked their whole lives for fame and fortune. After she finished spreading the tissues, she saw that the plate was put down. Jennifer Garner looked up at Eric and noticed the change in the man's expression. She suddenly gave up the idea of getting up and quietly knelt beside Eric's leg. The girl even wondered if she should help Eric hold the plate so that he could eat more conveniently. However, Jennifer Garner still had some self-respect. Her current state had already reached her bottom line. Although this bottom line was so fragile that it could not withstand a single blow, but, unless Eric took the initiative to ask, she felt that she should still persevere, right? Eric did not intend to let the girl continue to do anything. He divided the fried egg and sandwich on the plate into small pieces, picked up a fork, and put it into his mouth. At the same time, he did not neglect the girl beside him. He casually asked, "Since it's a part-time job, let me guess. Since you're so beautiful, you must want to enter Hollywood, right?" Well, Jennifer Garner deliberated over her words and replied, "I envy that kind of life, so I want to give it a try." Eric nodded and said, "At least you didn't say that I've liked acting since I was young and that I was determined to be an actor at the age of 8. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to eat breakfast properly." In fact, many stars in Hollywood usually don't think that they will embark on this path when they are young, but fate is often so magical. Inexplicably, some people find that they have become Hollywood superstars with a net worth of tens of millions overnight. For many things, the more you deliberately pursue them, the harder it is to get them. Jennifer Garner realized that she had made the right bet and smiled in agreement. Jennifer Garner was a typical Western beauty with high cheekbones and thick lips, so she was obviously not Eric's cup of tea. However, since they had met, Eric did not mind giving her a few more pointers. He said, "Since you want to enter Hollywood, then do you know where your strengths and weaknesses are?" Jennifer Garner's thoughts were spinning, but she still could not answer Eric's question for a while. She had only been in Hollywood for a few months, so how could she understand these things? Eric did not expect the girl to answer. He said, "You are very beautiful, but in Hollywood, this is definitely not your strength. It can even be a disadvantage, because beauty is something that Hollywood does not lack. If you often watch movies, you will find that in those movies with more party plots, you can always see countless face beauties, and your figure and appearance happen to be the type that is very suitable to be a background vase. If you can't find your position, then a vase is likely to be your final destination." Jennifer Garner listened to Eric's pointers with rapt attention. She even wanted to take out a pen and paper to write it down on the spot. Now, even the top stars in Hollywood would not easily get Eric's pointers. The smart girl understood that this opportunity was definitely more precious to her than suddenly getting a female lead role from Eric, because today's words would definitely save her a lot of detours in her future acting career. Eric ate his breakfast leisurely and continued slowly, "Since beauty can't be your capital, then what about other things? Acting skills, this kind of thing is as abundant in Hollywood as beautiful women. If you want to enter Hollywood, you can't not have acting skills, but you absolutely can't use acting skills as your capital, especially a beautiful woman like you. Even if you have excellent acting skills, they are often covered by your appearance. Jennifer Garner felt that Eric had been talking about her shortcomings, but did not tell her where her strengths were. When his voice fell, she could not help but ask, "Mr. Williams, what should I do?" Eric smiled and looked at the girl who was still kneeling by his legs. He said, "You are very smart, which is an advantage. Too many people in Hollywood often fail because they are not smart enough. Even if they encounter an opportunity, they don't know how to seize it." Jennifer Garner smiled, lowered her head slightly, and lowered her eyes. Eric continued to point out, "And now, another important factor to step into Hollywood, opportunity, is no longer a problem for you. However, if you can't find your own direction, then you can only become a second-tier actress at most, and as you grow older, even if you realize what path you should take, it will be difficult to compete with the new generation of actresses." Realizing that Eric was about to say the key point, Jennifer Garner raised her pretty face again. "Your beauty is neither sweet nor silly, but somewhat fierce, which means that you are absolutely not suitable for any silly and sweet female lead role. Then, there is only one acting path that is most suitable for you, an action actress." Although it had only been a few months since she came to Hollywood, Jennifer Garner had been lucky enough to attend several auditions, but the results were no exception. When Eric said this, the girl suddenly realized why the roles she auditioned for did not come to fruition. "Mr. Williams, are you talking about an action actress like Miss Nicole Kidman?" Eric remembered that in the original Space-Time, Nicole's acting career had declined all the way after she won the Oscar. The main reason was that she could not find a suitable path for herself. Hearing the girl's question, Eric shook his head and said, "Nicole is not an action actress. Her acting path is much broader. But for you, the most suitable path is only this one. Persevere, then, before the age of 35, you may become the first female lead in Hollywood action movies." Speaking of this, Eric was actually thinking of Angelina Jolie at this time. In his opinion, Jolie was neither beautiful nor sexy, and her figure was just average. But after the media's repeated brainwashing of "Jolie is very beautiful, Jolie is very sexy" thousands of times, even those who were very disgusted with Jolie might have the idea that, oh, this woman is really not bad in their hearts. Moreover, Jolie had been on the right path for her style since her debut. Because of this, in Hollywood, where other female stars were rising and falling, Jolie had always been able to maintain her position as an A-list actress. Eric remembered that Jolie had a very powerful agent. In the original Space-Time, Nicole could not withstand the continuous decline of her career, and later chose to leave the industry giants like CAA and seek refuge with Julie's agent. Jennifer Garner firmly remembered Eric's words in her heart, but still asked with some dissatisfaction, "Then, what about after the age of 35? Eric had already finished his breakfast. He looked at the expectant girl and smiled. "It's not good to be too greedy. After the age of 35, you must have earned enough money. Next, you should take care of your body, get married, have children, enjoy life, and maybe try to fight for an Oscar or something." In fact, after the age of 35, if the fame was still there, the next path was very simple. Play the villain. The Witch and Sleeping Beauty, Snow White's stepmother, and so on. Even Auntie May, who had failed the most but persevered in the Oscars, learned the bad things. Jennifer Garner was very smart and did not ask any more questions. She took the plate in front of Eric fawningly, but did not get up immediately. She looked like a little maid waiting for Eric's instructions. This kind of fawning action made Eric unable to help but reach out and lift the girl's chin. He looked at the face in her early 20s as if he was admiring a brand new work of art. He said, "Actually, I like the name Jennifer the most. It means a charming woman." Jennifer Garner's body trembled slightly as she felt the cool fingertips brush across her cheeks. She said softly, "Mr. Williams, I'll be staying at Ms. Haynes' place for a while. Okay, if I have time, I will call you. I hope you won't reject my date then." Eric smiled and said, "But now, you have to hurry down and take Nina away. Otherwise, Kelly and I will be late for work." After breakfast, after sending her daughter and Jennifer Garner off, Kelly Haynes returned to the house. Eric had already come downstairs. His suit and tie were hanging on his arm, and he was holding a newspaper in his hand. Kelly walked forward and gently reached out to button Eric's shirt collar. She then helped the man with his tie and asked, "What were you talking about just now? What took you so long?" "A very smart girl. I just gave her a few pointers," Eric said as he leaned over and kissed the female assistant's lips. Kelly smiled and pushed Eric away. She continued to tie his tie. She thought of Jennifer Garner's blushing face when she came downstairs and said, "Jennifer is so lucky. I thought you did something else." Eric did not mention what had just happened. He said casually, "She's not my type. You must know that." Kelly tied his tie and checked it again. She smiled and asked, "Then what type do you like?" Eric smiled and reached out to hold the female assistant's soft waist. He said, "Of course, it's someone like you." Feeling that Eric seemed to want to push her to the sofa, Kelly blushed and hurriedly said, "Don't, Eric. It's already 8:05. I have to be at the company before 9. Although there was still nearly an hour before 9, Eric also knew that the roads in Los Angeles would be very crowded during work hours. If he did not leave early, he would be very likely to be late. After kissing the female assistant's cheek, Eric let go of her and handed the Los Angeles Times to her. He pointed to a piece of news and said, "Ronald Perlman's and Drew Holdings Group suddenly announced yesterday that it had bought $400 million of Firefly long-term bonds. I don't think this matter is that simple. It might be related to what happened recently. Bring this newspaper to Katzenberg. I want to see the relevant report this afternoon." When Kelly heard Eric talk about business, she showed a professional expression. She quickly skimmed through the short news article and nodded. "I'll pass it to Mr. Katzenberg as soon as possible." Eric then remembered that Chris had returned to New York from Boston. He had asked Chris to pay attention to news related to Marvel. Since it involved Ronald Perlman, the current actual controller of Marvel, he said, "Also, inform Chris to pay attention to this matter." Kelly nodded again and added, "Do we need to inform Mr. Buffett and the others?" "They must already know, but let's officially inform them. I'm sure Buffett and David West will be able to see some clues." After Kelly drove to Firefly's headquarters in Burbank, Eric also rushed to Firefly Studios in Praia Vista. Compared to Burbank, which was 20 kilometers away, Praia Vista was less than 10 kilometers away from Santa Monica, and the road conditions were much better than in the city. It only took Eric 20 minutes to reach the studio. Thinking of the request for a meeting between the head of the animation department, Peter Schneider, and Roy Disney yesterday, Eric decided to have a chat with the other party, so he did not go directly to Victoria's Secret studio in the studio. Instead, he went to his office in the administrative district. He turned on the computer to deal with a few emails. He inadvertently looked at the time and found that it was already 9:15. Eric frowned. Just as he was about to make a call to ask what was going on, there was a knock on the office door. Eric thought it was Peter Schneider and Roy Disney. Although they were 15 minutes late, Eric was not a harsh boss. Besides, the two sides were likely to part ways soon, so he said to the door in a normal tone, "Come in." The person who opened the door was his secretary in the studio. The secretary glanced at Eric's face and seemed to be cautious. She said, "Mr. Williams, I just received a call from Mr. Peter Schneider. He said that something urgent came up, so he can't come." Eric shook his head and laughed. He didn't know if it was self-deprecating or something else. He said, "Since they want to cancel the meeting, why didn't they call in advance? Why did they have to wait until the time was over? Are they playing with me?" It was the first time the secretary had seen a subordinate stand her boss up in such a rude way. She had expected this young boss to be angry. When she heard Eric's question, she helplessly shrank her neck and said in a low voice, "Mr. Williams, I don't know." Eric suddenly lost interest in pursuing the matter. He waved at the secretary and said, "Forget it. Go back to work." The secretary quietly left the office like a cat. Eric read some emails patiently. Most of the irritation in his heart disappeared. He turned off the computer, left the administrative building, and went to Victoria's Secret studio in the studio area. As soon as he walked into the busy studio, Edward Razek, who was the deputy of the Victoria's Secret show project, and Todd Thomas, the chief designer of Victoria's Secret, came up to him. They said, Eric, the British military suit that you personally designed has been completed. Do you want to see it? Eric felt that Edward Razek's attitude today seemed to be a little eager, but he didn't care. He nodded. The three of them walked to a work area together. Eric saw the plastic model's angelic suit at first glance. It was a classic British military suit with a striking red color and stunning black wings on the back. This was the second outfit for the opening of the 2013 Victoria's Secret show. The model was Bahati Prince, nicknamed Little Pumpkin. As a veteran uniform lover, Eric's deepest impression of that year's Victoria's Secret show, other than the unlucky girl who stole the limelight and had no friends, was the angelic suit in the British military style. Moreover, Eric didn't choose the angelic suit for no reason. The theme provided by the Victoria's Secret design team happened to be in the British style. Since he had a ready-made template in his mind, Eric decisively decided on the theme and changed the name of the theme to a term that had just become popular in the rock world in recent years, British Invasion. However, other than the military style, Eric didn't take out other angelic suits to steal the design team's work. Anyway, the British elements were nothing more than gentlemen, football, umbrellas, and so on. Edward Razek and Todd Thomas were also very satisfied with the angelic suit that Eric took out. The three of them stood side by side and admired it for a while. Edward said, Eric, why don't you get a model to try it on and see the effect? No need. Eric shook his head and said, call Miss Kruger and ask her to come over and try it on. I specially designed this angelic suit for her. Diane Kruger, who had just turned 18, had a youthful aura that was very similar to the little pumpkin in his memory. It was perfect for her to wear this angelic suit. Eric didn't plan to immediately launch a sky-high BRA gimmick this year. Therefore, the angelic suit in front of him, whether it was stunning or the significance it represented in the British theme, could be used as the opening of the first Victoria's Secret show. The first batch of Victoria's Secret angels who had signed the contract had already started training. Diane Kruger was no exception. Hearing Eric's order, Todd Thomas took the initiative to walk away and call the other party. Edward Razek felt that Eric must be in a good mood at this time, so he said, Eric, we still have one last spokesperson that hasn't been confirmed. Miss Heaver. Eric patted his head and said, oh, I've been too busy recently. I almost forgot about this. Claudia has a contract with another bra brand. I'm afraid she can't participate in the show. Do you have anyone to recommend? Edward Razek thought to himself that even without this obstacle, Claudia Heaver would definitely not participate in the Victoria's Secret show now. However, he didn't express his thoughts. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Eric, Miss Cindy Crawford contacted us yesterday. She said that she still hopes to participate in this year's Victoria's Secret fashion show and is willing to cooperate fully with the program schedule. Didn't she already? Eric said absent-mindedly. He suddenly turned his head to look at Edward Razek and smiled. Did something happen? Edward Razek realized that Eric really didn't know about this, so he explained, Warner suddenly fired Miss Crawford and gave the female lead role of competitive game to Miss Heaver. Eric suddenly realized that Joe Silver must still be a little unhappy. He wanted to get Claudia to join the unlucky project to pull him into the game. However, Eric rarely asked the women what movies they would accept. Unless it was a special movie, the women wouldn't bother him with these things. Therefore, Joe Silver's plan was wrong from the beginning. If the project was the same as before, Claudia's popularity would definitely be affected if she accepted the contract. Originally, Cindy Crawford had completely cut off her path to Hollywood with this film. However, on second thought, even if the movie was a flop, with him around, Claudia would definitely not end up like Cindy Crawford. Therefore, Eric dismissed the idea of getting involved. Noticing that Edward Razek was beside him waiting for his reply, Eric realized that this deputy must have been asked to do something. He smiled and said, if you think it's suitable, then the last spokesperson spot will be given to Cindy Crawford. Cindy Crawford was the most popular supermodel in the public. A few years ago, she even had her own TV show. Victoria's Secret's debut show played the public card. Adding such a supermodel could increase the show's popularity. Eric didn't even give her a chance to speak at the celebration party for True Lies, mainly because this woman was a little greedy. She wanted to do both. The movie and the show. It was impossible for her to leave the movie alone, so the rehearsal time for Victoria's Secret would definitely be squeezed. Eric attached the same importance to the show as he did to the movie. Of course, he wouldn't allow such a restless factor to exist. Edward originally thought that Eric would refuse. He didn't expect him to agree so easily. Instead, his expression was a little strange. "Edward, you don't think that I ruined her chance to be the female lead, do you?" Edward smiled and said, "A lot of people in the industry have thought so recently, but I don't think so anymore." Eric shrugged. "Although I don't know what exactly happened, Cindy Crawford seems to be the victim. I didn't expect Joe Silver to invite Claudia, but since my woman is the one who got the benefits, I'll take the blame." Eric was not bothered by Edward's words at all. Eric shrugged and said, "I don't know what happened, but Cindy Crawford seems to be the one who got caught in the crossfire." Edward felt that Eric's words were very interesting. He also smiled, but he didn't quite understand why the fish in the pond got involved, so he asked curiously. "Oh, it's very simple," Eric explained. "The city was on fire. The residents drained the water in the moat to put out the fire. Then, the fish died of thirst." Edward Razek nodded and said, "This sounds like a fable, but I've never heard of it." "It's an Eastern fable. It's not surprising that you haven't heard of it." Edward Razek didn't continue to ask. He said, "Miss Crawford is still waiting for news. Do you want me to call her to come over and talk about the contract?" "Okay." Eric nodded casually and asked, "How's the music selection going?" "I've picked 5 songs for each theme. I'll get Sam to bring them to you." Cindy Crawford felt that her experience in the past few days was really terrible. In order to get back at her for rejecting the Victoria's Secret show, that hateful bastard not only ruined the movie role that she had spent months fighting for, but what was even more infuriating was that he even gave the role that originally belonged to her to his lover. If that was all, it would be fine. Because of the inexplicable news that Eric wanted to target her, not only did some of her contacts in Hollywood immediately stay away from her, but even several endorsement contracts that were in discussion were suddenly withdrawn by the businessman. According to her agent, the other party was worried that Eric Williams would target her and cause her to be blacklisted. Although she was very smart, she didn't understand why Eric Williams wanted to blacklist her. Even if he now owned the largest media group in North America, it was impossible for him to affect all media, right? She asked her agent, but her agent couldn't tell her why. But she still suggested that if she wanted to continue her career, it was best to take the initiative to compromise with the other party. "Bastard, bitch," looking at the huge studio outside the car window, Cindy Crawford cursed loudly in her heart. But after the driver opened the door, the woman, who was originally a little upset, recovered her charming and elegant posture in less than a second. After getting out of the car, she threw a charming smile at the stunned driver. Cindy Crawford had always enjoyed the look of those men falling head over heels for her. It was just that she didn't realize that if it weren't for the feeling of being in the limelight, she wouldn't have had to pay so much to maintain this halo. Her agent, Jeremy, got out of the passenger seat, and the two were about to walk to the studio when another car also stopped in front of the studio. Diane Kruger was originally training the tablecloth. When she heard Eric's call, she hurriedly changed out of her training clothes and rushed over. Because she didn't expect this, she only wore a t-shirt and jeans today. Therefore, when she got out of the car, she happened to meet Cindy Crawford, who was wearing a black low-cut dress and had a strong aura. She couldn't help but feel a little inferior. Cindy Crawford glanced at the young girl who had been personally picked by Eric. She sized her up, and a trace of jealousy flashed through her heart. However, she didn't bother to hide the mockery on her face. What a man with poor taste. With this thought in mind, she saw someone coming out of the studio. Cindy Crawford's expression immediately returned to normal, thinking that the other party was here to pick her up, so she smiled and greeted her. "Cindy, why are you here?" As the chief designer of Victoria's Secret, Todd Thomas of course knew Cindy Crawford. However, before the other party could reply, Todd Thomas hurriedly waved at Diane Kruger. "Miss Kruger, let's go in quickly. Mr. Williams has been waiting for you for a long time." Diane Kruger nodded and didn't greet Cindy Crawford. She hurriedly followed Todd Thomas into the studio. Cindy Crawford and her agent, Jeremy, who had been ignored, looked embarrassed at the same time. They looked at each other and didn't say anything. Just as they were about to enter the studio, they were once again stopped by the tall guard. In order to prevent information about the Victoria's Secret show from being leaked in advance, the guards at the studio were ordered to pack up and leave immediately if anyone sneaked into the studio without permission. Therefore, although they had seen Todd Thomas greet the girl, the two didn't take the initiative to show their passes. They hadn't been notified, so the guards didn't dare to risk losing their jobs by letting them in. After being slighted like this, Cindy Crawford felt the hatred in her heart soar once again, almost bursting out of her body. Her agent, Jeremy, seemed more mature. He took the initiative to explain, "Mr. Edward Razak invited us here." The guard nodded and said, "Sorry, sir, I have to ask first." Because it was just a studio, the guard's office didn't have an internal phone. The guard who had spoken said something to his partner and walked into the studio. After a few minutes, the guard came back again and waved his hand simply to let Cindy Crawford and her agent in. Cindy Crawford unconsciously clenched her fists, but she already had the urge to turn around and leave. Even that ugly duckling bitch had someone coming to pick her up, and she had come in person, but there wasn't even anyone to greet her. What was this? Jeremy didn't want Cindy Crawford to turn around and leave just because she was angry. If this employer was really banned, it would be difficult for him to find such a profitable supermodel client. This was related to his own income. Jeremy pulled the girl and whispered, "Cindy, let's go in." Cindy Crawford felt that the two guards must be mocking her, but Jeremy's words seemed to give her a way out. Cindy Crawford nodded and walked into the studio with a cold expression. The new Studio 11 of Firefly Studios was 75 meters long and 45 meters wide, which was even more spacious than the largest studio on the Warner set. At this time, the studio was divided into 6 main work areas. A total of 120 people were responsible for the design of the 6 themes of the Victoria's Secret show. When Cindy Crawford walked into the studio with her agent, Jeremy, she saw a busy scene. However, there were a lot of people gathered in the innermost part of the studio. Some of the noisy music was coming from there. Jeremy pulled a staff member over and asked a few questions. Then, they walked toward the group of people in the innermost part of the studio. As soon as they reached the periphery of the crowd, Cindy Crawford and Jeremy heard a slight noise at the same time. Then, the music suddenly stopped. Cindy Crawford's pupils shrank as she looked in the direction of the crowd. A fiery red figure with black wings appeared in her sight. The girl in this stunning uniform was Diane Kruger, whom she had just met outside the studio. At this time, Diane Kruger seemed to be a completely different person from the young girl in the t-shirt and jeans. The red uniform symbolized passion and the black wings represented mystery. When combined perfectly with the pure and sweet face, it suddenly gave people a feeling of invincibility and vitality. Cindy Crawford had always been very proud, but she couldn't help but feel a little jealous at this time. If, maybe, this set of clothes should have belonged to her. These thoughts were still lingering in her mind when Cindy Crawford heard the voice that she had hated for several days. "Diane, come here." Eric waved to the girl who was a little shy from being stared at by dozens of people at the door of the changing room. Diane Kruger heard Eric's voice and hurried to him. Realizing that everyone's eyes were focused on Diane Kruger, Cindy Crawford, who was ignored by the crowd, reluctantly walked to Eric and took the initiative to say, "Mr. Williams, nice to meet you again." Eric was just about to discuss with Todd Thomas the details that needed to be improved on Diane Kruger's angel outfit when he heard another woman's voice. He turned his head and realized that it was Cindy Crawford. This time, he didn't deliberately snub the lady as he took the initiative to extend his hand and said with a smile, "That's right. It's nice to see you again, Miss Crawford." Cindy Crawford was reminded of the time when Eric deliberately didn't shake her hand at the party. Seeing him reach out his hand, she suddenly had an impulse to embarrass this despicable guy in the same way. However, before this thought could take form, Cindy Crawford realized that her right hand had already reached out to him. Eric shook Cindy Crawford's hand and said, "Miss Crawford, we'll talk about your matter later. Please wait a moment." This affirmative tone made Cindy Crawford speechless for a moment. However, Eric ignored her and turned to Diane Kruger on the other side. With Eric's change, the others who had noticed Cindy Crawford's arrival changed their focus again. Only Edward Lazak, who had a good relationship with her, nodded at her. Eric made Diane Kruger do a few poses and twirl a few times. He discussed a few flaws that needed to be fixed with Todd Thomas and then said to Diane Kruger, "Try walking according to the music you just heard and see how it goes." Diane Kruger of course had no objection. Eric ordered the crowd to clear a path of more than 10 meters. When Diane Kruger was ready, Eric pressed the play button of a rock song. Diane Kruger realized that the upcoming performance might be much more important than the interview. When she heard the music, she took a deep breath and raised her face slightly to reveal a confident smile. She grasped a certain rhythm and walked onto the temporary runway with cat-like steps. However, the rhythm of the rock song did not seem to be suitable for the runway. Diane Kruger walked to the end and made a sexy pose. When she turned around and walked back, the rhythm of the music suddenly became hurried, which immediately disrupted the girl's pace. After returning to the starting point, Diane Kruger looked at Eric, who was not far away. The background music of the runway could not completely match the rhythm of the model's pace. Therefore, as long as a professional model could find the rhythm, the subsequent steps would not be affected by the sudden change of the rhythm of the music. This time, it was her personal mistake. Eric frowned slightly, but not because of this. He waved his hand and said to the girl, "Forget it. You don't have to walk." Diane Kruger came to Eric and pleaded in a weak voice, "Mr. Williams, I can do it again. This time, I won't make a mistake." "That's not the problem." Eric shook his head. He thought of something and looked back. Cindy Crawford, who was gloating, noticed that Eric turned around. She quickly put away the contemptuous expression at the corner of her mouth. Eric found Cindy Crawford and pointed to the runway in front of him. He asked, "Miss Crawford, are you free now?" Cindy Crawford certainly knew what Eric was referring to. She smiled confidently and said, "Of course." Eric said to Todd Thomas, "Todd, take her to change into a set of underwear." Cindy Crawford felt that the moment she had been waiting for had finally come. She followed Todd Thomas into the fitting room. The designer skillfully chose a set of black lace underwear for Cindy Crawford and handed it to her. He pointed to the cubicle next to him and said, "Cindy, you can change in there." Cindy Crawford took the underwear and looked at it. Although Todd Thomas had good taste and the underwear was very sexy, she was still a little dissatisfied. "Todd, is this all?" Todd Thomas was stunned. He smiled and explained, "Cindy, the angel outfit just now was specially designed for Miss Kruger. We have only completed one set so far. The rest are still in the process of being made." Cindy Crawford asked tentatively, "I can wear her outfit?" Todd Thomas had just left to call Diane Kruger, so he didn't hear the conversation between Edward and Eric. However, Cindy Crawford's appearance here made him guess something. Hence, Todd Thomas shook his head and persuaded, "Cindy, don't be stubborn. I've also heard some recent rumors. The most important thing for you now is to seize this opportunity. If you join this show, I believe that with your reputation and qualifications, you will definitely get your own angel outfit." In the past, the designers in the fashion industry treated her like a treasure. Even the top designers rarely spoke to her in such a tone. Therefore, Todd Thomas's words made Cindy Crawford's mood, which had just improved a little, turn sour again. Todd Thomas noticed the change in Cindy Crawford's expression. He did not want to offend this darling of the fashion industry. He pointed to the wardrobe and shoe rack next to him and said, "We can choose some accessories, but it's better to be quick." Cindy Crawford's expression softened a little. Both of them had a good taste for fashion. Although they did not have angel outfits, with the materials in the fitting room, they quickly matched an outfit. Eric waited for nearly 5 minutes. He was a little puzzled and was about to ask someone to take a look when Cindy Crawford and Todd Thomas came out of the fitting room. Black lace underwear, white gauze shawls, eye-catching crystal bracelets, and strappy boots. These simple items perfectly set off a noble and charming temperament. Cindy Crawford noticed Eric's satisfied nod and the uneasy girl standing next to him. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief. "Can we start?" Eric pressed the tape recorder on the workbench and asked. Cindy Crawford made an okay gesture, and Eric pressed the play button. He then said to Diane Kruger beside him, "Watch carefully." The rock music started again. Cindy Crawford waited for a moment and then stepped on the runway again. Unlike the immature Diane Kruger, Cindy Crawford finished the whole process in one go. She was not affected by the changes that had affected Diane Kruger at all. When Cindy Crawford returned to the starting point, Eric turned off the music and asked the girl next to him, "Did you see anything?" Diane Kruger said in a low voice, I'm not as good as Miss Crawford. She's been on the runway for 10 more years than you. Of course you're not as good as her." Eric smiled and shook his head. "Pay attention to Cindy's aura later." After saying that, Eric gestured to Cindy Crawford to do it again. Of course, Cindy Crawford didn't mind letting the lucky rookie see what a supermodel was. She nodded and the music started again. "Look." This time, Eric pointed at Cindy Crawford, who was doing the catwalk, and said to the girl next to him, "Calm, confident, and strong aura. It gives people the feeling that the entire stage and the audience's eyes belong to me. This is the real supermodel." Noticing that Cindy Crawford returned to the starting point again, Eric turned off the music and continued to say to Diane Kruger, "Although your outfit is stunning and eye-catching on the stage, you lack this kind of aura. You know what, I'm going to let you do the opening. I'm sure you know what this means. But what I want is for the audience to remember you, not the clothes you're wearing. Here, let me show you again." Eric said to Cindy Crawford, who was standing not far away, "Miss Crawford, take off your accessories and do it again." Cindy Crawford didn't understand why Eric did this, but Edward Lazek, who had been standing next to Eric, heard everything that Eric said to Diane Kruger. He realized that Eric didn't have any negative feelings towards Cindy Crawford. He even admired her. Noticing Cindy Crawford's hesitation, Edward Lazek also knew that Cindy Crawford was arrogant. He didn't want this friend of his to leave a bad impression on Eric, so he quickly winked at Cindy Crawford. Cindy Crawford noticed Edward Lazek's look and cleverly chose to do as she was told. She smiled and took off her shawl and wrist accessories. Seeing that Eric pointed at her boots, Cindy Crawford also quickly changed into the black high heels she wore when she came. "Okay, let's do it again." Eric waited for Cindy Crawford to tidy herself up before pressing the play button again. He watched Cindy Crawford walk the entire way with great satisfaction. Then, he said to Diane Kruger, "Look, even if Cindy takes off all the accessories on her body, the powerful aura she exudes is still there. Also, her steps are very stylish, easily leaving a deep impression on people. Aura is something that you can only slowly figure out. Of course, I hope that you can form your own unique aura and not imitate others. That will only make you look neither fish nor fowl. You still have 4 months to do that. However, I'm also very dissatisfied with your walk. How many hours do you train every day?" Diane Kruger replied, "All kinds of training add up to a total of 6 hours. That won't do." Eric shook his head and looked at Edward Lazek beside him. "Get her a special training team. I want the best. In addition, increase the amount of training. 10 or 12 hours a day is fine. It has to be to the point where she's pushed to the limit without harming her body." After Edward Lazek nodded, Eric looked at the cowering girl beside him and said, "If you really can't figure out aura, then come out. In addition, the cost of hiring a training team can be deducted from your future endorsement fee." During this period of time, Eric had been very approachable and friendly with everyone in the team. He didn't have any of the aura of a boss at all. Therefore, many people were even used to occasionally joking with Eric. However, at this time, when they heard Eric's words, except for Diane Kruger, who was like a little lamb under the claws of a tiger, many people around them couldn't help but have the same thought, tyrant. Even Cindy Crawford, who had unknowingly moved to Eric's side, put away all of her proud expression. A series of labels of Eric's identity quickly floated through everyone's minds: North America with a net worth of tens of billions and the richest man in the world, owner of the world's largest media group, Firefly, a Hollywood director who had created a series of box office miracles. Any one of these titles was enough to make people respect and even fear, but Eric had already obtained all of these before he was 25 years old. Moreover, his businesses showed no signs of stopping. This was no longer a person, but a mountain that could crush all the capital and pride that everyone else in the world relied on. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come and vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read it at m. Eric didn't feel the emotional changes of others. Instead, he recalled the history of the Victoria's Secret show in his memory. The Victoria's Secret show was later called the end of the supermodel era. The main reason was that the Victoria's Secret angels were getting worse and worse. This wasn't referring to the angel's appearance, but the overall quality of a supermodel or even a professional model. In his memory, after the older generation of supermodels gradually retired from the stage, the Victoria's Secret angels immediately faced a shortage of new models. Most of the new generation's catwalk skills were almost the same as the catwalk skills of a veteran female guest. Some models who relied on their social media fame to get on the stage couldn't even perform the basic catwalk properly. As a result, they attracted more and more disappointment and criticism. Among the new generation, the only one Eric recognized as a supermodel was little KK Carrie Krause. Her unique catwalk gave people a feeling that even the tips of her toes were enchanting. Even an ordinary person who didn't understand fashion would be able to recognize the owner of this pair of shoes after watching little KK's catwalk a few times. However, in his memory, little KK had only been at Victoria's Secret for 3 years before quickly terminating her contract with her employer. She claimed that she wanted to focus on her studies, but even a fool could see that she obviously didn't want to ruin her style at the Victoria's Secret show. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, although the style of the Victoria's Secret show wasn't as gorgeous and mature as later years, it could indeed be called the annual supermodel carnival. Bunchan's dominance, Polly's murderous aura, Coor's playfulness, and Naomi's queen-like demeanor. Each of them was full of vigor. Even if Big KK accidentally dropped her high heels on the catwalk, she still walked the entire show with her tiptoeing elegance. If the camera didn't show her legs, no one would be able to tell that she was only wearing one shoe. Eric believed that talent was needed to become a supermodel, but he also believed that the huge difference between the new generation of Victoria's Secret and the old generation of supermodels was definitely not due to talent. It was more likely that it was due to the overall impetuousness. Therefore, Eric made a seemingly harsh request to Diane Kruger, who was still an 18-year-old girl. A naturally formed aura was something that couldn't be asked for. However, as long as one was a professional, they could definitely walk on the catwalk like Gisele Bündchen and Carrie Krause. Eric liked Diane Kruger very much. He didn't mind giving her a luxurious show just because of a simple good impression. However, if she wasn't capable enough, not only would she not receive the glory she deserved in the future, but she would also be reduced to a laughingstock. Eric reached out and lifted the chin of Diane Kruger, who had lowered her head due to her uneasiness and inferiority complex. He didn't care about other people's gazes and continued to tidy up a few strands of hair on the girl's forehead. He said, "Look, such a beautiful girl and such a beautiful angelic outfit. Of course, she will have to show her best side on the catwalk in the future. So, it's definitely worth it to put in a little more effort now, isn't it?" Diane Kruger answered obediently. Eric's gentle tone made her feel less nervous, more at ease, and an inexplicable attachment. Although Eric's fingertips had moved away from her delicate chin, the remaining touch seemed to be supporting the girl's delicate face, preventing her from lowering her head again. "Then it's decided." Eric nodded with a smile and said to Edward Lazek beside him, "I'll leave it to you. Don't delay it for too long." Edward Lazek immediately said, "No problem. Give me 3 days." At this time, Eric finally noticed the sudden silence of the crowd around him. He was a little confused, but he just clapped his hands and said, "Then, the program ends here. Everyone, go back to your work." Following this command, which was not really an order, the crowd, who used to be a little undisciplined, quickly dispersed this time, as if they would be swallowed by some ancient behemoth if they were any slower. After sending Diane Kruger to change her clothes and leave, Eric took out the tape that had just been played from the tape recorder and said to Edward Lazek, "These songs won't do. What I want is the kind of explosive rock music that makes people's blood boil. At the same time, it needs to have the arrogance and unruliness of punk. It's best if it's mixed with some emotional hardcore elements. Of course, the singer's voice also needs to be smooth and full of vitality, so you need to look for it from those mainstream rock albums." Edward Lazek was just the operations director of a lingerie brand. He didn't understand a lot of terms that came out of Eric's mouth at all. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Maybe only you know what you want." However, after this idea came up, Edward Lazek immediately thought of the single New Divide that Eric released a few years ago. He probed, "Eric, do you think New Divide is okay?" No, the atmosphere of that song is enough, but the rhythm doesn't match the fashion show at all. Eric immediately shook his head and denied, but soon he had the same idea as Edward Lazek. Eric himself didn't have enough time to listen to a lot of music to choose a suitable BGM, but judging from Edward Lazek's performance, it was difficult for the staff below to understand the music style he wanted. After a little consideration, Eric said, "Forget it, you don't need to look for it. I'll do the 6 songs myself." Judging from the amazing performance of New Divide that year, Edward Lazek didn't doubt that Eric could write rock music that matched the theme. However, there were 6 themes in the Victoria's Secret show. According to Eric's requirements, the 6 songs had different styles. Edward Lazek suddenly doubted whether Eric could really write 6 songs with completely different styles. Not only Edward Lazek, but Cindy Crawford, who had just recovered from the pressure that Eric had just shown, also had the same doubts. The intersection of the modeling and music circles was still quite a lot, so she was very clear that in the music circle, the highest status was often not those singers who were surrounded by the spotlight, but the top musicians. Even many A-list singers, in order to get an excellent song, did not hesitate to undress for these musicians. From this, it could be seen how rare a good song was. Eric had bullied a lot of people when he was a film director. If he showed the same talent in music, he would probably become a public enemy of MTV. Ignoring the doubts of the people around him, Eric had already opened a thick project planning book next to him. There were a total of 6 themes for the first Victoria's Secret. Other than the theme of British invasion, which was based on the British elements, there were also 2 themes, Dark Demons and Snowdance Fairies, which were based on the 2 mainstream primary colors of black and white. Victoria's Secret also had a sub-brand Pink, which was dedicated to young girls, occupying a pink lady theme. The last 2 were the retro style of the United States in the 1920s, Prosperous End, and the popular feather element theme, Bird of Paradise. At the beginning, the design team proposed a total of dozens of themes for Eric to choose from. Because he had seen a lot of Victoria's Secret shows in his previous life, Eric unconsciously formed some personal preferences. Even if a designer was talented, imagination was limited after all, which caused these ideas to overlap with many themes in Eric's memory. Because of his subconscious personal preference, Eric involuntarily chose themes similar to those in his memory. This also created a kind of convenience. Eric did not need to search the memory at all to be able to choose the most suitable BGM. Thinking of this, Eric could not help but shake his head and say to himself, "I hope my angel girls won't be robbed of the limelight by this music, otherwise it would be terrible." Cindy Crawford's mouth twitched and almost asked, "Sir, isn't your self-confidence a bit too much?" Edward Lazek also silently complained, but when Eric looked over, he immediately restrained his thoughts. Eric remembered that Katzenberg had just merged the music departments of Firefly and ABC to form a new Firefly Records. Although it was not as good as the major record labels, with the resources of the 2 major media groups, its strength was far beyond those second- and third-tier music companies. After thinking about it, Eric closed the project planning book and said to Edward Lazek, "About the music, according to my previous request, contact Firefly Records." Eric hesitated, but he did not think of the names of the directors of these secondary departments, so he said vaguely, "Contact the person in charge of Firefly Records and ask them to choose some suitable singers and producers." Edward Lazek asked, "Do we still need 6 teams?" "There's no need to go through so much trouble. Let them prepare first. I'll come up with the lyrics and music as soon as possible." Eric shook his head. After saying this, he thought for a while and made sure that he did not miss anything else, then he looked at Cindy Crawford, who had been waiting for a long time. "Miss Crawford, let's talk about your matter next." At this time, Cindy Crawford was still wearing the sexy lingerie from before. When she saw Eric signal to a separate office, the girl, who was thinking quickly, suddenly dismissed the idea of changing her clothes and followed Eric charmingly into the office. Almost at the same time, in New York on the east coast of the United States, Peter Schneider, the head of Disney's animation department, and Roy Disney, who had stood Eric up in the morning, had just walked out of a luxurious private jet. Beside the black Bentley, a bald man with an oily face greeted them with a smile. He shook hands with Peter Schneider and Roy Disney and said, "This baby is not bad, right? If you need it, you can call me at any time. If you like this work, you are welcome to come and vote for me." Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read it at M. The bald man was Ron Perlman, one of the most notorious corporate snipers in the United States in the 1980s. The Wolf of Wall Street had amassed a fortune of more than $1 billion in the 1980s. His most famous hostile takeover was the takeover of the Revlon Cosmetics company, which was worth more than $1 billion, with a capital of $150 million. Because of his aggressive takeover, almost every takeover would lead to lawsuits. However, since 1990, when Dekong Securities, which was famous for issuing junk bonds, was forced to liquidate by the federal government due to a large number of defaults, Ron Perlman, who had a close relationship with Dekong Securities, began to restrain himself. However, it was only on the surface. As the Wolf of Wall Street, who was always waiting for an opportunity to capture his prey, his nature of waiting for an opportunity to strike was absolutely impossible to change. Recently, Ron Perlman was keenly aware that another opportunity was coming, so he quickly bought $400 million of long-term bonds from Firefly Group through his Drew holdings. He also contacted two other important figures within Firefly Group, the head of Disney's animation department, Peter Schneider, and the art consultant of Disney's animation department, Roy Disney, who was also a member of the Disney family. When Peter Schneider heard Ron Perlman bragging about his private jet, he was envious. He also decided to ask Eric Williams for a commercial jet for Disney's animation department in the following negotiations. Ever since the box office explosion of The Lion King, Peter Schneider had been feeling unprecedentedly happy for the past few days. In the past 2 years, Disney's hand-drawn animation department, including him, had enough of being looked down upon by the group headquarters. The 2D animations they produced were not much worse than Pixar's 3D animations, and the box office of some of their animations even exceeded two of Pixar's 3D animations. However, the treatment of the two departments was worlds apart. Pixar had a luxurious office park, but they could only squeeze into a dilapidated office building in Burbank. Pixar's employees had generous salaries and bonuses, but their average salary was less than $50,000. Pixar's production budget was almost unlimited, but their department's budget was pitifully small. Pixar was constantly expanding its scale, but they were facing the fate of being laid off. There should be an explanation for all of this, Peter Schneider thought bitterly. At the same time, he could not help but imagine Eric Williams, who he had stood up, sitting blankly in his office. With the current popularity of The Lion King, both the internal and external media had no doubt that this 2D animation would not only create an unprecedented box office miracle, but would also easily earn more than $1 billion of net profit for Firefly Group in the next 5 years. $1 billion, what kind of concept was that? Pixar's two 3D animations combined wouldn't even reach $1 billion in profits. Therefore, most people who were paying attention to the situation did not believe that Eric Williams would continue with the original Pixar company's original plan. Although Firefly Group had been insisting on the original plan recently, Peter Schneider believed that no matter how stupid a person was, it was impossible to cut off the production department that could produce an animated film with a profit of more than $1 billion. The current situation was definitely just a stalling tactic by Eric Williams. It was only due to the arrogance and stubbornness of a young man and the stinginess of a capitalist. Eric Williams must have realized that he had made a series of fatal mistakes in Disney's hand-drawn animation department, but he did not want to pay too much compensation later, so he took this obvious stalling tactic. However, Peter Schneider and Roy Disney, who thought they had seen through everything, would never let Eric Williams, a greedy capitalist, succeed. They had already made up their minds. This time, not only would they get the treatment and salary they deserved, but they also wanted Eric Williams to pay enough compensation. Otherwise, they would definitely let Eric Williams taste the bitter fruit of losing Disney's animation department. Ron Perlman's luxurious limousine arrived at a holiday villa in East Hampton after more than an hour. After inviting the two guests into his study, Ron Perlman smiled and took out the cigars he had prepared beforehand. He handed them to the two and said, "Try it. These are authentic Cuban cigars rolled up from the thighs of virgins." Peter Schneider and Roy Disney each took one and pretended to sniff it under their noses. Then they took the cigar scissors and matches from Ron Perlman. After lighting them, they enjoyed smoking. Ron Perlman did the same. He comfortably blew out a smoke ring and said faintly, "Unfortunately, these are only cigars rolled up from the thighs of virgins, not real virgins. I guess only people in Eric Williams' position can enjoy countless virgins." Peter Schneider sneered and said disdainfully, "There are no virgins in Hollywood." Roy Disney, who was more mature and prudent, frowned slightly when he heard Peter Schneider's complaint that was filled with jealousy and resentment. If he was easily affected by this person in front of him, they definitely wouldn't be able to gain any benefits during the negotiation. From the moment they met, Ron Perlman's attitude had been very warm and even seemed to be trying to curry favor with him. However, Roy Disney wasn't stupid enough to think that he was a nice guy. In the 1980s, Saul Stamberg, who was also a Wall Street sniper, had maliciously purchased Disney, causing Disney to pay almost a 200% premium to redeem his shares. The bald man in front of him had a much worse reputation than Saul Stamberg. After blowing out another puff of smoke, Roy Disney stopped and put down the cigar in his hand. He said, "Mr. Perlman, Ron, just call me Ron." Ron Perlman continued to smile like a Maitreya Buddha. "I think we will definitely become friends and partners in the future." Roy Disney didn't dwell on this issue. He said, "Well, Ron, you should know that cooperating with you to deal with our parent company is a complete betrayal. If we don't pay attention, we might be kicked out of the company for nothing. So, Peter and I need to know all your plans, all of them. If you hide anything from us, our cooperation will be cancelled immediately." Ron Perlman didn't immediately answer Roy Disney's question. Instead, he said in a flattering tone, "Since the two of you are here, I think you must have formed an alliance with all the employees in Disney's animation department. Firefly Group will definitely realize this. With the current situation, even if they find out that you are in contact with me, they won't dare to fire you and risk angering the public." Obviously, Ron Perlman had the same idea as most people. Not only would Eric Williams not eliminate the hand-drawn animation department, but he would also increase his efforts to rope in the hand-drawn animation department to prevent this fat piece of meat from falling into the hands of others. Ron Perlman had placed a $400 million bet on this very point. When Roy Disney heard Ron Perlman's words, he only smiled mysteriously. Peter Schneider, on the other hand, blurted out proudly, "Of course, Fortunately, Peter Schneider wasn't a fool." When he felt Roy Disney suddenly kick his leg a few times, he immediately shut his mouth and didn't reveal any more information. Ron Perlman now realized that if Peter Schneider was alone, he could definitely play this guy to death. Unfortunately, Roy Disney, this old fox, was here, so he had to keep his guard up. He gestured for them to wait, got up and walked to the filing cabinet next to him. He took out a prepared document and distributed it to the two of them. He said, "As of now, Andrew Holdings holds $400 million of Firefly Group's long-term bonds. Therefore, Firefly's performance will also affect the interests of us creditors. Firefly Group has been very profitable in recent years, but everyone knows that whether it's the movie business or the television business, the profit prospects are very unstable. In order to protect our own interests, we will never watch the shareholders who control the Firefly Group arbitrarily abolish or reform the profitable business departments under their company." Roy Disney ignored Ron Perlman's seemingly righteous words. Instead, he keenly grasped a detail and asked, "What do you mean by we?" Ron Perlman didn't beat around the bush at all. He explained, "Of course I'm talking about me. There are many other creditors of Firefly Group." Peter Schneider opened his mouth, but this time, he didn't speak rashly. Roy Disney was also not in a hurry to ask Ron Perlman who the other creditors were. He reached out his hand and said, "Okay, please continue." "According to the information I received," Ron Perlman continued as if he didn't mind being interrupted, "next month will be the month when the Firefly Group releases its financial report for the first half of the year. Due to the excellent profit results, next month will also be the time when the Firefly Group's 80% USD bonds sales are completed. By then, Firefly Group's accumulated debt will reach $10 billion, which is equivalent to 30% of its total market value. In order to ensure that the principal and interest of this huge debt of $10 billion can be fully repaid." Ron Perlman paused. The expression on his shiny face suddenly became a little fanatical. He slowly revealed his ultimate goal. "I hope that by then, all the creditors will unite and publicly put pressure on Firefly Group. They will enter Firefly's board of directors as creditors. Los Angeles, in a simple office in the studio of Firefly Studios. Cindy Crawford felt that she was just asking for trouble. Her agent, Jeremy, was carefully reading the same endorsement contract as Linda Evangelista and Christy Durrington. The annoying man opposite her, who seemed to have nothing to do, was looking at her with interest. If his eyes were filled with infatuation, desire, and even undisguised desire, she wouldn't feel anything. She might even be a little proud. However, this man's eyes didn't look like he was looking at a beauty at all. It was more like he was admiring a beautiful pet. The office door was gently knocked. After getting permission, a staff member brought in Cindy Crawford's clothes. Cindy Crawford didn't want to find a room to change out of her underwear. She directly put on the black dress in the office. She was finally relieved. She sat back on the chair and stared at Eric with a little dissatisfaction. Eric smiled faintly and said softly, "You're prettier in clothes." "Mr. Williams," Cindy Crawford finally couldn't help but retort, "are you talking about a Barbie doll?" Eric shook his head and said, "Of course not, you're much prettier than a Barbie doll." "Oh, but I know a girl who looks just like a real Barbie. People can't help but want to pinch her little face when they see her." Cindy Crawford noticed that Eric suddenly revealed a gentle and even doting smile when he said those words. A trace of jealousy appeared in her heart. How could this despicable guy be so engrossed in thinking about other women in front of a beauty like her? And with such a gentle expression on his face, it was simply unreasonable. Thinking of the recent situation, the anger and grievance in Cindy Crawford's heart surged out again. After hesitating for a moment, she finally couldn't help but reveal a resentful and weak expression as she said, "Mr. Williams, I'm already 28 years old this year." Eric wasn't stingy with the compliments unique to Westerners. He said, "Compared to other supermodels, you're really well maintained. I believe you'll still be so beautiful 10 years later." Although she didn't hear much sincerity from Eric's tone, Cindy Crawford still felt a lot better. However, her tone became more bitter, "But as a model, after 30 years old, I can't compete with the new generation. I spent half a year to get a chance in Hollywood, just to continue my career. Why do you have to make things difficult for a little woman like me?" Eric smiled and said, "Do you also think I deliberately ruined your role?" Cindy Crawford didn't answer, but she gave him a look that said, "Isn't it?" Eric said, "This matter has something to do with me, but I didn't ruin your role. Instead, there's a problem with the movie project. Moreover, if everything goes according to the established trajectory, that film will be your starting point in Hollywood, and also your ending point." Cindy Crawford thought of Joe Silvo's gloomy face that night and immediately understood Eric's words. However, she quickly found another loophole and said, "The role that originally belonged to me fell into Claudia Schiffer's hands." "How do you explain this? Aren't you worried that this film will become Claudia Schiffer's Hollywood terminal?" "This is an unexpected situation. Joe Silvo wanted to use Claudia to get me involved." Eric didn't deny his relationship with Claudia at all. He said, "I didn't know about it beforehand, and I didn't plan to interfere afterwards. As for the impact, it's only for you. Not to mention that Joe Silvo will definitely make adjustments to the project, even if Claudia screws up. Do you think I'll let her be affected?" Cindy Crawford felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart. She moved her lips but didn't say anything. Jeremy, who had been secretly listening by the side, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was a little glad that Eric didn't mind Cindy Crawford's little provocation. He also understood that Cindy Crawford's role in the whole matter was a little bug that was accidentally stepped to death by a passerby. Cindy Crawford's accusation of Eric was like a little bug's relative overreaching and accusing a passerby of murder. Not only would it not attract the attention of the passerby, but it would also make people feel ridiculous and ridiculous. When the two of them quieted down, Jeremy was about to do his duty as an agent to discuss the contract with Eric. However, when he thought of what had just happened, he suddenly felt that it might be more appropriate for Cindy Crawford to speak up herself. A beautiful woman would always be more lenient. Although Cindy Crawford's public popularity was higher than Linda Evangelista and Christy Durrington's, Jeremy wasn't dissatisfied with being treated the same as the other two in the contract. He just pushed the contract in front of Cindy Crawford and pointed to a clause that he felt needed to negotiate. When Eric saw the two of them gesturing, he took the initiative to say, if you want to discuss it in private, I can step away. No need, Cindy Crawford quickly raised her head and said to Eric, Mr. Williams, we have no objections to this contract. However, isn't a 5-year contract a little too long? Eric said, if you think it's too long, we can sign a 2-year contract. Cindy Crawford and Jeremy looked at each other. The two of them almost thought that they had misheard. Isn't he too easy to negotiate with? However, Eric didn't let them down. He quickly said, however, before making a decision, you can take a look at the contract. It should be page 7. I don't remember which clause it is. The contract states that Party A will use its media resources to assist its spokespersons to increase their personal popularity and public influence. However, if you don't want to sign a 5-year contract, Ltd. and Firefly can't invest too much resources in you. Not only that, but we will also train your successor from now on and pour the media resources that originally belonged to you into her. When your contract expires, that girl can directly replace you. In fact, the channels for models to establish and maintain their fame were very narrow. In addition to those unconventional scandals with movie stars, singers, or sports stars, the more orthodox way was to continuously appear on magazine covers. Therefore, people would always see the introduction of some supermodels that had appeared on the cover of many well-known magazines. Jeremy also noticed the contract that Eric mentioned just now, but because this clause was too general and didn't give any specific promises at all, he didn't pay attention to it. At this time, when they heard Eric mention the inherent relationship between this clause and the 5-year contract, the two of them suddenly realized the value of this seemingly insignificant contract. Firefly was a huge media group that was involved in all kinds of mainstream media, such as movies and TV, and its media resources were absolutely incomparable to those of print media. For example, if one could get the opportunity to be the heroine of a movie under Firefly, the influence would be absolutely no less than that of appearing on 100 magazines. And the more famous a model was, the more endorsement fees they would receive from companies. In the contract that Eric gave, although it stipulated that endorsement work related to Victoria's Secret must be the first priority at all times, it didn't prohibit them from accepting endorsement contracts for other products, except for the internal brands in the same industry. Therefore, if Firefly gave them media resources according to the contract, Cindy Crawford believed that her future endorsement value would definitely be much higher than before. Although she was already tempted, Cindy Crawford was smart enough to ask, Mr. Williams, about this clause, can you be more specific? More specifically, for example, movie roles, guest appearances in TV dramas, talk show guest invitations, interviews with traditional print media, online media publicity, and so on. Even if you write a book on beauty and maintenance, as long as it's not too bad, Firefly can help you contact the publishing and marketing companies for you. Because the popularity of the 5 main spokespersons in the future also means the exposure of Victoria's Secret brand, so you can rest assured that Firefly will never be stingy with these resources. After a pause, Eric looked at Cindy Crawford's beautiful face again and said, in fact, there is a very good opportunity now. If it's not for the timing, I can recommend you to try the role of the 17th 007 Bond girl. Although the previous 007 Bond girls were all pretty faces, the role in this one is very different from the previous ones. It will definitely bring good fame to the actress. Eric was talking about the villain Bond girl played by Famke Janssen in GoldenEye in his previous life. The wildness, arrogance, bloodthirstiness, and madness of the Russian female agent left a very deep impression on the audience. It also opened Famke Janssen's Hollywood scene. Compared to the unlucky vase character in Competitive Game, this villain Bond girl was definitely 100 times better. However, Famke Janssen had already started filming the 5th X-Files and couldn't squeeze out any time. Eric could only let MGM choose the right candidate. Cindy Crawford was just about to try to get Eric to specify these promises in the contract, but when she heard his last sentence, her eyes suddenly lit up. She said, Mr. Williams, I can prepare for the show while acting. You have just seen my walk. I believe I definitely don't need to undergo a long preparation training like those rookies, right? As she spoke, the girl threw a flirtatious look at Eric. Eric shook his head unmoved. No, you can only choose one. Then and you can only choose the first option. Cindy Crawford was stunned for a moment before she realized that she could only choose the former. Disappointment flashed in her eyes, but the girl still grumbled unwillingly, "Mr. Williams, you're really unreasonable." The girl's smooth flirtatious changes made Eric want to subdue the demon again. Why did he say again? Eric coughed and threw away these messy thoughts. He said, "If there are no other questions, I will contact Miss Emily Brighton. You can sign the contract tomorrow." Cindy Crawford still wanted to say something, but Eric waved his hand to stop her. "Miss Crawford, I know what you want to say. The clause about the media resources is indeed a bit general, but you should know that even if I remove this clause, not many supermodels will reject this contract. Although the endorsement fee of $10 million over 5 years is not the highest and the workload is a bit heavy, there are not many in the modeling industry who are worth more than this. As long as we can work well together, I will definitely not be stingy with the rewards." After Eric finished speaking, Cindy Crawford wisely chose to stop. She said, "Then, I have no more questions, Mr. Williams." "Okay, then let's talk about my requirements." Eric glanced at Cindy Crawford again and asked, "How much do you weigh now?" Cindy Crawford suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Because she had been busy entering Hollywood in the past 6 months, she was no longer as cautious about her body size as before. After hesitating for a moment, the girl answered honestly, 136 pounds. 136 pounds was equivalent to 61 kilograms. For Cindy Crawford, who was nearly 1.8 meters tall, it was not considered overweight at all. However, Eric remembered Cindy Crawford's figure when she just put on her underwear. He shook his head and said, "In 2 months, I want to see a beautiful vest line. Is that okay?" Cindy Crawford thought to herself, "Can I say no?" But this thought only turned in her mind. She flirtatiously changed her posture to show off her curves and said teasingly, "Of course, Mr. Williams. But I already have a vest line. Maybe you didn't notice it just now." Eric smiled and nodded. "It's okay. There will definitely be another chance next time." Of course, Eric understood the hint in the girl's tone. It was just that he was more used to hunting than being the prey. Cindy Crawford realized that her obvious hint did not make Eric take the initiative to invite her to a date. She awkwardly said a few more polite words and agreed on a time to sign the contract. Then, she left with her agent. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Kelly Haynes pushed open the door and walked into Eric's office in the studio. She found that there was a black piano in the room. Sitting beside the piano, Eric was playing an unfamiliar song. Although the notes under Eric's fingertips were a little choppy, the sad and languid melody still had a lingering influence. It made people unconsciously feel a sense of despair that almost made them cry. Kelly, who was holding a few thick documents, leaned against the door in a daze. She looked at the back of the focused figure in a daze. "You are already so outstanding, so dazzling, and so powerful. What else can make you feel so lonely?" The piano suddenly stopped. Eric picked up a pencil and was about to add something to the unfinished score when he felt the presence behind him. He turned around and saw Kelly standing there with tears in her eyes. Her expression was full of motherly pity. Eric quickly got up and went to Kelly's side. He took the thick stack of documents and threw them aside. He hugged the woman in his arms and said gently, "Why are you crying?" Kelly, who was in Eric's arms, suddenly felt shy like a little girl. She shook her head and said softly, "No, I brought the report you wanted and a letter from Mr. Buffett." Eric recalled Kelly's expression and suddenly smiled. "You've been here for a while, haven't you?" Kelly nodded and said, "I knocked on the door, but you didn't hear me." Eric more or less understood what was going on. He shook his head and said, "It seems that I really failed." Kelly did not understand what Eric was talking about. Eric had already taken her little hand and sat down on the bench beside the piano. He said, "Come and see the new song I wrote. Do you know how to play the piano?" "Yes." Kelly nodded. She took the score that Eric had only completed a small part of it and scanned it. Her delicate fingers could not help but place on the piano keys. The tune from just now started playing again without any hindrance. Eric could instantly tell that Kelly's piano skills were definitely 10 streets ahead of his. He said, "If I had known, I would have asked you to come over. I wouldn't have had to write so painfully." Kelly picked up the pencil and corrected a few small errors in Eric's score. She asked softly, "Why did you write such a sad song? It's a background song for a big show." "However, your reaction was not what I wanted. That's why I said that it was a failure just now." Eric's fingers gently slid across the piano keys. He said, "This song is not to express sadness, but the feeling of disillusionment after one's dream is shattered." In the story, a high-spirited young man chased after the illusory dream in his heart for half his life and became successful. When he suddenly looked back, he realized that things had changed. A luxurious life was not what he wanted. The girl back then was no longer the angel in his imagination. However, she did not want to wake up. Thus, she sank, and died in the vanity. Kelly looked at Eric's side profile in a daze and muttered, "The Great Gatsby?" "Yes." Eric smiled and leaned over. He kissed Kelly gently on the lips and said half-jokingly, "Can you not be so smart? This will give me a lot of pressure." Kelly's eyes were filled with infatuation and worship. She said, "Who can be as smart as you? I've studied piano for so many years, but I could never write such a song. Please don't worship me. It will make me feel like a liar. You have already cheated me of everything." Kelly blurted out in a daze, but then she regretted it. Her face was red and her eyes were evasive. She mumbled, "Then, what is the name of this song?" "In the Prime of Youth." Eric placed half of the score on the shelf and said, "Play it. I'll sing it for you." The slow melody sounded once again. Eric took a moment to prepare himself before singing softly. Although his slightly hoarse male voice couldn't compare to Lana Darren's innocence and desolation, it had a different kind of decadent air to it. Seen all the prosperity, experienced all the vicissitudes of life. My heart is tired. Indulged in a life of luxury, drinking from cup to cup, like smoke passing by. Midsummer night. End of July. We were young and frivolous, unafraid of the passing of time. We indulged in time until the evening lights were lit. When the prime of youth is gone, my face is gone, will you love me as before, despite the long years? When the noise is gone, covered in wounds, will you love me as before, until the end of time? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come and vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read it at M. After an unknown period of time, the office was still filled with an inexplicable ambiguous atmosphere. Kelly Haynes sat across the desk in a demure manner, holding a pencil in her hand and supplementing Eric's score according to her memory. Occasionally, she would answer the questions of the man opposite her. Regarding Eric's discovery of Ron Perlman's purchase of Firefly's bonds in the Los Angeles Times in the morning, both Katzenberg and Chris from New York concluded that there was no need to worry. Buffett, who had the same opinion, even gave Eric a detailed handwritten letter in an attempt to reassure him. Due to the many precedents, it was not difficult to guess Ron Perlman's intentions. The Wolf of Wall Street probably wanted to take advantage of the turmoil caused by Firefly's internal reform of the animation department to unite with other creditors to enter Firefly's board of directors, obtain a position on the board of directors, and participate in the group's operations and management decisions. Looking at it from a long-term perspective, this was only the first step of Ron Perlman's plan. After successfully entering Firefly's board of directors, Ron Perlman only needed to wait for the moment when Firefly's operations were in trouble. Film and television media had always been a very risky industry. Although Hollywood had experienced 100 years of ups and downs, it was still the same few major film companies. But in fact, the owners of these film companies had changed countless times. Every time a film company faced bankruptcy because of a failure of a film, the original owner could voluntarily or be forced to transfer the company to the next company. After the completion of the bond issue, Firefly's accumulated debt would reach $10 billion. According to the various interest calculation formulas of different bonds, the total amount of repayment was estimated to be around $15 billion. Based on the average 10-year bond, Firefly's annual debt payment would be $1.5 billion. Of course, this was only theoretical data. Although it seemed like this number even exceeded Firefly's annual profit in the past few years. But in fact, based on Firefly's annual market value and revenue growth expectations, as well as the complicated tax reduction system, this expense would not be a burden to Firefly. But all of this had a premise: and that was Firefly's business performance had to be maintained in good condition. However, in the minds of all industry professionals, it was almost impossible for a media company with film and television as its core to maintain a stable performance level. Perhaps in the next 1 or 2 years, the failure of a few big-budget movies or TV series could cause Firefly Group's finances to be tight. Moreover, in the case of the locomotive lacking in power, the domino effect would also cause the downturn of other businesses and thus form a vicious cycle. Ron Perlman was waiting for that moment in the future. Once Firefly Group was in trouble, the creditors could use the excuse of protecting the safety of their own funds to propose a debt-to-equity swap request to the FTC and Firefly's board of directors. This way, the creditors would become the owners of Firefly Group. In the original spacetime, MGM, which was burdened with huge debts, was on the verge of being taken over by creditors more than once. In Buffett's handwritten letter, the sharp-eyed investment tycoon analyzed that Ron Perlman's plan to launch this attack was most likely to rely on the cooperation of Disney's hand-drawn animation department to put pressure on Firefly's shareholders. Buffett said that if he hadn't seen the information from that night, he would have judged that Eric would protect Disney's hand-drawn animation department at all costs because of the huge profits that Lion King was expected to generate. This could also be used as a bargaining chip by the creditors to blackmail Eric into joining the board of directors. However, since Eric already had sufficient reasons to reform Disney's animation department, Ron Perlman's bargaining chip was no longer valid from the beginning. Buffett also sincerely expressed that even if something else happened, Berkshire Hathaway would stand firmly on Eric's side and would provide the greatest amount of help. After reading the documents, Eric looked up at Kelly and asked, "Have you read Buffett's letter?" Kelly shook her head and asked, "What's wrong?" "Take a look first." Eric handed over Buffett's letter. Kelly quickly read the contents of the letter, thought for a moment, and said, "I don't think there's a problem. Buffett makes a lot of sense." "That's not what I'm talking about. Look at the last paragraph." Kelly read the last paragraph and frowned slightly. She thought for a moment and said, "Buffett promised that Berkshire Hathaway would stand firmly on Firefly's side. It doesn't seem to be a problem. I think it's a good thing. Based on Buffett's personality, don't you think this promise is a little too generous?" Kelly smiled and said, "Eric, you're too suspicious. I think Mr. Buffett is more likely to be interested in your ability and wants you to be Berkshire Hathaway's successor." Hee hee. Hearing Kelly's joke, Eric also laughed and didn't harp on this issue. After quickly reading all the documents again, Eric suddenly remembered that Peter Schneider stood him up this morning. He looked up and asked, "Did you see Peter Schneider at the high-level meeting today?" Kelly said, "No, shouldn't he and Roy Disney be on your side?" Eric frowned and quickly said, "Kelly, can you help me find out where the two of them are?" Kelly noticed that Eric's expression suddenly became serious and said, "Now?" "Yes, now, right away." Kelly nodded and took out her mobile phone and address book. She started to make calls. Eric picked up a pen and quickly wrote down information about Firefly Group, Disney's animation department, Ron Perlman, Chris, Buffett, David West, and so on a piece of draft paper. He also connected the relevant terms with the lines he often used, quickly forming a web. Eric quickly filled in the blank space in the middle of the web with another word. Not long after, Kelly put down the phone and said to Eric, "I can't get through to their personal phones. I only heard that Peter Schneider and Roy Disney went to New York. I don't know the details." When Eric heard New York, he basically understood. He said, "There's no need to check. They must have gone to see Ron Perlman." Kelly immediately thought of the reason why the two executives went to see Ron Perlman. She asked, "Then what do we do now?" Eric's smile became a little mysterious. He said, "This is a good time to pay them back." Kelly was a little confused. Eric continued, "Tomorrow is the premiere of Whimsical Beauty, right?" Kelly recalled Eric's schedule and asked, "Didn't you say you weren't going to attend?" "I'm going. I have to go, and we'll all go together." Eric patted the table lightly and said, "The 3 old men in Los Angeles, and Chris in New York, let him fly over tomorrow. Oh, and Katzenberg and Michael Lynn." After thinking about it, Eric did not continue to add people. The people mentioned just now were all closely related to the Firefly Group and shared the same interests. Needless to say, Buffett and the other two were shareholders. Chris was absolutely trustworthy. Katzenberg was the next CEO of Firefly. If he could not be trusted, Eric did not need to continue playing in Hollywood. Finally, Michael Lynn was about to leave, but he was also a small shareholder of Firefly Group. As for the other executives, Eric temporarily dismissed the idea of telling them. After all, the fewer people who knew about something in his mind, the better. Oh, there seemed to be another insider. In the original article on the analysis of the 2D animation industry, Eric specifically asked different staff in the assistant office to collect different information. The final summary work was done by Kelly herself, so she was the only one who could proudly see the full picture of the chain of evidence. Moreover, whether it was Kelly's identity as Eric's first assistant or their current close relationship, Eric did not want to exclude her. Eric looked at Kelly Haynes in front of him and smiled. "You come with us tomorrow. After the movie, we can talk." Kelly also realized at this time that tomorrow was definitely not as simple as just watching a movie. Something was definitely going to happen. However, Eric's unhesitant trust also made her feel warm in her heart. "Then I'll inform them first?" Eric shook his head and said, "I'll make these calls myself. You can help prepare a few invitations for the premiere. Also, don't forget to send a car to pick up Buffett and the others tomorrow. With Buffett, the three old men will definitely be reluctant to spend money. If they appear on the red carpet in a taxi, I can't afford to lose face." Hee, okay. The Lion King experienced a record-breaking box office of more than $46 million in 3 days in the first weekend. The total box office of the first 7 days in the first week reached an astonishing high of $69 million. Correspondingly, the Western film Law Enforcement, which cost more than $63 million, only had a box office of a little more than $10 million in the first week. Warner's original big production with the purpose of sniping The Lion King not only failed to complete its mission, but also fell behind True Lies, Star Trek VII, and Saving Private Ryan, outside of The Lion King, completely becoming the cannon fodder of the hot summer season. In the face of a direct loss of more than $70 million, in order to account to shareholders, Warner implicated the director, producer, and several corresponding executives of Law Enforcement, becoming the second batch of unlucky people to be fired from Hollywood after Paramount's Beverly Hills Detective 3. Eric himself did not expect that before future Waterworld, Kevin Costner had already experienced a silent failure. In this time and space, the first Mission Impossible had already entered post-production. Eric had watched the sample in detail. He was very satisfied with the shooting results of Kevin Costner's version of Ethan Hunt and Brian De Palma. Therefore, the only thing that Eric was worried about after Law Enforcement was whether future Waterworld would fall through because of this. If this film did not work, then Flower Pictures would definitely have to face Kevin Costner's exorbitant demand for the sequel to Mission Impossible. The day before July, Eric secretly led the new version of Breakin' Hot Girls to hold a grand premiere in Los Angeles. After Rain Man in 1988, MGM had been silent for 6 consecutive years. During this period, they released no more than 10 films in most of the years, and none of them broke the $100 million box office. After many twists and turns, the two new MGM CEO Frank Marchese and President John Kerry's plan to complete the company's recovery by releasing Bear Peak of the Mountain and The Last Phantom Hero last year also failed. Now, DreamWorks Productions' 10-film production plan and United Artists' relaunch of the 007 series had become MGM's last stand. Once they failed again, MGM's only way out was bankruptcy liquidation, and the company's assets would be auctioned off to repay the huge debt of more than $1 billion. The 75% shares of MGM held by the French bank Crédit Lyonnais would become a pile of waste paper. Compared to MGM's executives, Crédit Lyonnais, and DreamWorks Productions' European shareholders who were nervous, worried, and expectant, Eric's mood was more relaxed. For this film, Eric had put in a lot of effort. From the script to the actors, from the director to the producer, everything was decided by Eric based on his memory. His involvement in the film's production progress and final editing was also far more than other films. From the several test screenings of Breakin' Hot Girls, the filmmakers and the general audience who participated in the test screenings gave enough positive comments. If this film failed again, it could only be said that God didn't bless MGM. As for Eric himself, since his rebirth, he had experienced so much glory. Although he didn't change so much that he started to look forward to failure, he was definitely not afraid of failure. Although he didn't plan to attend the premiere, since he changed his mind and appeared at the scene, Eric did his due diligence. He was interviewed by the reporters on the red carpet, and he deliberately called the three girls to his side for a series of photos to satisfy the gossip of the live media. When the three old men came out of a luxurious limousine at the end of the red carpet, Eric immediately went up to them. After greeting them, he ignored the media, who became even more excited because of Buffett's appearance, and led the three into the theater. P.S. Today's third update is 12,000 yuan. Asterisk. The lights in the theater dimmed. After the production and distribution company's logo, hysterical screams came from the sound system. The screen turned bright, and an underground boxing arena full of crazy people appeared in the audience's eyes. In the ring, a slender figure seemed to be struggling under the fierce attacks of a muscular female boxer with a crew cut. However, her opponent's fist did not touch the girl's body at all. With a few quick camera clips, coupled with the rapid-fire commentary of the black host holding a microphone beside the ring, the strength of the two female boxers was displayed in front of the audience. The buzzcut female boxer's valiant figure, which did not have any feminine characteristics, was indeed strong, but the delicate girl's record of 37 consecutive victories made the audience once again fall into a frenzy. In a close-up that flashed by quickly, the girl with a sickly pale face raised her fist wrapped in white bandages to block several attacks from her opponent. She seized an opportunity and was about to fight back when a white light flashed in front of her eyes, instantly affecting her judgment. Her opponent revealed a cruel grin and suddenly attacked with his fist. The girl retreated step by step and finally hit the rough fence of the ring. As she dodged, a sudden iron wire wrapped around the fence cut an obvious bloody wound on the girl's right arm. After the girl avoided a fatal crisis by nimbly moving to the side, there was a muffled bang, and the screen cut out of the boxing arena. The door of the black Buick Boulevard was slammed shut, and the camera deliberately gave a close-up of the Buick Boulevard's Three Shields logo. Some of the audience who thought they were very knowledgeable couldn't help but smile, thinking that this scene was undoubtedly a product placement. John Bosley, the contact person played by Morgan Freeman in the original Bill Murray's role, stood beside the Buick Boulevard and listened for a moment. His sharp gaze swept across the somewhat dilapidated street. The camera switched to a first-person perspective. In John's field of vision, several young men and women appeared in the alley not far away. John's gaze seemed to stop on one of the figures, then he smiled at the tall figure on the other side and said, "Jill, come with me to meet your future partner." Charlize Theron's character, Gil Monroe, nodded as he followed Morgan Freeman towards the warehouse-like building that emitted faint noises. The two sturdy guards noticed the arrival of Hardadef and his companion. Not only did they not stop them, they even opened the iron gate for them in a fawning manner. Passing through the dark tunnel, John brought Jill to the stands on the second floor. A bald white man noticed John's arrival and came over to greet him. He whispered a few words in his ear. However, Jill had already noticed the two people who were fighting in the ring below the spectator stand. The black-haired girl, who seemed to have been suppressed a moment ago, now had the absolute upper hand. The fierce attacks of the white fist shadows gradually made the buzz-cut female boxer lose the ability to resist. "That was fast," Jill exclaimed in surprise. John was already standing beside Jill at some point in time. His expression was somewhat solemn as he said, "She's angry." Before she could finish her sentence, the buzz-cut female boxer had already been kicked to the ground by the black-haired girl with a fierce whip kick. There was a burst of fanatical cheers in the venue. John's expression didn't change as he said to Jill, "Let's go." The two figures disappeared at the top of the stairs. The scene rotated and cleverly switched to outside the venue again. A Latino girl wearing a halter top and ripped jeans walked out from the group of young men and women that John had been watching at the entrance of the alley. She had a lollipop in her mouth. The girl giggled and gestured her middle finger at the young men and women. Then, she casually walked toward John's Buick. Walking near the Buick Boulevard, the Latino girl took out the lollipop in her mouth. There was no trace of candy on the tip. Instead, there was a trace of metallic light. Many veteran movie fans in the theater saw this scene and couldn't help but smile knowingly. They all knew that the Latino girl played by Penelope was a car thief, but at the same time, they also realized that the Buick Boulevard was more like a bait. As a movie adapted from a TV series, most of the audience had already confirmed the identities of the three girls. At the same time, they were also more curious about the identities of the three angels. Kate and Penelope's character skills had already been revealed, but Jill, played by Charlie, had yet to show any special skills. All the scenes had only been shot for a little over 2 minutes, but most of the audience had already begun to be brought into the story. This was the effect that the producers wanted. When the car thief played by Penelope put the tool into the keyhole of the car door, the scene returned to the underground boxing arena. The pale-faced black-haired girl sat alone on the empty bench in the lounge. She quietly wrapped a bandage around her injured right arm. John and Jill stood at the door for a while. John took the initiative to walk forward and sit beside the black-haired girl. Jill stood by the door with some admiration and awe. "You only want to win every time, but they don't mind killing you," John sighed silently. There was a hint of admonishment in his tone. "Because I know they can't kill me. That's why I only want to win," the black-haired girl replied calmly. Her tone was very calm, without the slightest bit of arrogance or conceit. It was as if she was just stating an established fact. It was just an accident. Bernie will take care of it. However, I still suggest that you don't come here anymore. There are too many people who don't follow the rules these days. The black-haired girl had no intention of agreeing. She silently wrapped the bandage around her arm and glanced at Jill at the door. John had no intention of continuing to dissuade her. He gestured to Jill and said, "Your new partner, Jill Monroe." "Jill, this is Selena Garrett." Selena glanced at Jill and ignored the girl's greeting. She continued to ask, "Aren't there two?" John smiled and said, "The other one is outside. Let's go." Penelope Cruz's character, Lucaine Baker, had already realized that she was in trouble. As usual, she only took a few seconds to open the car door. However, after a few minutes, not only did she not find the fuse, but the door was also mysteriously locked. Like a bird that had fallen into a trap, Lucaine struggled for a while. Just as she was about to find something to smash the window of the Buick Boulevard to escape, the door to the front passenger seat was pulled open. A kind-looking black uncle smiled at her and said, "I specially chose your favorite car. How do you feel?" Lucaine opened her mouth wide in surprise. She was stunned for a second before her expression turned innocent. She waved her arms and said, "Ah. Haha, good evening, sir. I came in to say hello. I didn't expect there to be no one in the car." Haha, ha ha ha. Following the girl's cute quibble, everyone in the theater burst into laughter. However, when John threw a thick stack of documents into Lucini's arms, the theater burst into laughter again. This was because the stack of documents were all photos taken of Lucaine when she was stealing cars. What was even more hilarious was that the cars that Lucaine had stolen all had Buick's eye-catching 3 Shields logo on them without exception. Looks like Buick has definitely paid a lot of money this time. However, this kind of implantation is really interesting, many film critics in the audience thought. On the screen, Lucaine was like a flustered and talkative little magpie. She kept quibbling and even confidently accused John of secretly taking photos of her. The other two girls watched the scene quietly. John said to Lucaine slowly, "I'll give you 30 minutes to drive the car to Malibu 10880. Otherwise, I'll hand you and these photos over to the police for investigation." The talkative little magpie immediately quieted down. The roar of the engine could be heard. The Buick Linden drove forward for more than 10 meters before it made a clean drift and drove onto the main road. Lucini's voice could be heard from the Buick Linden that was shuttling through the traffic like a fish. "Will you let me go if you drive to Malibu 10880? I'll leave you with a private job." "No, I don't want to be sentenced to 180 years like my dad. If you want me to open this safe, I'd rather be handed over to the police. We guarantee the legality of the operation." "You're the FBI?" "No." "CIA?" "No." "Me6?" "No." "Don't tell me it's KGB?" A few impatient voices could be heard at the same time. "Shut up." As the Buick Linden drove further and further away, the explosive rock music started to play. The official opening once again gave the audience a big surprise. Eric used the opening style of the David Vinci version of The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo in his memory. Seeing the male sculptures wrapped in a strange black liquid being slowly smashed one by one, many filmmakers and audiences could not help but think of the naked woman in the 007 film. A strong feminist style, tit for tat with the 007 series. A female film critic at the scene was so excited that she quickly wrote this sentence on her notepad. She could not help but mutter to herself, "I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder how much of the 007 series can this film reach?" Although there were some small Easter eggs waiting to be discovered in the opening minutes, Eric did not continue to delve into the actual plot. It was somewhat similar to the original plot. The core code of the latest online email service developed by Knox Network Technology was stolen. Once the core code was used, it would pose a threat to the information security of tens of millions of users. At the same time, the person in charge of the development of the code, Eric Knox, was also kidnapped. The three angels received the mission to rescue Eric Knox and retrieve the core code. There was no doubt that Eric's setting was to promote Yahoo's online email service. This was because Yahoo was the only online email service provider on the internet. Even if the name was changed, everyone knew which company the Knox Network Company was referring to. When the script was first discussed with the several people in charge of Yahoo, because of the theft of the core code, Ian Neer and the others were worried that the users would believe it. However, after Steve Mitnick read Eric's script, he even said to Eric in a mocking tone, "That's ridiculous. Let's film it." Eric did not mind this technical maniac's mockery. After all, it was just a movie. Of course, Eric knew some things. The core code of the online email service had tens of millions of lines. It was definitely not something that one person could write. Furthermore, the core code was stored in a secret server cluster that only a few of Yahoo's core executives had access to. Even if the person in charge was really kidnapped, in Steve Mitnick's words, to move the server cluster with Yahoo's core code, they would need at least a few container trucks. The premise was that the kidnappers would have to accurately locate the servers in Yahoo's huge data center. However, in Eric's setting, the core code was only stored on a 2.5-inch floppy disk. Wasn't that ridiculous? After the movie was released, Yahoo would release a few articles to explain the situation, and it would easily resolve the users' concerns. Of course, a professional like Steve Mitnick would definitely find such a setting ridiculous, but in the mid-90s, where many ordinary people hadn't even come into contact with personal computers, such a setting wouldn't arouse too many people's doubts. Instead, it gave people a sense of technological sophistication. Selena, the girl without three, who was both sickly and strong, Jill, the computer genius, and Luke Iney, who was cute and talkative but had the ability to unlock all locks, worked together more and more tacitly in the process of the missions that were full of surprises. The great villain scheme was also slowly unraveled. A movie that saved the world would always end up in the villain's secret base, and Thunderbolt was no exception. In a secret base deep in the Nevada desert, the angels who had fought their way into the villain's headquarters were having their final battle. Not long after the battle began, Lucille, who had helped her partner break through the base's gate, was accidentally separated. There was no time to worry. Selena and Jill ran into a swarm of enemies. Selena defeated all the brawny NPCs and, as usual, took down the talkative villains. Finally, she and Jill arrived at the central control room covered in wounds. Jill's index finger flew across the keyboard. Soon, she looked at a computer screen and said worriedly, "The virus program has been activated. It will be released in 10 minutes. The only thing we can do now is to inform everyone to cut off the internet to prevent the world's large amount of computer data from being destroyed." Selena asked, "Can't we stop it? The virus program has been encrypted. This kind of encryption can only be cracked by an exhaustive method. Based on the computing speed of the computers here, it will take 190 years to crack the code, but we only have 10 minutes. After a pause, Jill continued, "Unless we have a supercomputer, then we might only need a few minutes to crack the code." Author's note, 9 o'clock *. Selena recalled a small detail that happened when the three of them participated in Knox Network. She said, "Didn't you say that you could remotely control Knox Network's data processing center and turn it into a supercomputer?" A trace of uncertainty flashed across Jill's eyes as she said, "In theory, yes, but I've never done it before." Also, Nox Network's data processing center isn't big enough. I need the world's largest data processing center. Selena glanced at the phone in the control room and said, "Do your best. I'll inform John and ask him to release the news." Jill nodded. Her gaze lingered on the Yahoo browser icon on the computer screen for a while. She took a deep breath and opened a program's interface. Then, this genius girl, who had not been too eye-catching compared to the other two girls in the movie, finally showed her valiant side. Her 10 fingers, which had turned into afterimages, danced on the keyboard in a frenzy. Strings of program codes appeared on the screen like flowing water. In order to show the visual impact of this scene as much as possible, Eric did not use different shots to stagger the operator's typing actions and the computer screen's shots. Instead, he used a close-up shot to film Charlie's entire operation and the computer screen. Eric believed that this scene would be enough to make all the geeky young men and women in the world mesmerized. After all, there were always computer geniuses with crazy hand speed, but most of them only existed in legends. How many people had actually seen such a person? In order to prepare for this short scene, Charlie had practiced her hand speed for half a year. Moreover, in order to achieve a more shocking and perfect effect, she had filmed this scene for a week. Obviously, the effect was clear. After this scene appeared on the screen, Eric, who was in the theater, could clearly hear many people exclaiming in amazement. A young man sitting not far away from him even lost his composure and shouted, "That's so cool." The countdown timer on the screen was ticking away. A few minutes later, Jill, who was sweating profusely, finally pressed the confirm button in relief. The sci-fi data transmission scene flashed by. What appeared in front of the audience was a square metal and steel frame building next to a lake. The square building was covered with water cooling pipes and had a striking Yahoo logo. The camera cut into the interior of Yahoo's data center without stopping at all. It passed through the dense cluster of servers with flashing blue indicator lights and stopped in the control room of the data center. The white engineer, who had been listening to music, inadvertently glanced at the temperature control screen of the data center. When he saw the rapidly rising temperature curve that had reached the red line, he immediately got up in a panic and staggered out of the control room. Then, the engineer standing in the server hall was stunned. He did not even realize that his earphones had fallen to the ground. In the panoramic's panorama, because millions of CPU computing cores were operating at full capacity, all water and air cooling systems in the data center had automatically started. Along with the sharp high-temperature alarm, a terrifying roar as if the end of the world was approaching, the end, the world, the water cooling and air. In the remote desert base in Nevada, Jill glanced at the countdown that only had 1 minute and 22 seconds left. He murmured, "Faster, faster, faster." Finally, in the last 30 seconds of the countdown, a 32-digit password finally appeared on the interface that was rapidly flowing with data. Without hesitation, Jill quickly opened the virus control program and entered the long password in one go. Then, he decisively pressed the stop button. Phew, Eric could almost hear the relieved voices of everyone in the theater. A wicked smile appeared on his face. There was no one around the two angels. How could the heroes who saved the world hear the cheers of victory? Sure enough, it was not over yet. However, after the virus self-activation program was stopped, just as Selena and Jill relaxed, a cold and rigid electronic synthetic female voice immediately rang out. "Warning, the base self-destruct program has been activated." 59, 58, 57, the two girls looked at each other and did not even have the chance to curse. They rushed out of the corridor like crazy. 30, 29, 28, when they reached the open space outside the base building, the haunting synthetic female voice was still ringing around them. If the base self-destructed, half a minute would not be enough for the two of them to safely escape the intense shock wave of the explosion. Before they could show any despair, a black Buick Boulevard rushed to the two girls. Luke Iney, who had scars on her face and messy hair, shouted, "Get in." 10, 9, 8, 7. The black Buick Boulevard had just rushed out of the base less than 20 meters when a terrifying explosion rang out. A huge cloud of fire formed behind the Buick Boulevard. The intense shock wave of the explosion still enveloped the Buick Boulevard, and all the windows were shattered. However, the three girls who had curled up in advance and were protected by the body of the car were finally safe. After the explosion, the Buick Boulevard, which had lost all its windows, started up again. After a few bumps, the speed became more and more stable. In the end, it drove onto an endless desert road. Lucenai's cute voice rang out again in a timely manner. My dad said that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune. He has already gone to prison to enjoy a lifetime of leave. I heard that he has become a boss and is living a very good life. We have done such a big thing. Should we take a vacation too? Of course, definitely not LA prison. Selena was still expressionless, but she did not ignore Lucenai's nagging like before. Instead, she simply said, boring. Jill, who was leaning against the back seat, also said, not interested. I just want to find a place to have a good sleep. Lucaini was immediately displeased. Hey, after so many things, I thought we had become friends. Selena simply turned her head and looked out the window. Jill's thin lips curled up slightly. I don't make friends with stupid thieves who only know how to steal Buicks. Don't you think the Three Shields logo of Buick is cool? Besides, I occasionally steal Chevrolets. This time, the other two girls simply did not answer. Lucaini, who was once again ignored, was unwilling to let it go. Let's talk about the vacation. How about Hawaii? Maldives? Mediterranean? Don't tell me you want to go to the Caribbean? An impatient voice rang out again at the same time. Shut up. On the desert road, the shade of the Buick, which was gradually moving away, suddenly jolted, as if expressing its dissatisfaction with a certain chatterbox. The music gradually rang out, and the scene quickly froze on the empty desert road. After the subtitles slowly appeared, there was immediately a buzz of whispers in the theater. It was only because this was a special premiere that they did not immediately get up. However, there were also many viewers with keen intuition who continued to quietly watch the screen. Sure enough, when the last line of subtitles appeared, before the scene changed, Lucenai's hilarious nagging had already rung out. I want a vacation, a real vacation. Hawaii sunshine, beaches, handsome guys, oh, and coconuts. I love coconut juice the most. But what the hell is this place? Hey, don't you think we should change to a more generous boss? At least he can be generous enough to let us see his true colors. The scene lit up, and 3 white figures wrapped in furry hiking suits appeared on a snowy mountain. They finally climbed to the edge of the cliff at the top of the mountain. The 3 girls were immediately attracted by the scene of flames soaring into the sky in a building similar to a military base on the opposite side of the cliff. They could faintly hear rapid gunshots. Lucaini stopped complaining and was dazed for a moment before she said, "It's so lively. It's a pity that we can't go over and say hello." As she spoke, on the runway of the opposite base, a propeller plane rushed out of the cliff and fell straight to the bottom of the valley. Another black figure, who was originally riding a motorcycle, also fell down. Selena suddenly said, "We're on the same boat." Lucaini stuck her head out and looked down. As she didn't dare get too close to the edge of the cliff that was covered in snow, she didn't notice the propeller plane and the person who fell off the cliff. Poor guy. But my dad once said that if the person who fell off the cliff can survive, he'll definitely be able to find the treasure at the bottom of the valley. Should we go down and see if he's dead? If he's not dead, Selena can kill him, and we can go find the treasure that originally belonged to him. Jill, who was standing on the far left, narrowed her naturally languid eyes and stared at the opposite side as if she was calculating something. After listening to Lucenai's nagging, she said, "I bet that he should have died in the propeller plane." As soon as she said that, a loud buzzing sound quickly came from afar. In the flying snow, the propeller plane that had just fallen miraculously rushed out of the cliff and into the sky again. Lucenai's eyes widened. She looked up with the other 2 girls and said, "I also bet that he should be alive in the propeller plane." The screen went black, and the movie ended. The lights in the screening room came on. Many of the audience were still immersed in the suspense caused by Lucenai's last sentence. After a few seconds, there was sporadic applause in the screening room, but then the applause quickly became continuous. It was a great movie. Buffett, who was sitting next to Eric, nodded with a smile and said to Eric, "But there were a lot of things I didn't understand. It seems that I'm really old." "I'm very willing to answer any questions you have," Eric said with a smile. "But let's talk about today's theme. Buffett nodded. Obviously, what Eric was about to talk about was more interesting to him than the plot of the movie. Without participating in the final curtain call, Eric, Buffett, Chris, Katzenberg, Michael Lynn, and the female assistant left the theater silently and gathered in a high-end coffee shop. At this time, Eric didn't hide anymore and directly revealed his purpose. After hearing this, Buffett frowned and said, "You want Marvel Entertainment in Ronald Perlman's hands?" Eric nodded. "I know that Marvel is now in a mess. But even so, if Firefly takes the initiative to buy it, not only will Ronald Perlman ask for an exorbitant price, but it may also cause a fight among other film companies." Tom Murphy also asked, "Eric, is it for the copyright of those comic characters?" Eric nodded. "Yes, Ronald Perlman's actions this time gave me a very good hint. But if Firefly does it alone, it will be too obvious and will definitely arouse Marvel's vigilance. Everyone has their own companies, so I hope to get your help to take down Marvel Entertainment." Although in Buffett's view, Marvel, which had been losing money for years and was heavily in debt, was almost worthless, he still asked patiently, "Eric, tell me about your plan first." "Of course." Eric nodded, and told them about the plan that he had thought through in detail. The total value of the entire Marvel Entertainment at this time was less than $500 million, but after Eric told them about his plan and said that some of the copyright of Marvel's characters had the box office potential of Warner's Batman, everyone said that they would do their best to cooperate with Eric's subsequent plan. An ingenious popcorn movie. The three heroines completely get rid of the fixed base image of women in Hollywood movies with their own outstanding acting skills, and give the audience a visual feast that is a combination of feeling and strength. The next day, a famous film critic in the Los Angeles Times gave Thunderbolt such a high evaluation and gave the movie 5 stars, which was rare. The reason given by the critic, who rarely gave full marks, was that Thunderbolt was the first very successful all-female action movie in Hollywood history. Almost at the same time, the plot, foreshadowing, and Easter eggs in Thunderbolt all became the focus of the media's heated discussion. The media made all kinds of speculations about why the female lead, Selena, appeared in the underground boxing ring, the meaning of the conversation between Selena and John at the beginning, the father that Lucy often mentioned, and her hobby of stealing Buick cars. They also hoped that the production company could reveal these small details in the sequel. Of course, there were praises and discussions, but at the same time, there were also doubts. On the day Thunderbolt was released, as the CEO of Oracle, Larry Ellison, who had the title of Madman, jumped out and publicly criticized Eric for the super mistakes in the movie. Larry Ellison said that the world's largest data processing center should be Oracle's data center in Washington state. However, as soon as Larry Ellison said this, Oracle's old rival, Microsoft, was immediately dissatisfied. Microsoft's spokesperson immediately said that Microsoft's data center was the largest. Then, IBM, Sun, and other companies jumped out one after another. It was very lively for a while. While several high-tech companies were arguing about whose data center was the largest, a few days later, the well-known Hollywood Reporter quickly stirred up another wave of discussion with an article called The Real Identity of Charlie. While Thunderbolt is giving fans a visual feast of hot pink, it also leaves us with many interesting hidden details. We can also see a character and world setting that is completely different from the TV series. It's conceivable that this is a foreshadowing by the ambitious producers for the sequel. While fans of the James Bond series are discussing whether the black figure flying the propeller plane at the end of the movie is the new James Bond, while gossip magazines are debating whether Penelope Cruz's character, Lucaine Baker, has an daddy complex, while geeky youths are busy studying the real and complex exhaustive algorithm at the end of the movie, perhaps many people have overlooked a very hidden detail. 3 minutes into the movie, the contact, John, played by Morgan Freeman, blackmails Lucaine by saying in a seemingly casual manner, "I'll give you 30 minutes to drive to 10880 Malibu, or I'll hand you over to the police along with these photos." After watching the entire movie, we didn't see any more details about Malibu 10880. The movie also didn't explain why John asked Lucaine to drive the Buick to Malibu 10880. After some investigation, we found that Malibu doesn't have an apartment number 10880 in real life. So, this very abrupt conversation at first glance seems to be a completely useless redundant plot. But is that really the case? As we all know, the plot of Thunderbolt is very strict. the producers are even more meticulous in the details. Even the program code that the genius girl, Jill Munroe, entered at the end of the movie is said to be written by Yahoo's CTO, Steve Mitnick. Then, according to this train of thought, in the most important opening stage of the movie, it is absolutely impossible for there to be a meaningless conversation. After many investigations by the magazine's reporters, we finally found the true face of Malibu 10880. Perhaps many readers have already noticed the eye-catching seashell villa photo in the illustration of this article and made related guesses. That's right, the so-called Malibu 10880 is Eric Williams' luxurious private manor in Malibu. According to the clues provided by many insiders, although the apartment number of the Pointy Corner Manor is not 10880, Eric Williams has referred to the Pointy Corner Manor as 10,880 more than once. Moreover, we found the most direct evidence. In a project document of the architectural design company in charge of the Pointy Corner Manor project, the code of the Freedom City Villa project is 10,880. For the time being, let's not discuss why Selena Gatler, played by Kate Beckinsale, allowed herself to indulge in the cruel and fatal fights in the underground boxing ring, nor do we want to find out what happened to Selena and her former partner. These behind-the-scenes stories are likely to appear in the prequel or the plot of the movie. Back to the movie. After the formation of the new angel group, the first thing the three angels had to do was naturally to meet their boss. Although this mysterious boss did not reveal his true face, according to this logic, John's purpose of getting Luke Iney to drive to the fictional 10880 was explained. At the very least, in this movie, the identity of the owner of 10,880 is undoubtedly hinting at the boss of the detective company, Charlie Townsend, who did not appear in the entire movie. And according to the existence of 10,880 in the real world, it's not difficult for us to discover that the ubiquitous Charlie Townsend in the movie is undoubtedly Eric Williams' incarnation in Thunderbolt. Perhaps as the screenwriter of the movie version of Thunderbolt, Eric Williams set up this little plot on a whim, but when we turn our attention to today's Hollywood, many people will be surprised to find that the young boy who made a name for himself with Home Alone 6 years ago is now like the ubiquitous Charlie Townsend in Thunderbolt. His influence has spread across half of Hollywood, and this influence is even more vivid in this year's summer movies. Starting from the end of May, all the box office successes such as Saving Private Ryan, True Lies, The Lion King, and Thunderbolt. Whether or not they are produced and distributed by Firefly Group, they more or less carry the personal imprint of Eric Williams. And the upcoming Dumb and Melon 2 and Men in Black are also from Eric Williams. The personal influence of this new Hollywood mogul has already covered 4 of the 7 major film companies: Firefly, MGM, Columbia, and Fox. This terrifying influence is almost beyond any movie mogul in Hollywood's century-old history. Because this miraculous young mogul is currently less than 25 years old, it's not difficult for us to make a hypothesis that perhaps one day in the future, Eric Williams will completely unify Hollywood and become the veritable king of Hollywood. Eric put the article that had just appeared 2 days ago and had already been reprinted by many newspapers on his desk. He shook his head and smiled, then continued to read other information. After a week of screening, Thunderbolt had easily won more than $49 million at the box office. Although this box office could not be compared to the first week of films such as The Mummy and Saving Private Ryan, the hot topic of this female action blockbuster was far more popular than the few popular films of the previous month. The reason why the box office of Thunderbolt was low was not because the popularity of the summer had passed, and it was definitely not because of factors such as the film's scheduling or the film's quality. Just like how Buffett said that he did not understand some of the plot at the premiere, it was because the movie involved a lot of high-tech plots that the elderly and children could not understand. Thunderbolt did not attract audiences of all ages, but it was because of these cool high-tech plots that the main audience of the movie was mainly teenagers between the ages of 14 and 28, and it had an extraordinary impact on this group of people. Moreover, due to the high reputation and popularity of the movie, the box office of Thunderbolt compared to the first week, the box office of Thunderbolt. Instead, the box office of the second week of Thunderbolt. Box office statistics agencies predicted that the box office of Thunderbolt could easily exceed $50 million in 2 weeks. Thunderbolt was also very popular in some of the overseas box office markets that were released at the same time as North America, especially in Japan where it was released at the same time. As a country where manga was popular among the people, Selena's manga-esque image in the movie made a lot of Japanese manga otakus excited. The box office of the movie in Japan was even close to that of North America, reaching $46 million. Soon after, Selena's real-life figurines were sold out in Japan along with the Thunderbolt Beauties series that were sold out. In just a week, the originally unknown Kate became the most popular Western female celebrity in Japan, and a lot of offers for collaborations and endorsements were sent to ICM. Thanks to the outstanding results of Thunderbolt, MGM was finally able to escape from the cliff of bankruptcy. The European investors who were expecting huge returns were also overjoyed. After the box office of Thunderbolt, both parties could not wait to contact Eric, hoping to start preparing for the sequel as soon as possible. At the same time, two other companies that had nothing to do with the movie industry also gained unexpected benefits. Within a week of the movie's release, Yahoo's online email users increased by 1 million due to the movie's strong advertising campaign. These users were basically new and valuable internet users. The daily number of visitors to Yahoo's portal also increased significantly in a short period of time. On July 1, YCR, the instant messaging software officially launched by Yahoo Incorporated, reached a terrifying exponential growth rate. Riding on the momentum of Thunderbolt Charming Baby, the number of users of this trendy and avant-garde long-distance messaging software in this era exceeded 10 million within a week. Although they had made ample preparations beforehand, this time, Yahoo was still unable to withstand the huge data flow pressure brought about by the skyrocketing number of YCR users. On the evening of July 5, there was a temporary server outage. Although it was inevitable that several high-tech giants who were vying for the title of the world's largest data processing center would mock them, it did not dampen the users' enthusiasm. The other company that benefited was, without a doubt, Buick Automobile Company. Buick, which was originally focused on business models and was not very popular among young people, had more than doubled its sales within a week of the release of Thunderbolt. Other than the Buick Boulevard that appeared many times in the movie, the sales of several other models under Buick increased significantly. With the influence of Thunderbolt, Buick not only opened up the young consumer market that had been stagnant for a long time, but it was also expected that the sales of cars in the second half of 1994 would increase by at least 30%. It was worth mentioning that Buick was different from Lamborghini and Ferrari, which could only sell a few thousand units a year. This mid-range brand under the General Motors Group had already sold more than 1 million units worldwide in the 1980s, with annual sales reaching tens of billions of US dollars. Therefore, one could imagine how much extra profit Buick would gain from a 30% increase in sales. Back then, Buick only reluctantly forked out $5 million for the implantation fee because of the line in the movie, "Don't you think Buick's Three Shields logo is cool?" However, after the movie was released, the president of Buick immediately contacted MGM, who was in charge of the movie's distribution, and said that he would add an additional $20 million for joint promotion with the movie. In the past, only the 007 series could enjoy this kind of treatment. Buick's competitors, Ford, Chevrolet, and even Japan's Toyota, Honda, and other car brands also contacted the producers, trying to get the exclusive brand implantation rights for the sequel of Thunderbolt. The sound of the office door being knocked on woke Eric up from his reading. He answered and the door was gently pushed open. Eric looked at the female assistant in a professional suit coming in. He smiled and waved the copy of Hollywood Reporter that he had just read and asked with a smile, "Kelly, do you think I can unify Hollywood?" From the perspective of the anti-monopoly law, it's impossible. Kelly held a stack of documents and sat down opposite Eric. She said, "But from the perspective of a miracle, it's not necessarily true." Eric said, "I can tell that your words are definitely praising me, not using me as a target like this article, right?" Kelly showed a feminine and intellectual smile and said, "Yes, but this article also helped Firefly a lot." According to the finance department's estimation, because of the merger with ABC, the group's financial report for the first half of the year needs to be delayed until the beginning of next month. The appearance of this article has played the same role as the beautiful financial report. The impact caused by the reform of the hand-drawn animation department is now minimal. All the sales of long-term bonds are expected to be completed before the end of the month. Eric asked, "Speaking of this, is there any movement from Peter Schneider and Roy Disney?" I'm here to tell you about this. Kelly handed a document in her hand to Eric and said, this is their condition. Eric flipped open the document and skimmed through it. In addition to a series of expected requests such as a substantial increase in the salary of the hand-drawn animation department and the department's budget, Peter Schneider and Roy Disney also requested for the construction of a Disney animation campus comparable to Pixar's, and for them to enjoy the same rights as Pixar's. Eric closed the document and said with a faint sneer on his face, they want to double the employee's salary as soon as they open their mouths. They have no intention of letting this matter end immediately. Kelly replied, since they've chosen to go against Ron Perelman will also need enough time to unite the creditors. It just so happens that we also need enough time to make arrangements, Eric suddenly said with a smile. This is their last contribution to Firefly. Kelly felt a little sad for Peter Schneider and Roy Disney, especially Peter Schneider. This high-level animation department executive was actually quite capable. If the department was reformed according to Eric's plan, he might have a chance to get a higher position in Firefly in the future. But now, even if the hand-drawn animation department found a new owner, once his betrayal today was exposed, he would definitely be kicked out by the new owner. Firefly absolutely had no obligation to hide this matter for Peter Schneider. P.S. Still 2 updates, the next one will be late. Asterisk Mr. Katzenberg has personally operated a private equity fund under the group to start your plan. Hathaway, State Street Global, and Firefly Investments are also following up. If we don't want to be noticed by Marvel, we will need about a month. Kelly handed over the next document and said, also, several newspaper groups have made a second round of offers for our paper assets. The current highest bid is $1.4 billion from Condé Nast. Eric quickly read the document in his hand and said, let Jeffrey start the acquisition negotiations. Yahoo Network and AOL both need a lot of money. Tell Jeffrey that he doesn't need to haggle too much over the price. As long as the price reaches the estimated $1.5 billion, it will be fine. But I want the buyer to pay in cash as soon as possible. Kelly nodded and wrote it down on the memo. Then she looked up and said, that's all for serious business. Eric looked at the closed office door and joked, do you want to do something indecent here? Kelly rolled her eyes at him and handed the last document to Eric. She said, this is from Miss Murdoch. The New York Post was going to publish it tomorrow, but she stopped it. She said you can deal with it yourself. She can stop the New York Post's report, but she can't control other newspapers. In addition, there is a copy of the file related to this news manuscript. Eric looked at the title of the news manuscript, The Dark Past of a Genius Girl. His eyes suddenly narrowed. When he saw Charlie's name in the article, Eric could almost guess the general content. After reading the article roughly, Eric confirmed his judgment. In the original Spacetime, Charlie was nominated for the Best Actress Oscar for The Female Devil. In the subsequent media public relations war, the news that Charlie's biological father was shot to death by her mother when she was 15 years old was once again hyped up by the media. Charlie, who was originally a simple victim, was even forced to use the word patricide by the unscrupulous media. Eric did not pay much attention to that. His own result was that Charlie still won the Best Actress Oscar. Now, perhaps it was because Fox's Dumb and Melon 2 was about to be released, but the box office momentum of Thunderbolt Charming Baby did not show any signs of weakening. The New York Post dug up this news from somewhere, so they had the same idea as the media in his previous life. However, perhaps they were taking Firefly's side into consideration, so the article did not deliberately distort the facts like in the original Spacetime. However, the tendentious hints between the lines would still make people daydream. Since this matter has been dug up by the media, it definitely can't be hidden. Eric thought for a while, then tore off a piece of sticky paper and wrote a line of words. He handed it to Kelly and said, talk to ICM personally. Also, ask the Public Relations Department to cooperate as much as possible. Follow this guideline and guide the Public Relations Department. I don't want to see any messy news appearing. Kelly took the note from Eric and saw the words a regrettable family tragedy, a strong girl who walked out of the shadows. She nodded and said, MGM CEO, Frank Marcheso, doesn't know the phone number here, so he called me. He wants to arrange a time to talk to you about Thunderbolt Charming Baby. MGM hopes to release 2 sequels of Thunderbolt Charming Baby at the same time. Let them talk to Jeffrey about this. After they're done discussing. Eric was halfway through his sentence when he looked up and asked, "Did something happen?" Kelly was just about to speak when Eric suddenly said, "Oh, it must be Penny and the other 2. Kelly nodded. The person in charge of DreamWorks wants to sign a contract with Miss Cruz and the other 3 for the next 2 sequels at once. However, Miss Michelle Simmons from ICM hasn't given a response. Eric said, "I'll help ask the 3 of them what they're thinking. Let MGM rest assured and focus on the release." In the next few days, with the cooperation of Firefly's Public Relations Department, ICM Management Company, and MGM, news about Charlie's past as a young girl began to appear in the media. However, most of the news put Charlie completely from the perspective of a victim and expressed full sympathy. At the same time, they fully publicized Charlie's experience of wandering in Hollywood alone. They completely molded the girl into an independent and self-reliant girl who walked out of the shadows successfully. The effect of the first impression of ordinary people was very strong. Since such an idea was instilled in them at the first moment, then if there were any articles slandering Charlie in the media in the future, it would only arouse the disgust of most people. At the same time, Charlie's popularity, who originally had a weaker presence in the Breakin' Charming Baby trio, had also benefited from the disaster by a large margin. In the second week of July, Fox's Dumb and Melon 2 was also officially released. However, due to the impact of the box office decline of The Lion King and Breakin' Charming Baby, Dumb and Melon 2 only grossed $33 million in the first 3 days of the first weekend, which was $4 million lower than Breakin' Charming Baby. The first week's box office was expected to stop at $45 million. However, compared to Breakin' Charming Baby, which cost more than $80 million, the biggest cost of this vulgar comedy was only Jim Carrey's salary. The total production budget was less than $40 million. Therefore, Fox still made a lot of money from this film. After returning to Los Angeles from Boston at the end of May, Eric went through more than a month of intense work. He checked most of the film projects that he needed to take care of personally, and his schedule gradually became more relaxed. In addition to paying attention to the layout of taking over Marvel Entertainment, he also spent more time preparing for the Victoria's Secret show. In the studio of the Victoria's Secret show, Eric had just sent away the head of Firefly's music department who had sent a stack of singers' cassettes. The 3 girls, who had just returned to Los Angeles after the European and East Asian promotional tour, and Penelope's sister, Monica, walked into his office together. Penelope and Kate were each holding a set of gorgeous angel wings in their hands. After greeting Eric, Penelope couldn't wait to show a set of butterfly wings behind her back. She said, "Eric, are these the angel outfits to be worn at the Victoria's Secret show? They're so beautiful." Eric smiled as he watched the 2 girls put on the angel wings. He said, "You must have taken them from the shelf by the door of my office. These are all waste products to be disposed of. The real angel wings that are chosen are kept in the vault." Kate asked curiously, "These are already so beautiful. The chosen ones must be even more stunning. Can we take a look?" Eric shook his head and said, "I'll give you a few tickets when the time comes. No one is allowed to see them now." Kate stuck her tongue out at Eric and said, "So stingy." Eric didn't answer. He looked at Charlie, who had been very quiet since she came in. It was obvious that she had something on her mind. He joked, "Charlie, are you planning to steal Kate's role in the sequel?" "No, of course not." Charlie hurriedly shook her head. Eric was about to continue, but when Penelope heard Eric mention the movie, she couldn't wait to gossip. She hugged Kate and said, "Eric, you don't know. When we went to Tokyo to promote the movie, a man saw Kate at the scene and cried on the spot. He even wanted to rush up the stage while crying. He scared the hell out of us." Kate pushed Penelope away unhappily and said, "What makes you think that he came for me? Maybe he wanted to pounce on you." Penelope laughed and said, "Although I didn't understand that guy's Japanese, everyone at the scene could hear the pronunciation of Selena clearly." Eric said, "I've already seen it in the newspaper. Kate is now the most popular Western actress in Japan. How do you feel?" Kate shook her head and said, "Not very good. The people from that country always give me a weird feeling. This is because of cultural differences. People from different countries and ethnicities will have this feeling when they look at outsiders. Otherwise, there wouldn't be racial discrimination. Eric explained briefly and said, "Let's not talk about this. Someone asked me to ask, what are the three of your plans for the sequel?" The three girls looked at each other and didn't speak for a while. Eric pointed at Penelope and said, "Penny, you tell them." "Eric, we don't mind making a sequel, but we don't want to rush the two sequels. If we make one a year, our roles will definitely be set." Eric remembered that MGM wanted to add the two sequels to DreamWorks' 10-film plan. The original 10-film plan was planned to be made within 3 years. After hearing Penelope's answer, Eric more or less understood. Tapping the table lightly, he thought for a while. Seeing the three girls looking at him more and more nervously, Eric suddenly smiled and said, "You have so little confidence in me. Are you worried that I'll sell you?" Although Eric was very gentle in life, when it came to movies, he was often very aggressive. The three girls were really worried that Eric would force them to make one a year. Hearing Eric's words, Kate, who was the smartest, relaxed. She laughed and said, "Who asked you to do so many bad things?" Eric smiled and said, "Looks like I need to find time to ask you to help me remember what bad things I've done." Kate was stunned. Her little brain quickly tried to recall. For a moment, she couldn't remember anything, but she still snorted unhappily. Eric didn't care and patiently explained, "You must be thinking too much. In that case, we'll change it to one every 2 years. In fact, the production plan of any film company in Hollywood is not fixed. It involves tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars of investment. The production process can't be too careful. It's normal for all kinds of changes to happen during the production. Although the original agreement was to make 10 films in 3 years, if it can't be completed in the end for various reasons, the remaining projects will either be cancelled or delayed. Take Spielberg for example. He still owes Universal a few movie contracts. It's said that they are contracts from more than 10 years ago. Maybe he'll just forget about it. Penelope rolled her eyes and asked, "Then what about our pay?" "Your pay has nothing to do with me." Eric laughed again. Although Firefly has 30% of the profits in DreamWorks, the movie's production funds are from Europe. So, just let Michelle help you negotiate. The higher you can get, the better. But don't go overboard. Be careful or we'll break up. Kate asked, "How much do you think we should ask for?" Eric thought for a while and said, "Let's package the two sequels at $12 million each. Don't mention the split. After all, there are 3 of you. An average of $18 million per film is already a sky-high price. The producers still have to invite other actors. The total cost of the actors' pay may be $25 million. If your asking price is too high, the producers can only reduce the shooting budget. This will definitely affect the quality of the sequels. It'll do you more harm than good." Eric said it casually, but even Charlie, who had been a little worried, couldn't help but be speechless. After all, their first film's pay was only $200,000 to $300,000, and they had suffered so much. Now, their net worth had suddenly skyrocketed to tens of millions. In the past, they had never thought that they could earn so much money. After the shock, Kate quickly thought of something and said, "More than 18 million? I heard that Nicole Kidman could earn more than 30 million with just one film, The Mummy." The Mummy's box office in North America and overseas was very popular. It was estimated that in the next few years, it would bring in a net profit of nearly $400 million for Universal Pictures. It was also because of the box office explosion of The Mummy that Michael Eisner easily took back control of Universal from Michael Ovitz after his heart surgery. However, the person who benefited the most from this film was undoubtedly Nicole. That 8% contract with all channels had brought Nicole no less than $30 million. This also made her the highest-paid actress in Hollywood. It was estimated that it would be difficult for anyone to surpass her in the next 10 years. Just like Jack Nicholson's super high salary in Batman, Nicole got so much this time because of an accident. Universal is probably regretting it now. They only needed to spend $10 million to hire Nicole, but now they have to pay 3 times the price. Also, Nicole will only be able to get a fixed salary if she participates in the next sequel. Penelope said, then we'll negotiate according to the number you gave us. Eric nodded and looked at the angel wings beside him. He smiled and said, these look better when you wear underwear. There's a fitting room next door. Go and put them on for me to see. Kate immediately blushed and glared at Eric. Penelope picked up the wings with a smile and pulled Kate out. Kate, let's go and try them on. They don't have to be seen by a certain guy. The two women had already left the office. Eric looked at Monica, who was blinking her big eyes, and pointed at the door. You go too. Help your sister change. The little girl seemed to have realized something. She lowered her head and walked out in a hurry. After the office door closed, Eric asked Charlie, did something happen? No. Charlie shook her head. She hesitated for a while and said, Michelle told me everything. I also saw the note you wrote. I just wanted to thank you. Oh. Eric nodded and joked. You know, I'm a capitalist. You made money for me, so of course I have to protect you. Charlie bit her lower lip and hesitated for a moment. Then, she said, I don't want to owe you anything. Eric smiled and said, although I want to say that you don't owe me anything, you know, men are all vain. So, what I want to say is, if you feel that you owe me anything, just continue to owe me. Every time I think of a beautiful woman who feels that she owes me something, I feel very satisfied. Charlie finally couldn't hold it in. She laughed for the first time since she came to this office. However, the girl quickly restrained her expression and glared at Eric. She said, is this how you coax girls in private? Not necessarily. It depends on the person. Take you for example. You have to do the opposite. Using a term from the Eastern art of war, it's called loosening the reins only to grasp them better. Eric pointed outside the door with a smile and continued speaking with assurance. When it comes to Kate, this kind of proud little girl, you have to be a little more forceful. When it comes to Penny, you don't have to use any method. You're such a bastard. Charlie couldn't help but laugh again. However, the girl had unknowingly moved to the door. Then, under Eric's surprised gaze, Charlie reached out and locked the office door. Then, she walked toward Eric aggressively. Eric was about to get up in confusion, but Charlie pressed him down on the wide leather chair. Then, the girl's slender body leaned forward and she reached out to pull Eric's tie like a kitten that suddenly went crazy. However, the panic hidden in the girl's expression completely betrayed her. Eric was about to say something when Charlie pulled off the tie and put it in front of Eric's eyes like a blindfold. Then, she kissed him clumsily with her cold thin lips. When the thin lips that were trembling because of nervousness left him, Eric subconsciously joked, Charlie, you have to know that in America, some crimes aren't just targeted at men. However, as soon as he said this, Eric suddenly felt a hard bite on his shoulder. The man gasped. The girl's voice trembled slightly, but she still said with hatred, who told you to deliberately ignore me? My queen, this is the office. Why don't we talk at home? Don't worry, I definitely won't let you off. Shut up, don't move. Charlie opened her eyes and realized that she was lying on the sofa with a blanket covering her body. The sky outside the window was obviously dark. Only a desk lamp was lit in this simple office separated by a partition. The figure behind the desk was quietly flipping through something with his head lowered. Thinking of her crazy actions in the afternoon, Charlie secretly pulled the blanket over her body, wanting to cover her burning face. You're awake? Eric's sudden voice startled Charlie's. After a long while, the girl murmured, yes. Looking at Charlie's flustered appearance as she instantly pulled the blanket over her head, Eric smiled gently and considerately did not mention what happened in the afternoon. He said, it's almost 8 o'clock now. If you plan to spend the night here, the two of us can only squeeze on the sofa. I'm not. Charlie subconsciously wanted to refute, but the moment the words left her mouth, she quickly changed the topic. Have Kate and the rest left? They left a long time ago, Eric said as he got up and turned on the office lights. He walked to Charlie's side and said, get up, I've already booked a restaurant. Let's go have dinner together. The bright light of the fluorescent lights made Charlie subconsciously squint her eyes. Looking at the figure of the man beside her, a strong sense of embarrassment arose in her heart again. she said. You, go out, I want to put on my clothes. Okay, Your Majesty, Eric could not help but tease her. He placed Charlie's clothes on the coffee table beside the sofa, turned around, and walked out of the office. Charlie stared at the door. After a while, she stretched out her right arm from under the blanket and tried to reach for the clothes beside her. However, just as she stretched out her arm, Charlie saw a tie that she used to commit a crime a few hours ago appear on her wrist. Some crazy and confusing images rushed into her mind. Charlie hurriedly retracted her arm and quickly took off the tie on her wrist. Because of her crazy actions in the afternoon, Charlie was very reserved at the beginning of dinner. However, under Eric's patient livening up the atmosphere, Charlie quickly relaxed. When the two of them left the restaurant, Charlie even plucked up the courage to take the initiative to hold Eric's arm. The dinner venue was Venice Beach. After dinner, it was almost 11 o'clock, but the pedestrian street near the sea was still very lively. Ever since the release of Break-In, the three girls had become the focus of the paparazzi. However, Charlie's whereabouts that night were out of everyone's expectations. Coupled with Eric's bodyguard's skillful anti-stalking methods, the two left the restaurant after dinner and simply covered themselves with a baseball cap. Coupled with the dim light at night, they didn't encounter any harassment even after walking for a long distance on the pedestrian street. After accompanying Charlie for a while, Eric looked at his watch and said to the girl, "I'll send you back. It's late." Charlie's footsteps faltered as he mumbled, "I don't want to go back tonight." Charlie was still living with Kate. Eric could guess why she was unwilling to go back. He smiled and said, "Then come to my place." Charlie shook her head and said, I don't want to go to your place either. In any case, I won't go to your place." Recalling Charlie's strong personality in his previous life, Eric could understand why she rejected him. Looking around, Eric pointed at a cinema and said, "Then I'll treat you to a movie. How about Break-In? It's very popular recently." Charlie, who was a little nervous, was amused by Eric's tone and said, "Who would watch their own movie?" Eric smiled and said, "Me? I always watch my own movies many times. Aren't I narcissistic?" "You're clearly working." By the way, Eric suddenly knocked his forehead and said, "I almost forgot that I acted in another movie. I don't know if I can buy tickets in this theater. There don't seem to be many midnight shows in Colombia." Noticing Charlie's confusion, Eric explained, "Men in Black. You know about it, right? It's the premiere today, but I didn't go. The midnight show should have started by now." Charlie was stunned. She tightened her grip on Eric's arm and asked in a low voice, "You didn't go to the premiere because you were waiting for me? Yeah, aren't you very touched? In your dreams." Charlie pinched Eric lightly and said, "We're even now. I won't be grateful to you." Eric had a hurt expression as he held his chest and said, "Her Majesty is really heartless. Don't call me that again." Charlie pinched harder but quickly let go of Eric. She walked towards the cinema and said, "I'll buy the tickets. It's my treat." Although it was a little late, Eric and Charlie were lucky enough to get tickets for the midnight show of Men in Black. Eric had adopted the setting of the Zerg invasion in the original Men in Black. The two male leads were still Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones. In addition, Eric had given the important role of the female forensic doctor to Catherine Zeta-Jones, whom he had not seen for a long time. This beautiful Welshwoman's temperament was very similar to that of the original Linda Fiorentino. Of course, Eric had the idea of keeping the goodies within the family. Like everyone else in the cinema, Charlie was quickly immersed in the novel setting and the comedic performances of the characters. However, half an hour later, Charlie remembered Eric's words and asked, "Didn't you say that you also acted in a role? Why haven't I seen you yet?" Eric smiled mischievously and said, "You'll see it in 5 minutes." Charlie saw that Eric did not answer, so she turned to the screen again. In the plot, because Jay learned that there were aliens everywhere around him, his worldview was completely refreshed. He sat on a bench by the Manhattan River for a night. Although he did not have the noble ideal of protecting the world because of a little girl's innocent smile, he finally decided to join the Men in Black. Then he was taken to the secret headquarters of the Men in Black by Kay. After a mysterious sphere caused a commotion in the hall of the Men in Black's headquarters, Kay took Jay to the alien monitoring room in the headquarters. Then, after the big screen monitoring the aliens appeared, everyone in the cinema laughed. Charlie, who had a smile on her face, finally understood what Eric meant when she said that she also acted in a role in the movie. Just like the original version, the aliens that appeared on the big screen were all public figures that Americans were familiar with, such as Steven Spielberg, George Lucas, and so on. Of course, Eric would definitely not be able to escape. Also, in the original, Jay's conversation about his childhood teacher was completely changed. On the screen, Kay said, "Everyone on the screen is an alien. In public, they act normal, but in private. Well, you must already know." Jay stared at the big screen and exclaimed, "Oh, my God." Kay said, very surprised, "Right? No, 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 it's very reasonable." Jay pointed to a corner of the screen and said seriously, "I never thought that Eric Williams was from Earth. Look at what he has done over the years. It's crazy." Kay explained, "Eric Williams is from Pandora. 6 years ago, his spaceship accidentally crashed on Earth. In order to raise enough money to repair the spaceship, he used his racial talent to become a movie director." Jay said with a look of realization, "Spaceship, I know. It must be in Malibu. I've always felt that the Shell Villa looked like a spaceship." Kay nodded and said, "That's right, Malibu 10880. As soon as Agent K said this in the movie, there was a burst of laughter in the theater. After all, because of the article in The Hollywood Reporter that was widely reprinted recently, the number 10,880 was deeply ingrained in people's minds. But the teasing did not end there. Following Kay's explanation, Eric's close-up appeared on the big screen. In the picture, Eric was basically no different from an ordinary person, but there were two comedic sky blue antennae on his head. Moreover, at this time, the Pandoran Eric was angrily holding up a tax collection notice and roaring at the other two men in black in front of him, "I have a green card, I'm a law-abiding citizen, I've already paid 35% of my personal income tax, why should I pay this damn alien immigration tax? Are aliens not human? You're discriminating, racial discrimination, I have a dream." Just as Eric was about to imitate Martin Luther King and give a speech, one of the men in black in the surveillance camera completely lost his patience and punched Eric in the nose. Eric fell back. Then, Agent J nodded enviously and said with certainty, "If the men in black can beat up Eric Williams, I'll join." After the teasing ended, like the other audiences in the theater, Charlie had already collapsed on Eric. Eric gently patted Charlie's back and said, "You don't have to be so dramatic." "Haha, Eric, are you really an alien?" Charlie sat up with the help of Eric's arm and continued to ask with a smile. Eric moved closer to Charlie's ear and said, "Didn't you check it yourself this afternoon?" Charlie's face blushed and spat, but she still curiously reached out her little hand and touched Eric's head, as if looking for traces of the two antennae. Eric smiled and slapped Charlie's curious little hand away and said, "Don't look for it, I put the antennae at home. If you want to see it, you can come with me to Malibu 10880. Haha, P.S., next update will be later." While Men in Black raked in US $76 million at the box office in the first week, the black super SWAT in the film also caused a trend of imitation throughout society just like in his previous life. In the following period, the popularity of black clothes and sunglasses was like the trench coat and toothpicks of Bro Ma after the release of Heroes on the Other Side of the Ocean. Although the release time was in the hot summer, it was still difficult to stop the enthusiasm of fans wearing black clothes and sunglasses on the streets. Since then, a proprietary term, black super mask, gradually became popular in the media. At the same time, the movie also caused a new round of discussion about aliens in the media because of the ubiquitous extraterrestrial ridicule of characters and events in reality. And the first to bear the brunt, the hottest topic of discussion was, without a doubt, Eric, the Pandoran. After all, Eric started from scratch as an ordinary high school student and became a media tycoon with tens of billions of dollars in just 6 years. This kind of miraculous life experience was unprecedented in the entire history of mankind. Countless media outlets then began to dig into Eric's characteristics that matched the characteristics of aliens. Even Eric's more fickle character became evidence of an alien's attempt at racial invasion in the tabloids. Some people even sent a request to the White House to investigate Eric's alien identity. There was also no lack of people who used Eric's wealth at this time to ask the federal government to levy an alien immigration management tax on Eric. Of course, these requests would not receive any response. In the end, even the always serious New York Times could not help but publish an article on the important page to join in the fun. Eric Williams satisfied the gossip lovers of the universe with a brilliant and crazy self-ridicule. A famous film critic on Buffett's Washington Post also used a line in the movie to tease, "If I can see Eric Williams get beaten up, I'm willing to pay $4. What was more interesting was that after Men in Black's peripheral products began to be sold, the most popular product was not the cool weapon models, nor the variety of alien figurines, but the pair of sky blue antennae on Eric's head in less than 30 seconds of the shot. In addition to a large number of fans buying them for collection or wearing them to parties, even some parents liked to buy a pair of sky blue antennae as a gift for their children, perhaps because they wanted their children to be as good as Eric. However, after the box office explosion of Men in Black, a series of problems about the sequel also came. Although Sony Columbia Pictures had made a name for itself by releasing several films with Firefly in the past 2 years, under the wasteful management of Peter Guber, the company was still in a state of loss year after year. Originally, Mr. and Mrs. Smith and Broken Arrow were 2 projects from Firefly, so they didn't cause much of a stir in terms of profit distribution. However, the success of Men in Black clearly surpassed Mr. and Mrs. Smith and Broken Arrow, and the profits from the sequel were undoubtedly more lucrative. Therefore, the 40-60 split between Columbia and Firefly caught the attention of Sony. This was because the film copyright of Men in Black originally belonged to Columbia Pictures. However, after cooperating with Firefly, Columbia not only lost most of the profits that they should have enjoyed alone, but they also lost 60% of the copyright. Most importantly, according to the original agreement, if the sequel development was delayed for a long time, Columbia would even lose the remaining 40% of the copyright. If the sequel development went smoothly, it would not be a big deal. Since they chose to sign the contract, Sony could only continue to cooperate with Firefly. But after the success of Men in Black, including the film director, the 2 male leads, the producer, and even the original comic company of Men in Black, jumped out one after another, trying to get a share of the profits in the sequel. In the face of this situation, Firefly would certainly not compromise. If the profit sharing could not be reached, at most, everyone would just drag it out. Firefly was not afraid of a lawsuit. Anyway, Firefly's film company did not lack popular film projects. Firefly's main release schedule was even 3 years later, but Columbia Pictures could not afford to drag it out. After Sony bought this company, not only did they not get a single cent of profit, but they also did not promote their own video format. With the arrival of the DVD era, if Columbia continued to lose money, this film company would definitely become more and more useless. Moreover, Sony gradually realized that something was wrong. However, the Japanese did not immediately fall out with Firefly, but the Sony executives began to put pressure on Peter Guber, trying to get Peter Guber to fight for the benefits that Columbia deserved. Peter Guber himself also had a premonition that he would not be able to sit in this position for long. Of course, he also knew how bad Columbia was. After the cooperation with Firefly ended, it was impossible to continue to stay in this position. However, because there were still 2 blockbusters, Game of the Brave and Mission Impossible, to be released in the second half of the year, although Peter Guber himself had reaped enough benefits in the past few years, he still hoped that after the 2 films were released at the end of the year, according to the bonus contract signed at the beginning of the year, he would get the last huge bonus with the success of these 2 films before leaving Columbia. So, in just a few days, Peter Guber almost pestered several senior executives of Firefly, and even found Eric, who had been in the Victoria's Secret show recently. Looking at the busy crowd around him, especially the slim models trying on clothes, Peter Guber, who was standing next to a workbench, did not forget to chatter to Eric, "Eric, how about this? We can sign a subsidiary agreement, including the director and the 2 lead actors of Men in Black. Only after the sequel's profits reach a certain level can they get a bonus. We can raise the standard. In this way, if the sequel is a big success again, even if we give more benefits to the main creators, we will still make a profit." Eric continued to show the designer a set of angel clothes, completely ignoring Peter Guber, and said, "Peter, you should know how high the pay in Hollywood has risen. Sony is rich and doesn't care about this, but we, the natives of Hollywood, have to look at the long term, right? Eric, of course I know that the salary of stars is a bit too high, but I recently heard that Firefly Pictures has just launched James Cameron's new film, Titanic. The production budget of this film is 150 million US dollars. Since Firefly can budget 150 million US dollars for such a high-risk disaster film, why aren't they willing to make some concessions for the sequel of Men in Black? You know, even if we meet the requirements of the main creators now, the final production budget will not exceed 150 million US dollars. Eric looked at Peter Guber and said, "Peter, let's not talk about Men in Black for now. Do you know why I'm willing to let James overspend again and again?" Peter Guber shrugged. Eric did not expect Peter Guber to answer, so he said, "Because I'm very sure that every cent James spends is to make the film as good as possible, and not to spend a lot of money to invite stars who are overpaid." Peter Guber tried to refute, "But aren't we inviting stars to make the film more appealing at the box office?" "Of course, I don't deny that," Eric said. "But most of the time, it's not worth it. Take Beverly Detective 3 and Law Enforcement, for example. Paramount and Warner Brothers spent a large amount of their budget on the remuneration of the protagonists. Eddie Murphy and Kevin Costner not only received a fixed remuneration of more than 15 million US dollars at the same time, but they also enjoyed a very high profit-sharing agreement. But the result, you must have seen it for yourself." Peter Guber said, "Eric, this is just an accident, and Miss Kidman's salary from The Mummy is even more shocking. Nicole completely gave up the fixed salary to get the corresponding profit-sharing agreement. If The Mummy fails at the box office, Nicole won't get a single cent," Eric said, "and James, every time he overspends, he will take the initiative to give up his director's salary to reduce the budget burden of the film company. But those stars, not only do they get a high salary of tens of millions of US dollars, but they also ask for more profit sharing. But they enjoy so many benefits, but they will not take any risks for the film company. Just like the two films I just mentioned, they brought huge losses to the film company, but the two lead actors received more than 10 million US dollars. I don't care how much other film companies offer to rope in those stars, but for Firefly and the film companies associated with Firefly, they will never think of such a good thing in the future." Peter Guber saw that Eric was unwilling to make concessions on the salary, so he had to say, "In this case, Eric, about the copyright distribution agreement, I think it is necessary for Firefly and Columbia to renegotiate. You know, the copyright of Men in Black was fully owned by Columbia at the beginning. If the sequel development is blocked, it will automatically belong to Firefly after 5 years. This agreement is too unfair to Columbia." At the beginning, Eric had drawn up the agreement based on the Marvel Comics character license that returned automatically after 5 years without a sequel. After hearing Peter Guber's entanglement, he finally said the purpose of his trip. Eric simply waved his hand to let the people around him leave. He leaned against the workbench and looked at Peter Guber with a smile. He said, "Peter, everyone knows that this is an unfair agreement from the beginning. The Japanese must know it, too. What's more, what everyone did in private is even more unfair. But since the Japanese want to enter Hollywood, they should be aware of the tuition fees." "But, Eric," Eric waved his hand and interrupted Peter Guber. He still had a smile on his face as he said, "I know that you were chased out of Katzenberg's office yesterday. You must think that I have a better temper than Jeffrey Katzenberg. At the very least, I won't chase you out of the office like Jeffrey. However, just because I have a good temper doesn't mean that I'm easy to talk to. There's no room for negotiation on this matter. As for your reason, it is not valid at all. The copyright of Men in Black and the copyright of Game of the Brave, which was released at the end of the year, had been bought by Columbia for many years, but they did not do anything. Every film company has similar film and television rights. Without Firefly, maybe these two films would not have waited until the day of shooting. After all, it was Firefly that gave them enough commercial value. Compared to Sony, we should be on the same side. The Japanese do not understand some things, but we are very clear about how much you have taken from Columbia in the past few years. So, enough is enough. I think what you should do next is to wipe out some traces and not give the Japanese a chance to find fault." When Peter Guber heard Eric's straightforward words, his old face turned red, but he could not think of any words to refute. Noticing the change in Peter Guber's expression, Eric did not want to embarrass the leader of Columbia like Katzenberg. After all, Peter Guber had contributed a lot to Firefly's successful signing of the unequal treaty with Columbia. After thinking about it, Eric said, "How about this? I will let Firefly do some negotiations, and I will publicly support you in the media. At least before next year, Sony will not take the risk of kicking you out. I think you will not continue to stay in Columbia next year, right?" Peter Guber nodded immediately. In fact, he wanted such a guarantee. As for the interests of the Japanese, he really did not care at all. Since he got a personal promise from Eric, Peter Guber did not dwell on the matter just now. He said, "Eric, tonight's celebration party for Men in Black will be attended by many people. Why don't you come?" Eric shook his head and said, "I have something important to do tonight." "Forget it this time." Peter Guber left Firefly Studios with satisfaction, but Eric was still thinking about Men in Black. In the original spacetime, compared to other popular Hollywood movies, the Men in Black series was the most ill-fated. The interval between the production of the trilogy was 15 years. And whether it was the reputation or the box office, each movie was worse than the previous, but the production budget had increased exponentially. Similar to the Mission Impossible series, most of the profits from the Men in Black series were shared by Will Smith and other main creators. Relatively speaking, Sony Pictures only made a small amount of money. The reason for this situation was mainly because Sony's film business was not doing well. Among the major film companies, Sony's performance was at the bottom most years, which also caused its weak position in front of the A-list superstars. Paramount could still argue with Tom Cruise after the box office failure of Mission Impossible 3, but Sony Pictures did not have the ability to maintain a decent operation. They could only use the strategy of high pay to attract stars and projects. In the original spacetime, Hollywood's first $20 million salary was given to Jim Carrey by Sony Columbia. Compared to Sony Columbia, Firefly did not have any concerns in this regard. If the salary for Men in Black could not be negotiated, Eric would rather put the project on hold for a long time. After all, he had a lot of projects with higher profit margins waiting to be developed, and he did not have to compromise like Sony. Thinking of this, Eric could not help but look forward to the next battle with Marvel. As long as Marvel, whose superhero copyrights were still in a state of disarray, was snatched, even if there was nothing else, Firefly could maintain its strong position in Hollywood for the next 20 years or even longer. Men in Black was the last film related to Firefly Group during the summer of 1994. After the release of this movie, more than half of the summer was over. While other major film companies were still releasing a few films one after another at the end of the summer, Firefly had already begun to count the gains of this popular summer. At the end of July, Firefly's finance department produced the preliminary financial report for the first half of 1994. Although there was a brief period of chaos caused by the ABC merger in the first half of the year, Firefly Group's revenue for the first half of the year after the merger still reached $7.3 billion. However, because of the compensation expenses caused by the restructuring of the department and the layoffs, the group's net interest rate dropped slightly to only 9%. The group had achieved a total net profit of $657 million in the first 6 months. This figure did not exceed the group's internal expectations and was even higher than the data of most Wall Street analysts. At the same time, after intense bidding and negotiations, the famous Condé Nast Group in North America finally decided to buy the paper media assets of Firefly at a price of $1.52 billion. Stimulated by a series of good news such as the summer box office, the $8 billion bonds issued by Firefly Pictures for the acquisition of ABC were sold out on July 20th. After that, all kinds of people inside and outside Firefly who had their own plans started to become restless. First of all, with the excellent box office of $215 million in 5 weeks of The Lion King, the head of Disney's animation department, Peter Schneider and Roy Disney, who had been waiting for the right time, jumped out as pawns and began to confidently fight for the interests of the Disney animation department's employees who had been oppressed for a long time. The layout of Marvel Entertainment was still in the final stage, and Ron Perlman was still hiding in the dark. In order to show his importance to Disney's animation department, Eric was very cooperative and personally came forward to discuss the conditions with Peter Schneider and Roy Disney. Eric deliberately did not mention the abolition of Disney's hand-drawn animation department, but obviously did not want to compromise quickly. He successfully conveyed some wrong signals to some people. It had just entered August. While Eric was still pretending to negotiate with Peter Schneider, the topic of Firefly's closure of the hand-drawn animation department, which had cooled down after the heated discussion at the end of June, suddenly became a hot topic again. For a time, news such as Eric Williams and the senior management of Disney's animation department clashing. Disney's animation department employees are dissatisfied with the company's treatment and will leave. The Lion King will be Disney's last 2D animation, and so on appeared in the newspapers one after another. This was because the expected total profit of The Lion King was more than $1 billion. For a production cost of less than $50 million, the return on investment was an astonishing 2,000%, which far exceeded the profit margin of other live-action films released during the summer. Therefore, if Firefly was a listed company, even with the support of many blockbuster films released during the summer, the news that Disney's animation department might collapse would inevitably cause a sharp drop in their stock price. Under such a powerful media attack, soon, all the bystanders who received the relevant news through different media had the idea that Firefly was about to lose Disney's hand-drawn animation department. The organizations and media that closely followed this matter speculated that other forces other than Disney's animation department were pressuring Firefly Group in this way. In their view, in the face of the huge profits of The Lion King, Firefly would never easily give up on Disney's animation department. However, at the same time, it was impossible for Disney's animation department to have such a wide media influence. After all, Disney's Animation was a subsidiary of Firefly Group's subsidiary. Its original media resources were basically in the hands of the parent company. It was impossible for them to make such a big move alone. Moreover, compared to the media's relentless pressure, Firefly Group's response to this series of news seemed to be a little weak. Most of the analysis organizations came to the conclusion that Firefly would be forced to yield to Disney's animation department. On the second Monday of August, Ron Perlman, the chairman of Andrew Holdings, headquartered in Manhattan, New York, issued a public statement in his capacity as a creditor of Firefly Pictures, along with 27 other creditors who held long-term bonds of Firefly, expressing concern about the internal turmoil caused by a series of wrong decisions made by Firefly's board of directors and senior management. At the same time, in order to protect the interests of the creditors, Ron Perlman publicly appealed to Firefly's shareholders, hoping to enter Firefly's board of directors as a creditor and participate in Firefly's decision-making and management. If Firefly's board of directors rejected this request, Ron Perlman said that he would submit it to the Federal Securities and Exchange Commission for arbitration. Immediately afterward, Peter Schneider of Los Angeles and Roy Disney, an important member of the Disney family, almost simultaneously issued a statement on behalf of all the employees of Disney's animation department, expressing strong disappointment with Firefly's series of group decisions. At the same time, they also welcomed Firefly's creditors to participate in the group's operations and hoped that Firefly's shareholders would carefully consider this matter. In order to prevent the news from leaking in advance, Ron Perlman and his 27 joint creditors only held a total of $3.6 billion Firefly bonds, less than half of Firefly's total bonds. When Ron Perlman issued the statement, all the media and organizations that closely followed the storm in early August instantly understood the ins and outs of the matter. Ron Perlman also issued a call to Firefly's other creditors at the press conference. However, when the other creditors were still considering the pros and cons, Peter Schneider and Roy Disney's statements of support made them instantly decide to side with Ron Perlman. In the Firefly meeting, Eric looked at the latest information in front of him and said in a sarcastic tone, "They formed a creditor alliance in just 3 days. That's really fast. I'm just a little curious, how do the 77 creditors want to allocate the 2 board seats that they want?" Katzenberg looked at Buffett and the other directors in the room and said, "Eric, I think you're completely complicating this matter. We don't need to go through such a crisis. Although we're an unlisted company, if we fall out with the creditors, it will have a great negative impact on Firefly's future financing. Everyone must think the same, right?" Eric looked at the others and smiled. Actually, I'm doing this to let others see what's about to happen as a revenge action. I want Marvel Entertainment more urgently than any of you think. Now, I don't need to hide this goal from everyone. In the future, everyone will realize that in order to get Marvel, it's definitely worth it to start this farce that won't have any substantial impact on Firefly. Although Marvel Entertainment was a listed company, it was similar to MGM's shareholding model. Most of Marvel Entertainment's shares were also controlled by Ron Perlman's Drew Holdings. If he wanted to get Marvel, it was impossible to absorb Marvel Entertainment's shares through public channels. The only way was to publicly launch an acquisition of Marvel Entertainment. If other companies did this, Ron Perlman would definitely decisively abandon this mess that was burdened with a large amount of debt and years of losses. In the original spacetime, even Michael Jackson almost became a potential buyer of Marvel Entertainment. However, only Firefly could not do so because Firefly's current performance was too eye-catching. Once Firefly made a public acquisition offer, it would be the same as telling others that they had their eyes on the copyrights of certain characters in Marvel Entertainment. Come and fight with them. The result could be imagined. It was conceivable that when competitors joined in the bidding to raise the acquisition price of Marvel Entertainment, a shrewd businessman like Ron Perlman would definitely not let go of this opportunity. Once he was sure that Firefly was determined to get their hands on Marvel Entertainment, Ron Perlman would definitely take the opportunity to demand an exorbitant price. At that time, Firefly might once again welcome an individual shareholder with a sizable shareholding. Looking at the mess that Marvel Entertainment was in, such a shareholder was definitely not something that any company would want to see. Inspired by Ron Perlman's attempt to enter Firefly's board of directors as a creditor, after more than a month of secret deployment, Eric was sure that the bargaining chips in their hands were definitely enough to make Ron Perlman obediently give up Marvel Entertainment. There was no other way. Since no one has any objections, Eric finished his speech and saw that no one in the conference room said anything, so he continued, "Then, let's start discussing how to end this farce. Hello everyone, this is CNN Instant Entertainment News. Since the end of June, due to the success of the 2D animated film, The Lion King, Disney's animation department and its parent company, Firefly Group, have had a huge disagreement on the development strategy of animated films. Since then, the dispute has shown signs of intensifying. This Monday, the Firefly Creditors Alliance, initiated by the famous Wall Street investor Ron Perlman, suddenly put pressure on Firefly's board of directors, demanding 2 creditor director seats on the board of directors. The request of the Firefly Creditors Alliance was quickly supported by Disney's animation department. The head of Disney's animation department, Peter Schneider, said that the inclusion of creditor directors could better supervise the management and operations of Firefly Group, preventing major shareholders from acting arbitrarily and unscrupulously, harming the common interests of the minority shareholders, creditors, and tens of thousands of employees of Firefly Group. A small cocktail party was being held in a mansion in Beverly Hills. Ron Perlman, Roy Disney, and Peter Schneider attended the cocktail party with other guests. They were swirling wine glasses in their hands and watching the CNN news on the TV, which was placed in the open field, with great interest. They seemed to be waiting for something. On the TV screen, after the host summarized the news, he continued, "After The Lion King broke the box office record for American animated films last week, Firefly's spokesperson publicly announced that they would be holding a grand celebration party for The Lion King at the Sunset Tower Hotel in Hollywood today." The industry generally speculated that this party represented Firefly Group's beginning to compromise with Disney's animation department. However, this afternoon, all the employees of Disney's animation department issued a statement in the Los Angeles Evening News. In order to support Firefly's creditor alliance entering Firefly's board of directors, all the employees of Disney's animation department will refuse to participate in this party. It's currently 19:15 Western Time. For the specific situation, please look at our reporter's live report from Sunset Boulevard in Hollywood. The TV screen cut to Los Angeles at dusk. The CNN reporter standing in front of the Sunset Tower Hotel with a microphone in hand said, "Hello host, hello audience. We can see that the Sunset Tower Hotel, which should be bustling with noise and excitement, is actually no different from before. 15 minutes ago, a Firefly spokesperson announced an emergency cancellation of tonight's Lion King celebration party. However, before 7 o'clock, Eric Williams, Jeffrey Katzenberg, and other senior executives of Firefly still appeared in the parking lot of the Sunset Tower Hotel one after another. We speculate that this is a last-ditch effort by the senior executives of Firefly, but obviously, this effort ended in failure. So far, we have not seen any senior executives or employees of Disney's animation department appear at the Sunset Tower Hotel. Looking at the deserted Sunset Tower Hotel on the TV screen, Peter Schneider suddenly felt a little worried about whether he had gone too far. He was not worried about offending Eric. Even if he left Firefly, he felt that he could find another company. However, the current situation did not seem to be beneficial to his own interests. Roy Disney, who noticed the change in Peter Schneider's expression, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Peter, think about how Eric Williams has treated us in the past 2 years. Moreover, as long as Ron and the others get 2 board seats, and Disney Animation continues to make profits, we don't have to worry about anything." Ron Perlman, who was still smiling like a Maitreya Buddha, also said, "Don't worry, Peter. As long as we get 2 board seats, then the number of directors who are not under Eric Williams' influence will reach as many as 5. We can also take the opportunity to cultivate our own influence within Firefly. At that time, even if Eric Williams has absolute control of Firefly, he won't dare to do anything extreme and risk upheaval in Firefly." Peter Schneider nodded in relief. Roy Disney then raised the goblet in his hand and said, "Then, for our common goal, I suggest that we all raise our glasses together." Most of the people who attended this small reception were representatives of Firefly's creditors. When they heard Roy Disney's words, they were about to echo his words. However, the TV screen that was still broadcasting the news suddenly changed. On the screen, the various media reporters who were originally scattered around the Sunset Tower Hotel suddenly rushed to the entrance of the Sunset Tower Hotel as if they had felt the pull of a magnet. Among the group of reporters, Eric's figure quickly appeared in the shaky live broadcast of CNN. On the screen, Eric was expressionlessly protected in the middle by his bodyguards. After waiting for the surrounding reporters to quiet down, Eric stared at the camera lens closely, as if he was staring at someone in front of the TV. He said in a gloomy tone, "In that case, tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, Firefly will hold a press conference. Those who are popular and those who are not are welcome to come together." After saying this, Eric hurriedly got into his car under the protection of his bodyguards. In front of the TV, a group of people who were about to raise their glasses to celebrate looked at each other. Even the experienced Roy Disney had a bad feeling in his heart. As a member of the Disney family, which meant a lot to Disney, Roy Disney had met Eric many times. In his impression, Eric had always been far calmer than his peers. However, no matter how precocious he was, Roy Disney still had to admit that Eric was just a young man who was less than 25 years old. If Eric impulsively decided to fight to the death, he was likely to lose everything. Because of this anxiety, Roy Disney did not rest well for the rest of the night. Early the next morning, Roy Disney got up and turned on the TV. He patiently waited until 9 o'clock. CNN's news channel showed the scene of Firefly's press conference hall on time. At present, Firefly Group already holds 17% of Marvel Entertainment's debt. As an important creditor of Marvel Entertainment, we found that Marvel Entertainment's operating loss in the first half of 1994 had exceeded $24 million. Moreover, Marvel Entertainment's stock price has continued to fall. Compared to Marvel Entertainment's total debt of $553 million, Marvel Entertainment, whose stock market value is less than $300 million, has shown serious insolvency. According to federal company law, at the same time as this statement, Firefly Group will file a lawsuit in the New York District Court where Marvel Entertainment is located, requesting that Marvel Entertainment be subject to compulsory bankruptcy protection immediately. At the same time, we found that a huge amount of debt financing for the company's development was illegally embezzled by Marvel Entertainment's parent company, Andrew Holdings. This serious violation of bond trading laws directly led to Marvel Entertainment's current predicament of being on the verge of bankruptcy. Therefore, Firefly Group will file a lawsuit in accordance with the law. We are determined to make Andrew Holdings pay the price for its illegal behavior. Roy Disney patiently listened to Katzenberg's speech on the TV. After worrying all night, he suddenly relaxed. This statement did not mention Disney's animation department at all, which meant that Firefly's management did not intend to fight to the death. However, Roy Disney immediately had doubts about the purpose of this statement. He could tell that this should be Firefly's revenge for Ron Perlman's actions, but he did not understand many of the details. So, he picked up the phone and dialed the number of his private lawyer. After the private lawyer's explanation, Roy Disney finally understood. According to American company law, when a company was seriously insolvent and continued to lose money, the creditors had the right to request mandatory bankruptcy protection for the company. Bankruptcy protection was different from bankruptcy liquidation. Bankruptcy protection was equivalent to the creditor giving the debtor a buffer period before bankruptcy liquidation, allowing the debtor to propose relevant plans for the company's restructuring and debt repayment within a certain period of time. However, if this plan still did not work, the company would immediately face bankruptcy liquidation. The main purpose of Firefly Group's proposed mandatory bankruptcy protection for Marvel Entertainment was similar to Ron Perlman's. It was also to obtain control of Marvel as a creditor. However, unlike Ron Perlman's method, because of Marvel's insolvency, Firefly Group's request would be supported by the federal court. Once Firefly Group seized control of Marvel, Andrew Holdings' illegal use of Marvel's debt financing would also become an important weakness for Firefly Group to attack Ron Perlman. Not only would Andrew Holdings face a refund of Marvel's financing funds, but it would also face a huge fine from the Federal Securities and Exchange Commission. This was the final trump card. As a country with very strict financing regulations, illegally using hundreds of millions of dollars of financing funds would definitely face a fine of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Once the crime was proven, even an industry giant with tens of billions of dollars in assets could be severely punished by the SEC. At this time, in the mansion in Beverly Hills where the party was held last night, Ron Perlman, who was still in his pajamas, no longer had his usual calm expression. Instead, the hand holding the microphone trembled with fear and anger. After Firefly Group issued this statement, several companies, such as Berkshire Hathaway, State Street Global Fund, and Firefly Investment Company, respectively, issued similar statements as creditors. These companies held close to 90% of Marvel Entertainment's bonds. Once the New York District Court ruled that Firefly Group's request was reasonable, Ron Perlman knew that he would not even have room to maneuver between the other creditors. Avi, I want an explanation. Why didn't I know about this until now? Shouldn't I have been notified in advance of the transfer of 90% of the bond's ownership? Tell me why. After roaring angrily at Marvel CEO Avi Allard, Ron Perlman patiently listened to the other party's explanation and slammed the microphone on the table. Avi Allard's explanation to Ron Perlman was that Firefly and several other creditors had only recently submitted the relevant debt transfer statement to Marvel Entertainment. Marvel had also prepared the relevant documents at this time, but because Ron Perlman had come to Los Angeles, they had not been sent to him in time. Ron Perlman keenly noticed that there were two time differences in Avi Allard's words. Firefly and Berkshire Hathaway had used a reasonable time difference to inform Marvel Entertainment in writing within the legal period after the debt transfer took effect. Then, Marvel Entertainment's CEO, Avi Allard, had created another time difference, further delaying the time Ron Perlman received the news. Ron Perlman found that the situation he was facing seemed to be worse than he had imagined. If he guessed correctly, Avi Allard was likely to have been roped in by Firefly. If that was the case, he was likely to suffer a big setback. From Marvel Entertainment. After anxiously pacing around the bedroom a few times, Ron Perlman suddenly patted his bald head. He suddenly realized that Firefly had started to plan at least a month ago. Then, he discovered two possibilities. One was that Firefly had realized that he wanted to use the Disney Animation Department incident to enter Firefly's board of directors a month ago, so they had prepared in advance to prevent him from doing so. The other possibility was that Firefly had been coveting Marvel for a long time. After issuing bonds worth more than $500 million, Marvel no longer had any value in Ron Perlman's eyes. It was just a mess that he could easily get rid of. Ron Perlman even rarely paid attention to Marvel's operations. If Firefly had the same idea, then the purpose of the other party's actions was very likely to make him retreat in the face of difficulties and stop coveting Firefly's board of directors seat. After quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Ron Perlman keenly realized that the first possibility was very low. If it was only to use Marvel's weakness to force him to stop, Firefly and Berkshire Hathaway would not have needed to absorb nearly 90% of Marvel's bonds. That was $500 million in cash. In Ron Perlman's eyes, Marvel was not even worth half of $500 million. To be honest, if someone offered $500 million, Ron Perlman felt that he would immediately give Marvel to the other party. If Firefly's purpose was the second possibility, then the $500 million would immediately be explained. The question now was, why did Firefly want Marvel, and why did they make a move at such a sensitive time? Were they not afraid that something would happen to Disney's animation department, or did they think that Marvel was more valuable than Disney's animation department? Ron Perlman's pacing became slower and slower. Soon, he picked up the phone again, bypassed Avi Allard, and dialed the number of another person in charge of Marvel. 5 years ago, Warner's Batman made a huge profit of no less than $1 billion in box office and peripheral sales at a cost of $35 million. After Ron Perlman confirmed his guess, he immediately thought that if Firefly coveted Marvel, their target must be the superhero movie rights in Marvel's hands that were comparable in popularity to DC's Batman, Superman, and other characters. Less than an hour after the call to Marvel's New York headquarters, Ron Perlman looked at the fax documents of several copyright transfer agreements in his hands and confirmed his guess. Although Firefly only directly held the insignificant Blade Warrior movie rights, and it was still in the hands of Firefly's New Line Cinema. However, since the second half of last year, Flower Pictures, which had broken away from Firefly Group, had successively obtained the rights to Batman, Fantastic Four, and Hulk from some small movie companies that owned the rights to Marvel's superhero movies by transferring the rights to invest in their movies. Moreover, Flower Pictures was currently competing with some other movie companies for the rights to X-Men. This deal should have ended in the first half of last year, but because of Flower Pictures' participation, Marvel had been waiting for the right price to sell it at a higher price until now. Ron Perlman once again called Marvel's CEO, Avi Allard, as the controlling shareholder, to immediately stop the licensing of all Marvel superhero characters. After that, he began to consider the next step of his plan. Firefly Group's statement in the morning did not mention Disney's animation department and only issued a threat as a creditor of Marvel. This meant that Firefly Group had no intention of giving up on Disney's animation department. Coupled with Marvel's current situation, Ron Perlman suddenly felt that he suddenly had two important bargaining chips. These two bargaining chips could not only allow him to obtain a seat on the board of directors of Firefly Group, but could even go one step further and become a shareholder of Firefly Group. But right now, the most important thing was how to avoid the fate of bankruptcy protection that Marvel was facing. Once the New York District Court approved the bankruptcy protection request of the creditors led by Firefly Group, Marvel would face the fate of being taken over by the creditors. At that time, Marvel would be completely out of his control. As a super-capitalist player, Ron Perlman could instantly think of a series of ways to prevent Marvel from going bankrupt. But at the same time, he realized that since Firefly Group had been secretly planning for so long, there was not much time left for him. He was likely to have less than 2 weeks left. Moreover, most of the ways to prevent Marvel from going bankrupt were ultimately nothing more than one word: money. But in order to enter Firefly Group's board of directors this time, Ron Perlman used all the liquidity of Andrew Holdings to buy Firefly Group's bonds. Some of them were forcibly transferred from Revlon and other holding subsidiaries. It was impossible for him to come up with enough funds for Marvel's capital operations in a short time. Now, the original plan had become a kind of self-made shackle. If he wanted to get out of this predicament, he had to find a way to get enough external support. Ron Perlman found the list of the CEOs of the 7 major Hollywood film companies. After weighing for a moment, he eliminated Columbia, Fox, and MGM, which had close ties with Firefly. Ron Perlman called his assistant and said, "Help me make an appointment with Universal CEO Michael Eisner, Time Warner CEO Terry Semel, and Paramount CEO Shirley Lansing. ASAP. Santa Monica Airport." Eric stood next to his car and waved at a Gulfstream business jet. He watched the Gulfstream fly all the way to the sky. In addition to Warren Buffett, Tom Murphy, and David West, the business jet also had Katzenberg and Firefly's chief legal officer, Edward Lewis. These people would be rushing to New York together and use their respective connections and influence to lobby the New York District Court to approve Marvel's bankruptcy protection application in the shortest time possible. After completely revealing his plan for revenge against Marvel, Eric believed that with Ron Perlman's shrewdness, he would definitely be able to guess Firefly's desire for Marvel. However, the bargaining chips in Firefly's hands were also far beyond Ron Perlman's expectations. In addition to Marvel's CEO, Avi Allard, being roped in by Firefly, in the process of absorbing Marvel's bonds, Firefly also collected a lot of evidence that Ron Perlman had used Marvel for illegal capital operations. Firefly even knew the amount of financing funds that Ron Perlman had embezzled from Marvel through Andrew Holdings. Marvel's current long-term bonds totaled $553 million, but only $73 million had been used for Marvel's recent development. The other $470 million had all flowed into the account of Andrew Holdings. As long as they seized control of Marvel and obtained more detailed and conclusive evidence, Ron Perlman would have to pay a price far greater than the $470 million in benefits he would receive if he wanted to get out of this crisis. Watching the Gulfstream business jet disappear into the horizon, Eric withdrew his gaze and said to his female assistant, Kelly Haynes, "Kelly, what do you think Ron Perlman will do next?" "Of course he'll protect Marvel." Kelly followed Eric into the car and continued, "The most direct way is for the major shareholders to inject capital and push up Marvel's stock price. However, Ron Perlman definitely doesn't have enough liquid capital to buy Firefly's bonds. He also doesn't have enough time to raise hundreds of millions of dollars. Since this method won't work, I think he'll definitely find a way to create a very good news to prevent Marvel from being filed for bankruptcy protection." "Good news?" Eric leaned back in the leather seat and said, "Firefly wants Marvel." "Is that good news?" Kelly smiled and said, "Of course it is. However, most people definitely don't think so. Now the media is in a mess with all the information surrounding Firefly's recent events. Before this matter is completely settled, it won't be easy to sort out all the ins and outs." Eric narrowed his eyes in relief and said, "The messier it is, the better it is for us. I think the following news will definitely make the situation even more chaotic. When do you plan to have a showdown with the animation department?" Eric smiled confidently and said, "Let's wait a little longer. Since Ron Perlman needs a piece of good news like Disney Animation will definitely come in handy." In an office at the headquarters of Universal Pictures, Michael Eisner put down Variety magazine, which contained Firefly's financial report for the first half of the year, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Although the net profit of all the businesses of Firefly Group was only about $600 million, which was less than half of the combined profits of Firefly and ABC last year, this was already beyond everyone's expectations. Under normal circumstances, in the process of merger between two large companies, it was very common for the new company's performance to decline in a short period of time due to the turbulence caused by the integration and restructuring. However, Firefly Group passed through this turbulent period very smoothly. Michael Eisner had to admit that if he were in that position, it would be difficult for him to do better. After surviving the quadruple bypass surgery without any mishap, Michael Eisner's body was not much different from before, except for the need to maintain a vegetarian diet. Moreover, with the excellent box office results of The Mummy, after his body recovered, Michael Eisner easily returned to his position as Universal CEO. However, now he had to face another difficult problem. Before his surgery, in order to appease the board of directors, he had personally pulled Michael Ovitz into Universal as the CEO. Thinking about how to squeeze Michael Ovitz, who had been trying to share his power, out of Universal, the office door knocked a few times. Michael Eisner came back to his senses. Thinking that he would need more effort to deal with this person next, Michael Eisner quickly pulled himself together. A bald fatty with a big smile walked into the office under the guidance of the secretary. Michael Eisner showed a warm expression and took the initiative to stand up and extend his hand to the other party. "Mr. Perlman, nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Eisner." After the secretary served 2 cups of coffee, Michael Eisner and Ron Perlman chatted casually for a while before asking the obvious, "May I know why Mr. Perlman asked to meet me today?" Ron Perlman took out a few copyright transfer contracts from his briefcase and handed them to Michael Eisner. He said, "Before we talk about this matter, I think Mr. Eisner should take a look at this first." Michael Eisner skimmed through the copies of the contracts and put them aside. He said, "So, Marvel wants to get Universal's help to avoid bankruptcy, right?" "Yes, I think we can work together," Ron Perlman said. From these copyright transfer documents, it can be seen that Firefly didn't target Marvel purely for revenge this time. They must have coveted Marvel for a long time. With Eric Williams' foresight in developing movies, this also indirectly means that the superhero copyrights under Marvel are definitely much more valuable than imagined. As long as Universal can help Marvel out of this crisis, then we can become the most solid partners. In the future, we can work together to develop these superhero projects under Marvel. Michael Eisner curled his lips without batting an eyelid. He asked, "So, Mr. Perlman, what does Universal need to do?" Ron Perlman was stunned, but he quickly said, "I only need Universal to make a gesture of buying Marvel at a high price. It's just a gesture. Universal doesn't have to pay any price at all. As long as this good news prevents Marvel from being forced into bankruptcy protection, then I will have enough time to deal with Marvel's internal affairs." Michael Eisner's sneer almost overflowed. "Then, Marvel will have a deep cooperation with Universal, right?" Without thinking, Ron Perlman answered firmly, "Of course." Michael Eisner finally didn't hide his sneer. He said bluntly, "Mr. Perlman, I know Marvel's predicament very well. At the same time, I know your character very well. So, we don't have to play these little tricks at all. If you want Universal's help, sure, but I need to see tangible benefits." Ron Perlman's expression became a little awkward, but he still said, "Mr. Eisner, in that case, what will it take for Universal to be willing to help Marvel?" "As long as Marvel transfers the movie copyrights of the popular heroes to Universal, I will agree to publicly support Marvel." "That's impossible." Ron Perlman subconsciously blurted out, but he soon realized that he had lost his composure. He hurriedly restrained his expression and said, "Mr. Eisner, this condition is a little too much. Marvel had already lost the copyrights of Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, and Hulk." Based on Firefly's attitude, Ron Perlman guessed that it would be very difficult for Marvel to recover the copyrights of these three superheroes. If the copyrights of the remaining popular superheroes were transferred to Universal, Ron Perlman couldn't imagine what value Marvel would have left. Although Marvel always claimed to have thousands of superheroes under its banner, in fact, this calculation took into account all the characters that appeared in Marvel's comics system. There was a lot of exaggeration. In Marvel Comics, there were only a few dozen superheroes that the public was familiar with, and there were no more than 10 superheroes that were as popular as DC's Batman and Superman. Although Ron Perlman realized that Firefly coveted Marvel, he still felt that what Firefly really wanted was the superheroes under Marvel that had the same potential for movie adaptations as Batman and Superman, not the entire Marvel. Once he satisfied Michael Eisner's request and accidentally transferred the copyrights of the superheroes that Firefly valued to Universal, he would completely lose this bargaining chip. Michael Eisner's thoughts were actually the same as Ron Perlman's. He also didn't think that the entire Marvel was a treasure trove with great potential for movie adaptations. Therefore, from the beginning, Michael Eisner didn't have much desire to get involved in this mess. Although he really wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to obtain the copyrights of several popular Marvel heroes, Firefly had already shown such an aggressive attitude, and Ron Perlman was as shrewd as a fox. It was almost impossible for Universal to profit from this. What's more, Universal was currently negotiating with Nicole Kidman about the sequel to The Mummy. If he angered Firefly because of his involvement in this matter, Michael Eisner was worried that Eric would ask Nicole Kidman to withdraw from the Mummy series. If he messed up this lucrative project because of a target that he didn't see any prospects for, it would be a loss that outweighed the gains. After returning from Worldwide without any success, Ron Perlman was once again rejected by Warner. This was because Terry Semel, the CEO of Warner, was already in trouble and had no time to deal with Ron Perlman. With the continuous box office explosion of many big-budget movies, the total box office of the North American summer of 1994 was expected to exceed the $2 billion mark for the first time. In addition to the extremely dazzling Firefly Pictures, Universal, Paramount, and even MGM, which had been silent for many years, had a good harvest during this summer. Only Warner Brothers, which was firmly in the top position of market share a few years ago, had a bleak performance. On May 20th, the opening Western film of the summer, Mahuali the Gambler, had a good reputation, but because of the strong pressure from blockbusters such as The Mummy, Saving Private Ryan, and True Lies, the original $100 million box office estimate ended up with less than $60 million. Another Western film, The Law Enforcement General, which cost a lot of money, ended with a total box office of $25 million. Although the box office of The Ultimate Witness, released at the end of July, was expected to exceed $100 million, but during the entire summer, Time Warner's cumulative box office was less than $200 million. Their market share would fall below 10% for the first time, and even the first time in the past 5 years that the summer market share fell below 20%. In the face of such a serious decline in performance, Terry Semel, who had just sat on the CEO throne of Time Warner, instantly faced the joint criticism from shareholders and the board of directors. The competitors who lost the CEO position of Time Warner also began to stir. In this case, although Time Warner had enough strength to take Marvel from Firefly, Terry Semel, who had become very cautious in order to keep his position, did not dare to get involved in Marvel, a mess that required hundreds of millions of dollars of real money to solve. After that, Ron Perlman's request for a meeting with Paramount's CEO, Shirley Lansing, didn't receive any response. 3 days passed quickly. Just as Ron Perlman was anxiously considering whether to return to his base in New York to seek support, or to test whether the major film companies that had close ties with Firefly were interested in cooperating, a personal call from Viacom's CEO, Sam Leisherdong, gave Ron Perlman hope once again. Paramount headquarters on Melrose Avenue in Hollywood. Ron Perlman met Sam Leisherdong and the CEO of Paramount, Shirley Lansing, at the same time in an office. After exchanging pleasantries, they sat down on the sofa in the reception area. Before Ron Perlman could give his prepared speech, Sam Leisherdong said bluntly, "Ron, I've already learned about the recent events in detail. You wish to obtain the position of Firefly's director as a creditor, but you're in trouble because of Marvel's debt. Paramount can help you solve this problem. Everyone gets what they need. What do you think?" Ron Perlman, who had been a little smug, suddenly had a bad feeling. After Firefly expressed interest in Marvel, Ron Perlman had changed his original plan. He wanted to use the 2 chips of the creditors and all of Marvel to become both a director and a shareholder of Firefly Group. But now, these powerful potential partners seemed to only be willing to give him one choice. Sure enough, Sam Leisherdong did not wait for Ron Perlman to answer. He said again, "Paramount can buy Marvel and bear all of Marvel's debts. Then, you can fight for what you want without any burden. What do you think?" After running into a wall twice in a row, Ron Perlman gradually came to realize some of the facts. Since Ron Perlman was able to make $1 billion fortune from scratch on Wall Street, he certainly did not lack the decisiveness of a successful person. After quickly weighing the pros and cons, Ron Perlman realized that by giving up the burden of Marvel, Firefly would no longer have a bargaining chip to threaten him. With the support of Firefly's creditor alliance and Disney's animation department, he still had a high chance of obtaining the position of Firefly's director. The position of the director of the #1 media company in North America and even the world, or the position of a major shareholder of a comic company that was on the verge of bankruptcy. Almost any fool could tell which to choose. Ron Perlman quickly made a decision. He said, "Mr. Leisherdong, how much does Perm intend to offer?" Sam Leisherdong said, $100 million. When Ron Perlman heard this price, he almost jumped up. $100 million, are you kidding me? 6 years ago, when Ron Perlman bought Marvel, he spent $80 million. A few years ago, in order to give investors the illusion that Marvel was rapidly expanding so that they could issue bonds, Marvel had bought a few animation and toy companies. All these expenses added up to more than $100 million. Although Marvel was now facing the dilemma of a falling stock price and a debt crisis, its actual net worth was still more than $100 million. Sam Leisherdong's offer was no different from robbery. Forcefully suppressing the urge to slam the door and leave, Ron Perlman said with a trembling voice, "Mr. Leisherdong, don't you think this price is too insincere?" Leisherdong didn't seem to notice the change in Ron Perlman's expression. His attitude was still strong as he said, "This price is very reasonable. Although Marvel's current market value is indeed higher than this, after Viacom buys Marvel, if Marvel doesn't show its true value, Viacom will have to take on an additional debt of more than $500 million. This is a very risky deal. Ron Perlman retorted, Eric Williams has already spent nearly $500 million in cash to buy Marvel. Isn't this enough to show Marvel's value? Lei Sherdong sneered. I only know that once Firefly controls Marvel, then you will have to obediently spit out the debt financing you swallowed from Marvel. At the same time, you will also face an investigation by the SEC, Federal Securities and Exchange Commission. Sell Marvel to Viacom, and I can promise not to pursue this matter. Ron Perlman fell silent. This was what he was most worried about. The SEC had the same bad habit as the IRS. Once they found a problem with a company's transaction, they would investigate all similar transactions in the past. Since Andrew Holdings was able to use Marvel to get hundreds of millions of dollars, it was easy to imagine the inside story of the past transactions. After all, if he didn't use these shady methods, Ron Perlman wouldn't have been able to get his current wealth. A few minutes later, Ron Perlman said, I need to think about it. Lei Sherdong nodded and said, of course, no problem. Viacom is patient enough. However, your opponents are big companies like Firefly, Berkshire Hathaway, and State Street Global Fund. They won't give you too much time. Ron Perlman replied coldly, I don't need Mr. Lei Sherdong to remind me of this. After leaving Paramount's office building, Ron Perlman stood in the bright sunshine of Los Angeles in August. He felt a slight chill all over his body. He suddenly missed Wall Street in the 1980s. Back then, Dekong Securities was still at its peak. Malicious mergers and acquisitions were in full swing. He could get endless funds to attack cities by issuing junk bonds. However, all of this disappeared with a stock market crash at the end of the 1980s. Dekong Securities collapsed, the junk bond market shrank, and his rapidly expanding business came to an abrupt end. Back then, even the heads of the mega corporations had to be careful when they heard his name. Now, he had to be ignored or mocked by these despicable local tyrants of Hollywood. Recalling the golden age of the past, Ron Perlman quickly decided to return to New York, to Wall Street. Perhaps Wall Street was greedier than these local tyrants of Hollywood, but at least it was his territory, his stage. He could use the rules more skillfully. In Paramount's office building, Shirley Lansing stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of the office and watched Ron Perlman leave in a hurry. She could not help but ask Lei Sherdong, who was beside her, do you think he will sell Marvel to us? Lei Sherdong looked at the luxury car downstairs and said, it's hard to say. However, if we can get it, it will play a very important role in the next step of Viacom's development. Shirley Lansing nodded in agreement. Viacom's internal department had held a special meeting regarding Marvel's matter. Marvel's current structure was like a mini Disney. Although it was very pocket-sized, the system included various departments such as film, television, music, comics, and toy peripherals that a comprehensive entertainment company needed. Of course, Viacom was not interested in the film and television departments of Marvel Entertainment. They still needed the superhero copyrights in Marvel's hands, but at the same time, they also needed the toy company in Marvel's hands. Firefly's Disney peripherals brought in hundreds of millions of dollars of stable profits every year. Almost any film company in Hollywood was very envious. The other major film companies had never stopped trying to enter this business, and Viacom was no exception. Since acquiring the Blockbuster video store chain, the senior executives of Viacom had proposed the idea of using Blockbuster's retail distribution system to develop Paramount Pictures movie peripherals. However, Viacom found that Paramount did not have many high-quality movies that could be used to develop their peripherals. For example, Jurassic Park and Toy Story, which had made Firefly a lot of money in recent years, did not have a single one of these movies that could be developed with rich peripherals. Therefore, when a series of topics around Firefly recently brought Marvel Entertainment into the sights of Hollywood, the senior executives of Viacom immediately discovered Marvel's potential. Marvel's popular comic characters and toy companies could provide rich content for Viacom's peripheral plans. Moreover, if they could use Marvel's superheroes to develop a few movie series comparable to Warner's Batman, then Viacom could easily open up the entire industry chain from movies to toys. Lei Sherdong stood silently for a while before suddenly asking, Shirley, have you seen what that little guy has been doing recently? Shirley Lansing shook her head. If it were me, I would definitely find a way to stabilize Disney's animation department and then deal with the pressure from creditors. Firefly has just merged with ABC and can still maintain a net profit of $657 million for the first half of the year. Next, most of the summer, autumn TV series, and New Year movies are all concentrated in the second half of the year. What's more, the popular summer movies will bring explosive revenue in the videotape and peripheral markets at the end of the year. Firefly's profits will be even more generous in the second half of the year. With this kind of confidence, as long as Firefly stabilizes Disney's animation department, they don't have to worry about the pressure from creditors at all. But Eric Williams didn't do this at all. It feels like. Lei Sherdong continued Shirley Lansing's words and said, like he doesn't care about Disney's animation department at all, right? Shirley Lansing nodded. Although we all know that Firefly's original plan is to shift Disney's animation to 3D animation production, after The Lion King, I believe that anyone with a little bit of rationality will not continue to adhere to the original strategy. Lei Sherdong said, if that little guy really doesn't care, then we can take over Disney's animation department. I've already asked Peter to try this, and I'm sure that several other companies have also tried to poach people, Shirley Lansing replied. But those people in Disney's animation department don't seem to have any intention of jumping ship. Obviously, Disney's platform is more suitable for them. And now, that little guy suddenly pointed his spear at Marvel. Lei Sherdong narrowed his eyes and suddenly had an idea in his mind. Shirley, why don't we make the boldest assumption? Shirley Lansing looked at the old man next to her in confusion. Lei Sherdong hesitated for a moment and continued, suppose that little guy still doesn't care about Disney's animation department, what do you think he will do next? This assumption is very unreasonable. No one in Hollywood would not care about an animation department that can produce $1 billion in profits. Shirley Lansing subconsciously retorted, but then she said, if this is really the case, Firefly is likely to give up on the transformation of Disney's animation department and directly cut off the entire department. Lei Sherdong's narrowed eyes suddenly opened. He said, Shirley, contact the group's finance department immediately. I want to know how much cash Viacom has available now. Shirley Lansing instantly understood Lei Sherdong's intention. If the very unreasonable assumption just now was true, no matter what reason Firefly had for cutting off Disney's animation department, Viacom would have enough reason to win it over at all costs. A mature animation department would definitely be far more useful to Viacom's peripheral plans than Marvel, which had yet to show any potential. The evening at the Pointy Corner Manor always allowed Eric to temporarily escape from the hustle and bustle of Hollywood. As long as he had time, Eric would sit by the glass wall of Freedom City at sunset. Sometimes, a book or a document would appear in his hand. Then, he would quietly watch the orange sunset slowly sink into the horizon until the evening lights were lit. Elizabeth once commented that Eric in such a scene was like an evil villain hiding in a corner in a movie. Chris, who had studied a little psychology, said that Eric lacked a sense of security because he was not sitting on the villa's seaside terrace with a wider view. Instead, he was separated by a thick glass wall, as if he was isolating the whole world from himself, as if he was afraid of being disturbed or hurt. Of course, Elizabeth's statement was just a joke. Chris's theory was completely irrelevant because other than Eric himself, no one could analyze the psychological activities of a transmigrator. Only Eric himself knew that this was a habit that he had developed unknowingly. Just like how everyone had their own unique habits, Eric thought to himself. Once again, Eric put down the proposal in his hand. He raised his head and looked at the sunset that was mostly submerged by the sea. Once again, he sorted out tomorrow's matters in his mind to make sure that he did not miss any details. As the headquarters of Hollywood, Ron Perlman's recent actions did not escape Firefly's eyes. Even Ron Perlman's contact with global studios and other film companies was within Firefly's expectations. After all, Marvel was an entertainment company. There were not many companies outside of Hollywood that were interested in Marvel. Marvel had now lost the potential for capital operations. Firefly and other companies had controlled 90% of Marvel's debt, and Wall Street would not rashly provoke this hot potato. Therefore, the only ones that could compete with Firefly were the major Hollywood film companies. Although it could be seen from Ron Perlman's hasty return to New York that he hadn't reached an agreement with any of the companies, Worldwide, Warner, or Paramount, Eric still didn't want any accidents to happen. If Ron Perlman was forced into a corner, it was inevitable that he wouldn't accept the harsh conditions offered by the other companies. Therefore, Eric planned to use an even fresher cabbage to attract the attention of the major Hollywood film companies. Eric tidied up the documents and placed them on the round table beside him. Just as he was about to get up and eat dinner, he heard footsteps behind him. Then, Drew, who was wearing a singlet and hot pants, jumped into Eric's arms from behind, shaking his two white legs. Eric smiled and pressed down on the girl who was rubbing against him. He asked, "Didn't you say that you were going to stay on the set of Night at the Museum for a few days? Why did you come back early?" The little girl giggled as she rested her head on Eric's lap and said, "I was afraid that you would leave me behind and drive 10880 back to Pandora in advance, so I hurried back." Eric reached out and pinched the girl's face. He turned his head and greeted the twins who were each pulling a large suitcase. This action obviously displeased the girl in his arms. She tugged at Eric's shirt and asked coquettishly, "Eric, why are you home alone?" Eric turned his head and grabbed the restless little hand. "I was going to spend the night with a girl named Cyrus tonight, but you ruined it." "Cyrus?" The girl was stunned, but she soon understood what Eric meant by silence. She giggled and hugged Eric's neck. "Now that we have little Drew, we don't need Cyrus anymore. If Drew is not enough, we still have Natasha and..." "Natasha. Hee hee. By the way, I brought you a gift." Seeing the girl excitedly open her suitcase and take out a sky-blue tentacle that had been in the limelight in Men in Black, Eric shook his head and said with a smile, "You're too insincere. Did you pass by a Disney store on your way back and buy it at the last minute?" "Of course not." The girl leaned over and forced the sky-blue antenna on Eric's head. She retorted, "I bought it at the Disney store in New York." "Well, at least it was not at the Disney store in Malibu," Eric complained in his heart. He watched as the girl took out another pink antenna and put it on his head. Then, she excitedly came over and asked the twins to take pictures of them with their cameras. After patiently letting the girl do as she pleased, Eric took off the pair of weird antennae on his head and threw them aside. He asked, "You stayed in New York for so long. Did you go to Long Island to see Kevin and Xianxia?" "Yes, I read bedtime stories to Xianxia for several days." Eric laughed and said, "It must be another horror novel, right? Don't scare her all the time." "Of course not," Drew said with a grin. He ordered the twins to take his luggage to his bedroom. His eyes wandered for a while before he noticed a few records on the round table. He curiously picked one up and asked, "What's this?" Eric looked at the record in the girl's hand and pointed at the record player not far away. He said, "I prepared the background music for the Victoria's Secret show. Try it. You'll definitely like this song." Drew put the record into the machine. Before he walked over to Eric, a high-pitched female voice came out after a short prelude. "Oh, you broke my heart." It was only the first line, but the whole song's fierce momentum was faintly displayed. "Wow, I like this song," said the little girl who ran over to Eric. After the song with the rebellious lyrics finished playing, the little girl giggled again. "Eric, don't tell me this song was written by one of your ex-girlfriends?" Of course, Eric's only ex-girlfriend was Jennifer Aniston. Thinking about the girl he hadn't seen for a long time, Eric couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A few years had passed and the distance between them was getting farther and farther. Maybe they couldn't go back to the past. The girl must have realized this, so she didn't hesitate to mention Jennifer Aniston in front of him. Eric knocked on the girl's head and said, "I wrote it myself, can't I?" The girl laughed a few times and cleverly didn't continue the topic. She asked, "What's the name of the song?" "Take a guess." The girl tilted her head and remembered the two letters in the lyrics. She asked tentatively, "Foo?" Eric nodded and said, "Smart, but unfortunately, there's no reward." The girl immediately moved her face closer and said, "No, I want a reward, I want a reward." Eric kissed the white and tender baby face and said, "Okay, just once is enough, don't be too greedy." "Then can you give me this record?" Eric shook his head and said, "This is just a sample, and I don't think this singer's explosive power is enough." I'll give it to you when a better singer records it. But this song is still a secret, don't spread it around. Okay. The girl nodded and looked at the remaining records on the table. She said, these two, let me listen. I haven't eaten dinner yet, help me prepare something to eat. You only know how to play, you don't know how to stay at home at all. Haha, after The Lion King, all the employees at the Disney Animation Studio headquarters in Burbank were full of excitement that lasted for a long time. The director of The Lion King, Roger Ailes, was even more so. Although all the projects in the animation department were suspended because of the original restructuring strategy, Roger Ailes, like many people, still came to his office early. After enjoying a cup of coffee, Roger Ailes was about to ask his assistant to find the materials of several hand-drawn animation projects that were in the incubation period in the department. He wanted to study which animation would be produced after reaching an agreement with the headquarters. However, he saw one of his employees barge in without knocking on the door. Roger Ailes frowned and asked with dissatisfaction, Jim, what happened to make you lose your composure? I'm sorry, Mr. Ailes, but I seem to have seen the boss in the parking lot. Boss? Roger Ailes repeated and stood up abruptly, you mean Eric Williams? Jim nodded, yes, it seems that Mr. Michael Lynn is also there. Roger Ailes frowned and quickly felt that Eric might want to bypass Peter Schneider and Roy Disney and negotiate with them directly. However, in the previous secret meetings, the entire Disney animation department had reached an agreement to attack and defend. Roger Ailes was also very clear that only when everyone was united could they get more benefits from the parent company, so he quickly asked Jim, did Mr. Schneider and Mr. Disney come today? Jim shook his head and said, I don't know, I just arrived. After seeing the boss, I immediately came to tell you this. Roger Ailes nodded but then said, go and see if Peter and Roy have arrived. If they haven't arrived, call them immediately. After explaining this matter, Roger Ailes hurriedly left the office. At this time, the entire Disney animation department had already known the news of Eric's personal arrival. Many people stood up from the open work cubicles and looked at the entrance. After hearing the news, several middle-level managers of the animation department also came out to welcome them. Peter Schneider and Roy Disney obviously didn't come to work. Eric and Michael Lynn walked in with a few attendants and saw Roger Ailes, who was pushed out to greet them. After shaking hands with him, Eric asked casually, where are Peter and Roy? Mr. Williams, they're on their way. They might be stuck in a traffic jam. They'll be here soon. Eric didn't expose Roger Ailes' lie and said, then let's go to the conference room first and call the heads of the other departments. If they're stuck in a traffic jam, call them. An hour later, Peter Schneider and Roy Disney, who were worried that Eric would bypass them and take the opportunity to negotiate with the employees, hurried over from home. When they appeared in the conference room of the animation department, they were sweating profusely. Eric, who was sitting leisurely at the head of the table, saw that most of the staff had arrived. He put down the Los Angeles Times in his hand and took the prepared documents from Kelly. He said to everyone, since everyone is here, let's start this meeting. Roy Disney spoke first, Mr. Williams, I don't think this meeting is necessary at all. We've already stated our conditions. I think those are what everyone in the animation department should get. If the parent company can't meet them, the entire animation department, more than 700 employees, will fight to the end. Your conditions, those promotions and salary increases, or the introduction of a board of directors with creditors? Eric looked at Roy Disney mockingly. If it's the former, of course, it's very reasonable. But if it's the latter, do you know the consequences of introducing someone like Ron Perlman to the company's board of directors? Eric's gradually increasing tone made the hearts of all the animation department managers in the conference room sink. At the same time, they had a bad feeling. Without waiting for Roy Disney to answer, Eric immediately said, you must know, because whether it's Revlon or Marvel's mistakes, they're all clearly there. In the 1980s, Ron Perlman maliciously acquired Revlon. After he got his hands on it, he immediately dismantled this thriving cosmetics company. In the end, this company, which had the potential to catch up with Estée Lauder, a world-class cosmetics company, is still the same as it was 10 years ago. How many people can still remember Revlon now? Look at Marvel. After Ron Perlman took over, the comic company, which used to be far more powerful than DC, was completely reduced to a capital operation tool. 2 years ago, the 7 chief writers of Marvel were dissatisfied with Ron Perlman's misdeeds and collectively left. Now, Marvel is only left with a mess of $553 million in debt. However, you want to bring a guy who only knows how to gnaw on the company's flesh and blood like a termite into the Firefly board of directors. Other than satisfying some people's selfish desires, I can't think of any other purpose. Eric's tone became angrier and angrier. He even unconsciously raised the coffee cup next to him and almost threw it out subconsciously. He inadvertently glanced at a female employee sitting at the end of the conference table. She closed her eyes in horror and wanted to hide but didn't dare to. He immediately restrained himself and put the cup back on the table. After calming down, Eric flipped open the documents in front of him and said, "Now that things have come to this, let's part on good terms. Now, let's discuss the matter of changing the animation department's boss." Although Eric's words just now made the animation department managers in the conference room feel a little guilty, when they heard Eric's last sentence, they still subconsciously wondered if they had heard wrong. More than 10 animation department managers, including Peter Schneider and Roy Disney, looked at each other and realized that they didn't hear wrong. Eric really did say something. However, the same thought appeared in everyone's mind. How is this possible? *PS, there's one more chapter later. Amidst the silence, the director of The Lion King, Roger Ailes, was still unwilling to give up and asked, "Mr. Williams, did you really say that you want to change the boss of Disney's animation department?" "Not Disney's animation department," Eric emphasized the word Disney and said, "to be more precise, I plan to sell the entire hand-drawn animation department. The Disney brand belongs to Firefly. No one can take it away." Amidst the silence again, Peter Schneider suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. If Eric didn't even care about Disney's animation department, then what was the point of what he and Roy Disney had done before? More importantly, if they lost Disney's animation department, the two of them, the worry in his heart gradually turned into fear. Peter Schneider suddenly stood up from his seat, pointed at Eric and shouted, "No, you won't, Eric Williams. You will never sell Disney's animation department. You're just trying to force us to give in." "We will never give in, never." Eric looked at the hysterical Peter Schneider expressionlessly and said to the female assistant beside him, "Kelly, go and call security." Kelly glanced at Peter Schneider, got up, and walked out of the meeting room. After Kelly left, Eric said to Peter Schneider, "Either sit down and continue this meeting, or get out, or I'll get security to throw you out." Peter Schneider's expression was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth, and after a few seconds of stalemate, he sat down dejectedly. Compared to Peter Schneider's loss of composure, Roy Disney was even more shocked. However, Roy Disney, who thought that he was used to storms, knew that he had to be calm at times like this. He also felt that Eric might just be bluffing to force the animation department to give in. After thinking for a while, Roy Disney asked, "Mr. Williams, do you think Disney can still be considered Disney without its animation department?" Eric suddenly sighed. After such a long time, these people still couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Disney will always have an animation department. It's just that they won't use hand-drawn animation to produce animated movies anymore. Moreover, Disney will keep several animation studios in Canada, Australia, and other countries, and continue to provide animation for the Disney Channel. However, Disney's animated movies will be fully converted to 3D digital production. When Roy Disney heard Eric's plan in a calm tone, his heart skipped a beat. On the surface, he still calmed down and motioned to more than a dozen people in the meeting room. He said, "So, you're planning to package and sell all of us, more than 700 people in the hand-drawn animation department. Hee, even if you don't plan to keep the department, do you think we'll be willing to let you sell us off as a bargaining chip?" Roy Disney's words immediately gave the depressed people a shot in the arm. All the management of the animation department looked at Eric with bright eyes. It was as if Eric said anything inappropriate, they would immediately resign and turn the animation department into a worthless empty shell. There was a big difference between hand-drawn animation and computer animation. The production of computer animation not only required skilled digital animators, but also a large number of technical patents, tools, software, and technical support departments. Therefore, it was not so easy for a digital animator to change jobs. But at the end of the day, hand-drawn animation was an industry that did not require too much skill. An animator could participate in the production of hand-drawn animation after a few years of training. Moreover, even if they left their original company, hand-drawn animators could continue their career without any obstacles. Eric certainly knew this. Looking at more than a dozen pairs of eyes staring at him, Eric smiled, rubbed the folder on the table, and said, "Everyone, there's no need to test each other anymore. The decision to abolish Disney's hand-drawn animation department has been approved by the 3 directors of Firefly, Warren Buffett, Tom Murphy, and David West, so there will be no more surprises in this decision." There was a commotion in the meeting room again, but in the end, no one was so angry that they slammed the door and left. Even Peter Schneider, who was just furious, just glared at Eric. Eric patiently waited for the crowd to quiet down again, and then continued, "Then, let's talk about the disadvantages of your resignation first. You can all leave and turn the animation department into a worthless empty shell. This won't cause any damage to Firefly at all. But then, let's make the most perfect assumption. You found a new employer who completely agrees to the generous conditions you propose to Firefly, such as an average monthly salary of more than $10,000, a brand new workplace, and so on. Then, this negotiation will take at least half a year. After half a year, you'll still have to start from scratch. You'll have to set up a new animation department, start making development plans, and look for suitable animation projects. This will take another half a year. Then, you'll have to start planning for the animation project. Everyone knows how long this will take, and it's very uncertain. Maybe it will take 2 years from the time you leave to the time when the first animation starts production, and the production will take at least 2 years. Then, your new animation department will probably take 4 years to produce the first animated movie. Don't doubt it. If you have good memories, you should clearly remember how long it took from Michael Eisner's decision to revitalize the animation department to the release of The Little Mermaid. 5 years, and I've even shortened the time by 1 year. So, according to the salary conditions you've proposed, the entire animation department will need to spend at least $100 million every year to maintain its operations. That's $400 million in 4 years, which is enough to produce 5 blockbuster films. At that time, if the animated movie you produce is not as amazing as The Lion King, think about how the new employer will feel after patiently waiting for 4 years and investing a large sum of money. You should all know that The Lion King is an accident. The average standard of Disney's animation department should be films like Aladdin and Beauty and the Beast. So, there's a 90% chance that they'll be very, very disappointed. Then, they'll reduce the expenditure of the animation department. With the budget reduced, the quality of the animated movie will be affected, and then it'll be a common vicious cycle. After saying this, Eric paused for a moment, as if waiting for the reaction of the people in the conference room who had lost their arrogance. However, Eric was very sure that they would not have any reaction because what he had just said was the truth. In the original Spacetime, after Katzenberg left Disney and set up his own company, he poached a group of people from Disney Animation to establish DreamWorks Animation. From the establishment of DreamWorks Animation to the release of The Prince of Egypt, it took exactly 4 years, and the box office of The Prince of Egypt was lukewarm. DreamWorks Animation's second animated movie, Shrek, was released a full 3 years later. If it wasn't for Shrek's box office explosion, DreamWorks Animation, which had only produced 2 animated movies in 7 years, would have to close down and disband. After waiting for a while, Eric gently clapped his hands and said, "Sorry, forgive me for acting like a talkative villain just now. Oh, no, my role today seems to be a talkative villain. However, I have to add that if you jump ship, you'll be violating the labor contract. The year-end bonus that should be due to the box office success of The Lion King will be gone. This year-end bonus should be equivalent to more than half a year's salary for most people." Sitting next to Eric, Roger Ailes asked in a dry voice, "Mr. Williams, may we know why you insist on canceling 2D animation production? It's just like how the steam textile machine replaced the manual textile machine, and the electric textile machine replaced the steam textile machine. This is the inevitable trend of technological development. 3D animation movies have too many advantages. Of course, this point can only be proven with time. If you find out that I'm wrong in a few years, then you can laugh at me as much as you want. But for now, I stand by my judgment. I've given everyone enough time to change. But recent events have made me realize that it's better for everyone to go their own way. Roger Ailes glanced at the silent Roy Disney and Peter Schneider. He sighed and didn't say anything else. Of course, Eric would not take out the detailed information for these people to see. Seeing that no one asked anything, he continued, "Now, let's talk about the benefits of selling the animation department. First of all, even if you leave, your share of the profits of The Lion King will still be in your hands. Second, you can negotiate with the new owners. I believe that the treatment you'll get will be much better than negotiating separately. Also, you can take away a few 2D animation projects that the animation department has already prepared and are ready to enter production. Let me take a look. Oh, Stranger in the Wind, Mulan, and Mount Tai. These are all great ideas. Moreover, you can also take away the rights to the sequels of the 2D animated films such as The Lion King, Beauty and the Beast, and Aladdin. These will greatly reduce the time it takes for you to produce results." Under the surprised gaze, Roger Ailes asked in an incredulous tone, "Mr. Williams, are you sure you're not joking?" If Eric's resolute decision to sell Disney's animation department had already made everyone feel that he was abnormal, asking them to leave with the copyright of The Lion King immediately made everyone feel that he had gone completely crazy. Of course, Eric wasn't crazy. Instead, he calmly explained, "Of course, I'm not joking. However, what you can take away is the very simple production rights of the sequels to The Lion King. Your new employer only has the right to use these rights to produce sequels and make profits through the distribution of the movies. The cartoon image of The Lion King and other movies, as well as the rights to develop the periphery, still belong to Firefly. Although the global box office of The Lion King in the original spacetime exceeded $900 million, the sequels were still released on video. However, Eric believed that if he could get the rights to the sequel, even if he did not have the rights to develop the peripherals, other film companies would definitely not hesitate to develop the sequel under the stimulation of the $900 million box office of The Lion King. At that time, Firefly could still use the influence of these sequels to sell peripheral films. With the current trend of The Lion King's global box office explosion, Roger Ailes could also understand the harsh and tempting conditions of Eric's conditions. At the same time, he began to involuntarily think about the plot of The Lion King sequels. Then, one last point. After the animation department is packaged and sold successfully, you will receive 5% of the total transaction amount as a reward. There is no precedent for this. Consider it a compensation that Firefly is willing to use as a bargaining chip for this transaction. If Eric had proposed this condition first, it would have caused a strong reaction. However, there was not much resistance now. Peter Schneider, who had been silent for a long time, said, "Mr. Williams, a 5% bonus is too little. The average annual salary of the employees in the animation department is about $50,000. If the animation department is sold for $1 billion this time, you will receive an average compensation of $70,000, which is equivalent to 16 months of salary. Including the bonus of The Lion King, everyone will receive an average of 2 years of salary." After Eric finished his explanation, he looked at Peter Schneider with a sneer and said, "Mr. Schneider, you and Mr. Roy Disney are not on the list of rewards. This is also the last decision I want to announce in this meeting. From now on, you are fired." After the meeting that day, the news that Firefly Group would package and sell the hand-drawn animation department quickly spread throughout Hollywood. And the next day, it was officially confirmed in the Los Angeles Times that Firefly would hold a public auction in a month's time. Immediately after, Firefly responded with an unprecedentedly tough stance to the request of Firefly's creditor alliance to join the group's board of directors. After continuously releasing Firefly Group's financial report for the first half of 1994, the profit forecast for the second half of the year, and the huge deal with Condé Nast for $1.52 billion in paper assets, Firefly Group spokesperson publicly stated that, including the funds brought in by the upcoming sale of the hand-drawn animation department, Firefly Group's expected non-operating free cash flow at the end of 1994 would be no less than $3 billion. This was enough to show Firefly Group's excellent operating and financial status. Firefly Group would regularly disclose relevant operating and financial information to creditors, but did not require creditors' directors to participate in the company's management. If creditors were still worried about the safety of the investment, Firefly Group was very willing to initiate bond repurchase measures in advance. Most of the people who bought Firefly's long-term bonds were investment institutions such as pension funds and insurance companies in North America and Europe. The biggest characteristic of these investment institutions was the pursuit of the maximum safety of funds, so they were often the main investors in United States Treasury bonds with annual interest rates below 3%. Although the rating agency gave Firefly's long-term bonds a 2A rating, which was slightly lower than the 3A safety rating of United States Treasury bonds, after Firefly released a series of financial data, especially with the stimulation of the upcoming $3 billion of free cash flow, although the rating agency did not raise the rating of Firefly's bonds, a large number of industry analysts publicly said that Firefly's bond investment was almost as safe as United States Treasury bonds. And Firefly's long-term bonds had almost twice the yield of United States Treasury bonds. An annual interest rate of 5%. In this case, even if Firefly did not suddenly give up the hand-drawn animation department and make the creditor alliance lose their bargaining chip, the investment institutions holding Firefly's long-term bonds would not ask Firefly to start the bond repurchase in advance after Firefly's tough statement. This was tantamount to cutting off their own source of income. Therefore, when the news that Firefly was about to sell the animation department caused an uproar in Hollywood and Wall Street, the group of creditor representatives gathered in Los Angeles became the most embarrassed group. As the advocate of the creditor alliance, Ron Perlman immediately focused all his energy on Marvel after returning to New York. Although he could skillfully call the shots in the capital market, in the face of absolute power, Ron Perlman immediately became overwhelmed. Warren Buffett, Tom Murphy, and David West all had extensive connections and influence in New York. As for Katzenberg, a native of Manhattan, he became a member of the campaign team of the then New York mayoral candidate John Lindsay at the age of 19. A few years later, he helped John Lindsay run for president as a financial director. Although he did not succeed, this kind of official resume was difficult for many ordinary people to achieve in their lifetime. Even though he developed in the media industry for many years, Katzenberg was still considered a local in New York. Coupled with the title of the next CEO of the largest media group in the United States, his influence was imaginable. Under the strong push of various forces, the New York District Court was extraordinarily efficient. Ron Perlman, who returned to New York, did not even have time to do anything before he had to face various investigations from law enforcement agencies. When the news of Firefly's decision to sell the animation department reached New York, Ron Perlman, who had a premonition, immediately called Sam Redstone and wanted to agree to Viacom's conditions. Ron Perlman sensitively realized that if he agreed to Viacom's conditions, not only could he immediately get out of the whirlpool that was Marvel, but he could also get $100 million. On the other hand, if he could not make this deal, he would have to deal with Firefly. Viacom was far more eager to get this cabbage than the other major companies. At this time, Sam Redstone was not going to offend Eric Marvel. At this time, Redstone was Viacom's. At this time, Redstone was even more as Viacom read as Redsay, Redstone's was even more as Viacom. Red. As Viacom Red. Redstone, Viacom Reds, as Viacom, as Vice, Viacom, Red. Redstone was Red. Viacom's vis of this was of course, Redstone, as Red. Therefore, Ron Perlman called Lei Sherdong many times, but he couldn't get in touch with Lei Sherdong. A business party was being held at Malibu's Pointy Corner Manor. It had been 2 days since Firefly released a series of news and statements. Although Firefly could completely ignore the creditors' representatives in Los Angeles, it was not in the long-term interest of Firefly. Even if it was a non-listed company, Firefly could not completely break away from the capital market. Not to mention, Eric still developed many industries outside of Firefly. Pension funds and insurance institutions in every state in the United States and European countries were the main investment force of the capital market. Therefore, Eric quickly invited all the creditors' representatives to attend the party at Pointy Corner Manor with the excuse of communication in person to resolve differences. Now that things had developed to this point, there was no need for communication at all. The guests who came to the party did not even mention the creditors' alliance. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Firefly took the initiative to give them a way out. Originally, some of the creditors were worried about Eric's arrogant attitude. After the creditors' representatives arrived at Pointy Corner Manor, they realized that the owner of Firefly was not arrogant like a teenager. Instead, he was as mature and steady as most of their peers. They were all relieved when they saw how well he treated people. In the conversation that followed, these people even gradually ignored Eric's age. Unknowingly, Eric was surrounded in the middle like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon, discussing various economic and political issues with great interest. If we pay more attention, we can find that a new information technology industry has emerged. Although the academic community has called the development of new energy, information technology, space technology, and biotechnology the third industrial revolution, in fact, the only technology that can really touch the lives of ordinary people is information technology. And we all know that the more popular the industry is at the level of ordinary people, the higher the economic value of the industry. Therefore, in the next 10 or even 20 years, mobile communications, personal computers, application software, and the internet will become the most valuable investment targets. Eric, who was surrounded by a group of creditor representatives and senior fund managers in the corner of the hall, held a glass of red wine in his hand, and spoke without any stage fright. A fund manager in a black suit asked, "Eric, I know that outside of Hollywood, you also invested in several high-tech companies such as Cisco, Yahoo, and AOL, but don't you think that high-tech investment is too risky?" As far as I know, one of the investment principles of Mr. Warren Buffett, another shareholder of Firefly, is to avoid high-tech industries as much as possible. I won't comment on Warren's investment philosophy. His supporters will drown me in saliva. Amidst the chuckles, Eric continued. However, in other times, the risk of investing in high-tech industries is indeed very high. But now it's different. What's coming next is an overall industrial explosion because information technology is involved in so many industries, including almost all aspects of our lives. The semiconductor industry promotes the development of personal computers and mobile communications. Personal computers and mobile communications promote the development of application software, mobile phones, and the internet, and the other three can lead to countless huge industrial clusters. In this overall industrial trend, high-tech investment is very guaranteed. I'm sure that in the next few years, the North American and even global capital markets will definitely lead to a new round of long-term bull market pattern because of the development of new technology industries. Another fund manager asked very keenly, "Eric, do you think there will be a bubble?" Of course, every round of the bull market means a stock market bubble. This time, a big industrial explosion will definitely mean a bigger bubble. Eric's eyes had a different meaning. He glanced around at everyone and said with a faint smile, "In the state of the stock market soaring, even if you didn't hear what I said today, I think you will definitely enter the market without hesitation. However, whether you can restrain your greed and successfully escape in the end will depend on your own luck." Seeing that many people fell into a short period of contemplation, Eric didn't continue. He wanted to reveal a little bit of information to leave a deep impression in the hearts of these fund managers with large amounts of capital. It would definitely bring unexpected benefits in the future, but there was no need to say too much. When Eric saw Elizabeth standing outside in a lavender dress and looking at him with a smile, he raised his glass to the crowd and walked out of the crowd. Eric praised Elizabeth's dress and asked, "When did you come?" "It's been half an hour." Elizabeth still had a smile on her face as she said, "Seeing that you're so comfortable with a group of old men, I didn't want to disturb you." Eric walked to the dining table and picked up a fruit platter. He found a sofa with Elizabeth and sat down. He smiled and continued the girl's words. "It can't be helped. If I get too close to men of the same age, it will cause even more unbearable associations. I guess you guys don't want to see such a scene, right?" Elizabeth smiled and patted Eric on the shoulder. She took a sip of red wine and slowly calmed down. She said, "My dad has been regretting it recently." Eric looked up and asked, "Regretting what?" Elizabeth shrugged and said, "Firefly's paper assets. My dad said that if he knew, it would have cost $15. He could buy it for $200 million. News Corporation would definitely buy it. Eric picked up a piece of apple and stuffed it into his mouth. He said, "It's okay. He's an old man. His memory gets worse and worse. He'll forget about it in a few days." Elizabeth said unhappily, "Eric, can't you be a little more respectful to my dad?" Okay, sorry." Eric also became serious and said, "Then, you must be thinking of buying Disney's animation department again, right?" "Yeah." Elizabeth nodded. She personally trusted Eric's judgment very much. She even worshipped him. Therefore, since Eric still insisted on disbanding the hand-drawn animation department after The Lion King, Elizabeth was not as enthusiastic as the other major Hollywood film companies. But unfortunately, her dad did not think so. Eric said, "Let me tell you, Liz, buying Firefly's paper assets might still be able to maintain a good profit for the next few years. But if you buy the hand-drawn animation department, it's not likely to make money." Elizabeth glanced at Eric. "What's the use of telling me this? You have to tell my dad." "I'm not obligated to do that. But don't get involved this time." Eric thought for a while and said, "Even if your dad tries his best, I don't think he'll be able to get it this time." Elizabeth asked curiously, "Oh, which company do you think is most likely to buy the animation department?" Eric recalled some of the information collected by Kelly in the past few days and said, "I think it's most likely Warner. Warner's film business this summer is really terrible. If Terry Semel doesn't do something to give the board of directors and shareholders enough confidence, it'll probably be difficult for him to stay in the CEO position for too long." The second is Paramount. "I heard that Paramount plans to use Blockbuster to imitate Disney's strategy," Eric said with a hint of schadenfreude. "There are more than 3,000 Blockbuster chain stores in the United States. That's more than 6 times the number of Disney stores in the world. This is indeed a very good idea. Unfortunately, Paramount doesn't have many movies to develop. I don't know why, but I find it funny when I think about it." "Haha, sorry, let me laugh." Elizabeth rolled her eyes a little. After Eric finished laughing, she said, "I thought you would think Universal was the most likely. After all, Michael Eisner was once the CEO of Disney." Eric shrugged and said, "Universal and Columbia can forget about it. Michael Eisner definitely wants the animation department, but he doesn't have that much power. Now Universal and Columbia are in the hands of the Japanese. The Japanese are sometimes very generous, but sometimes very stingy. Their animation industry is very developed. Correspondingly, although they won't look down on Hollywood animation companies, they won't be willing to spend more than $1 billion to buy a hand-drawn animation department. Finally, MGM has no hope. As for you guys, I think News Corporation's business focus should be on the TV network. You won't be as desperate as Warner and Paramount, right?" Elizabeth nodded slightly. She had to admit that Eric's analysis was very reasonable. Since Firefly bought ABC and no longer cooperated with Fox, News Corporation had focused most of its energy on operating the TV network this year in order to maintain the market share of Fox. For this reason, they even did not hesitate to let the film department reduce production again. After making up her mind not to try to influence her old man's decision, Elizabeth was relieved and asked, "Hey, didn't you want to take over that comic company recently? Which superhero copyright do you have your eyes on?" "There are too many. Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, Hulk, Iron Man and so on. Actually, I'm a comic book fan. Can you tell?" Elizabeth showed a look of disdain and said, "You're talking nonsense again. How come I've never seen you read comics?" Eric smiled and said, "This shows that we still need to understand each other better." Seeing that Elizabeth still wanted to ask, Eric shook his head and said, "Don't ask about this. I can't explain it clearly now. But Marvel is a big dish. Firefly's family won't be able to finish it. Everyone will have a share." After listening to Eric's nonsense, Elizabeth, who had no intention of continuing the topic, became curious again. If even Firefly can't finish it, then how much potential does Marvel have? Just as she was about to continue asking, a waiter hurried to Eric's side and said a few words in his ear. Eric nodded to the waiter and said to Elizabeth, "Come with me, let's welcome the guest." Elizabeth stood up and asked, "Who is it?" Eric raised his arm to Elizabeth and waited for the girl to hold him. He said, "Terry Semel from Warner, so be more intimate." Elizabeth immediately guessed Eric's intention. If the two of them were intimate, Terry Semel, who came for the Disney animation department, would definitely re-evaluate Fox's competitiveness, and Firefly would get a higher price. "Humph, you actually used me," Elizabeth grumbled, but she still obediently leaned against Eric, and the two of them went out to greet them. Terry Semel had gray hair and a pair of rimless glasses. He had the elegant temperament of a scholar. Although he was just in his early 50s, he had worked in Warner for nearly 20 years. He was one of the important successors trained by Steve Ross. However, after the death of Steve Ross, Terry Semel, who became the CEO of Time Warner after a fierce internal competition, had not been having a good time recently. On the big side, after the merger between Firefly and ABC, Time Warner was immediately kicked off the throne of the media overlord that had been sitting firmly for many years. On the small side, during this hot summer where the total box office once again broke the Hollywood box office record, Time Warner's film and television business went against the trend and reached the lowest level in many years. All of this led to Terry Semel receiving tremendous pressure from all sides almost every day recently. When he heard the news that Firefly was about to sell the Disney animation department, Terry Semel immediately realized that this was a great opportunity to get out of his current predicament. Firefly's starting price of $1 billion was nothing to Time Warner, which had a scale of tens of billions of USD. But if they could take over the animation department, Time Warner would be able to immediately open up the animation film market that they had never been able to open up before. This would be very good news for him personally. After Terry Semel got out of the car, he saw Eric walking towards him. Just as he was about to greet him, he noticed Elizabeth beside Eric. In recent years, Murdoch's outstanding daughter's achievements in Hollywood were obvious to all. Terry Semel had vaguely heard that Elizabeth had a close relationship with Eric. However, as Eric's status increased, the media was afraid of his influence. Hence, there were fewer and fewer reports about his private life. Terry Semel really did not know what the relationship between the two of them was. Seeing Elizabeth holding Eric's arm intimately, Terry Semel's eyes suddenly narrowed. If Eric and Elizabeth were lovers, it would be a big variable in Time Warner's acquisition of Disney's animation department. After all, Fox would definitely not let go of this opportunity easily. Eric noticed the change in Terry Semel's expression. He smiled and took the initiative to extend his hand to the other party. "Mr. Semel, welcome to Sharp Corner Manor." Terry Semel quickly put away his thoughts to deal with Eric and greeted Elizabeth warmly. The three of them then walked into the villa. "Eric, can we talk alone?" Terry Semel whispered to Eric after socializing with the guests in the hall. Eric knew that Terry Semel wanted nothing more than to take over the animation department before the public auction. Perhaps he also wanted to bargain for the copyright of animation such as The Lion King. Anyway, the animation department was the private property of Firefly. The form of sale was up to Eric. However, the animation department was originally just bait that Eric put out to attract the attention of Hollywood. Before he successfully took over Marvel, he did not intend to have any entanglement with the other major companies in this regard. Just as he was about to find an excuse to refuse Terry Semel, he heard someone report that Paramount's CEO, Shirley Lansing, had also arrived at Sharp Corner Manor. "Sorry, Mr. Semel, I need to pick someone up. Maybe we can make another appointment." Eric apologized to Terry Semel and walked out of the villa with Elizabeth again. There were no eternal enemies in the business world. Although Leigh Sheridan did not appear in person due to the conflict in the process of competing for Disney, he still sent Shirley Lansing, the CEO of Paramount, to come to this party. For many people, the timing was very sensitive. After Shirley Lansing, many important people in Hollywood also arrived one after another. With everyone having their own thoughts, they did not have a chance to contact Eric alone. Although no reporters were invited to the party, the competitive scene at Sharp Corner Manor was immediately spread the next day. Later, Eric simply asked someone to post the list of the animation department's assets and related information on Yahoo, which immediately caused a heated discussion again. The focus of the media's attention was mainly on the seemingly very low auction price of $1 billion. The net profit of The Lion King for Firefly in the next few years would be no less than $1 billion. To sell Disney's animation department to resist the invasion of capital, Eric Williams has undoubtedly made a very crazy, willful, and stupid decision. Although the box office output of Disney's animation department is very low in the revenue of the entire Firefly Group, don't forget that Disney's amusement parks, surrounding stores, and exclusive licensing business all need the locomotive effect of Disney's animation. The box office success of The Lion King further proves that Disney's animation has unlimited economic potential. It's hard for us to imagine where the Disney brand will go after losing Disney's animation department. Although we have no way of knowing why Eric Williams abandoned the Disney animation department, the auction price of $1 billion shows the shrewdness of the Firefly Group. This low pricing strategy will undoubtedly attract more investors who are interested in acquiring the Disney animation department, and then create more intense competition in the auction process. At present, the three local giants in Hollywood, Time Warner, Viacom, and News Corporation, have expressed a strong interest in the Disney animation department. The French Vivendi Group and the Canadian Seagram Group, who intend to enter Hollywood, have also begun to have close contact with the senior management of Firefly. According to the estimates of First B Citibank, the final auction price of the Disney animation department is likely to exceed $2 billion, which will be more than twice the price offered by Firefly. Walt Disney's nephew, Roy Disney, has publicly criticized Eric Williams for wantonly erasing the spirit of Disney, claiming that without the Disney animation department, Walt Disney's philosophy will also be gone. In an interview with the Los Angeles Times, Walt Disney's daughter, Diana Disney Miller, also expressed extreme disappointment with the Firefly Group's decision. Eric Williams's business talent in film and television has been proven countless times, so I think everyone should have a good reason to pay attention to another thing that happened at the same time as Firefly's sale of the animation department, and that is why Firefly went to such great lengths to seize Marvel Entertainment from Wall Street investor Ron Perlman. Although most media outlets are inclined to believe that this is Firefly Group's retaliation for Ron Perlman's actions of inciting Firefly's creditors, with Eric Williams's outstanding business performance over the years, I absolutely do not believe that this young Hollywood mogul will be so impulsive as to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to retaliate against his enemy. What's more, the whole thing has obviously been carefully planned, and even the legendary investor Warren Buffett is involved. This evidence is enough to prove that the whole thing is not revenge. Perhaps, in the eyes of Eric Williams, Marvel Entertainment is more important than the Disney animation department that created The Lion King. If this is the case, if any bold investor dares to make a move at this time to seize Marvel, there is no doubt that they will reap unexpected rewards. Ron Perlman sat in his luxury car and silently flipped through a thick stack of today's newspapers. In a piece of news about Firefly's upcoming sale of the animation department, he finally saw someone mention Marvel, and the article in the Manhattan Morning Post was almost exactly the same as his recent speculation about Marvel's series of events. However, Ron Perlman did not feel any excitement at finding a confidant at all, because 2 days ago, the New York District Court quickly approved the mandatory bankruptcy protection proposed by Marvel's creditors with astonishing efficiency. Then, with the cooperation of Marvel's CEO Avi Allard, Marvel's creditors, represented by Katzenberg, quickly took control of Marvel's board of directors again. The luxury car slowly stopped outside Marvel's headquarters on 50th Street in Midtown Manhattan. After Ron Perlman got out of the car, he walked into Marvel's office building with his assistant. It happened to be working hours, and a few Marvel employees were waiting for the elevator in the corner of the lobby. When they saw Ron Perlman walk in, they immediately stopped whispering and tiptoed around Ron Perlman, heading toward the safety stairs. Ron Perlman had long known that most of Marvel's employees were very disgusted with him. If it was in the past, he would not have cared about these small fries at all, but today, Ron Perlman looked at the Marvel employees who avoided him like he was the plague, and a strong sense of anger suddenly rose in his heart. Clenching his fists, Ron Perlman said in a cold voice to his assistant beside him, "Neil, go record the names of those people, and then inform the Human Resources Department to get lost." Assistant Neil looked at his almost hysterical boss and wanted to remind him of something, but Ron Perlman had already roared, "Even you want to go against me? I'm still the owner of Marvel." Neil did not dare to hesitate at all and hurriedly walked toward the safety stairs. When he reached the floor of Marvel Entertainment's headquarters, Ron Perlman found that all the lights in the corridor were still on, and not far away, there were people coming in and out of the conference room with documents in their hands. Feeling that something was wrong, Ron Perlman quickened his pace and walked into the conference room. He found that Jeffrey Katzenberg, Avi Allard, and the others were all there, and it was obvious that those who were flipping through various reports and financial data were either lawyers or accountants. Katzenberg, who had faint dark circles under his eyes, looked up from a pile of documents when he heard the reminder from the person next to him. When he saw Ron Perlman, he raised his hand to look at his watch and suddenly said, "It's already 9 o'clock." With that said, Katzenberg stood up from his chair and stretched his body. He ordered his assistant to prepare breakfast for him, and then walked straight to the door. Ron Perlman had long expected that once Firefly took control of Marvel, he would definitely attack Marvel's financial situation first. However, he did not expect that Katzenberg had already led people to start reviewing Marvel's financial documents without any notice at all. This made his suppressed anger erupt again. Seeing Katzenberg walking toward him, Ron Perlman gritted his teeth and said, "You don't have my permission. This is illegal. I will protest to the federal court." "I definitely will." Katzenberg stretched his stiff neck and came to Ron Perlman's side. He did not care about Ron Perlman's threat at all. He patted him a few times on the shoulder and said, "Go ahead and protest, Ron. But before that, I think we have to have a good talk first. For example, that $700 million thing." Katzenberg left the meeting room after saying these words. Ron Perlman felt a chill in his heart. The number that Katzenberg had casually said was exactly the same as the amount of Marvel's debt financing that he had embezzled. This probably meant that in just one night, Firefly had grasped enough information. He just did not know that Firefly had roughly grasped this data before launching an attack on Marvel. If there was not enough evidence, the New York District Court would not have approved the bankruptcy protection application of Marvel's creditors so quickly. What Katzenberg was doing at this time was just looking for accurate evidence from Marvel's internal documents. Unable to attack Katzenberg, Ron Perlman unwillingly pointed his finger at Marvel CEO Avi Allard. "Avi, why did you betray me? Don't forget, I supported you to get the position of Marvel CEO. *PS, one more update. *Ron, I'm a professional manager, not a capitalist." Avi Allard pointed to the old office supplies in the conference room and said, "Look at what you've been doing all these years. You only know how to exploit Marvel without restraint. Many people have left in the past few years. The company has no chance of survival, and it's also burdened with huge debts. If this continues, Marvel will definitely die. I'm just saving this company, isn't that right?" Ron Perlman's face was a little embarrassed, but he immediately retorted angrily, "But you shouldn't have betrayed me. If you have any opinions, you can discuss them with me." When Avi Allard heard Ron Perlman's words, he almost laughed out loud. "Ron, don't you remember how many times I almost begged you to discuss with me?" Ron Perlman didn't know if he was angry or embarrassed. He was almost incoherent as he emphasized again, "You. Don't forget, I'm the owner of this company." "You won't be soon." Avi Allard suddenly lost interest in talking to Ron Perlman. He left this sentence coldly and walked out of the conference room. More than half an hour later, Katzenberg, Avi Allard, Ron Perlman, and their respective lawyers gathered in another conference room of Marvel. As if he didn't notice Ron Perlman, who had regained his fighting spirit after calming down, Katzenberg opened a thick stack of documents that he had organized last night and went straight to the point. "Ron, now you have two choices. First, settle in private. Andrew Holdings will pay a sum of money and buy all the Marvel shares on the market at the current stock price. Then implement a 100% debt for equity strategy and hand over Marvel to us. I personally think this is the best way to solve the current situation." Hearing Ron Perlman's cold snort, Katzenberg did not mind. He continued in a cold, formulaic tone, "Then, second, we will apply to the SEC to investigate Andrews Holdings' embezzlement of Marvel's debt financing. Although this investigation and the subsequent lawsuit will take a long time, no matter how long it is delayed, with all the evidence, you will still have to return all the debt financing embezzled from Marvel. In addition, you will also face a huge fine from the SEC. I assure you that without $1 billion, you won't be able to win this lawsuit. After spending $1 billion, I think you won't be far from bankruptcy." A middle-aged man sitting next to Ron Perlman said, "Mr. Katzenberg, can I take this as a threat to my client?" Katzenberg glanced at Ron Perlman's lawyer and said with a faint smile, you should know that I'm in the movie industry, so don't use common lines in movies in this kind of situation. It will make you look very unprofessional." The middle-aged man obviously had the basic thick skin of a lawyer. He didn't mind Katzenberg's sarcasm and insisted, "Mr. Katzenberg, you didn't answer my question." Katzenberg shrugged and said, "I'm not threatening your client. I'm just stating a basic fact and some of Firefly's determination." Ron Perlman stopped the private lawyer who wanted to continue speaking and said to Katzenberg, "Jeffrey, I won't choose either of these two conditions. Don't forget, Marvel's bankruptcy protection period is 1 month. As long as I can come up with a reasonable solution to the current situation within a month, Marvel will still be mine. No one can take it away from me." "That's right, it's 1 month, but..." Katzenberg said contemptuously, "You can't come up with any way to revive Marvel because the current Marvel is just an empty shell. Other than the toy department that can barely operate, Marvel Movies is an empty shell, Marvel TV is an empty shell, and the music department is an empty shell. Even Marvel's foundation, the comics department, the 7 chief writers responsible for the creation of popular comics such as X-Men and Fantastic Four have all left 2 years ago. Now, it's no different from an empty shell. Mr. Ron Perlman, tell me, how do you plan to revive Marvel?" Ron Perlman shouted at Carson without hesitation, "Don't think that I don't know. Firefly Group doesn't care about what you said at all. What you really want is the copyrights to Marvel's superheroes. Let me tell you, you will never succeed. I'd rather sell Marvel to any third party for $1 than give it to Firefly." Katzenberg, who had a fiery temper, also raised his voice. "But you don't have the authority to sell Marvel to a third party for $1 because the federal court won't allow you to do such a thing that harms the interests of creditors. Even if you want to sell, you can only sell to Firefly. Don't even think about it. It's always been me taking things from others. No one can take away what belongs to me. Do you think it's still the 1980s? Go to downtown and take a look. Dechong Securities no longer exists. It's gone." The originally unfriendly meeting soon erupted into a fierce quarrel. Just when the two sides were about to fight, Avi Allard and the other onlookers came back to their senses and hurriedly pulled Katzenberg and Ron Perlman away. Ron Perlman finally calmed down after crazily smashing everything in the office. He left Marvel headquarters with his lawyer and assistant without saying goodbye. Eric, who was in Los Angeles, immediately learned about the conflict between the two from Avi Allard, who was worried that things would change again because of this argument. However, he was not too worried. If he wanted to use gentle means to take down Marvel, Eric could have sent Frank Wells to take charge of this matter. However, doing so would only make Ron Perlman greedy. Katzenberg's strong and irritable personality happened to be able to restrain Ron Perlman's insatiable greed. After the first negotiation ended unhappily, Ron Perlman did not continue to contact Firefly. Instead, he immediately flew to Los Angeles in an attempt to once again transfer Marvel, a burden destined to be lost, to several major Hollywood film companies. However, all eyes were focused on Disney's animation department. No one in Hollywood paid attention to Ron Perlman. Even Michael Eisner, who realized that it was impossible to get Panasonic's support to acquire the animation department, did not intend to make a move because he also regretfully realized that the Japanese would not support Universal because of the conflict between Marvel and Firefly. Subsequently, Ron Perlman still did not give up and tried to sound out some companies interested in the entertainment industry. However, most of the weaker companies did not want to provoke the capital forces represented by the first and second richest people in the UA at the same time. Companies with enough strength also realized that to solve Marvel's dilemma, they needed to invest hundreds of millions of dollars. However, even if they took over Marvel and wanted to develop Marvel's film rights, they still could not do without Hollywood's support. And as the biggest local snake in Hollywood, Firefly certainly would not let these outsiders who stole their prey have a good life. In the end, the loss outweighed the gain. In desperation, Ron Perlman even thought about the long-term bonds of Firefly in his hands. But in the end, nothing was settled. Not to mention that Andrews Holdings' bond was only worth $400 million, which was not enough to make up for Marvel's deficit. Also, aware of Ron Perlman's recent predicament, the investment companies that were interested in taking over the bond offered lower and lower prices, with the highest offer being a 10% discount. It was a loss of $40 million in just a few months. Ron Perlman also found it hard to accept. More than a week passed like this. Firefly did not seem to have the slightest intention of urging, but Ron Perlman found that he was at a dead end. If the stalemate continued, and he still could not come up with any feasible company restructuring measures after a month of bankruptcy protection, Marvel would face forced bankruptcy liquidation. Early in the morning of August 21st, Avi Allard had just sat down in his office when he received a call from Ron Perlman. The hoarse voice on the phone barely maintained the last bit of strength. "I don't want to see Jeffrey Katzenberg again. I want Eric Williams to talk to me in person." The black sedan passed through the busy studio area of Firefly Studios. Ron Perlman looked at the crowd outside the window absent-mindedly, thinking about what might happen next. The sedan stopped in front of the studio's administrative office building. The driver opened the door, and Ron Perlman saw 3 people standing not far away as soon as he got out of the car. The young man in the white shirt in the middle was particularly conspicuous as he was surrounded by men and women in suits and professional suits. "We finally meet, Mr. Perlman." Eric smiled and shook hands with Ron Perlman, who walked over. He then introduced, "This is Mr. Frank Wells, the president of Firefly Group. This lady is my personal assistant, Miss Kelly Haynes." Ron Perlman almost immediately realized the familiar good cop and bad cop joke from Eric's perfect behavior. Jeffrey Katzenberg was undoubtedly the bad cop before, but even if he realized this little trick, the contrast with what he had encountered in the past week made Ron Perlman feel much better. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Williams," Ron Perlman said with a hint of friendliness in his tone. He shook hands with Eric, Frank, and Kelly one by one. After the introductions, Eric said, "I think you must not have had time to have lunch. There is a small restaurant here." Ron Perlman of course did not refuse. He brought his assistant and Eric to the restaurant inside the studio where Eric often ate. After all, the two sides had just experienced a conflict. A simple lunch could only alleviate the awkwardness between them. After all, it was impossible for them to really warm up. After asking the waiter to remove the cutlery and change the coffee, Eric finally talked about business. He said, "Ron, since you want to talk to me in person, then I think you must have your own solution for the Marvel matter, right?" There was a hint of bitterness in Ron Perlman's heart again, but he still nodded. "Yes, Eric." After saying this, Ron Perlman still hesitated for a moment with some reluctance, but in the end, he still continued somewhat dejectedly. "I basically agree with Firefly Group's debt for equity strategy, but there's one condition. Firefly Group has to bear the compensation to the shareholders of Marvel's circulating shares alone. My bottom line is just to take out the Marvel shares in my hands." Eric did not have Katzenberg's impatience at all. He still said calmly, "But this is too unfair to Firefly. We are weaker creditors than Marvel's shareholders. If Firefly bears this loss, our losses will increase again." Although Eric's words were not wrong logically, Ron Perlman still felt that it was too ridiculous to link the word weak with Firefly. "Eric, I know you definitely value Marvel very much. Its value will far exceed everyone's expectations. Since I've completely lost this time, I don't intend to continue to insist on anything now. The condition just now is my bottom line." Eric pondered for a moment and looked at Kelly beside him. "How much will it cost to redeem all the Marvel shares on the market?" Kelly almost wanted to roll her eyes at the pretentious Eric, but she still replied straightforwardly, "Marvel's stock price has fluctuated a lot recently, but according to the average of the stock price in the past 7 days, it will cost about $72 million to redeem all the Marvel shares on the market." $72 million is not a lot of money. Eric turned to look at Ron Perlman, ignoring the flash of joy in his eyes. He changed the topic and said, "According to Marvel's current situation, without Firefly's intervention, Marvel will have to take the initiative to apply for bankruptcy protection in federal court in a year at most. I'm guessing that at that time, if Andrew Holdings wants to solve this problem, it will definitely not be something that can be solved with $72 million." From Eric's tone just now, Ron Perlman thought that he was going to bear this expense and was a little relieved. But when he heard Eric's next words, he was disappointed and tried to act shamelessly. "Eric, my company has no more funds. I'm sure you don't want this to drag on, right?" Eric shook his head and said, "No, you have funds. Everyone knows that you bought $400 million of Firefly bonds. I'm guessing that a long-term holding strategy is not in line with your investment creed. In that case, Firefly can redeem the bonds in your hands in advance, all or part of them. Of course, Firefly will never bargain like Wall Street investors. We can completely redeem the bonds at par. Ron Perlman did not expect Eric to know that his peers took the opportunity to bargain with him. Although he did not show any change on the surface, he still cursed in his heart. Eric was right. He did not have the intention to hold Firefly bonds for a long time. Originally, he planned to only keep a portion of the bonds to maintain his status as a creditor after he got the Firefly board seat and sell the rest. With the popularity of Firefly's long-term bonds, even if he only held them for a few months, he could make a few million dollars in profit. Even if he could not sell them immediately, the $400 million of bonds could still bring in a stable $22 million of interest dividends every year. Eric's seemingly generous redemption plan would still cost him at least a few million dollars. Noticing Ron Perlman's conflicted expression, Eric did not rush him. He seemed to have thought of something and whispered to Frank Wales next to him. Ron Perlman was indeed conflicted. He suddenly realized that after going around in circles, he still had to accept the first solution proposed by Katzenberg more than a week ago. The only difference was that Eric's attitude towards this matter was very gentle, without the slightest bit of Katzenberg's aggressiveness. But this was nothing. If he could earn a lot of US dollars, Ron Perlman would not mind greeting the person he hated the most with a smile. Sensing that Eric and Frank Wales finished talking and looked at him again, Ron Perlman knew that he had no other choice. He could only say, "Eric, it's only $72 million US. If Marvel's stock price rises, I won't pay a penny more." Eric nodded and did not care about these small details. He believed that Ron Perlman would not be stupid enough to continue doing anything. He said, "No problem." Ron Perlman thought for a moment and immediately added, "Also, I hope that Firefly can change someone to be in charge of this matter. This is also why I brought Frank here." Eric smiled and pointed at Frank Wales next to him. "Frank will be fully in charge of this matter. Then, you two can talk first. I still have work to do." "Excuse me." After saying goodbye to Frank Wales and Ron Perlman, Eric brought Kelly to the Victoria's Secret studio. He noticed that the female assistant kept looking at him. He smiled and said, "Just say what you want to say." "No, I just feel that the way you handle this matter is completely like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. That's not right." Kelly shook her head and said, "You seem to have always been like this. It's so strange. I rarely see your youthful side." Eric looked around and leaned closer to the female assistant. He whispered, "Why don't we work overtime tonight? I'll let you see my youthful side." Kelly blushed and pushed Eric away. She said, "I promised Nina to have dinner together. You can go and flirt with those little models in the studio. They'll definitely be more than willing." Eric shook his head and said, "I usually don't do anything with my female lead." Seeing Kelly's disdainful look, Eric explained awkwardly, "At least not during the filming period." "This is true. I didn't expect you to be so professional." Kelly smiled and teased. "This has nothing to do with professionalism." Eric shook his head. "You know, I'm generally a very considerate lover. If the female lead still slept next to me last night, and if she didn't perform well on set the next day, it would be difficult for me to scold her without any scruples. This feeling of wanting to flare up but not being able to do so is actually very uncomfortable." Kelly rolled her eyes at Eric charmingly. Her tone was a little coquettish. "Okay, I take back what I said just now. You're a little bastard with violent tendencies." Asterisk. It was now September. The North American summer movie season ended at 21. It ended perfectly with a total box office of US $700 million. Of course, this perfect was only relative to most Hollywood studios. For Warner, this summer was very imperfect. As the holidays passed, the 4 major U.S. public TV stations and a large number of cable TV stations also began to compete for the ratings of the fall TV series. Various new episodes or sequels of U.S. TV series began to air at the end of August. ABC Television Network, which had just been acquired by Firefly Group, undoubtedly received the most attention. Before the merger of the two sides, ABC had already begun to occupy the largest TV market share. Once the programs launched by ABC were as popular as the movies of Firefly Pictures, it would mean that the market share of the other major TV stations would continue to be compressed. Moreover, several of ABC's heavily promoted programs did not hide their intention to dominate the TV market as they did in Hollywood. On Monday, ABC's long-running sports program Monday Night Football had very stable ratings. Starting from Tuesday, ABC would broadcast Survivor, Emergency Room Stories, and Friends for the next 3 workdays. Although Friends had just been taken back from Fox, this ace comedy program had maintained an average viewership of more than 20 million for the first 5 seasons. It had dominated the comedy TV ratings for 5 consecutive years. After taking back the broadcasting rights of Friends, Firefly's TV department immediately announced that Eric, the creator, would not only personally intervene in the writing of the script for the 6th season, but he would also add more guest stars. Many industry insiders knew that this was just a publicity stunt. It was difficult for Eric to intervene in the timeline and storyline of Friends. The script had been developed for 5 years. At most, he would be a nominal screenwriter. Only celebrity guest stars would be more reliable. But for fans of Friends, the effect of this publicity stunt was still very obvious. The promotion of the 6th season had just begun and it had already caused a heated discussion. The entertainment media also predicted that the ratings of the new season were likely to hit a new high. At the same time, ABC's promotion of the 2 new shows, Survivor and Emergency Room Stories, was no less than Friends. Although the writing and production of these 2 shows had nothing to do with Eric, no one in the industry doubted Eric's taste in choosing shows. In fact, after ABC launched the reality show Survivor, which had been promoted by the original scriptwriter on several major television networks for a long time, an executive in the program production department at NBC was fired because he missed Survivor. Although there was no lack of internal power struggles, this was enough to prove the strong influence of Firefly in the television industry. Outside of ABC, after Ron Perlman compromised, Firefly successfully took over the entire Marvel Entertainment. When the industry began to pay close attention to which superhero Eric would choose to develop a Marvel movie, Eric did not make any moves in this regard. After completely merging Marvel Entertainment into Firefly Corporation, Eric only injected a sum of money into the struggling Marvel. At the same time, he asked the CEO of Marvel Entertainment, Avi Allard, to buy a comic company called Image Comics. Image Comics did not have the adaptation rights that Eric was interested in. The reason why they bought this comic project, which was only the size of a studio, was mainly to make up for the mistakes made by Ron Perlman. In 1992, because of dissatisfaction with Ron Perlman, the 7 popular chief writers in charge of Marvel's main series such as Spider-Man and X-Men all left to set up Image Comics. After that, the quality of Marvel's comics plummeted. In 1993, Ron Perlman began to issue large amounts of junk bonds under the shell of Marvel. The debt burden of hundreds of millions of dollars immediately dragged Marvel into the abyss. Although Eric was interested in the superhero copyrights in Marvel's hands, Marvel, which had a rich foundation, would still be able to achieve very good revenue even if the comics industry began to shrink as long as it was independent of capital operations and stable operations. Before the development of special effects technology, Eric did not intend to let Hollywood enter the era of comic adaptation so soon. Therefore, before that, letting Marvel be self-sufficient was undoubtedly the best choice. For this reason, Eric also pulled strings and handed over the adaptation rights of the popular movies and comics developed by Firefly in recent years to Marvel. After the announcement of the plan, Marvel, which had begun to decline, immediately entered the vision of manga fans again. The adaptation of the Thunderbolt Girls series, which had just been released during the summer, was listed as the most anticipated manga adaptation in recent years. Of course, although Firefly did not announce any plans to adapt comics to movies on the surface, Eric had already begun to work on the Marvel Cinematic Universe plan in private because he had taken it in before Marvel began to sell the copyrights on a large scale. At this time, the copyrights of Marvel's superheroes were not in a mess. Most of the copyrights of the superheroes that were wandering outside had been quietly taken by Drew under Flower Pictures. Firefly could slowly recover the remaining copyrights in the next few years. Therefore, the new Marvel Cinematic Universe was much larger than the original spacetime. Almost all of them were dumbfounded when Katzenberg and the other core executives of Firefly saw the tree map of the Marvel Cinematic Universe plan that spanned from 2000 to 2030 in Eric's study at the Pointy Corner Manor for the first time. Frank Wills, who had already passed his 60th birthday, teased himself regretfully that he would definitely not be able to see the day this plan was completed. At the same time, in September, Michael Lynn, whose contract had been delayed for several months, announced his departure. Katzenberg officially took over the position of CEO of Firefly Group. This handover did not cause any waves, nor did it lead to an internal power struggle like Warner. Everything seemed to be logical. After becoming CEO, Katzenberg continued to adjust the television business under Firefly Group. The first thing he faced was to sell the hand-drawn animation department separated from Disney at a good price. At the same time, he had to re-establish a completely digital Disney animation department. Eric did not intend to turn Pixar directly into Disney's animation department. Pixar, located in San Francisco Bay, had a completely independent corporate culture and creative philosophy. Forcing it would only disrupt Pixar's own rhythm. However, the new Disney animation department would receive Pixar's unreserved technical support. Moreover, from the long pace of animation production, Pixar and the future Disney animation department would not form a competitive relationship. Instead, they would be able to provide Firefly with sufficient 3D animation content. What's more, maintaining appropriate competition between the different departments was also a good way to stimulate creative vitality. In addition to all these things, the Victoria's Secret annual show, which Eric had invested a lot of energy in, had also entered the rehearsal stage. For the Victoria's Secret show, the media would criticize and ridicule Eric's improper work every 2 to 3 days. After the Victoria's Secret show began the early publicity, an NBC financial program even calculated for Eric. If he used the time spent on the Victoria's Secret show to shoot a movie, even if the new movie only achieved half of the results of Jurassic Park, the new movie could still bring him and Firefly Group no less than $300 million in profit. However, the expensive underwear fashion show was said to cost $20 million. Even if Eric's reputation could receive very high ratings and even recoup some of the investment through the release of videos, the possibility of recouping $20 million in investment was still very slim, and the possibility of profit was even slimmer. However, Eric had never thought of using the Victoria's Secret show to make a profit. Although the NBC program had caused a lot of discussion, its calculation was very unreliable in the eyes of many people, let alone Eric, who only laughed it off. After the Victoria's Secret show plan was revealed, Eric and Victoria's Secret were frequently linked by the media. The huge advertising effect had already increased Victoria's Secret's revenue by 30% in 3 months compared to the same period last year. Eric believed that after the more intensive media bombardment before and after the Victoria's Secret show, it was not impossible for Victoria's Secret's revenue to increase by 100%. One must know that Victoria's Secret's market share was only about 10% now. In the original spacetime, Victoria's Secret had more than 40% of the market share. The annual show that Victoria's Secret insisted on holding every year undoubtedly played a very big role in marketing. The huge profit brought by 40% of the underwear market share was definitely not something that a movie could compare to. At the same time, Eric also planned to combine the Victoria's Secret show and Yahoo's portal to launch the first large-scale online marketing in the history of the internet. This would further increase the traffic and popularity of Yahoo's portal. For Yahoo, which was about to launch its IPO strategy next year, the invisible profit it would bring was immeasurable. At Firefly Cineplex, a business SUV was parked outside the Victoria's Secret studio. Tina Brown kept a document that she had been reading repeatedly along the way into her briefcase. She looked out of the window and said to the 2 girls beside her who seemed to be a little nervous, "Carolyn, Melanie, we're here. Let's get out of the car." Carolyn also glanced at the huge studio outside the window. She looked at Tina Brown's briefcase and said politely, "Ms. Brown, let me help you carry it." Tina Brown smiled and shook her head. Perhaps it was because of the obvious British lady's temperament that she had a good impression of this petite girl. "Carolyn, you're going to be Mr. Williams' assistant. I dare not let you carry my things for me." Carolyn blushed when she saw Tina Brown's flirtatious expression when she mentioned Eric. she said. I still don't know if I'm qualified for that job. The three of them got out of the car and Kelly, who was already waiting at the door, came up to them. After greeting Tina Brown, Kelly's gaze immediately fell on Carolyn, who was as petite as a doll. You must be Carolyn. I'm Kelly Haynes. Nice to meet you, Ms. Cairns. Carolyn already knew beforehand that Kelly would be her boss. However, the little girl could not help but feel an inexplicable sense of inferiority when she saw the capable and intellectual Kelly. Kelly smiled and nodded. After greeting Melanie, she brought the three of them into the studio. The design of the angel outfit had been completed. The studio was renovated again at this time. A large catwalk that was more than 10 meters long and 5 meters wide was built in the middle. As the former chief editor of Vanity Fair, Tina Brown could not help but feel a little speechless when she saw the catwalk at first glance. One must know that the traditional catwalk was only more than 1 meter wide. Since Eric had created such an anti-traditional catwalk, it would definitely cause a controversy in the future. However, Tina Brown did not have any resistance in her heart. Instead, she was keenly aware that this catwalk would undoubtedly become a news point of the Victoria's Secret show. Unlike Tina Brown, Melanie, who was following behind Kelly and Tina Brown, was secretly sneaking glances at Kelly's graceful back. After a while, she pulled Carolyn lightly and moved a little further away from the two women in front of her. She moved closer to Carolyn's ear and whispered with a smile, Carolyn, I dare to bet with you that that fellow definitely has that kind of relationship with his female assistant. I've heard that Kelly Haynes has already been divorced for a few years. However, she doesn't look like someone who hasn't had a male partner for a long time. Carolyn blushed and hit Melanie lightly. You. Don't tell me such weird things. I don't want to hear it. Moreover, it's very impolite to talk about people behind their backs. Melanie deliberately dragged out her accent and sighed. She glanced at Carolyn's shy and timid look in disappointment. Kelly brought the three girls to the vicinity of the catwalk. There were only models wearing simple underwear walking on the catwalk in the rhythm of the rock music. Kelly pointed at Eric, who was standing not far away and watching the models walking on the catwalk while lowering his head to record something in his notebook from time to time. She said, Eric is busy right now. Let's wait for a while. Of course, no problem, Tina Brown nodded with a smile. However, her gaze was fixed on a young girl who was not considered tall but had a gorgeous catwalk on the catwalk. After a while, she seemed to have realized something and asked Kelly, this seems to be a rock song. But why are there no lyrics? Kelly explained, the BMG of the 6 themes of the Victoria's Secret show were all composed by Eric himself. Therefore, in order to keep it a secret, only the accompanying music will be used in the early rehearsal stage. Melanie, who had also noticed this problem, was a little surprised. Miss Haynes, are you saying that all 6 songs were written by Eric? Mr. Williams himself? That's right. Kelly nodded her head proudly. Tina Brown and the other two had heard the stunning rock single New Divide released by Eric before. After hearing Kelly's confirmation, they no longer doubted it. However, they were a little surprised in their hearts again. Is there anything that this guy doesn't know? After waiting patiently for almost an hour, Tina Brown had almost memorized the tune of the rock song that was being played repeatedly. Only then did the rehearsals on the runway stop. Kelly looked at the situation not far away and walked over with the three of them. Kelly regretted bringing Tina and the rest over as soon as she got closer because Eric was criticizing them without holding back. The entire song lasts for 3 minutes and 40 seconds, so the interval between each of you is 17 seconds and the total time you stay on the runway is 30 seconds. I'm not asking you to be 100% accurate, but the difference can't be more than 5 seconds. There were at least 5 of you who couldn't meet this requirement just now. Also, Cindy, Paulina, Tara, the 3 of you, don't continue to walk on the big intersection. Restrain your steps. I know that the big intersection has the best flat surface effect, but it definitely won't look good on the TV. Moreover, this kind of walk on the runway might make you fall down under the fast rhythm of the first BGM. If that really happens, the theme will definitely be re-recorded because of your mistakes. However, I definitely wouldn't mind playing the scene of you falling down on ABC. Eric talked for more than 5 minutes and lectured the group of perfect women who made the men stand on their feet like quails. Only then did he stop reluctantly and reached out his hand subconsciously. Kelly rolled her eyes and passed a bottle of mineral water to him. Only then did Eric notice Tina Brown, Carolyn, and Melanie behind him, who looked a little unnatural. Without changing his expression, Eric signaled them to wait. He drank a few mouthfuls of water and said to the models, "Okay, that's all for the morning. Diane, Cindy, Tara, the three of you go and change your clothes. We'll have lunch together later." The models quickly dispersed as if they were relieved of a burden. Eric turned around and hugged Tina Brown passionately and said, "Tina, have you been waiting for a long time?" Tina Brown smiled and shook her head. "It's nothing. It's just that the way you work is really impressive." Eric spread his hands and said, "You know, with my age, if I'm not strict, it's hard to make this group of beauties listen to me." Tina Brown knew Eric's other intention in doing that, but she did not expose him while smiling. Eric hugged Melanie Gleason again before walking up to little Carolyn. He teased, "Carolyn, I haven't seen you in a few months. You seem to have grown a little taller." Carolyn's face turned red as the tips of her shoes tapped on the floor. She was a little shy as she didn't know if she should take the initiative to admit that she was wearing high heels today. However, her small body had already been picked up by Eric, and was even weighed up like a little child. Eric only hugged her for a moment before placing her on the ground. He smiled and said, "You seem to have become lighter." Naturally, Carolyn wasn't repulsed by Eric's hug. However, when she saw the dozens of gazes directed at her, she immediately felt shy and didn't know what to do. She could only subconsciously reply to Eric's teasing, "No, it's still 96 pounds. Under the laughter from the surrounding, Carolyn realized that her answer was definitely terrible. 96 pounds is just right. However, a girl's weight is the same as her age. It's not suitable for you to casually tell others about it," Eric said. Seeing that Carolyn's face had turned even redder, he could only throw a glance at Kelly. Kelly lightly glared at Eric, who was bullying the little girl. She walked over and intimately held onto Carolyn's arm as she said, "Eric, you and Ms. Brown must have a lot of things to discuss. I'll bring Carolyn and Melanie to go through the employment procedures first." Seeing that Eric was about to leave, Carolyn raised her little face with a faint reluctance in her eyes. Eric considerately said, "I still have things to do in the afternoon. Can I treat you and Melanie to dinner tonight?" Carolyn subconsciously nodded her head. However, she felt that it wasn't reserved enough. She lowered her little head once again and left the studio with Kelly. After the three of them disappeared, Tina Brown said to Eric with a faint surprise in her tone, "This is the first time I've seen a situation where a girl's EQ becomes negative in front of a guy she likes." Eric shrugged and smiled, "I understand, Tina. You're definitely not praising me. But I'm not mocking you either. I'm just very curious. I had a great time with Carolyn along the way. This girl is perfect in every aspect," Tina Brown said and shook her head slightly. At this moment, the three spokespersons for Victoria's Secret, Diane Kruger, Cindy Crawford and Tyra Banks, who were ordered by Eric to stay, walked out of the changing room. The two of them did not continue the topic. "You must know the two of them," Eric pointed at Cindy Crawford and Tyra Banks, who had been famous for a long time. He only continued after watching Tina Brown hug the two girls familiarly, "This is Miss Diane Kruger from Germany." Tina Brown noticed this girl who looked a little young when she was waiting just now. She reached out her hand and said, "Nice to meet you, Diane. I'm Tina Brown. Your catwalk just now was amazing." Diane Kruger did not know about Tina Brown's recent situation. However, Tina Brown's title as the chief editor of Vanity Fair was very well known to her. After hearing Tina Brown's introduction, she was a little flattered and shook hands with her. "Nice to meet you, Miss Brown. I've also read Vanity Fair." Tina Brown smiled and said, "It's a pity that I'm no longer working at Vanity Fair magazine." Diane Kruger did not know what was going on. She was worried that her unintentional words would offend the other party, so she looked at Eric in confusion. Eric explained, "Tina is now the chief editor of Yahoo's portal website. You must know the Yahoo and Whopper, right?" Diane Kruger quickly nodded, "I know. I've been visiting this website often recently. There's a lot of great fashion information on it. Since the chief editor of the website is Miss Brown, then everything is normal." Tina Brown smiled faintly as a response to Diane Kruger's compliment. She then asked Eric, "Didn't you say that there are 5 spokespersons?" Christy Dangton and Linda Evangelista will be performing the opening of the last two themes respectively. Today is just the preliminary rehearsal of the first theme, Eric explained and said, it's already noon. Let's go to the restaurant. We can talk while walking. Looking at Eric and Tina Brown walking out side by side, Cindy Crawford and the other two girls still did not know why Eric called them along, but they still quickly followed behind the two quietly. Eric, I've listened to that song many times just now. Kelly said that you wrote it personally. What's the name of it? My songs Know What You Did in the Ark. Hee, isn't the name a little long? Tina Brown smiled and said, it's a very interesting name. However, since you wrote it personally, I'm guessing it must be as good as New Divide. Why don't you try to hit the charts in advance? This will definitely bring more attention to the Victoria's Secret show. No matter before or after the Victoria's Secret show, the focus of the publicity will be on the big show itself, especially for Diane and the other spokespersons. I don't want the limelight of this annual show to be stolen by a few songs in advance. This is not in line with the proposed publicity strategy. When the popularity of the Victoria's Secret show begins to subside, Firefly Records will promote the singers and groups with background music at the right time. This way, we can continue the topic of Victoria's Secret. Tina Brown nodded with some understanding. The three girls who were following behind the two of them silently were a little confused. However, they were still a little excited by the part where Eric emphasized recommending their spokespersons. Of course, Cindy Crawford and Tyra Banks glanced at Diane Kruger, who was specifically mentioned by Eric with jealousy. Although after a few months of intensive training, Diane Kruger's originally somewhat mediocre walk had shown great improvement. She had vaguely reached the standard of walking out of the stage that Eric required. However, in the eyes of Cindy Crawford and Tyra Banks, Diane Kruger's status in the modeling circle was still at the rookie level. Of course, the most famous Cindy Crawford also looked down on Tyra Banks. This was because many people knew that Tyra Banks got the position of spokesperson because the big sister of the African supermodel, Naomi Campbell, took the initiative to give up the opportunity. On the other hand, it was also because of Victoria's Secret's proper consideration. Eric knew that the level of scheming in the modeling circle was even higher than in Hollywood. However, as long as these models did not affect the production progress of the Victoria's Secret show, he did not care about these things. According to the data collected by Ian and the others, by 1995, the number of internet users in North America will increase to about 25 million. The number of internet users outside of North America will also probably reach this number. With the internet already popularized all over the world and Yahoo's strong market performance, it can almost be said that the entire internet English circle is Yahoo's territory. This part of the users will be about 30 million. Of course, Yahoo will also choose to expand in Japan, Korea, and other overseas countries at the right time. However, what we're going to discuss today is still the matter of further expanding the influence of Yahoo through the Victoria's Secret show. After dinner, Eric started to talk about business with Tina. I remember that you used the incident of Prince Charles marrying Princess Diana very successfully to activate the old British magazine, Gossip. The rise of Vanity Fair was also due to the incident of Mr. and Mrs. Reagan dancing the foxtrot. Therefore, I'm sure you're more experienced than me in how to use the topic of the Victoria's Secret show to increase Yahoo's influence, right? Tina Brown smiled and nodded. She handed a prepared document to Eric and said, "This is the preliminary plan that I came up with based on some of the information that you sent me. However, the information that you gave me before was not very complete, so I didn't do some things in detail." Eric looked through the plan patiently. Initially, he wanted to tell Tina Brown about the internet hype in the later generations. However, Tina Brown's plan covered almost all aspects of the internet hype in the later generations. Eric could not help but feel that he really could not underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. In the plan, Tina Brown not only listed how to gradually release news on the portal in the early stages of the Victoria's Secret show, but she also planned to use the Yahoo forum to attract netizens to interact with each other after the Victoria's Secret show. She even came up with a plan to select the most popular supermodel through online voting. Noticing that Eric's expression became a little strange, Tina Brown asked worriedly, "Eric, what do you think?" "Of course, it's very detailed." Eric nodded in satisfaction and asked again, "Oh yeah, have you discussed the technical feasibility of these plans with Ian and the rest?" "We have. Tina Brown nodded affirmatively. The other few projects are not too difficult. Steve's team has recently optimized the compression algorithm of the GIF image again. With the current average network speed, Yahoo's web page can open an image of about 20 centimeters in length and width within 2 seconds. Moreover, the image quality is very good. There's also the voting system. I'm worried that Steve will delay this, so I specially asked Ian to be responsible for developing this system. We will definitely be able to launch it as soon as possible after the Victoria's Secret show in December. Moreover, if the results prove to be very good, we can also reuse this voting system for other projects. Tina Brown's words were very general. Although Eric did not see the prototype of this voting system, he suddenly thought of another famous social media website that suddenly rose to prominence with the help of the voting system. However, it seemed that now was not the time to launch FB. Eric could only shake his head and forget about it for the time being. He pointed at the 3 girls who had been ignored for a while and said, regarding the topics you need to talk about, you can talk to the 3 of them alone later. I think you will definitely continue to stay in Los Angeles for a few more days. After that, you can also take some time to contact Christy and Linda. However, there's one thing that I hope you can control when it comes to their press releases. Seeing that Tina Brown nodded, Eric looked at Cindy Crawford and the other 2 girls with a warning look. You guys also need to pay attention to these things. I don't care what your private life is like, but before the Victoria's Secret show, I definitely don't want to see any messy news about you guys appearing on the tabloids. Of course, I won't interfere with your normal relationship. Even if Eric did not remind them like this, most of the models who wanted to take this opportunity to hook up with some super rich guy would not have any messy news. Cindy Crawford and Tyra Banks of course nodded their heads meaninglessly to agree. Diane Kruger hesitated for a moment and nodded her head obediently. Eric thought for a while and looked at Cindy Crawford, saying, also, it's best not to get into a relationship with someone who is too bad for your style. I hope your relationship with someone who is more positive and sunny. Hearing Eric's words, Tina Brown lowered her head slightly and picked up the coffee in front of her to cover her expression as if nothing had happened. Tyra Banks and Diane Kruger were almost gloating at the same time. However, the 2 girls were very smart. They noticed Tina Brown's action and immediately picked up the coffee. Cindy Crawford, who was extremely embarrassed, just wanted to pour all the coffee in front of her on the hateful guy's face. Just you wait, you bastard. One day, I'll make you pay the price, Cindy Crawford thought in her heart, but it didn't stop her delicate face from showing an innocent and resentful expression. She looked at Eric like an injured Persian cat. This was one of Eric's weaknesses that Cindy Crawford accidentally discovered a few days ago. That day when she checked the training results of the models for the first time, there was a girl who always looked at her feet when walking on the runway. She was scolded by Eric several times. When the girl walked on the runway again crying, Eric immediately stopped scolding her. Instead, he specifically asked the trainer to patiently guide the girl on how to get rid of the weakness of always looking down. Eric didn't know that he had become the target of this seductive scheme. Seeing that Cindy Crawford not only didn't fight back or defend herself, but also had an expression of "you hurt me" and "you let it go" with a smile, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The night between Cindy Crawford and O'Neill that made people feel very broken should have happened during this time in the original spacetime. However, now the timeline had been messed up by Eric. Cindy Crawford had been living in Los Angeles for the past few months for physical training. Eric didn't hear any news about the contact between the 2. However, Eric was too lazy to take back what he said. Anyway, Cindy Crawford wasn't innocent before. Tina Brown felt that the situation was a little awkward. Seeing that Eric didn't continue to say anything, she took the initiative to smooth things over. Eric, I have an appointment with Mr. Katzenberg at 2:30 in the afternoon to talk about some details of the cooperation between Yahoo and Firefly. Before that, can I ask you some questions as the editor-in-chief of Yahoo? Eric realized that Tina Brown was definitely not saying this on a whim. However, Eric really appreciated this kind of work behavior. Moreover, as the boss of Yahoo, Eric did not mind providing some exclusive news for his own online media. Therefore, he nodded without hesitation and said, of course, feel free to ask any questions. As expected, Tina Brown was prepared. After Eric nodded in agreement, she quickly took out her notebook from her briefcase. Without wasting any time, she immediately asked her first question. Eric, Firefly still insisted on reforming Disney's animation department after the release of The Lion King. Apart from the reasons that were announced earlier, does Firefly have any deeper strategic considerations? Eric did not expect Tina Brown's first question to be so accurate. Now, almost everyone in the outside world was guessing the real reason why Firefly insisted on selling the hand-drawn animation department. There were all kinds of insider analysis, but no one had hit the nail on the head. After being the queen of media for so many years, it was not surprising that Tina Brown was acutely aware of this topic that was full of topics. Eric said honestly, yes, but this involves Firefly's internal secrets, so I can't say. Tina Brown smiled and nodded. She drew a cross in front of the first question. After thinking for a while, she changed the cross into a question mark. She looked up and said, if that's the case, Eric, can Yahoo invite a professional analyst to do a review based on your answer? After a pause, Tina Brown added, I mean, after the animation department is auctioned off. No problem, Eric nodded. Both of them understood that this was just a gimmick article to earn clicks. The real reason why Firefly abolished the hand-drawn animation department could only be deduced from the decline of 2D animation a few years later. Therefore, Eric was not worried that the analyst hired by Yahoo would be able to analyze the inside story based on his affirmative answer. Then, the second question, Tina Brown asked again, now, many people want to know about the sequel of Men in Black. It's rumored in the industry that Firefly refused to restart the sequel of Men in Black in the short term. Is it really because they want to monopolize the copyright of Men in Black? Eric smiled, Tina, you're really bold with this question. Boss, I didn't bring my interview recorder. Tina Brown changed the way she addressed him intentionally and explained with a smile. Eric knew that Tina Brown said that to show that his answer would not appear on the website as it was. Moreover, he also felt that Tina Brown was testing whether he could accept the negative news about Firefly Group appearing on Yahoo News. As a mass media platform with great development prospects, Yahoo's credibility would definitely be affected if the news about Firefly Group was all positive news. The real inside story is like this, Eric thought about it and said, after the success of the first Men in Black, the lead actors, directors, and producers including Will Smith, Tommy Lee Jones, and the rest requested for a huge increase in pay and share. If Firefly and Columbia agreed to it, then we'd have to pay a total of $35 million and 30% of the profit share for the creators of the sequel. The production cost of the sequel would reach $1 billion. Including the huge distribution and marketing costs in the later stages, the total cost of the project might be close to $200 million. Eric paused as he spoke up to this point. He patiently waited for Tina Brown to record the data before continuing, although the total global box office of the first Men in Black was close to $600 million. According to the rule that sequels often can't surpass the first movie, Firefly's estimate of the box office of the Men in Black sequel is $200 million in North America and $200 million overseas. If that's the case, the company can only get back $140 million in terms of the box office according to the average ratio between the North American and international box office. Currently, Hollywood's box office usually accounts for 1/3 of the total revenue. In other words, Firefly and Columbia would get back $2 billion in terms of the distribution of videotapes and peripherals in the next few years. Around $800 million. Not to mention the long time cost during this period, the total profit of the entire sequel after mining all the profit points is $2 billion, $200 million. That's $2 billion. 30% of the $200 million will be given to the creators. That's another $66 million. Then, in the entire movie, the few creators who only participated in the shooting of the movie would take away more than $100 million in revenue. The two major movie companies, Firefly and Columbia, who invested countless manpower and resources in the production, marketing, and distribution of the movie, would only get $1 billion, $500 million, and that's split between the two companies. Tina, do you think Firefly needs to develop a sequel under such circumstances? Tina Brown smiled and shook her head. According to Eric's analysis, Firefly and Columbia would basically be working for the few creators if they started to film a sequel. It was obviously not worth it. Diane Kruger and Tyra Banks listened to Eric casually talk about the inside story of these Hollywood blockbusters. While their curiosity was satisfied, they could not help but have some doubts. However, the two girls knew very well that they did not make any comments. Cindy Crawford, who realized that her trump card just now worked, asked fearlessly, "Why don't you develop a sequel? Although the lead actors get more profit, Firefly still makes money, doesn't it?" Eric just rolled his eyes at the woman and did not intend to explain at all. He picked up his coffee and sipped it. Tina Brown wrote down some of the data that Eric said and said to Cindy Crawford with a smile, "Cindy, let me give you an example. If you start a company in the future and hire a CEO to manage it for you, this company can make $10 million a year. However, you realize that the CEO's annual salary is almost $10 million as well. Under such circumstances, would you still be willing to hire him?" Cindy Crawford opened her mouth and wanted to argue. However, she realized that if it were her, she would definitely kick that CEO out and replace him with a manager whose annual salary was lower than $1 million. Of course you wouldn't, Tina Brown said as she watched the change in Cindy Crawford's expression. The current situation of Men in Black is similar to the CEO that I just mentioned. This CEO can only bring in $10 million of profit for the company, but he has to take away $10 million of annual salary. No company would allow this to happen. Of course, the Hollywood movie companies in reality would definitely be different. If it was MGM or Columbia, they would face losses if they did not start the sequel of Men in Black. They could only pay a high salary for the main creators. However, Firefly, who had more choices, didn't need to do that. This was because there was also the issue of time and cost involved. The movie schedule was limited every year. Firefly would definitely choose a project with a higher profit margin, such as this year's Lion King. This animation would bring in $1 billion of profit for Firefly in the next few years. However, if they changed the schedule of Lion King to the sequel of Men in Black, Firefly's final profit might not even reach $100 million. Eric, am I right? Tina Brown looked at Eric when she said the last sentence. Eric nodded. "I have to say, Tina, your comprehension is amazing." Tina Brown smiled politely and said, "Thank you for your affirmation, Eric. However, if it wasn't for your data just now, I definitely wouldn't have been able to analyze this. However, do you think I should publish this data on Yahoo News? This topic is likely to cause the hostility of Hollywood stars towards Firefly. The problem of Hollywood stars' inflated pay needs to be solved eventually. Otherwise, it will affect the future development of Hollywood. When you go to Firefly's headquarters later, you can also ask Katzenberg to provide you with some information. He had hoped that Hollywood stars' pay would return to rationality since a few years ago. So, take the opportunity to make a special topic on this topic. Firefly's main movies in recent years have not relied on superstars, and they won't in the future. So, Eric shrugged and said, "I'm not worried about their hostility at all." Tina Brown nodded slightly excitedly. She realized that this topic would definitely cause a heated discussion. The corresponding section of Yahoo News would also increase its attention because of this heated discussion. The sense of accomplishment brought by this effect was similar to the increase in sales of the magazines she managed before. With this matter in mind, Tina Brown hurriedly finished asking the remaining few questions. She left Cindy Crawford and the other two women's business cards and agreed to discuss the matter of creating hype for them on the internet at night. Then, she hurriedly left Firefly Cineplex. Although Tina Brown was in Los Angeles, the topic of discussing Hollywood stars' inflated pay landed on the front page of Yahoo's portal the next day. The entire topic section used the delay of the sequel of Men in Black as the lead. Through a number of very professional articles, it discussed in detail the reasons for the inflated pay of Hollywood stars and the various impacts it had brought to Hollywood in recent years. Although the discussion of Hollywood stars' high pay due to various bundling strategies had never stopped since Michael Ovitz created CAA, the topic this time was far more popular than any previous time under the full support of Firefly and Tina Brown's effective operation. The related articles on Yahoo's portal were republished by more than 300 newspapers and media in North America and Europe in just a few days. Subsequently, the four major film companies, Firefly, Fox, Columbia, and MGM, immediately issued a statement saying that they would gradually adjust the company's production strategy to improve the current situation of excessive pay for leading actors. Although Warner Brothers, Paramount, and Universal were not members of the Firefly Alliance, they quickly issued a similar statement under the circumstances of having the same interests. The unified statement of the seven major film companies immediately caused a huge shock in the industry. The Screen Actors Association jumped out immediately and said that if the seven major film companies were to reduce the pay of actors, the Screen Actors Association would resist by going on strike. Some of the actors who were stirred up also showed signs of being ready to take an instant vacation at any time. In the face of this situation, Yahoo News immediately issued a rebuttal article, saying that the strategy of the seven major film companies to reduce costs was only targeted at a small number of stars with inflated pay and not most of the ordinary actors. The Screen Actors Association was obviously controlled by a part of the interest class and was misleading the public in this way. In Hollywood, which had just experienced a successful summer season at the box office, no one wanted to see a strike. Firefly and several other major film companies quickly clarified that they would not reduce the pay of ordinary actors. Not only that, with the overall expansion of the Hollywood film industry, the income of ordinary actors would gradually increase instead of decrease. Therefore, the ordinary actors were appeased, but the superstars at the top of the Hollywood pyramid were immediately unwilling. In 1994, the members of the American Society of Film and Television Actors, SAG, had reached more than 120,000 members. More than 99% of the members' annual income was basically the same as that of the working class. Only less than 1% at the top of the pyramid could live a glamorous life in Hollywood. While enjoying generous remuneration, this group of people also held a large part of the power in Hollywood. When the seven major film companies publicly announced that they would reduce the remuneration of top superstars, these top superstars quickly formed an alliance under the collaboration of the Actors Association and several major agencies. Almost on the same day that the seven major film companies issued the statement, a group of top superstars, including Harrison Ford, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Tom Cruise, Mel Gibson, Bruce Willis, and other Hollywood superstars with a salary of more than $10 million, immediately cut off all film projects that they were negotiating with the seven major film companies. Some of the spokespersons of the top superstars also threatened to refuse to cooperate with the promotion of the films that had already been shot. After the news came out, the entire Hollywood was in an uproar again. In recent years, although CG special effects films that relied less on superstars had begun to rise, the films that accounted for more than half of Hollywood's box office revenue were still inseparable from the participation of these superstars. The unified behavior of these A-list superstars was almost as impactful as the actors and actresses who stopped working. The first to be affected by the suspension of the A-list superstars was undoubtedly Time Warner, which had been following the superstar route since the Steve Ross era. Warner had just experienced a bleak summer, and the CEO, Terry Semel, had been living in fear and trepidation recently. But as the projects that Warner was negotiating with Robert De Niro, Kevin Costner, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and others, such as Thief of Fire, Future Waterworld, and Secret Order of Evaporation, were put on hold, Terry Semel was once again attacked by shareholders and competitors. Some projects of several major film companies, such as Universal, Paramount, and Fox, were also greatly affected by this incident. The situation of film companies was very different from that of stars. Even if the A-list superstars did not make movies for a year or two, they could still live comfortably with their previous remuneration. But film companies could not stop production for a year or two for no reason. Without continuous hot films, the film companies would soon face serious problems such as a sharp decline in revenue and a breakdown in the capital chain. When some of the executives of the film companies who were in a dilemma turned their attention to Firefly, they found that Firefly's film companies were basically unaffected. Firefly's two films at the end of the year, Face and Runaway Bride, had basically been completed. Needless to say, Runaway Bride starring Julia Roberts. Although Nicolas Cage, an A-list superstar, had participated in Face, since the film was already completed, it would not have much impact on the film's release. Even if Cage completely disregarded his old relationship with Eric and Firefly, he would not have much impact on the release of the film. Following that, the two movies Jurassic Park 2 and Lone Ranger Day that were released next year were both blockbusters with special effects. Even Will Smith in Lone Ranger Day was just a newcomer to Hollywood when he signed the contract. The other 3D animated movie, Toy Story 2, did not need anyone to act in it at all, so it was not affected at all. Moreover, Firefly's films, such as The Matrix and Titanic, which were in the preparation stage, were still focused on CG special effects. Although Firefly had also contacted some A-list superstars, judging from Firefly's previous films, even if there were no superstars involved, Firefly did not seem to be too worried about the film's quality and box office. After the executives of several other major film companies discovered this, they envied Firefly's production strategy that was not tied down by superstars. At the same time, they could not help but have a thought in their minds: were they tricked by Eric Williams? Otherwise, why did you stir up trouble and make everyone fall into the abyss of suffering? But you yourself are fine. Conspiracy theories were always very easy to accept. When some people thought about it, the more they felt that this was a big trap dug by Eric. They did not want to continue to insist. The two sides were in a deadlock for less than a week. Terry Semel of Warner Brothers was the first to compromise because of the pressure from all parties. He publicly stated at a press conference that Warner had always maintained a good cooperative relationship with Hollywood stars and would continue to maintain close and mutually beneficial cooperation in the future. Although Terry Semel did not directly say that Warner would not reduce the salary of stars, no one was stupid enough to not understand the meaning of Terry Semel's words. The Superstar Alliance also knew the strategy of striking with a stick and giving with a carrot. After Warner first gave in, the negotiations for projects such as Thief of Fire, Future Waterworld, and Secret Order of Evaporation were immediately restarted. The two parties announced the official signing of several major film projects almost the day after Terry Semel's statement. Following Warner's compromise, Universal, Paramount, and even Fox, Columbia, and several other companies also made compromises either openly or secretly. Firefly Group was the only one that remained silent. In the Steeple manner, Nicole, who had just taken a shower, walked into the bedroom wrapped in a light pink silk nightgown. She walked barefooted across the slightly cold floor and jumped onto the bed. "I really don't understand why you don't like the carpet in the bedroom. It's very comfortable to step on," Nicole said as she pecked Eric's face affectionately a few times while he was leaning against the headboard, reading a document. Eric didn't even raise his head as he said, "The carpet costs money." Nicole rolled her eyes and suddenly smiled again. She said, "Are you still disappointed that your conspiracy didn't succeed? You're thinking too much. I didn't have much hope, so I'm not disappointed." Nicole stared at Eric's face for a few seconds and said, "You're not disappointed, I can see it." Eric smiled and handed a document to Nicole. He said, "Here, take a look." Nicole curiously took the document. When she saw the dense data and charts, she suddenly lost interest and threw it to Eric. She said, "Just tell me what it is, I don't understand." "This is the internal data and statistics of Yahoo. The industry is very curious about Yahoo's operations. If you take this document out, even if you offer $100,000, people will rush to buy it." Nicole pretended to be surprised. She covered her mouth and said, "Wow, that's amazing." Eric glanced at Nicole's seductive figure as her pajamas slid down her shoulders. He smiled and said, "You're so big. It's not cute at all to pretend to be a little girl." Nicole pouted at Eric and pulled up her pajamas. She said, "You're so unromantic. Are you not interested in me because you've been with those beautiful models for too long?" "I'll definitely teach you a lesson later," Eric said with a smirk. "But since you came here today to find out what I'm thinking, I should satisfy your curiosity first, right?" Nicole blushed and admitted, "I'm not interested in these things, but Hanks and the others want to know what you're thinking, so they asked me to ask. My thoughts are basically all published on Yahoo. In the end, it's about making Hollywood stars' salaries rational. That's it." Nicole tilted her head curiously. She asked, "What kind of salary do you think is rational?" Eric thought for a while and said, "A star's salary should not exceed 20% of a film's profits. That's reasonable. When I say rational, I don't mean reducing the actors' salaries. I want the stars to share the risks with the studio. Just like how I suggested you use your salary to become a shareholder in The Mummy." Although you can get more than 30 million now, it's still reasonable because Universal's profit from this project will reach 400 million US dollars, and you only get 8% of it. Last summer, Schwarzenegger and Stallone both got 17 million US dollars for their 2 action films. Although it's much less than yours, those 2 films not only did not make a profit, but also brought tens of millions of US dollars of losses to the studio. That's very unreasonable. Your idea seems very difficult to realize. The risk of film investment is so high. Before a film is released, no one knows whether it will be a success or failure. There are not many A-list stars who are willing to take risks just to get dividends. If the film doesn't make a profit, they'll have worked for nothing. That's why, Eric shrugged. I didn't have high expectations for this matter. I just needed to control Firefly's budget. Nicole was puzzled. But you offended all the A-list stars in Hollywood this time. Even if Hanks and Cage, who are close to Firefly, didn't say anything, they must have something against you in their hearts. Since you know it's impossible to succeed, why did you do it? Eric waved the information he just handed to Nicole and said, because of this incident, Yahoo's daily traffic in the past week is close to 10 million. Although it will fall later, I believe that after the Victoria's Secret show at the end of the year, Yahoo's daily traffic will remain above 10 million next year. Do you know what this means? Nicole's eyes widened. She shook her head and said in a cute tone, I don't know. Let's put it this way. We can simply compare Yahoo's portal to a newspaper. Some time ago, Firefly sold 15% of the newspaper and magazine assets acquired from ABC Group. 200 million US dollars. The total sales of these newspapers and magazines added up to less than 2 million copies. Then, you can calculate, how much is a Yahoo portal with 10 million subscriptions worth? Nicole's mathematics was obviously not that good. Her eyes flickered a few times before she said in disbelief, 6 billion US dollars, it can't be that much, right? In the original spacetime, Yahoo, which was just a very simple directory website, had a market value of 500 million US dollars on its first day of listing. Now, Yahoo had a series of very popular online products such as Yahoo Browser, Yahoo Chat Software, Yahoo Portal, and Yahoo Email. Its traffic was even more than 10 streets of Yahoo in the original world. Coupled with the 2 very promising development plans of Yahoo Technology Alliance and Yahoo Advertising Alliance, the market value of Yahoo's IPO next year, even if it did not reach 6 billion US dollars, it would definitely not be too far off. Nothing is impossible. You'll know next year. Nicole's mouth was still slightly open. Doesn't that mean that you'll have billions more in assets next year? Eric said, when the Rockefeller family's assets were at their peak, it reached 1/60th of the US GDP. I think I should at least surpass them in the future. Nicole subconsciously asked, how much is 1/60th? Eric thought for a while and said, the Federation's current GDP is 7.3 trillion. 1/60th is 120 billion, 120 billion, 120 billion. Nicole muttered a few words. Suddenly, as if she had lost all her strength, she fell softly on the table. Eric threw away the folder in his hand and moved closer to Nicole. He brushed a strand of blonde hair away from Nicole's face and smiled. Do you feel that it's difficult to breathe? Do you need me to give you mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? Nicole reached out and pushed Eric's head away. She said, I was proud of earning 30 million from the mummy for a long time. Now that you've said that, I'm not in the mood anymore. Eric laughed. Don't people always say that women conquer the world by conquering men? I think you should be more ambitious. Nicole said bitterly, I've never been able to guess what you're thinking, but I also know that you have no intention of getting married. Moreover, you already have 2 children. I don't know what will happen between us. Sometimes, when I think about it, I feel that I should stay far away from you. Eric leaned over and kissed Nicole's lips. He reached out and took off the silver necklace around her neck. He opened the heart-shaped pendant and saw a rose-colored ring lying quietly inside. Nicole looked at Eric with soft eyes. She picked up her left hand and put the ring on her ring finger. There was a hint of expectation in her eyes. She said, Are you proposing to me? Eric shook his head. Before Nicole could show a disappointed expression, he said, "No, a proposal should be put on the middle finger. If you put it on the ring finger, it means that you're already my wife." Nicole raised her arm and looked at the ruby on the ring under the light. She said, "No proposal, no wedding. What's worse is that this ring isn't the only one. You want to have me like this?" "Humph, don't even think about it." Eric said, "If you're not afraid of being affected by Yu Luan, I can arrange a wedding for you at any time." Nicole's eyes lit up, but she immediately asked, "Then, what about them? If you want it, they will definitely ask for it." Nicole immediately wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. "Do you want to marry again? The laws of the world are only to restrict people who can be restricted. With my will, I can have many wives." Nicole's eyes flashed. "I think that maybe you can join the Mormon religion. That would make it more legitimate." Eric held Nicole's face and kissed it fiercely. He said, "I just said that with my will, I can have many wives. I don't need the affirmation of external things, whether it's the federal laws or God in heaven. Therefore, I won't join the Mormon religion for the affirmation of the secular world. That would be deceiving myself." After the heart bypass surgery, although Michael Eisner was repeatedly advised by his family and doctors to rest, he was already sitting in his office at Worldwide headquarters at 7 o'clock in the morning. Because at 10 o'clock in the morning, Firefly would officially auction its hand-drawn animation department at the Beverly Hilton Hotel. Michael Eisner turned on the brand-new IBM desktop computer on his desk and quickly clicked on the top link on Yahoo's entertainment page. He read the detailed list of assets of the animation department that was about to be auctioned with mixed feelings. Until now, Michael Eisner still clearly remembered that in 1986, under the suggestion of the head of the home entertainment department, Bill Mechanic, the management began to release classic Disney animated films under pressure from all parties. Before that, whether it was the industry or Disney itself, the valuation of Disney's film library, which had hundreds of films, was only $200 million. But then, Disney tried to release the 1940 Pinocchio videotape for the first time. Although they spent a high marketing cost of $7 million, 7 million boxes of this animated film were sold within a year, with sales reaching $51 million. The sales of the following animated films, such as Sleeping Beauty and Cinderella, all exceeded the valuation of Disney's film library of $200 million. Michael Eisner, who witnessed the rise of Disney's 2D animated films in the late 1980s, felt that he knew the value of Disney's animated films better than anyone else. When Firefly threw out the news of selling the animation department, after confirming that it was not fake news, Michael Eisner's first thought was to buy it at all costs. Even if the box office of The Lion King did not explode, Michael Eisner felt that he should do the same. However, the reaction of Panasonic, the parent company of Worldwide, poured a bucket of cold water on Michael Eisner's head. Panasonic's desire to enter the entertainment industry was not so enthusiastic from beginning to end. When they followed Sony to buy Universal, they were completely worried that they would be left behind by their competitors in the electronics industry. In the past few years, Panasonic had found that buying a Hollywood film company did not have an obvious effect on the promotion of their electronic products. The Japanese also realized that from the beginning, they were severely tricked by Hollywood. Compared to Sony, Panasonic did not want to continue managing Worldwide. They would not fork out more than $1 or $2 billion for an animation department. Michael Eisner, who was unwilling to give up, had flown to Japan 3 times in a row in the past month, but he had not been able to get any support from Panasonic. However, things soon took a turn for the better. The success of The Mummy brought Worldwide very good financial results. Panasonic planned to take advantage of this opportunity to cash in on Worldwide. Coincidentally, the Seagram Group from Canada also expressed their desire to enter Hollywood at the same time. The two sides quickly entered the stage of secret negotiations. As the head of Universal, Michael Eisner was naturally part of the negotiation. During this process, Michael Eisner realized that the CEO of the Seagram Group, Edgar Bronfman, had a strong interest in the media industry, so he took the opportunity to persuade Edgar Bronfman to buy Disney's animation department before he took over Universal. Encouraged by the success of The Lion King, Edgar Bronfman did not hesitate and agreed. Time passed unknowingly. The secretary knocked on the door and pulled Michael Eisner out of his thoughts. "Mr. Eisner, Mr. Bronfman is here." Michael Eisner stood up and tidied his suit. He showed a professional smile and went up to greet him. At the same time, a tall middle-aged man with a beard and glasses walked in. After greeting each other warmly, Michael Eisner said, "Then, Edgar, let's go now." Edgar Bronfman hesitated and said, "Michael, don't we need to wait for Mr. Ovitz?" Michael Eisner shook his head slightly and said, "Edgar, if you are sure that you want to buy Universal, maybe we need to find time to talk about Michael in detail. But today, let's focus on Disney's animation department." Edgar Bronfman realized from Michael Eisner's expression that the recent news about the relationship between Michael Eisner and Michael Ovitz, who had been friends for decades, breaking up was true. However, after Eisner said that, Edgar Bronfman did not mention Michael Ovitz anymore. The two of them took a car and rushed to the Beverly Hilton Hotel. They spent a sweet night together. Although Nicole really wanted to attend the animation department's auction with Eric, she had to fly to New York with her agent, Pye Kingsley, early in the morning to discuss a film contract. After The Mummy, Nicole planned to film an indie film before the filming of the sequel to The Mummy began. She wanted to hone her acting skills and get nominated, so as to improve her image in the eyes of the film critics. Eric considerately sent Nicole to the plane personally before rushing to the Beverly Hilton Hotel. After getting out of the car in the parking lot, Eric saw Kelly rushing over with a blue folder. He said, "I'm so sorry, Kelly. Something came up." Kelly smelled the faint perfume on Eric's body. Although her expression did not change, she could not help but say, "You are my boss. You don't have to apologize to me." Eric did not expect his usually intelligent and capable female assistant to have a jealous side to her. He wanted to take a step forward and hug Kelly's waist to comfort her. However, a black Cadillac drove into the parking lot. Kelly, who was shocked by Eric's action, rebuked him and took a step back. Just as she was about to complain, a few people got out of the Cadillac and walked towards Eric. "Eric, long time no see." Michael Eisner walked over and took the initiative to shake hands with Eric. He introduced the middle-aged man beside him. "This is Edgar Bronfman, the CEO of Canada's Seagram Group." Eric had already read the relevant information of the bidders, so he was not unfamiliar with them. He warmly extended his hand and greeted, "Hello, Mr. Bronfman." "Mr. Williams, nice to meet you." Edgar Bronfman shook hands with Eric with a smile on his face. However, he felt a little strange in his heart, especially when he addressed this young man who was 20 years younger than him as Mr. Williams. This strange feeling was even stronger. Due to the difference in status between the buyer and seller, Michael Eisner and Edgar Bronfman took the lead to leave after chatting for a while. Looking at the two of them leaving with their entourage, Kelly smiled and said to Eric, "You always make people feel uncomfortable when they see you for the first time." Eric knew that Kelly was talking about Edgar Bronfman's reaction just now, so he just smiled. The Bronfman family that owned the Seagram Group took advantage of the business opportunities brought about by the American Prohibition in the 1920s and 1930s to rise rapidly in Canada. Although they were still in the brewing business, they had developed into a diversified and comprehensive group. Edgar Bronfman was the third generation of the Bronfman family after they made it big. He was in charge of the family business worth tens of billions of dollars. However, in front of Eric, this third-generation rich could not find any sense of superiority at all. Recalling Edgar Bronfman's appearance, Eric asked curiously, "Is Edgar Bronfman Jewish?" "Yes." Kelly nodded. "Bronfman, a standard Jewish surname. Seagram Group hasn't taken over Universal yet, but they're already eyeing Disney's animation department. Adding these two together, it's very likely that they'll need $10 billion in cash. Panasonic and Firefly will only accept cash payments." As Eric spoke, his tone became mysterious. He leaned in front of Kelly and said, "Hey, do you think there's some Freemasonry or other organization behind this that's trying to invade Hollywood?" Kelly rolled her eyes at Eric and said, "Seagram Group bought 24% of DuPont in 1981. In April this year, DuPont launched an equity repurchase agreement and finally bought the DuPont shares held by Seagram Group for $9 billion. This is the source of funds for their acquisition of Universal and the animation department." Eric looked at his watch and brought Kelly to the elevator in the underground parking lot. He said, 9 billion US dollars. Why can't they do something else? For an outsider like them, buying a movie company is really too stupid. However, Kelly didn't quite agree with Eric's point of view. With the movie market's average annual growth rate of 9%, after Seagram buys Universal, even if they can't continue doing it, they can still turn a profit by selling it. Eric thought about it and felt that what Kelly said made sense. He remembered that in the original Spacetime, a few years after Seagram bought Universal, he sold it to the French Vivendi group again because of various problems. Vivendi played with it for a few years but still couldn't manage it, so they sold it to General Electric. However, although they didn't achieve any outstanding results, at that time, Universal wasn't reduced to the state of MGM. Plus, with Michael Eisner in control now, if Seagram couldn't continue playing, it didn't seem like they would lose too much. However, if this time Seagram, under Michael Eisner's urging, forcefully used a huge amount of money to buy Disney's hand-drawn animation department, then the future situation would definitely be different. Universal was still different from companies like Paramount and Time Warner. Universal and its parent company, MCA, were both foreign companies now and in the future. According to federal law, just the fact that foreigners couldn't own an American television station limited Universal's development into a comprehensive media group. This also meant that Universal's ability to resist risks would be far weaker than big companies like Firefly, Paramount, and Time Warner. If they got the hand-drawn animation department, which was destined to be in trouble, Universal would almost certainly stumble in this area in the next few years. Plus, the music industry would be impacted by the internet. It was not impossible for Universal to fall into the same predicament as MGM. Kelly seemed to have thought of the same thing as Eric. She asked curiously, Eric, which company do you hope will get the animation department today? Paramount. I don't want Time Warner to decline so quickly. I still hope that Time Warner can continue to compete with Firefly for a few more years. Of course, in the end, whoever gets the hand-drawn animation department will be a good thing for Firefly. This means that one of our competitors will be in big trouble because of this burden. As the two talked, they soon arrived at a conference room in the Hilton Hotel. Katzenberg, who was about to personally host the auction, was holding a document and muttering. When he saw Eric and Kelly come in, he just nodded and greeted them. Eric chatted with Frank Wales and several other executives for a while. It was almost 10 o'clock. Eric and the others left the conference room and walked into the auction hall. Although the media reporters were blocked outside the auction hall, more than half of the hundreds of seats in the hall were still filled. Eric greeted the Hollywood giants who came to participate in the auction or purely to join in the fun. Then, he took Frank Wales and others to sit in the back row. At 10 o'clock, Katzenberg walked to the auction stage in high spirits. When the whispers below the stage quieted down, Katzenberg said into the microphone, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's auction. As you all know, the 2D animated film The Lion King, released on June 24 this year, has now achieved 6% worldwide. The astonishing box office of $700 million is very exciting news for the entire Hollywood. This means that the animation film market in Hollywood will once again usher in a new era. However, in consideration of the internal strategic development of the Firefly Group, we have regretfully decided to sell the entire hand-drawn animation department." After a simple opening speech, Katzenberg continued, "Although everyone has received a detailed asset catalog, allow me to briefly introduce it to everyone. In addition to the listed assets that will be auctioned, the Firefly Group has also temporarily decided to extend the original one-year payment date to 3 years in order to reduce the short-term financial pressure of the buyer as much as possible." As soon as Katzenberg's words fell, the originally quiet hall immediately buzzed with noise. This news was too sudden. All the bidders did not expect Firefly to do this. Of course, the purpose of Firefly was not difficult to guess. Leaving enough time for the buyer to pay meant that these buyers were likely to offer a higher price. An old voice quickly suppressed all the whispers and sounded in the auction hall, "Jeffrey, I request that the auction be suspended. I need to discuss with my team." Everyone turned their heads and found that the speaker was Sam Leisherdong, the CEO of Viacom. Katzenberg did not refuse and said with a smile, "Of course, Mr. Leisherdong. Then, the auction will be delayed for half an hour. If anyone needs to discuss urgently, feel free to do so." Eric sat in the back row of the auction hall, quietly watching the teams of several major companies participating in the auction. The sudden announcement of the extension of the payment time for the purchase of the animation department was also the result of careful consideration by the senior management of Firefly. In order to ensure that no Hollywood forces would come forward to cause trouble in the process of acquiring Marvel, Eric kept the animation department up for more than a month. During this month, the buyers who were interested in acquiring the animation department must have discussed and evaluated the business many times. The major film companies should have calmed down from the initial surprise and excitement of Firefly's decision to sell the animation department. They should have determined the upper limit of the final offer based on their financial situation in detail. The possibility of collusion between the various companies could not even be ruled out. Firefly suddenly announced the extension of the payment period from 1 year to 3 years, leaving the final buyer with plenty of time to raise funds and pay. This could easily break the established bidding strategy of potential buyers. After all, Disney's animation department was too tempting for several major companies who wanted to enter the animation film market, especially now that the box office of The Lion King was rising steadily. Of course, this kind of sudden attack with obvious intentions would definitely be criticized by the buyers. However, the preferential conditions given by Firefly gave the buyers no reason to refuse. Almost everyone in the hall left. Katzenberg walked to the podium and sat down next to Eric. He asked excitedly and expectantly, "Eric, how much do you think we can get this time?" Eric said, "It can definitely exceed $2 billion US. A few days ago, the big stars boycotted the studio's act of reducing their pay. This should give them some inspiration and raise the price a little higher. After all, not only can animated movies bring more revenue than live-action movies, but the characters in them won't ask for as high a salary as the big stars. It can also reduce their dependence on live-action movies." Frank Wales, who was sitting on the other side of Eric, also asked, "Eric, in this case, do you think it can reach $3 billion US? That's unlikely." Eric shook his head. In his memory, the market value of Pixar animation in the original spacetime immediately soared to $1 billion US after the success of Toy Story. However, the technological difference between hand-drawn animation and computer animation also limited the value of Disney's animation department. Unless we expand the scope of copyright authorization for several animations such as The Lion King, or even completely transfer the copyright, but Disneyland and Disney stores need the copyright of these animated characters. We can't do that. As they chatted casually, the auction team that had just left gradually returned to the hall. Half an hour later, Katzenberg returned to the stage. After saying a few words to liven up the atmosphere, Katzenberg picked up the gavel and loudly announced the start of the auction. Then, the hall was silent for a moment. It seemed that no one intended to make a move immediately. After a few seconds of stalemate, a middle-aged man sitting in the third row raised his number for the first time. $1 billion USD. Eric looked over. The person who raised his number was the president of MGM, John Kerry. He shook his head and smiled. He knew that MGM was just here to join in the fun. Of course, John Kerry raising his number first must have some unrealistic fantasies. For example, if the gavel in Katzenberg's hand suddenly fell while the other buyers were hesitant, MGM would definitely happily snatch the animation department with $1 billion US. Even if MGM had not fully recovered, Eric believed that MGM's shareholders and creditors would not be stingy with this $1 billion US. Of course, the reality was that this was impossible. Number 9, $1 billion US. Katzenberg gestured in John Kerry's direction. Before he had time to say more, another bidder had already raised his number. $1 billion and $10 million. The minimum increase in this auction was $10 million US. Although the second bidder only cautiously added $10 million US, the competitive atmosphere began to become more and more intense. The auction price began to rise like a hot knife through butter. 1, $3 billion, 1. $5 billion, 1. $7 billion, 1. $9 billion. The auction went on for less than 10 minutes. More than half of the potential buyers in the auction hall had been eliminated after Sam Redstone personally called out the price of $1.9 billion US. Only Paramount, Fox, Warner, and the Seagram Group that was about to buy Universal were still active. After an obvious hesitation on the price of $1.9 billion, Joe Ross, the president of Fox, raised his number plate. $2 billion. Number 4, from 20th Century Fox Film Company, $2 billion. Kaisenberg's voice on the auction stage rose again. It was full of bewitchment. What I want to say is that just The Lion King alone can bring a net profit of $1 billion for the film company. Therefore, $2 billion only represents the net profit of 2 The Lion King movies. I believe that Disney's animation department, an excellent team with half a century of experience, will produce a second, third, or even more The Lion King. Then, $2 billion, going once. Eric listened to Kaisenberg's extravagant words and looked in the direction of Fox's team. Under Eric's suggestion, Elizabeth obviously did not participate in this matter. Also, for some reason, Murdoch did not appear either. The only person who led Fox to the auction was the president, Joe Ross. Speaking of which, Home Alone in the original Spacetime was produced by Joe Ross and distributed by Fox. Joe Ross should have been headhunted to Disney with a high salary because of the outstanding box office of Home Alone. He also served as the president of Disney for a short time before Frank Wells died unexpectedly in the original Spacetime and Michael Ovitz took over. However, because of Eric's appearance in this Spacetime, Joe Ross still maintained a cooperative relationship with Fox. In the personnel changes after Barry Diller left Fox, he got the position of president of 20th Century Fox. As for the CEO of Fox, Rupert Murdoch personally served as the president. Since Murdoch did not appear in person, after Firefly suddenly played the card of extending the payment deadline, Fox was almost certain to be eliminated. After all, compared to Sam Redstone's aggressiveness, Murdoch was much more conservative. $2 billion was likely to be Fox's last bid. After the price rose to $2 billion, the frequency of the offstage bidding slowed down a lot. Most of the time, almost at the moment when Kaisenberg's gavel fell, the offstage would make a bid. After a few more rounds of bidding, after Fox, Seagram's CEO, Edgar Bronfman, also chose to be eliminated at the price of $2 billion. In the end, there were only 2 competitors left, Paramount and Time Warner. This result was not out of Eric's expectations. Buying Universal was Seagram's first priority. If they bought Disney's animation department at a high price before buying Universal, it would mean that Seagram's bargaining chip to buy Universal would be reduced. If they bought the animation department at a high price but failed to buy Universal, then Edgar Bronfman would cry but have no tears. In the hall, Time Warner's CEO, Terry Semel, once again called out a price of $33 billion. However, Eric could hear that compared to Sam Redstone, who was still full of fighting spirit, Terry Semel was not as full of energy. It seems that the result is very obvious, Frank Wales whispered beside Eric. Eric nodded slightly. Listening to Sam Redstone's quick bid, he said, compared to Sam Redstone, Terry Semel is constrained too much. Only someone like Steve Ross can completely control Time Warner. Moreover, the situation within Time Warner that there are many factions is almost single-handedly caused by Steve Ross. Unless there is another popular manager, Time Warner will not be able to stabilize for a long time in the future. Frank Wales had worked at Time Warner for many years. He nodded in agreement, but then shook his head slightly and said, "The popular manager you mentioned is not likely to appear." Within Time Warner's system, the leaders of Time Warner Communications, Turner Broadcasting, Time Publishing, and Warner Brothers Entertainment are all very powerful in their respective fields. They will not acknowledge a new manager, and will not be willing to let another person occupy the high position of Time Warner's CEO. Only a powerful person like Steve Ross, who single-handedly created Time Warner, can make them bow down to him. Unfortunately, Ross passed away too early. Steve Ross, Warren Buffett, Sam Redstone, and Rupert Murdoch were similar in age. They were all in their 60s. Compared to a group of old men who were still alive and kicking after 20 years, Steve Ross, the media hero who created Time Warner, had indeed passed away too early. Eric looked at Terry Semel, who had once again fallen into hesitation after Sam Redstone's bid, and said, "If I were a shareholder of Time Warner, since everyone can't work together, I would rather choose to break up the group." Otherwise, such a long period of internal friction will only cause the overall strength of Time Warner to decline. In the memory of his previous life, Time Warner eventually walked down the path of non-stop business splitting, but this media giant made this decision too late. In the end, before Eric's rebirth, the market value of Time Warner, which was originally neck and neck with the Disney Group, was only about $50 billion, not even a third of its peak. During the same period, the Disney Group's market value was close to $200 billion USD. Frank Wales said regretfully, "Now everyone thinks that the bigger the group, the better." It's not easy for Time Warner to coexist peacefully, but it's also not easy for them to go their separate ways. Eric, if Firefly becomes too bloated in the future, will you be willing to break up the group? Eric smiled and pointed at Katzenberg on the stage. Am I not doing that now? Frank Wales nodded in realization, and said, I actually neglected this matter. The two chatted softly, and the auction in the venue entered the final stage. Eric clearly heard Terry Semmel's voice tremble as he called out the price of $410 billion US. He raised his head and looked at Terry Semmel's back. Eric's gaze locked on Terry Semmel did not have time to move away. With only a short moment of hesitation, Sam Redstone raised the number in his hand and shouted loudly, $5 billion US. Terry Semmel's shoulders visibly slumped. On the stage, Katzenberg said a few more words, and after counting to 3, Terry Semmel did not move to raise the number again, so he put down the gavel in his hand. Katzenberg raised his voice and said, Congratulations. Mr. Sam Redstone, Paramount Pictures will obtain Disney's animation department. Amidst the gradual applause, everyone in the venue stood up, and many people even walked towards Sam Redstone and the others. Eric also walked over with Frank Wales and the others, enthusiastically congratulating them. The follow-up formal signing would only be carried out after Paramount confirmed the detailed contract and the list of assets of the animation department. Therefore, after a short press conference, Firefly invited all the guests who participated in the auction to another hall of the Hilton Hotel. They each held a glass of champagne and socialized in the venue. Eric and Katzenberg went to a corner with fewer people. The final price is at least $300 million US higher than we expected. Katzenberg's expression was still excited. It seems that today's measures to extend the payment period really worked. From Terry Semmel's reaction at the scene, Time Warner's original upper limit should be about $2 billion US. After $2 billion US, Terry Semmel's expression was obviously not as calm as before. Although Sam Redstone's reaction didn't change much, I guess his initial base price should also be about $2 billion US. Let's not talk about this. Eric also had a smile on his face as he said, On your side, how are the preparations for the new Disney animation department going? I haven't seen any related documents in the past few days. Katzenberg replied, I plan to sponsor a digital animation production major at the California Institute of the Arts in Los Angeles and the San Francisco Art Institute in San Francisco. It will be divided into a half-year short-term training class and a 2-year standard professional class. The short-term training class will mainly recruit people from existing software or advertising companies. It will mainly recruit people with computer and drawing skills, as well as accumulated work experience and professional software training. This way, we can set up the new Disney animation department as soon as possible. However, this method requires more investment. For long-term consideration, we still need to rely on the 2-year training to provide us with more professional digital animation talents. Currently, I'm asking the Strategic Planning Department to do the relevant budget. You will see the relevant report at the end of the month. The news that Disney's animation department was successfully auctioned off at a sky-high price of $5 billion US once again attracted a series of media reports. After both parties signed the contract, Sam Lei Sherdong struck while the iron was hot and announced the establishment of Paramount Animation. He also appointed the director of The Lion King, Roger Ailes, as the CEO of Paramount Animation. At the same time, Viacom also announced that it would rely on the huge channel of the Blockbuster chain store and Paramount Animation, Paramount Film, MTV, and other content departments to jointly enter the lucrative film and television industry. The day after Roger Ailes received the employment contract of Paramount Animation's CEO, he held another press conference to announce the launch of the three 2D animation projects from Disney, The Lion King sequel, Stranger in the Wind, and Mulan at the same time. It seemed to be targeting his old employer, Disney. The continuous stream of good news in a short period of time directly pushed Viacom's stock price up by 7.6%. The stock price surge made Viacom's shareholders, who were originally quite critical of Lei Shudong's aggressive expansion strategy, change their views and praise Lei Shudong's wisdom and decisiveness. When some people were happy, it was inevitable that some people would be disappointed. The most unlucky person was undoubtedly Time Warner's CEO, Terry Semel, who lost to Lei Shudong in the bidding for Disney's animation department. Although Seagram, 20th Century Fox, and other companies that lost in the competition were more or less discussed by the media's comments on Time Warner's loss in the competition were almost ridiculing. After all, Time Warner's overall strength was more than twice that of Viacom, and Time Warner's previous poor performance in the film business gave it ample reason to take over Disney's animation department. Therefore, the impact of this failure on Time Warner was even greater than the failure itself. Many media outlets even suspected that Time Warner was facing a financial crisis. Firefly's sudden extension of the payment deadline on the day of the auction completely disrupted Time Warner's carefully considered bidding strategy. Although Terry Semel was the head of Time Warner, his authority in the Time Warner Group was far lower than the previous generation's leader, Steve Ross. This also made it impossible for him to flexibly change his strategy because of Firefly's sudden attack, which ultimately led to Time Warner's failure in the auction. Although the final reason for this failure was the restriction of Time Warner's shareholders and board of directors on Terry Semel, it was clear that Time Warner's shareholders and board of directors would certainly not take the initiative to take responsibility. The blame was ultimately placed on Terry Semel. Time Warner's stock price had been continuously declining for several months because of the dismal summer box office sales. With the failure of this auction, Time Warner's hopes of entering the animation film industry was dashed. The negative impact of this incident caused Time Warner's stock price, which had originally stopped falling due to the summer's end, to begin to fall again. In the face of increasing pressure and busy work, Terry Semel even had some thoughts of quitting his job. Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind. Not to mention the generous salary that came with the position of CEO of Time Warner. After tasting the power that came with being the head of a large media group, no one would willingly give it up. Therefore, Terry Semel could only painfully and addictively find a solution to his current predicament. Of course, as the seller, although Firefly received a huge sum of $2.5 billion in cash from this deal, the media's attitude toward Firefly was not much congratulatory. Most media generally believed that the $2.5 billion auction price of Disney's animation department was still far below its actual value. There was no need to pay attention to the future. The Lion King, which was still in theaters, could prove this point. The Lion King was expected to have a net profit of $1 billion in 3 years, which meant that on average, it would bring Firefly more than $300 million in net income per year. According to the general rule that a company's market value was usually more than 10 times its annual profit, the media believed that the actual value of Disney's animation department should definitely be more than $3 billion. Compared to Terry Semel, who had to personally accept interviews from major media in order to reverse Time Warner's recent decline, Firefly only held a routine press conference when they signed the contract with Paramount. After that, they did not respond to the media's comments. This also reflected the benefits of being an unlisted company. They did not have to bear the pressure of self-media and capital because of factors such as the stock price and financial results. Moreover, although the media had negative opinions about Disneyland and Disney stores because Firefly Group had abandoned Disney's animation department, there were still voices of pessimism. But in fact, Firefly Group's internal development rhythm was very clear. After divesting the hand-drawn animation department, Katzenberg immediately began the reconstruction of Disney's animation department. Although most of the best digital animators were concentrated in Pixar, in recent years, there were many advertising design companies and special effects studios that used computer graphics technology. From these companies, a group of excellent professional technicians who had both computer and art skills could be trained. It was easy to restart Disney's animation department in the short term. Firefly Software and Pixar could also provide a full set of mature animation technology and some management talents for the new Disney animation department. Under the personal control of Katzenberg, who had once led the revival of Disney's animation department, if everything went well, the new Disney animation department would be able to release its first work within 3 years. Therefore, Disney's release of animated films would only be interrupted for a short time in 1996. After that, Pixar and Disney would be able to release their best works alternately. The continuous divestment and sale of the paper assets and hand-drawn animation department made Firefly Group's cash reserves skyrocket again. However, Eric was not in a hurry to expand again. The process of merging with ABC was very smooth and there were no violent shocks. But at this time, Firefly Group was like a huge media machine that had just been assembled. This media machine had only just achieved the most basic operation and was still a long way from reaching the highest operating efficiency. There were many problems that needed to be solved. If they completely ignored these and could not wait to carry out the next step of expansion, then there were only 2 final results. One was that the group expanded too quickly and became more and more bloated. The internal problems would accumulate and eventually cause the entire company to collapse, fall into an operational and financial crisis, and even go bankrupt. The other was that Time Warner was strong on the surface but full of internal conflicts, and in the end, it was inevitable that it would still decline. Eric hoped that after the reorganization and coordination of the major departments of Firefly Group, they would eventually reach a perfect state where even if they encountered a high-level iteration like Time Warner, they would still be able to operate smoothly. Therefore, while rebuilding Disney's animation department, in order to further connect the 2 major business sectors of film and television, Firefly Group was also constantly making business adjustments to ABC Network, Disney Channel, ESPN, Marvel Entertainment, and other departments. Internal business adjustments often did not need to consume too much capital. Firefly Group's internal operating cash flow was more than enough to cope with these adjustments. Firefly's various businesses still maintained strong profitability and the huge amount of capital that had just been divested from the 2 parts of assets. Inevitably there was a huge cash surplus in the group's account. Firefly chose to temporarily extend the payment period during the auction of Disney's department because of this consideration. Because too much money had been made in a short period of time, if it could not be put into operation, it would have to pay taxes. In the past, when faced with such a situation, Eric's first reaction would often be to choose to pay off Firefly's debt. However, after a few years of experience, Eric's originally somewhat conservative business philosophy had gradually begun to change. He also gradually accepted the state of operating in debt. Although Firefly's debt had reached $10 billion, the debt ratio was only about 30%. For most companies, this debt ratio was very healthy, and it also helped to use the debt to avoid taxes. In addition, although paying off the debt early could save Firefly a portion of the interest, even if all $10 billion of debt were paid off in a short period of time, Firefly could only save about $5 billion in debt interest. However, if they used the $10 billion to invest, with Eric's advantage as a reborn person, there was absolutely no problem for them to multiply the $10 billion several times over. Therefore, when choosing between paying off the debt and investing, there was almost no need to consider at all. With the support of abundant cash, although Firefly's internal expansion had temporarily stopped, Eric accelerated the pace of investment in the high-tech field that he was familiar with. They were about to enter the second half of the 90s, when the high-tech industry was rising. This was also the best time to enter the game. In order to support the technology research and development of Yahoo Advertising Alliance and Yahoo Technology Alliance, Eric once again injected $200 million of development funds into Yahoo. The $200 million of debt financing promised to AOL was also transferred to the account of the other party. At the same time, according to the angel fund plan that was originally drawn up to quickly promote the Yahoo Advertising Alliance, Eric began to speed up the injection of funds to websites with good development potential. However, these investments still only accounted for a small portion of Firefly's fund reserves. Of course, Eric would not blindly increase the investment. Therefore, leaving behind nearly $1 billion of cash after the dividends of other shareholders became a more distressing thing for Eric. What a happy distress. More than a week after the Disney Animation Department auction, Eric sat in the office of Firefly Studios and looked at the recent financial statements of the group. Kelly, who had just pushed open the office door and walked in, glared at Eric. She walked to the opposite side of Eric and handed a schedule to Eric. She quickly said, "I have already contacted a Gulfstream commercial jet. The Victoria's Secret team will be able to fly to New York tomorrow morning. Miss Brighton has already arranged a press conference there. In addition, the set of the Lexington Avenue Arsenal in Manhattan has been arranged according to the drawings you gave. However, the remote camera slide you mentioned is still being customized. It may take another week. And the headset recorder you need." Kelly paused and said, "I really don't know why you have so many strange ideas. However, Motorola said that they are willing to customize it for free, but they need to print the eye-catching Motorola logo on the equipment." Eric nodded. "That's not a problem, but they also have to hand over the equipment within a week." "Of course, I have already told them." Kelly nodded and said, "This is Victoria's Secret. In addition, Mr. Katzenberg's assistant just called. He will also go to New York tomorrow." Eric, who was flipping through a document, looked up. "Why is he going?" Kelly did not tease Eric this time. She explained, "Tomorrow is the 19th, Monday. Survivor premieres on Tuesday. Mr. Katzenberg probably wants to see the viewership ratings of Survivor as soon as possible. If something happens, it will be convenient for him to make adjustments as soon as possible." Eric nodded in realization. He only remembered that Stories and Friends were broadcast on September 28 and September 29 respectively. He forgot that the premiere of Survivor had been brought forward by a week. After the good response to the pilot, ABC was not too worried about the viewership ratings of Stories and Friends. However, many people still had doubts about Survivor, a reality show with a very novel format, even though this show was personally selected by Eric. Moreover, because of the special format of the show, Survivor could not be arranged for a pilot episode. It was not surprising that Katzenberg wanted to personally oversee the ABC headquarters in New York and make immediate adjustments to the possible consequences of the show. Eric was not too worried about Survivor. After all, this show had proven its popularity in his previous life. Even more than 10 years after the show was launched, there were many similar reality shows that followed the trend. However, Eric did not intend to interfere with Katzenberg's decision. Kelly saw that Eric did not say anything, so she handed him a thick document. "This is the information you asked me to collect. The products developed by this wireless communication technology company are completely different from the mainstream GSM format. I don't see any need to invest in them, unless you are confident that their communication system can completely replace GSM. However, I don't think this situation is likely. The first generation of analog signal transmission was used for more than 20 years before it was eliminated by GSM. Even if this brand new communication system has more advantages than GSM, I don't think it can replace GSM in a short period of time. After all the mainstream communication technology companies and mobile equipment manufacturers in the world are using the GSM system and have invested a lot of research and development funds. These world-class electronics giants are unlikely to allow their newly acquired technological achievements to be replaced by other technologies." End of chapter 653. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.